decisive and unyielding, unassailable and invincible. No torturous master, no martyr complex. As the black sun ascends, a torrential downpour of blood descends, heralding a cataclysmic shift in the realm. Any creature touched by this sanguine rain undergoes a terrifying metamorphosis, becoming a bloodthirsty predator in a hellish landscape. The world is plunged into a chaotic maelstrom of carnage. After 5 years of turmoil following this cataclysm, Chu Xiu is reborn to a time before the upheaval. In his previous life, he missed a crucial opportunity, struggling for survival at the bottom of society. Just as he uncovered a chance to defy fate, it was seized by his enemies. Ultimately, he was left maimed and devoured by monsters. Now, having traversed back in time, his first endeavor in this chaotic world is to seize that opportunity and slay his foes. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Revival. Who would have thought a spirit source pearl would be hidden here? Today is truly my lucky day. Chu Xiu, I am immensely grateful for this grand opportunity you have gifted me. I shall gladly accept it. Ha ha ha. As a token of my appreciation, I shall send you to your demise. Do not be too grateful. Boss, trouble approaches. A king-level undead beast is coming. TSK, break its limbs and use it as bait to buy us time. Farewell, Chu Xiu, and thank you for the spirit source pearl. Ah. Crack, crack. A searing pain engulfed Chu Xiu's body. He fixed his gaze on the receding figure, filled with an overwhelming sense of bitterness. So close, so very close. I could have. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xiu felt a violent tremor in his body, and then darkness enveloped him. In a renowned villa community in Shihong City, within a solitary villa, a furious, menacing shout erupted. Chun-Li, I will kill you. Chu Xiu sprang upright from his bed, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat, surveying his surroundings. What is happening? Am I still alive? Was I not devoured alive by a king-level undead beast? As he surveyed the strangely familiar environment, doubt clouded his mind. He distinctly recalled discovering a fortuitous opportunity only to be thwarted by his enemies, who snatched it away. Ultimately, he died consumed by hatred. How had he suddenly found himself in another place? Wait, where is this? Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. He hurriedly rose and approached the bedside. Indeed, he spotted his pineapple-shaped phone resting there. He swiftly powered it on. July 8, 2023. Gazing at the date displayed on the screen, disbelief washed over him. Tentatively, he searched online and confirmed that today was indeed July 8, 2023. He also stumbled upon news reports detailing bizarre occurrences across various regions, particularly noting the emergence of red clouds that had persisted for several days. Releasing the phone, he sat on the edge of the bed, momentarily dazed. Red clouds, anomalous phenomena, and July 8, he truly been reborn. Observing the familiar surroundings, Chu Xiu was now utterly convinced of his resurrection. Reflecting on his experiences, he was suddenly overcome with a sense of hardship. His name was Chu Xiu, a 25-year-old owner of a publicly listed company. 3 years prior, an unfortunate accident claimed his parents, prompting him to suspend his university studies and return home to manage the family business. Through a series of fortunate coincidences and decisive actions, he seized the opportunity and achieved financial independence. Originally, he could have lived a life free from worry. However, he never anticipated that he would face the apocalypse. Today is July 8th. There remains but a week before the blood rain descends, Chu Xiu thought as he stepped out onto the balcony, gazing skyward. Even though it was morning, the thick crimson clouds loomed overhead, and staring at them for too long evoked a feeling of unease and trepidation. This ominous red cloud had lingered for over a month. At first, people regarded it with curiosity, but as time passed, it became a common sight, dismissed as a mere natural phenomenon. Yet, Chu Xiu understood that this crimson cloud signified far more than a spectacle of nature. 1 week later, precisely at noon on July 15th, a day forever etched in his memory, the chaotic end of the world would commence. On that fateful day, the red cloud mysteriously dissipated, giving way to a black sun rising in the sky. Countless individuals emerged to witness this astonishing sight. Then, within minutes of the black sun's ascent, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour of bright red blood rain. Many were caught off guard, drenched in the sanguine deluge. Chu Xiu, fortuitously engaged in flirtation at a hotel, escaped unscathed. However, this fortunate circumstance allowed him to witness the horrific aftermath of the blood rain. All beings touched by it underwent grotesque transformations. Among humanity, A staggering 70% morphed into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters, devoid of any rational thought. Furthermore, animals and plants grotesquely mutated into terrifying forms. Ants swelled to the size of human heads, ruthlessly tearing apart buildings. Countless plants grew to monstrous proportions, with some trees reaching heights comparable to 30-story skyscrapers. In that moment, order collapsed, and chaos reigned as everyone fought desperately for survival. The entire planet inexplicably expanded several-fold, subsequently shrouded in a crimson mist. All forms of communication failed, and aside from a few basic electrical devices, intricate machinery reliant on precise electromagnetic signals became inoperative. Particularly, satellites and space stations surrounding the planet ceased to function. Chu Xiu lived through this cataclysmic event, one of the fortunate few to survive. Alas, in this new world, his wealth had turned to worthless paper. In a post-apocalyptic world, strength serves as the sole criterion for survival, and he missed numerous opportunities by hiding in a hotel. Consequently, despite becoming a level 4 warrior through ruthless determination over the next 5 years, he remained a beleaguered member of the struggling lower class. Even when he stumbled upon an unused spirit source pearl, he was unaware that his whereabouts had been revealed to his enemies, leading to the loss of this fortuitous chance. Ultimately, he found himself with his limbs shattered, reduced to mere fodder for the undead. I never imagined that I would be reborn a week before the apocalypse, he exclaimed. Ha, 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 ha. I, Chu Xiu, have returned to life. Chu Xiu laughed heartily, relishing the newfound hope in the midst of despair. Despite enduring 5 years of brutality, he felt an unparalleled joy at this moment. Now that I have been reborn a week prior to the apocalypse, I must make preparations. Chu Xiu exhaled slowly, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. With the arrival of the blood rain in a week, unique opportunities will also emerge. In my previous life, I was overly cautious, causing me to miss out on many chances. But this time, I will seize every opportunity without fail. Furthermore, there was that individual, whom we did not currently know. However, that does not prevent me from taking action in advance. Chun-Li, this time I will personally ensure your demise. The thought of the person responsible for his rebirth ignited a surge of murderous intent within him, his eyes gleaming with a chilling malice that would send shivers down anyone's spine. In a world rife with enemies, such a foe who had robbed him of his grand opportunity must perish. Chapter 2. Careful Planning and Establishing Steps. After a brief contemplation of Chun-Li, Chu Xiu set the matter aside. Even if you were to locate him now, he could not act, as the peace of the last 7 days must be preserved. To kill during this time would jeopardize his own safety. Even if captured, he could escape after the onset of the apocalypse, but such delays would squander the vital time he had left. As long as his plans came to fruition, ample opportunities for revenge would arise. With the blood rain yet to fall, I need to prepare some supplies. Chu Xiu quickly devised a plan to gather essentials for the impending apocalypse. It is crucial to note that even 5 years post-apocalypse, clean food remains vital. Following the onset of the blood rain, most organisms and plants would become infected and subsequently mutate. Although these mutated beings could be hunted for sustenance, they would harbor a unique toxin that is notoriously difficult to expel. It is imperative to manage these toxins carefully, for accumulating them could lead to assimilation into the monstrous entities devoid of reason. Even as a warrior, having unlocked his genetic potential, he would find it challenging to eliminate these toxins. However, they can be neutralized once one becomes a warrior. They can harness their own strength to dispel them. However, the process of dissolution also impacts the body and significantly delays one's cultivation. This is the reason why, before his rebirth, Chu Xiu remained a mere level 4 warrior. The excessive consumption of creatures and plants infected by the blood rain has led to a prolonged delay in the growth of his strength during the dissolution process. Conversely, abstaining from such substances or consuming them in moderation results in a lack of energy replenishment, jeopardizing his health and potentially placing his life in peril. This predicament has kept him stagnating at level 4 with no means to escape this vicious cycle. Of course, this lack of options pertains to Chu Xiu's condition at that time. After the apocalypse, numerous top-tier powerhouses emerged, their existence not materializing out of thin air. If the blood toxin truly proved insurmountable, then those formidable beings would not exist. The reason they are considered top-tier is due to the opportunities they have seized. This is precisely what led to Chu Xiu's demise and subsequent rebirth the precious Lingyuan Pearl. Chu Xiu is well aware of the significance of the Lingyuan Pearl, as it is an essential element for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. No top-tier warrior has achieved strength without relying on the Lingyuan Pearl, for it possesses a crucial function, the ability to eliminate the toxins from the blood rain. As Chu Xiu has learned, the Lingyuan Pearl appeared concurrently with the blood rain. Its emergence is quite random, potentially manifesting in some obscure corner. The Lingyuan Pearl encountered by Chu Xiu before his rebirth was discovered in a shadowy recess. However, the number of Lingyuan Pearls is exceedingly scarce. A particularly idle top-tier powerhouse once calculated that, based on data from various cities, there would be no more than 10 Lingyuan Pearls in any given city. This conclusion has been corroborated through multiple validations and indeed holds true. Moreover, once the utility of the Lingyuan Pearl was discovered, it was quickly monopolized by powerful factions. Securing a Lingyuan Pearl signifies a pathway to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Thus, the Lingyuan Pearl he stumbled upon 5 years later was an immense opportunity. Regrettably, it was ultimately seized from him due to a surprise attack. The mere thought of that moment stirs within Chu Xiu a barely contained urge for vengeance. Wait, Chun-Li, I will ensure you experience the pain I endured. After firmly etching the opponent's name in his mind, Chu Xiu redirected his gaze to the map displayed on the computer screen before him. The map illustrated the entire expanse of Shihong City, with certain areas marked by peculiar symbols. This map is no ordinary one, it is a private safety shelter map recently acquired by Chu Xiu. Upon realizing his rebirth, he promptly contacted the local shelter company. In the wake of the apocalypse, such shelters have become sanctuaries of safety. Although this holds true primarily in the early stages, the significance of these shelters cannot be overstated, especially since a secure environment is crucial during cultivation in a perilous environment. Engaging in cultivation may lead to dire consequences, particularly when one reaches a critical juncture and is suddenly confronted with danger, potentially resulting in immediate demise. Even the most formidable warriors seek refuge, establishing sanctuaries as their strongholds. Within such sanctuaries, if adequately prepared, one can cultivate organic vegetables free from contamination. In the aftermath, any plant that has not been tainted by the blood rain will gradually undergo a transformation, and these changes are invariably beneficial. For warriors awakened with genetic prowess, such transformations prove immensely advantageous. Presently, Chu Xiu scrutinizes the designated locations for potential sanctuaries. This site is unsuitable, it lies too close to the zoo. This position is also unfit, I recall it being the birthplace of a formidable mutated plant. Chu Xiu carefully examines the map, having contemplated alternative cities. However, it is crucial to recognize that following the apocalypse, cities have become effectively isolated. Airplanes and trains are rendered inoperable, and even personal vehicles struggle to traverse the terrain. During the 5 years he spent in Shihong City, Chu Xiu became intimately acquainted with it. A sudden relocation to another city would not only nullify his advantages from his previous life, but also jeopardize his ability to acquire the Lingyuan Pearls. He is acutely aware of the locations of most Lingyuan Pearls within Shihong City. To his knowledge, there are 4 sites known to yield Lingyuan Pearls, where a total of 8 have been discovered. Including one he stumbled upon, the total rises to 9, nearly reaching the previously mentioned limit of no more than 10 per city. His familiarity with these locations stems from the boasting of those who have obtained the Lingyuan Pearls, as well as the prevailing belief that if one is found in a particular area, it is likely that another will emerge nearby. This characteristic of the Lingyuan Pearls indicates that while their appearance is random, they tend to manifest in clusters. Therefore, if a Lingyuan Pearl appears in a specific location, another is bound to surface in proximity, with at least 2 or even 3 potentially arising in the same vicinity. At this moment, Chu Xiu fixates intently on a particular spot, fully cognizant that, following the cataclysm, 3 Lingyuan Pearls will emerge from that very location. Chapter 3. Preparing to sell the seller's assets. Lingyuan Pearl, Golden Dragon Poetry Hotel. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he gazed upon the name on the map. He recalled distinctly that this location was the sole site that had birthed 3 Lingyuan Pearls. Furthermore, in the world prior to his rebirth, it was also the birthplace of 3 formidable powerhouses. These individuals ascended to their esteemed status solely by discovering the 3 Lingyuan Pearls within the hotel. Apart from this locale, all others had yielded merely 2 Lingyuan Pearls, and those sites were exceedingly remote, requiring considerable time to locate. One must understand that after the onset of the apocalypse, danger lurked everywhere. Without possessing the power to protect oneself promptly, one would fall behind, step by step. Surrounding this grand hotel, there exists a safe haven approximately 5 kilometers away. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened as he quickly identified a location that aligned perfectly with his intentions. This sanctuary, upon comparison with the addresses from his previous life, was revealed to be a renowned bastion of safety, even post-apocalypse. Its position was strategically situated in a notably secure area. During the apocalypse, both the fauna and the surface had undergone tremendous transformations. Certain regions had become utterly fragmented, while others were plagued with terrifying monsters. Hence, Chu Xiu had previously noted several commendable safe havens on the map. However, upon juxtaposing them with his memories, he found that they had either been ravaged by the surface alterations or were neighboring ominous creatures. Such places, even if temporarily habitable, would inevitably lead to myriad troubles. Fortunately, after meticulous comparison with his memories, he successfully identified a suitable refuge. Chu Xiu refrained from being careless, diligently cross-referencing with his recollections. Despite his extensive survival experience and familiarity with the post-apocalyptic landscape, he needed to discern carefully to validate his findings. This is it. Chu Xiu swiftly established his objective and promptly picked up his phone to make a call. "Boss, is there something you wish to instruct?" A melodious voice emanated from the other end of the line, causing Chu Xiu's expression to darken momentarily. However, he concealed his feelings and replied in his usual tone. "I have an important task for you. Please announce the sale of all the shares I hold in the Longding Group." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's directive, the person on the other end audibly inhaled, followed by a notable pause. Clearly, she was taken aback by Chu Xiu's request. After all, he was not merely selling ordinary products. He was divesting shares in a Fortune 500 company. It is worth noting that the shares Chu Xiu possessed were valued at over 10 billion. The mere thought of him selling all these shares was utterly astonishing. If this transaction were to materialize, it would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval. "Boss, are you certain you wish to publicize this information?" Upon hearing the quivering voice of the woman on the other end of the line, Chu Xiu replied coldly, "Are you questioning my decision?" No, boss. I will handle it immediately," came the swift response. After ending the call, Chu Xiu glanced at the screen displaying the name of the caller, Yi Zixuan. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes upon seeing that name. She was his secretary, managing a portion of his affairs, and also his junior from school. Someone he was somewhat familiar with. When she faced difficulties, he had lent her a helping hand and made her his secretary in return. Before the apocalypse struck, he had trusted her completely. However, he never anticipated that after the onset of the cataclysm, they would lose contact. Their next encounter took place at one of his private villas. Initially, he felt a sense of joy at finding someone familiar and trustworthy in the midst of chaos. Yet, to his dismay, she had exploited his trust to obtain the key to his villa, subsequently shutting him out and deliberately creating noise to attract the surrounding monsters, forcing Chu Xiu to flee in a state of utter disarray. He narrowly escaped death, truly having walked the line between life and demise. Even after becoming a warrior, when he encountered her again, he found her allied with a faction led by formidable female powerhouses, and she had clearly caught the eye of their leader. Faced with this situation, he could only swallow his indignation and resolve to forget the past. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that she had no intention of letting him off the hook. Utilizing her faction, she relentlessly suppressed him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to acquire resources, which significantly delayed his cultivation, leaving him stuck at the 4th level of warrior for an extended period. Moreover, she sent numerous individuals to eliminate him, keeping him in a constant state of peril. In a certain sense, she had played a role in his adversary's attempts on his life. All these events left him bewildered, pondering what had incited her wrath. Nevertheless, at this moment, Chu Xiu resolved not to act hastily. He would wait for the opportune moment to retaliate. Given the chance to live anew, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. He would employ the same tactics to exact a severe vengeance. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to prepare for the impending apocalypse. He needed to secure that safe haven without delay. With a swift decision made, Chu Xiu tidied himself up and exited the villa. The sky was cloaked in crimson clouds. Yet it was not dark. Driving his luxurious car, its vibrant red hue and sleek design drew the attention of several young women by the roadside. A few, confident in their looks, posed provocatively, hoping to catch his eye and incite some delightful encounters. Had this been the Chu Xiu of his previous life, he might have indulged in such distractions. However, the reborn Chu Xiu merely felt a fleeting sense of disorientation at the mundane sights along the street. This ordinariness was something he had not encountered in a long time. In the days following the apocalypse, he was not only compelled to devise means of acquiring supplies, but was also constantly vigilant against the perils posed by monsters and the treachery among humans. Particularly during the final 2 years, Yu Xian faced a multitude of dangers, ultimately witnessing his own demise at the jaws of a ferocious beast. Beep, beep. The blaring of a car horn jolted Yi Tian from his reverie. He noticed the traffic light had been green for quite some time and was now beginning to flash. The vehicles behind him, realizing Chu Xiu had yet to move, grew anxious and honked desperately. In response, Chu Xiu calmly started his vehicle. And with a roar of the engine, he sped away, leaving the cars behind in the dust. Inside the trailing vehicle, the driver who had honked gazed enviously at the sound of Chu Xiu's red sports car and its swiftly disappearing figure. If he was not mistaken, that car was worth tens of millions, a luxury he could never afford. Had it not been for his urgent matter, he would have never dared to honk. Chapter 4. Acquiring a shelter. Awareness. The ostentatious red sports car came to a halt in front of a company, and Chu Xiu emerged from the vehicle. A few individuals, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached him eagerly upon his arrival. "Welcome, Mr. Chu, to our company. We have prepared everything you need," one of the men in a suit said, his face adorned with a radiant smile. He was overjoyed to have received Chu Xiu's message, initially thinking it was merely a fleeting whim. To his surprise, not long after, he received news of Chu Xiu's intent to order a secure shelter. Specifically the sole large-scale shelter available, originally intended for promotional purposes, its construction had been exceedingly costly. Chu Xiu followed the group into an opulent reception room, where the man who had spoken earlier handed him a dossier, saying, "Mr. Chu, please take a look at the information regarding shelter number 3. This shelter is undoubtedly the finest in the city. Its construction cost is exceptionally high, and the internal circulation system has been designed with the collaboration of multiple environmental and biological experts. It can truly sustain life for 70 years in the event of an emergency." The shelter's defenses were equally impressive, as the middle-aged man confidently elaborated. In addition to 3 layers of isolation doors, the shelter is deeply embedded underground and constructed entirely from state-of-the-art 40-grade metal, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast and effectively shielding against radiation. After reviewing the details and confirming them against his recollection, Chu Xiu decisively stated, "All right, I'll take it. But I do have some requirements." As the middle-aged man, intent on utilizing his silver tongue, overheard Chu Xiu's words, he momentarily lost control and bit his own tongue sharply. "Ahem, very well, Mr. Chu. Please, feel free to express any needs you may have." The middle-aged man harbored no doubt about Chu Xiu's decisive authority. He was well aware of the latter's esteemed status as a true young magnate, the wealthiest individual in the city by personal assets alone. "I observe that your facilities are quite comprehensive, and certain greenhouse areas are consistently in cultivation. There is no need for alterations in these sections. However, I require the storage area here to be adequately stocked." Chu Xiu indicated a subterranean section designated for supplies. Yet, due to the shelter's primary function as a promotional tool, the inventory was rather sparse, prompting Chu Xiu to request a complete fill. Furthermore, in the animal section, ensure arrangements for pairs of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, sheep, and cattle. All must be prepared in pairs. These expenses can be incorporated into the shelter's total cost. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's directives, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of surprise but did not hesitate. He quickly nodded in understanding and assured that arrangements would be made promptly. To him, this seemed merely a wealthy individual's whimsical pursuit. "Please make the necessary adjustments. I require the handover within 5 days. Is that feasible?" After Chu Xiu pointed out several additional locations, the middle-aged man swiftly calculated in his mind. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, your request can be fulfilled within 3 days. However, we will require a deposit from you first. The overall cost of this shelter exceeds 100 million, but should you decide to purchase, we can offer you a discount, and your specified needs will be accommodated free of charge," the middle-aged man cautiously remarked. Aware of the significant wealth of his counterpart, but also wary of potential changes in commitment. "Very well, take me to arrange the deposit. The sooner we finalize the handover, the sooner I will settle the remaining balance. If we complete the handover within 3 days, I can pay the balance on that very day." Chu Xiu articulated his intentions directly, recognizing that transactions involving shelters often saw delays in final payments. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to prepare the contract. Soon after, both parties signed the contract and the middle-aged man received a deposit of 300 million. With the crowd's respectful send-off, Chu Xiu departed from the company, driving away promptly. He declined the middle-aged man's offer of a pair of twins, purportedly to assist in business communications, fully aware of their true purpose. Had this been in his previous life, he might have accepted, but now his focus lay elsewhere. Once back in his vehicle, he glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With 6.5 days remaining, he understood the urgency. He must seize every advantage. A resolute determination flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he drove directly to the company. "Good day, boss." "Good day." Chu Xiu had already entered the office building. Greeted by the cordial salutations of the staff, he strode purposefully towards his office. "Boss, the announcement has been made, and several institutions have already expressed their interest," said a well-dressed and somewhat charming female secretary as she approached him. Upon surveying her, Chu Xiu recognized her as someone he had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards in his previous life. Chu Xiu had always maintained a scrupulous approach towards those working under him, refraining from assigning tasks that were trivial for his secretaries. Thus, their interactions were strictly professional, albeit colored by a shared alumni connection. However, as he scrutinized her closely, he was taken aback to discern a flicker of concealed resentment in her gaze. Had the apocalypse not transpired, he might have overlooked such animosity. Yet, after enduring 5 years of the apocalypse, he had developed an almost instinctual sensitivity to malice, leading him to the realization that she indeed harbored ill will towards him. Nonetheless, Chu Xiu had no intention of inquiring further. Recognizing the presence of animosity meant she was now an adversary, particularly recalling the events that unfolded after the apocalypse. He was not inclined to simply forgive and forget. After casting a neutral glance at Yi Zixuan, he nodded in acknowledgement and returned to his computer, delving into some research. Upon noticing Chu Xiu engrossed in his work, a profound hatred flickered in Yi Zixuan's eyes. "If only you could exert yourself fully. My father would not harbor his suppressed resentment," she mused, her face momentarily adorned with an innocent smile before she turned to leave. As the sound of the closing door echoed, Chu Xiu lifted his head for a brief moment, stroking his chin before redirecting his focus back to the screen. Chapter 5. Disseminating information to lure the fish. It seemed that he would soon be able to sell the shares, providing him with sufficient funds. Chu Xiu gazed at the map on his computer, contemplating his strategy. In this reincarnation, he was determined to seize every opportunity that presented itself, especially the spirit source pearls. If possible, he aimed to acquire them all. However, the scattering of these pearls would result in numerous uncertainties. Thus, he resolved to create the best possible opportunity for himself with financial means before the onset of the apocalypse. Since the spirit source pearls were dispersed across various locations, he decided to purchase all of those scattered sites. Ultimately, he would clear out all individuals and creatures within, leaving only an open expanse. This way, he would have ample time to procure these spirit source pearls. Unfortunately, he lamented that the hotel could not be purchased or reserved. Chu Xiu gazed at the site where 3 spirit source pearls had emerged, feeling a twinge of regret. The venue for the event on the 15th had already been booked by someone else, who had reserved the entire hotel for a banquet, inviting all the influential figures in the city. Chu Xiu himself had been among the invitees, and during that occasion, he had mingled with several beautiful women, retreating to a hotel room for a night of revelry. In this current reincarnation, although he cannot monopolize the hotel, he can still accept invitations. Subsequently, he intends to seize the opportunity to locate the spirit source pearl, for in his previous life, the majority were oblivious to its effects. Even those who recognized it as an extraordinary item would carefully preserve it for testing before use. The first individual to utilize the spirit source pearl was only acknowledged after its effects were revealed. Thus, for Chu Xiu, this represents a remarkable opportunity. He meticulously circled locations in his memory where the spirit source pearl would appear post-apocalypse. Just as he finished compiling the information, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by the abrupt entrance of 2 men, their faces a mix of anger and urgency. "Chu, we heard you intend to sell your company shares. How could you do this?" "This company belongs to the Chu family," exclaimed the leading middle-aged man, his expression fraught with anxiety. Beside him, the younger man echoed, "Yes, cousin. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you discuss it with us?" Gazing at the 2 intruders, Chu Xiu maintained a stoic expression. The 2, initially ready to escalate their protest, felt an inexplicable chill upon meeting his gaze, and hesitated to raise their voices further. Observing their silence, Chu Xiu finally allowed a smile to grace his face. The 2 men who had entered his office were none other than his second uncle, Chu Xinyang, and his cousin, Chu Xinghe. For the first time, Chu Xiu felt a genuine sense of joy, not from the reunion with relatives, but from the prospect of confronting his adversaries once more, though bound by blood. These individuals had become foes. After the tragic accident that befell his parents, he had reluctantly suspended his studies to return to the company. The 2 men, perceiving him merely as a university student, attempted to seize the assets left to him by his parents, employing numerous unscrupulous tactics. Had it not been for the comprehensive will left by his parents and his own resourcefulness, he might have fallen victim to their schemes. Following the onset of the apocalypse, they further aligned themselves with Yi Zixuan, orchestrating a series of attacks against him. Chu Xiu had awaited an opportunity to eliminate them. But the act had been executed too hastily, leaving him devoid of a sense of vengeance. Now, seeing them once more, he felt an authentic thrill. Uncle, I understand your intentions. If you do not wish for me to sell, you may purchase the shares instead. I will not oppose this, if funds are insufficient. You can also consider securing a loan from the bank. As long as you provide the money, I can prioritize you for the transaction. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the initially disgruntled duo was momentarily taken aback. Is this true? Xiu, I am your elder. You cannot deceive me. At this moment, Chu Xiu, brimming with excitement, inquired eagerly, for he had long coveted the shares held by Chu Xiu. I will honor my word, if you can gather sufficient funds within 2 days. I shall sell them to you. Chu Xiu replied with a smile, fully aware of the reasons behind their elation. His Longding group was currently in the midst of rapid expansion, and the value of his shares was soaring by the day. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, the worth of his shares would likely increase by 50% within a month. Thus, upon hearing Chu Xiu's willingness to sell, both Chu Xiu and his companion were overjoyed. Chu Xiu, could you perhaps extend the time frame a bit? After all, we are family. Could you consider a more favorable price? At this juncture, Chu Xiu, with a glimmer of cunning in his eye, appealed to their familial ties. Within 2 days, if you can gather the market price, I shall sell to you. After 2 days, I will sell to the highest bidder, Chu Xiu responded, his expression turning cold once more. Enough. I have matters to attend to. Remember, I will sell only when the funds are ready, cash in full, no prepayments or asset exchanges accepted. With that, Chu Xiu rose abruptly, ignoring the two as he exited the office, leaving them astonished by the swift change in his demeanor. Dad, that scoundrel Chu Xiu has left. Do you think he meant what he said? Chu Xinghe, watching Chu Xiu's departure, asked uncertainly of Chu Xiong, standing in place. Chu Xingyang's expression wavered before he settled into a determined countenance. If we manage to gather the money and he refuses to sell to us, we will create a scene at the company. However, since he expresses a desire to sell, it must be genuine, he declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Envisioning a future where, should he acquire shares in the group, he would ascend to the position of a board member. The thought of wielding power within the corporation ignited a wave of excitement within him. As Chu Xiu exited the office building, he disregarded the female employees preening themselves. Casting a glance back at the upper floors, he knew Chu Xiu and his companion were undoubtedly fervently preparing. They were filled with an intense hope of acquiring the shares he possessed, for the group he governed was an emerging enterprise, with normal growth. The power he held would be immensely alluring. It was precisely for this reason that he had deliberately let slip hints of his intention to sell, aware that they would undoubtedly seek ways to gather the necessary funds. In a typical sale, negotiations for shares of his caliber could be protracted. Even with a desire for a swift transaction, prospective buyers would be cautious, conducting thorough research before making a decision. Thus, Chu Xiu had intentionally disseminated information to spur Chu Xingyang and his companion into a frenzied preparation of finances, enabling him to sell quickly when the time came. At that moment, he would possess ample funds to execute his plans. Chapter 6. Acquiring Weapons, a Generous Approach Upon Returning to His Vehicle. Chu Xiu contemplated briefly before retrieving his phone and dialing a specially designated number. Almost immediately, the call was answered, though the other party remained silent. Regarding this matter, Chu Xiu felt no surprise. In a low voice, he stated, I need to procure a special weapon. I will send you the address shortly. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the person on the other end briefly acknowledged before promptly disconnecting the call. He harbored no astonishment at this swift demeanor, for the item he intended to acquire demanded utmost vigilance and caution. Should any mishap occur, even he would have to bear the consequences. Before long, the other party sent Chu Xiu a link to an address. Following the navigation details, Chu Xiu drove towards the location. His flashy red sports car zipped along the road, causing surrounding vehicles to maneuver cautiously to avoid him. Guided by the navigation, he swiftly arrived at his destination. The vibrant lights flickered incessantly, accompanied by a looping melody. As he stood before the establishment labeled Joyful Salon, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his eye. After surveying his surroundings and ensuring the area was secure, Chu Xiu strode inside. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the difference. The shop was devoid of customers, enveloped in an eerie silence. A quick glance revealed that even the hairstylist was absent. It was evident that the establishment had been cleared in anticipation of his arrival. At that moment, a steady voice from a middle-aged man with a scar on his face emerged from a corner. Turning to face him, Chu Xiu noticed a flicker of surprise in the man's eyes upon seeing his countenance. Since you are here, you must be in need of something. What do you desire? The scarred man inquired, skillfully concealing his emotions. I require a firearm. A standard handgun will suffice. How much? Chu Xiu responded. rather than answering directly. The middle-aged man seemed taken aback, asking, "Is that all you seek?" His perception of Chu Xiu's request was that it was surprisingly simple. While acquiring a handgun might pose considerable difficulty for others, it was rather effortless for him. If an ordinary individual had made this request, he would have readily complied. However, he recognized Chu Xiu and understood well the wealth he possessed. For someone like him, obtaining a firearm should not pose a challenge, especially not a mere standard handgun. Thus, the man's astonishment at the simplicity of the request was warranted. Yet, upon observing Chu Xiu's calm demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a slight discomfort. "If that is all you wish for, it will be 8,000, which includes 5 additional magazines. Although this small venture yields little profit, every bit counts. If you are ready to proceed, give me a moment to fetch the goods," he said, casting a glance at Chu Xiu before preparing to head to the basement for the items. Just as he was about to turn away, Chu Xiu suddenly interjected, "In addition to the handgun, I require a few other items." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the middle-aged man felt a stir within his heart. He refrained from speaking and continued to listen intently. "I require some explosives, preferably with considerable detonation power yet compact in size and equipped with a timer function. The quantity I seek is vast, more than you might dare to believe, but rest assured, it will not implicate you." After contemplating his needs, Chu Xiu awaited the response from his interlocutor. The contact information he possessed had been acquired through certain connections. The individual in question had access to some extraordinary weaponry, including high-powered options. Should the finances permit, even a tank could be procured. Thus, upon meeting this individual, Chu Xiu expressed his immediate requirements. One handgun would suffice. As in the aftermath of the apocalypse, while handguns retain their potency, they become largely irrelevant once one ascends to the rank of a third-tier warrior. Only larger firearms might still hold some effect, albeit limited. After some reflection, Chu Xiu concluded that if he intended to execute his plans, explosives were indispensable. With them, his strategy could be effectively realized. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a tremor of excitement, sensing the advent of a lucrative deal. "I happen to have recently secured a batch of new inventory that perfectly aligns with your specifications. Allow me to present the details. This is the latest invention from the White Nation, a Model 690 time bomb." The middle-aged man swiftly turned, retrieving his mobile phone and hastening to demonstrate it to Chu Xiu. "This device possesses remarkable shock resistance when inactive. Even if it is simply thrown to the ground, it will not detonate. Moreover, observe that the 690 model has undergone size enhancements. This single unit is no larger than a standard water bottle. Yet its explosive capability is sufficient to raise a small dwelling." He placed the phone before Chu Xiu, opening a short video that showcased a white, water bottle-like timed bomb. When placed in a room of approximately 10 square meters and subsequently detonated, the explosion obliterated the space entirely, rendering it unrecognizable. Satisfied with the demonstration of the timed bomb's efficacy, Chu Xiu declared, "I will take it. How many do you have?" With Chu Xiu's decisive response, the middle-aged man's composure faltered. "The price for each is 200,000. I have 10 in stock. If you require more, I can procure additional units, though a partial deposit will be necessary up front." The man's gaze was fervent as he regarded Chu Xiu, fully aware that this transaction was no trifling matter. "I need 500 units. What is the fastest time frame for delivery?" Chu Xiu stated his demand outright. "Mr. Chu, may I ask, what do you intend to do with such a quantity of explosives?" The middle-aged man gasped at the enormity of the request. "If detonated, the resulting destruction could obliterate an entire street. Rest assured, I intend to use them to demolish some old, uninhabited buildings. I trust you are aware of my background, so there is no need for concern," Chu Xiu replied coolly, locking eyes with him. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the hesitant middle-aged man immediately relaxed. Although he understood that Chu Xiu's request for these explosives was not for the purpose of demolishing buildings, it was of little concern to him. Someone of Chu Xiu's standing would surely value life even more than he did. Thus, he no longer hesitated and promptly arranged for the deposit with Chu Xiu. The middle-aged man assured him that he could procure the required explosives within 3 days. "Mr. Chu, please take your time, and we look forward to your next visit." At this moment, the man had shed his previous demeanor of composure and appeared no different from an ordinary small vendor. Once back in his vehicle, Chu Xiu retrieved a handgun from behind his waist, a gift from the other party. In gratitude for Chu Xiu's significant transaction, they had directly gifted him several handguns, each a fine specimen of equal caliber, along with a complimentary box of magazines. Chapter 7. A good night's sleep. As Chu Xiu handled the exquisite firearm, he quickly familiarized himself with it before stowing it away. In the days following the apocalypse, he had also acquired various firearms. The power of such weapons proved invaluable even in the hands of lower-tier warriors, making him quite adept in their use. Glancing at the time, he He noted that it was already evening and began to reflect on the events of the day. After confirming that no further issues had arisen, he drove home. The villa was now eerily quiet. It had once been bustling with servants. However, upon realizing his rebirth, he had promptly dismissed them, although he felt secure at this moment. The indelible marks left by 5 years of apocalyptic experience made it difficult for him to accept the presence of others around him, as he could easily be unsettled by the slightest disturbance. Gazing at the darkness enveloping the villa, Chu Xiu indulged in a deep and restful slumber, awakening rejuvenated and invigorated. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Chu Xiu stepped onto the balcony, basking in the pleasure of a leisurely stretch. His sleep had been extraordinarily restorative, alleviating much of the pent-up frustration within him. Yet, upon observing the persistent crimson clouds lingering in the sky, he recognized that the current tranquility was merely an illusion. As long as the red clouds remained, he could not afford to relax, especially as their dispersal would heighten his anxieties. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his cell phone pierced the morning calm. Chu Xiu picked up the device, discovering it was a call from Chu Xiu. A smile broke across his face upon seeing the caller ID. "Uncle, it's only 7 in the morning. What brings you to call so early? If it's not urgent, perhaps we could discuss it when I arrive at the office?" On the other end of the line, Chu Xiu, with bloodshot eyes from a sleepless night, felt his irritation rise upon hearing the nonchalant tone of the young man on the line. He had spent the entire previous night making calls, seeking favors. On this particular night, immense effort was exerted solely to procure funds. Upon hearing the distinctly well-rested voice on the other end, an immediate sense of imbalance washed over him. Yet, recognizing his dependence on the other party, he suppressed the simmering envy within and spoke with a hint of flattery. "Chu Xiu, my dear nephew, I did not intend to call you so early, but the matter from yesterday has weighed heavily on my mind, and I am quite anxious. Surely, you must be facing some difficulties, otherwise you would not be selling those shares. I wish to alleviate your burden, and thus, I have managed to gather the necessary funds throughout the night. I called first thing this morning to expedite your access to money to resolve your issues." Hearing the distorted rhetoric from his uncle, Chu Xiu, a cold smile crept onto Chu Xiu's face. If genuine concern were present, he could have simply lent him the money to resolve his troubles directly. The urgency displayed was merely to acquire the shares he held. It was important to note that these shares were akin to golden geese. Once in hand, they would yield continuous wealth, making poverty an impossibility. Given that his uncle had gone to such lengths, it would be remiss of him not to accept the offer. "Very well, uncle, have you indeed amassed the required sum?" As he posed this question, a trace of frost tinged his voice, sending a shiver down the spine of Chu Xiu on the other end of the line. "Yes, a total of 871 billion. This amount is sufficient to purchase the current shares of the group." As he spoke, a wave of anxiety surged within him, accompanied by a glint of ferocity in his eyes. This fundraising venture could be likened to depleting his entire fortune. To gather this sum, he had borrowed extensively and leveraged numerous relationships. Furthermore, a portion of those shares would need to be allocated to others. It could be said that he was risking everything for this endeavor. Should Chu Xiu declare it a jest at this point, he would offer a bounty of 71 billion for Chu Xiu's head and abscond with the remainder of the funds. Of course, the actual amount he could abscond with remained uncertain. He might even meet his demise along the way. After all, with wealth but no power to protect him, he was merely a fool giving away his fortune. Fortunately, his anxiety did not linger long, as Chu Xiu's reassuring words soon echoed through the receiver. "Very well, come over. Once the funds arrive, I will transfer the shares." After concluding the call, Chu Xiu gazed quietly at the distant scenery. In truth, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of selling the shares, as they represented the legacy of his parents and his own arduous efforts. Were it not for this cursed apocalypse, he would not be in such a predicament. He still vividly recalled the upheaval that ensued after the onset of the apocalypse, when his power and status evaporated in an instant, and his wealth turned to worthless paper. "This time, I shall not languish in the depths once more. This time, I shall undoubtedly become the strongest. I am determined to ascend to the pinnacle." After resolutely establishing his goals in his heart, Chu Xiu called for an extravagant breakfast delivery. Dismissing the servants too early the previous day had resulted in no breakfast being prepared. As the saying goes, when the money is in place, everything can be negotiated. Mere minutes after hanging up the phone, Chu Xiu saw a delivery vehicle racing towards him, followed by an elegant woman in a high-slit qipao, gracefully carrying a food container. With her long legs, she approached the door briskly, ringing the bell with an air of sophistication. Witnessing the entire scene from the balcony, Chu Xiu felt his worldview shaken. Can one truly imagine a woman, stunningly beautiful with an alluring figure and a serene demeanor, carrying a food container while moving with such agility? particularly her radiant, fair legs that nearly left him dazed. Descending the stairs, Chu Xiu declined her offer of assistance and returned indoors with the food container. The intensity of her gaze felt as though she wished to devour him, a sensation he found difficult to bear. After all, before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary fitness enthusiast, not a warrior. Yet, her athletic grace and swift strides filled him with apprehension, especially considering her evident experience in such matters. Her eagerness during the service was unmistakable, as she playfully teased his palm with her delicate fingers. Urgent matters were at hand. Where on earth was that infuriating Chu Xiu? With a sense of resignation, Chu Xiu began his breakfast while perusing the latest news online. At that moment, an article caught his attention. Dog meat restaurant acquires stolen and stray dogs. Animal lovers protest. Chapter 8. Urgent transactions regarding dog meat. Upon reading this, Chu Xiu's mind sparked with realization. Wait a moment, dogs. He recalled that prior to his rebirth, there had been an exceptional zombie beast during the apocalypse. This beast, through mutation, ultimately ascended to become a royal-level zombie beast, and most importantly, it recognized its master. That individual, merely an ordinary soldier, had leveraged this zombie beast to rise among the ranks of the most formidable warriors. Chu Xiu quickly remembered the fortunate soul from the apocalypse. He recalled that this individual had fortuitously rescued the beast just days before the cataclysm. After the onset of the apocalypse, he had relied on the mutated zombie beast to navigate through perilous times. Vividly, he remembered how this tale could be described as a miraculous reversal of fate for someone from the lower echelons. Moreover, the individual's act of rescuing the dogs was not out of genuine compassion. It was merely for show. The stray dogs were filmed for live broadcasts to extract money from well-meaning individuals. Particularly after this incident, further details about him were unearthed. Following his rescues, he would keep the strays for a while before slaughtering them for meat. Had the apocalypse not occurred during those days of rescue, that stray dog would have met its demise regardless. At that time, envious individuals exposed these actions, bringing them to the attention of the zombie beast. Having attained royal status, the beast's intelligence rivaled that of humans. However, in the face of irrefutable evidence, it remained utterly loyal to its master. This incited a sense of envy and resentment among certain underprivileged warriors, all pondering why it could not be themselves. At that moment, Chu Xiu was one among those who felt envious, albeit it was merely a fleeting thought. However, upon seeing the news, he was suddenly reminded of this matter. His envy stemmed from his familiarity with the experience being discussed. Furthermore, the individual in question was quite boastful, declaring that the beast he had rescued remained loyal to him, elaborating on the details of the incident solely to incite envy among the lower ranks. According to his account, he had rescued the creature from a dog meat restaurant on New River Street. Moreover, he was a regular patron of the establishment, and the dog he saved, deemed useless, would eventually be sold back. This event had transpired merely days before the apocalypse, and taking advantage of the current news, he intended to make a purchase in the coming days. If memory serves, it was scheduled for tomorrow. Chu Xiu promptly committed this information to memory while recalling all the details regarding the dog. After contemplating this, he took out his phone and dialed a number. I will send you some information shortly, followed by a bounty for private detectives across the city. Once you locate the target, notify me immediately. Understood? After conveying his task, he hung up without waiting for a response. He had just contacted another secretary, albeit not his personal aide, but rather an intermediary put forward by the shareholders of the group. Conveniently, with the transfer of shares about to be finalized, the individual would soon cease to heed his instructions. Thus, while the person was still compliant, he intended to assign them additional tasks. After finishing breakfast, Chu Xiu heard the sound of a car engine starting. Approaching the balcony, he observed Chu Xiu and Chu Xinghe impatiently exiting the vehicle. Recognizing their arrival signaled the commencement of serious business. He opened the villa door to find Chu Xiu wearing a weathered expression, yet displaying a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Chu Xiu, my nephew. I've exerted considerable effort for this. Let us hasten our transaction. Indeed, cousin, let us proceed with the exchange. Resolving your matters takes precedence. Chu Xinghe chimed in, barely concealing his urgency. Despite their anxious demeanor, Chu Xiu remained unfazed. He gestured for them to take a seat before adjusting his tone to say, Uncle, this transaction can proceed, but I have a stipulation. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, a pang of apprehension struck Chu Xiu, fearing that his nephew might suddenly retract or elevate the conditions. Unlike his father, Chu Xinghe was unable to mask his worries. The moment he heard Chu Xiu propose another demand, he reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, exclaiming in distress, Chu Xiu, this isn't how it works. We had already agreed on the terms. Why introduce more conditions? Your actions are nothing short of a betrayal. Observing Chu Xing's agitated state, Chu Xiu calmly gestured for him to compose himself. Noticing Chu Xiu's unperturbed demeanor, Chu Xiu grasped his son's arm. He fixed his gaze firmly on Chu Xiu and said, Chu Xiu, it has not been easy for your second uncle either. Gathering this sum has depleted our family resources. However, I can no longer produce even a single additional coin. If the price is raised further, I shall find myself utterly cornered. Observing the expressions of the two, Chu Xiu chuckled and shook his head. Second uncle, Xinghe, you have misunderstood. I do not intend to raise the price. Have you considered that with such a substantial shareholding in my possession, executing the transaction could become rather cumbersome and may encounter opposition from certain shareholders? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Chu Xiu recalled that this transaction was indeed colossal. While he had negotiated terms with some members of the shareholders' meeting, there remained a faction that was skeptical. Such a significant transaction could occasionally face various constraints. Here is my suggestion. After we finalize the transaction, let us keep it discreet. Moreover, we should not rush into the entire transaction at once. I will sell a portion of my shares, and for the remaining part, we shall draft a separate contract wherein I will entrust a third party to facilitate the transaction with you. This way, the shares can be transferred to you in a smooth and orderly manner. At that moment, Chu Xiu and his companion began to grasp Chu Xiu's intentions. After discussing the arrangement, they deemed the plan excellent. It not only ensured confidentiality but also relied on third-party oversight to safeguard the integrity of the equity. Excellent. Let us proceed in this manner. Chu Xinghe, standing nearby, was beaming with delight, repeatedly exclaiming approval. Although Chu Xiu did not vocalize his thoughts, the exuberance on his face was unmistakable. Very well, if that is the case, let us sign the contract. However, the payment must be received in full before I affix my signature. Chu Xiu replied with a broad smile. At this moment, neither Chu Xiu nor Chu Xinghe would dare to refuse. Their gazes towards Chu Xiu were now unreservedly revealing a look of incredulity. Noticing their expressions, Chu Xiu felt a mix of amusement and a tinge of pity. The contract had yet to be signed, and they were already so eager to mock him. He found their intellect somewhat pitiable, hardly worth his concern. Alas, let it be. It will suffice to let you suffer the consequences later. Chapter 9. The money arrives. Spend. Spend, Chu Xiu. There is nothing more to discuss. We shall take our leave. Father, what is there to say with someone like this? We are of entirely different calibers. Chu Xinghe impatiently tugged at Chu Xiu, cursing under his breath as they exited Chu Xiu's villa. With a smile on his face, Chu Xiu watched them depart in their vehicle. Ding. Payment received. Noticing the amount credited on his phone, Chu Xiu realized that his plan was now ready for execution. Upon returning to his room, he picked up his computer. After comparing several locations marked on a map he had drawn, he promptly retrieved his phone. Hello? Boss Chu. Is there something you require? A fawning voice answered from the other end. I will send you a map shortly. I wish to acquire those locations. I require you to expedite the acquisition of the locations I have delineated. Please remember, time is of the essence. Money is not an issue. I shall send you the budget alongside the map. I have but one stipulation. The transaction must be completed within 3 days. Furthermore, once the areas I have selected are successfully purchased, no individual is to remain present. Upon successful completion, I shall grant you an additional 10% of the transaction amount as a bonus. Having concluded his statement, Chu Xiu hung up the phone without awaiting a response, promptly sending the pertinent information from his computer to the recipient's email. Once he confirmed that the email had been received, Chu Xiu felt assured that the arrangement was secured. The individual he had just contacted was a renowned local intermediary, known for his adeptness at utilizing others' funds to accomplish their objectives. Given sufficient monetary resources, he could navigate any situation with ease. The areas Chu Xiu had marked on the map comprised several commercial buildings and residential zones. Aside from the 3 spirit source pearls located near the hotel, the remaining 3 areas included a commercial skyscraper, a residential community, and an empty garden plot. Acquiring these 3 locations independently would prove quite cumbersome. Although he could eventually secure them, the process would be time-consuming and unlikely to conclude within a week. The coordination between the commercial building and the residential area would be particularly challenging, especially if word of his acquisition intentions were to leak, potentially leading to exorbitant demands from the other party. While he was aware of the general vicinity of the spirit source pearl's origin, he lacked precise knowledge of their exact locations. Thus, he intended to leverage financial resources to forge an advantageous environment for himself. The intermediary, possessing considerable local influence, was supported by a formidable presence. This is why Chu Xiu entrusted the task to him, offering a 10% commission on the transaction. Chu Xiu estimated the total deal to be over 50 billion, with the skyscraper and park accounting for just over 10 billion. The bulk of the expenses pertain to the commercial building and any associated penalties, which he would be responsible for. In reality, the acquisition would not require a substantial sum. The base price for the buildings was approximately $5 billion. The remaining $40 billion was allocated for the residential community. The costs associated with purchasing the properties, including premiums and relocation expenses, amounted to a considerable figure. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such wealth would become worthless, mere scraps of paper devoid of utility. Therefore, Chu Xiu felt no remorse in spending, as long as it served his purpose. In his view, the expenditure was entirely justified. Reflecting on his plan, Chu Xiu observed that everything was progressing methodically. The construction of the safe haven was accelerating, with constant updates on the progress from the other party. Efforts to acquire information on the traffic influencer were under vigilant surveillance. The secretary had engaged private detectives from across the city, meticulously monitoring the activities of the influencer. Little did the young streamer realize that every move he made was being scrutinized by countless watchful eyes. Additionally, arrangements had been made to acquire the remaining locations that would yield spirit source pearls. Subsequently, further preparations were necessary, for certain matters were not infallible. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu discerned the paramount importance of one particular item, a vehicle, and it must be an exceptional one, capable of traversing various treacherous terrains. The apocalypse had wrought significant alterations across numerous regions. While a standard sports car might suffice for urban driving, it would falter in harsh environments. Rest assured, Boss Chu. Although we specialize in selling shelters, we also offer armored vehicles. These automobiles have been rigorously tested for adaptability to adverse conditions, boasting sufficient horsepower. Our vehicles can ascend even near 90-degree inclines, the representative from the shelter stated over the phone. Upon deciding to purchase a vehicle, Chu Xiu contemplated reaching out to the personnel at the shelter, as they would likely offer related services given their business focus. He promptly contacted the shelter's manager and soon received an affirmative response. Certainly, I wish to acquire several vehicles. I will send you a location shortly where you can deliver them, Chu Xiu instructed. After the confirmation, a thought struck him. By the way, I have a villa that requires some modifications, not for safety purposes, but rather to enhance its functionality using simple electric devices to alter the doors and windows. As he spoke, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. With the press of a button, I want the doors and windows to open, and simultaneously emit a loud sound that can be heard from a distance of 1,000 meters. Is this feasible? After articulating his request, Chu Xiu awaited the response. Do not worry, Boss Chu. Your requirements are quite straightforward and can be accomplished within 2 days, came the swift reply from the shelter's manager. Excellent. I shall send you the address shortly, and I trust you will handle the renovations expeditiously, Chu Xiu affirmed. Absolutely, Boss Chu. You can count on us to be efficient and reliable. With that assurance, Chu Xiu ended the call. Just then, another call came through. Noticing it was Yi Zixuan, he answered, Hello? Zixuan, what is it? Boss, I have just received an invitation to a banquet from Linghao Group. They have sent you an invitation letter. The event is scheduled for the morning of the 15th. Do you wish to arrange your itinerary accordingly? Yi Zixuan inquired cautiously, sensing an unusual shift in Chu Xiu's demeanor lately. Though she could not pinpoint the exact change, a sense of unease lingered in her mind, prompting her to speak with utmost care. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiu recognized an opportunity. The invitation from Linghao Group was not one to be overlooked. Cancel all my appointments for the next 6 days, he commanded before hanging up the phone. This abrupt decision left Yi Zixuan, who had intended to express more, exasperated as she set her phone down. Damn it, what on earth has he been preoccupied with these days? She muttered resentfully, glaring at her phone. Chapter 10. The future of the dominant beasts. Unbeknownst to Yi Zixuan, who was cursing him, Chu Xiu had already departed from the villa. He drove towards a specific destination, and after a brief journey, he arrived at his objective. There, at a storefront of an agency named Hai Luo, a few sales agents were gathered outside, indulging in cigarettes. Chu Xiu fixed his gaze on one individual among them, studying him intently. However, he refrained from taking any further action and, after a moment's pause, drove away. Inside the agency, the group of smokers engaged in lively conversation. Wow, I recall that car. It's the latest model, isn't it? Costs over 30 million. Goodness. Over 30 million. What a waste. Why spend that on a mere car? Come on. If someone can afford that car, it means they lack for nothing. Perhaps it's a rental? Rental? Do you have any idea how much it costs to rent that car for a day? As the discussion grew increasingly animated, Shenli, exhibiting signs of impatience, interjected, Quiet down. You're giving me a headache. Half today's target's been met. At the sound of Chun Li's authoritative voice, the chatter subsided immediately. After all, he was the manager of the agency, and his words were not to be disregarded. After all, who would want to jeopardize their performance bonuses? With the noise quelled, the group resumed their smoking in silence, no longer discussing the earlier topic. Chun-Li cast a puzzled glance at the distant red sports car. He had felt as though someone inside had briefly looked his way, but he soon dismissed the notion as mere coincidence. People like me wouldn't know anyone from that echelon. It must be a fluke. Nevertheless, he mused, if I owned such a car, I'd have no trouble attracting women. It's infuriating how people can be so different. Shaking his head, he dispelled the fantasies from his mind. Unless the heavens themselves were to collapse, I suppose I'll have to keep my nose to the grindstone. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu had taken out his phone. He would never forget Chun-Li, the very person responsible for his demise. Initially, he had refrained from seeking revenge due to his recent rebirth. However, now that his plans were unfolding, it was time to address Chun-Li. Of course, he had no intention of taking a life himself. He could employ others for that purpose, but such a method would not quench the fury that brewed within him. Nor did he desire for Chun-Li to meet his fate so easily. He wanted him to experience the sensation of being devoured by the beasts, a feeling that haunted him and ignited his murderous intent upon recollection. As fortune would have it, Chun-Li's establishment was part of a chain, allowing Chu Xiu to employ minor tactics to bring about some suffering before the grand finale. When the apocalypse dawned and Chun-Li believed he had encountered an opportunity, Chu Xiu would deliver the final blow himself. Dialing a number, Chu Xiu meticulously relayed his instructions. Only 4 days remained until the world would change forever. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar ringtone echoed once more. Having just engaged in some physical activity, Chu Xiu approached his phone and answered the call. A jubilant voice greeted him on the other end. Boss Chu, the matter you instructed yesterday has been resolved. The stray dog you previously described has arrived. Boss, would you like us to deliver it to you? No need, I will be there shortly. Containing his excitement, Chu Xiu spoke with a calm demeanor. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiu swiftly descended the stairs and drove to the designated location. Soon, he arrived at the dog meat restaurant reported by his subordinates. At that moment, several men had surrounded the entire establishment, causing the owner to feel a sense of fear. He had never encountered such a scene. A crowd of individuals seemingly materializing from nowhere. As they encircled him, he initially thought it was the dog's owner who had arrived. However, upon observing their lack of aggressive action, he sighed in relief, grateful that they did not intend to assault him immediately. At that moment, he noticed one of the men making a phone call. Shortly after, he saw a luxurious sports car speeding towards the restaurant, causing his heart to race once more. Surely, Haven Tea truly captured a dog belonging to a wealthy family. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chu Xiu swiftly assessed the surroundings. He observed several men encircling a middle-aged man, whose expression was one of unease. It turned out that this individual was none other than the dog meat restaurant owner. Boss Chu, you've arrived. The dog is inside, and we have secured the perimeter, said one man with an awkward smile as he approached Chu Xiu. He was a renowned private investigator in the area, respected among his peers. Representing the other detectives present, he was eager to report to Chu Xiu, having made the initial call that summoned him. Excellent, lead the way. If the task is accomplished satisfactorily, the commission will not be an issue, Chu Xiu stated with resolute authority. Hearing his decisive words, the private investigator beamed with joy. The commission was substantial, potentially amounting to 500,000 for him alone. He knew that anyone who participated in tasks assigned by Chu Xiu received a commission upon completion. Remarkably, this particular task had taken less than a day to execute. If such opportunities arose daily, he would be overjoyed. Under the guidance of the private investigator, Chu Xiu swiftly located his objective. In a large iron cage lay a wolf dog, resting within. Chu Xiu examined the creature, noting the numerous scars adorning its body, particularly a diagonal scar near its eye, imparting an intimidating presence that suggested the dog was not to be trifled with. However, he observed that upon their entrance, the dog remained still, devoid of any vitality, as if resigned to its fate. Boss Chu, this dog was captured by a dog dealer from the streets. We also apprehended the dealer, who claims that this dog appears to have been abandoned since it was young. It looks quite fierce, yet it does not bite. It was simply tethered and brought here. Upon hearing the words of the private detective, Chu Xiu began to comprehend the situation. He approached the cage, where the wolf dog within gazed at him with curiosity. It must be quite lonely to wander alone. Come with me. I shall care for you. With that, Chu Xiu opened the cage, causing the nearby private detective to tense up. However, the wolf dog's eyes shimmered with a newfound light as it cautiously stepped out of the cage. Suddenly, a warm hand rested upon its head, prompting it to instinctively squint its eyes in pleasure. It had been ages since it had felt such gentle affection. Observing the wolf dog's contentment, Chu Xiu smiled and declared, "From now on, you shall be called Heido. Heido, follow me." He turned and walked away. And after tilting its head momentarily, Heido quickly trotted after him. This left the private detective astounded. Was this dog truly that intelligent? Chapter 11. The Pet Hospital. Innocents as they exited the dog meat shop, the owner breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that his lost dog had been found, indicating his own safety. However, when he beheld Heido trailing behind Chu Xiu, he couldn't help but think in surprise, why would a wealthy individual keep such a scruffy dog? Is this the eccentricity of the affluent? Ignoring the shop owner's musings, Chu Xiu approached his vehicle. You all did well. Go to the secretary in charge to collect your payment. He instructed the private detectives standing nearby. Upon hearing his words, the detectives erupted into broad smiles. Having earned at least 200,000 in less than a day, many had already branded Chu Xiu as a spendthrift, a fool with money. A few unscrupulous detectives even began to contemplate ways to extract more money from him. Chu Xiu paid little mind to the thoughts of those around him. Despite his current generosity, he knew that in a few days, this money would amount to nothing more than waste paper, albeit suitable for use as toilet paper. After opening the car door, he noticed Heido obediently sitting on the ground, tilting its head to gaze at him, showing no inclination to rush into the vehicle. Heido, come up. He beckoned, patting the car. This gesture incited feelings of frustration in the nearby private detectives and the dog meat shop owner. How could such a filthy dog sit in such a fine luxury car? Several female detectives envied Heido, wishing they could take its place. Heido looked at Chu Xiu and sensed a kindness it had never experienced before. This feeling made it momentarily silent, letting out a soft whimper. Upon realizing that Chu Xiu genuinely wanted it to enter the car, Heido joyfully wagged its tail and, with a light leap, bounded into the vehicle. The agile figure was somewhat surprising to Chu Xiu, for it exhibited remarkable flexibility. Even the owner of the nearby butcher shop, who observed from a distance, was taken aback. Having killed and seen countless dogs, he could discern the exceptional physique of the wolfhound that Chu Xiu had rescued from his shop. The creature's nimbleness and keen intelligence were far from ordinary for a stray dog. Once inside the vehicle, Chu Xiu shut the door firmly and drove away, waving goodbye to the private detective. I have yet to procure some food for you. It is fortuitous that I can stop by the pet store to purchase some delectable treats. Glancing at the well-behaved Heido seated in the passenger seat, Chu Xiu spoke without concern for whether the dog could comprehend. Woof. Heido wagged its tail joyfully and let out a gentle bark, as if it sensed that Chu Xiu intended to buy it something delightful. Upon arriving at the nearest pet hospital, Chu Xiu decided to have a veterinarian examine Heido's health. Given that the dog was a stray, it was quite likely to harbor some ailments. Therefore, it was prudent to investigate and address any potential health issues. By now, it was midday, and the streets were relatively deserted. Once Heido exited the car, it obediently followed Chu Xiu, clearly aware of its status, unlike an ordinary dog that would scurry about. Entering the pet hospital, the sounds of various animals echoed through the corridor. Chu Xiu discerned a mix of barks and meows, creating a somewhat cacophonous yet tolerable ambience. Hello, sir. Is this your pet dog? A staff member at the entrance brightened upon seeing Chu Xiu and hurried over with enthusiasm. She had not anticipated encountering such a handsome gentleman in a veterinary setting, and if her eyes did not deceive her, he had arrived in a luxury vehicle. This realization stirred feelings of intrigue within her, conjuring images of a dashing CEO. Indeed, this is a dog I recently adopted. Please conduct a thorough examination and recommend the finest quality dog food available, Chu Xiu replied, gesturing for Heido to come closer. Certainly, sir. Kindly proceed to the window to register, while I take it for a bath. The staff member responded with practiced ease, moving toward Heido. After inspecting the dog briefly, she cast a surprised glance at Chu Xiu but withheld any comment. Sir, have you given your beloved dog a name? She inquired, tentatively reaching out to pet Heido, who responded obediently, easing her initial apprehension. Noticing the scars adorning Heido's body had made her fear it might react adversely. I just named him Heido. Chu Xiu answered. Very well, sir. Heido, come along with me. I will take you for a bath, the staff member said, leading Heido down the corridor. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xiu first adhered to the steps outlined by the other party and approached the window to register. Subsequently, he settled into a slow wait. Before long, the female attendant returned. Sir, your dog has been taken by the specialist for a bath and will undergo an examination afterward. She informed Chu Xiu before returning to her seat. However, she occasionally cast glances in his direction, harboring small thoughts of her own. After all, the strikingly handsome Chu Xiu appeared affluent, stirring a hint of intrigue within her. Thus, amidst her myriad of musings, over 20 minutes swiftly passed. As if inspired to strike up a conversation, the attendant addressed Chu Xiu. Sir, the examination should be complete now. Your beloved canine will be out shortly. Just as she finished her sentence, A commotion emanated from the entrance. Chu Xiu and the attendant turned simultaneously to behold a young man with green-dyed hair entering, holding 2 dog leashes attached to 2 imposing pit bulls. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, the youth's eyes flickered with envy, accompanied by a mischievous intent. He gently shook the leashes, prompting the pit bulls to bark ferociously at Chu Xiu, their thunderous barks reverberating through the corridor. The ferocious barks startled the attendant, rendering her momentarily paralyzed with fear, for she recognized the 2 dogs as particularly fierce pit bulls. When provoked, they were known to be indiscriminate in their aggression, lacking any sense of pain, and were notoriously brutal. Apologies, my darlings tend to bark at people, but fret not. They won't bite you, the green-haired youth proclaimed with a smug expression, shaking the leashes as he glanced provocatively at Chu Xiu. He had noticed a luxurious red car parked at the hospital entrance, which had cast his own vehicle into shadow, leaving him feeling irked. Upon entering and encountering such a handsome young man, his irritation flared. He had been pursuing a female veterinarian at the clinic and instinctively viewed Chu Xiu as a rival. Thus, he sought to embarrass him, hoping to diminish his stature. The attendant, visibly anxious, found herself at a loss for words as the 2 formidable dogs appeared particularly menacing. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu regarded the youth with indifference. What a joke. The barking of 2 wretched dogs could hardly compare to the feral beasts of a post-apocalyptic world. Observing Chu Xiu's unperturbed demeanor, the green-haired youth felt a surge of contempt, sensing that he was being underestimated. Suddenly, a surge of malice arose within him, compelling him to instinctively extend his hand forward. He intended to draw his beloved dog closer, ideally to the point of frightening the adversaries into submission. At that moment, Chu Xiu felt an inexplicable pressure weighing upon him. He abruptly turned his head and beheld the freshly bathed He Do striding towards him from the far end of the corridor. Chu Xiu distinctly sensed that the aura emanating from He Do was entirely transformed. Previously, He Do exuded the essence of an ordinary pet dog, even appearing somewhat less formidable, as there was no discernible threat emanating from him. However, at this instant, Chu Xiu clearly perceived a commanding presence radiating from He Do, akin to a fierce beast patrolling its territory. The arrival of He Do precipitated a profound shift in the atmosphere. The once vociferous pit bulls fell silent, their legs trembling in trepidation, evidently intimidated by He Do's imposing demeanor. Even the owner of the pit bulls, the youth with green hair, appeared as if he had encountered a specter. From his perspective, He Do's approach did not resemble that of a mere dog. Instead, it resembled a tiger cloaked in canine guise, fixating its predatory gaze upon him. His legs quaked uncontrollably, and panic ensued within his heart. Although He Do did not advance rapidly, the weight of his presence was palpable. As the distance diminished, the 2 pit bulls ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. In a cacophony of anguished howls, they forcibly dragged their owner, the youth with green hair, into a hasty retreat. Hey, slow down. Wait, please. The green-haired youth was yanked away from the pet hospital by the 2 pit bulls, their frantic pace causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Being dragged towards the exit. During the commotion, the youth's head collided with the door frame, blood seeping from the wound. Witnessing the youth's plight, the female staff member gasped in astonishment. Your dog is remarkable, she exclaimed to Chu Xiu, utterly taken aback that this seemingly ordinary wolf dog could instill fear in the ferocious pit bulls. Meanwhile, He Do returned to his usual demeanor, obediently settling by Chu Xiu's feet, a stark contrast to the fierce creature that had just sent the pit bulls fleeing. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, followed by a woman clad in a white coat, her face adorned with light makeup and her beauty striking. Lu Jie, you won't believe what just transpired. Upon seeing the elegant woman, the female staff member rushed to her side, recounting the events that had just unfolded. After listening to the account, the beautiful doctor furrowed her brow. She glanced at Chu Xiu and then turned her gaze towards He Do. Good day, sir. I am Dr. Lu Qingxue from this pet hospital. After hearing the staff member's description, I believe it would be prudent for you to keep a close watch on your dog. Moreover, I suspect there may be something unusual about him, and it would be best to have him observed at our hospital. Originally, Chu Xiu intended to inquire about the condition of his dog from the other party. However, he was taken aback by what the other person said. What did she mean by needing to manage his dog, and what was abnormal about it? Chu Xiu questioned her, feeling utterly perplexed by her words. Sir, your dog has just frightened away 2 pit bulls. It is well known that dogs can sustain injuries when terrified, and considering your dog is merely an ordinary wolf dog, the fact that it could intimidate 2 pit bulls suggests it possesses some distinct characteristics. I believe it would be prudent to leave your dog at our hospital, allowing us to investigate its unique traits, which could greatly contribute to canine research, Dr. Lu stated, her expression one of confusion. In her view, A seemingly ordinary wolf dog capable of scaring off pit bulls indicated that the dog was indeed extraordinary. If they could uncover its unique attributes, it might well lead to a significant discovery in the canine realm. Chu Xiu quickly grasped some of the woman's thoughts, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You need not concern yourself with that. I assumed the recent examination yielded no issues. He interrupted her attempt to continue speaking and directly inquired. Your dog is merely an ordinary wolf dog and poses no problems, so I believe leaving it at our hospital is the best course of action. Your dog is quite dangerous. What if it frightens other dogs while out on the street? Dr. Liu said anxiously, finding Chu Xiu incomprehensible. Such a potentially groundbreaking discovery in the world of dogs. And yet he seemed foolishly resistant to adapting to the situation. Since there are no issues, that suffices. Haidu, let us go. Chu Xiu was disinclined to engage further in conversation, having realized that such a woman was beyond comprehension. As Chu Xiu prepared to leave with Haidu, Dr. Liu instinctively moved to stop him. Roar. Suddenly, the previously harmless Haidu transformed into a menacing figure. His eyes filled with a fierce intensity, muscles taut, he glared at Dr. Liu menacingly. The abrupt change in Haidu's demeanor left Dr. Liu pale with fright as she watched Chu Xiu take Haidu out of the hospital. Chapter 13. The completion of the safe house and the unfortunate Chinli. Upon exiting the veterinary hospital, Chu Xiu patted Haidu. Indeed, after his bath, Haidu's fur felt exceptionally smooth. Chu Xiu could also sense the hardened muscles beneath his coat. Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast. It seems you are inherently special, he exclaimed cheerfully as he placed Haidu in the car and drove straight back to the villa. Now, he began to understand why Haidu had evolved into a king-level beast in the apocalypse. Before the transformation, the individual possessed distinct qualities, among which was a royal disposition. Upon returning to the villa, Chu Xiu promptly retrieved some ribs from the refrigerator, intending to reward Blackbean splendidly. Observing Chu Xiu bustling about in the kitchen, Blackbean's eyes sparkled with delight. It marveled at its fortune, having stumbled upon such a splendid master, especially considering how the female attendant had shown disdain during its recent bath. In stark contrast, Chu Xiu welcomed it to sit beside him and prepared delectable meals upon returning home. This made Blackbean feel incredibly fortunate to have such a master. Once the ribs were prepared, Chu Xiu carefully placed a generous serving on the floor. Woof. However, Blackbean did not immediately indulge. Instead, it gazed intently at Chu Xiu. Go on, eat, he encouraged with a smile. Upon hearing the command, Blackbean wagged its tail excitedly and began to feast heartily. Gently stroking the furry black head, Chu Xiu realized that Blackbean had accepted him as its master. Ding ding, the sound of a message notification broke the moment. Taking out his phone, Chu Xiu saw a message from the head of the previous safe house. Mr. Chu, the villa you commissioned has been modified, and the safe house will be completed tomorrow. May I inquire if you have time to conduct an inspection? I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Surprised by the swift progress, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Sure, I'll come for the inspection tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Chu. I won't disturb you further. Please take care, came the prompt reply. Closing the chat window, Chu Xiu noticed some news headlines flashing on his screen. Shock. Suspected change of ownership at Longding Group. A secret report revealed that the head of the Longding Group was allegedly changing hands. Upon reading the headline, Chu Xiu immediately discerned the author of this orchestrated move. TSK, they cannot wait even a single day. It's barely been a moment since the transaction, and they are already restless. I wonder what expressions will grace their faces when they witness the apocalypse unfolding. Reflecting on his previous life, Chu Xiu realized he had never witnessed their reactions to the onset of the apocalypse. They had always appeared disheveled and submissive, clinging to the skirts of women. Oh, I haven't checked on our friend Chinli in a while. Chu Xiu recalled the tasks he had assigned to his subordinates. After perusing their reports, he nodded in satisfaction. Just then, he noticed that Blackbean had finished its meal, prompting him to take a leisurely stroll around the expansive villa with his companion. The villa was immense, and traversing its entirety would consume nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, Chun-Li was in a state of distress, smoking a cigarette with a frown etched on his face. The ground around him was littered with cigarette butts, remnants of his anxious contemplation. He was bewildered by the events of the day, struggling to comprehend why the transaction he had facilitated had suddenly encountered such grave complications. To make matters worse, these issues implicated him, necessitating swift action to mitigate his losses. Should he fail to act, everything he holds dear would swiftly dissipate into nothingness. Moreover, on his way home, he unexpectedly found himself the victim of a brutal assault by a man who accused him of having an affair with his wife, despite the fact that he had never even met the man. After a lengthy wait, a mediator arrived and discovered that the man's wife was significantly older than him. The situation concluded with a mere apology for mistaken identity, and the mediator urged him to remain calm, allowing the matter to fade away. This was an unprecedented affront to his dignity, and just as he contemplated seeking accountability from the assailant, he was suddenly struck by an elderly man driving a three-wheeled vehicle, who falsely claimed that he was the one at fault. The mediator reappeared to resolve this incident as well, ultimately demanding that he pay 5,000 yuan to settle the affair. Bewildered, he could hardly fathom whom the mediator was truly serving. However, upon witnessing the elderly man's distressed expression, Qinli gritted his teeth and conceded to the settlement. Yet, the misfortunes did not cease there. Upon returning home, he discovered that someone had occupied his parking space, and attempts to contact them proved futile. Left with no alternatives, he temporarily parked elsewhere and made his way inside. To his dismay, he was soon met with a complaint from a neighbor. His bathroom had erupted in a catastrophic mess. The entirety of his dwelling was inundated with repugnant substances, rendering it uninhabitable. Stunned and helpless, Qinli had no choice but to call a cleanup service for assistance. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, he received a call from the bank, reminding him of an impending loan repayment. When he questioned the timing, they cited concerns over his repayment ability due to previous losses, compelling him to plead for an extension. Amidst the chaos of his disheveled home, Qinli inhaled deeply, the foul stench permeating the air, leaving him with the overwhelming sensation that the world conspired against him. He could not comprehend how so many calamities could unfold within a single day. Burdened by confusion and exhaustion, he succumbed to sleep on his bed, the noxious odor lingering in the air, with only 3 days remaining until the impending apocalypse. In the early morning, the crimson clouds still hung in the sky, a sight that the surrounding populace had grown accustomed to. Chu Xiu, having finished his breakfast, set off towards his refuge with his companion, Black Bean. This time, he was no longer driving a red sports car. Instead, he cruised in a black armored vehicle provided by his benefactor. He had requested that similar armored vehicles be strategically fueled and stationed at various locations. The keys were specially crafted, allowing him to access all the armored vehicles he had purchased. Before long, accompanied by Black Bean, Chu Xiu arrived at his primary objective, the heavily invested shelter. At that moment, the shelter's director had been eagerly awaiting his arrival at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Xiu pull up, the director greeted him with an enthusiastic smile. After disembarking, Black Bean dutifully followed Chu Xiu's side, though slightly taken aback. The director brushed it off and warmly began to show Chu Xiu around the already furnished shelter, explaining the security measures for the entrance, how to operate it, and the internal mechanical switches. The discussion emphasized the scope of the shelter and the significance of its protective outer armor. The intricacies of the internal circulation system were meticulously detailed. Mr. Chu, please accept this. It is the manual for the shelter, along with the access permissions. Rest assured, the highest authority over the shelter is solely in your hands. Even we would require 3 months to breach your sanctuary. Of course, we have no intention of doing so. We would only proceed under your explicit request, which would necessitate mobilizing equipment from our headquarters. After elucidating the shelter's features, the supervisor handed over all permissions and special keys to Mr. Chu. Chapter 14, The Safe House Secured. The treasure acquired upon receiving the permissions from the supervisor, Mr. Chu entered the shelter to conduct an inspection. The internal circulation system was already operational, with an ample supply of energy. Should an unforeseen event occur, the shelter could sustain itself for an extended period relying solely on the internal systems. Additionally, vital energy sources were buried deep underground, though their necessity had diminished post-apocalypse. Nevertheless, during the early days of the cataclysm, such a refuge was indeed an ideal sanctuary. It was essential to remember this place, for it would be our home for the foreseeable future. Observing the excitement of his dog, Black Bean, as it sniffed around, Mr. Chu smiled and remarked, "Excellent. I am quite satisfied. I have transferred the final payment to your account." "Very well done." Noticing the supervisor's eager gaze, Mr. Chu realized the individual awaited his assessment of the shelter. "By the way, how's the renovation of the villa I requested progressing?" At that moment, Mr. Chu recalled the arrangements he had made for the villa's refurbishment. "It has been completed according to your specifications, utilizing the recommended mechanical devices." "Mr. Chu, the renovation was quite straightforward. We simply dismantled the doors and windows to install easily detachable mechanisms. This ensures that once the switch is activated, they will instantly disengage, making it impossible to close them in a short time frame. Furthermore, we have installed specially designed vintage speakers within the villa. As long as the doors remain open, they will emit sound at maximum volume. However, I would advise against testing this now, as the noise level is truly overwhelming." The supervisor then produced a key switch from his pocket, saying, "In accordance with your instructions, the unlocking mechanism requires a key to be inserted into the slot. However, Rest assured, we have installed slots at every location for rapid access. The supervisor, displaying remarkable consideration, used a computer to present the visual effects of the villa. After viewing the schematic and practical demonstration video of the installation, Mr. Chu felt greatly satisfied. Excellent. This collaboration has been delightful. I look forward to our next endeavor. Having exchanged courteous remarks, the supervisor understood it was time for him to depart. He quickly summoned the nearby staff to tidy up the remnants and swiftly exited the shelter. From this moment onward, this sanctuary belonged solely to Mr. Chu, along with his faithful dog. In the vastness of the shelter, a peculiar sense of tranquility enveloped them. Indeed, I almost forgot that there were animals present, with cattle, sheep, and pigs in abundance. After a pleasant stroll through the shelter with Haidu, Chu Xiu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the shelter's issues resolved, the next focus turned to the explosives and the locations of the 3 spiritual source orbs. Just as he contemplated the orbs, his phone rang. Upon retrieving it, he noticed it was a call from the intermediary he had previously engaged. Mr. Chu, I have successfully acquired the commercial building and park as per your request. Please let me know when you would like to take over. The residential complex has also been negotiated, though the relocation process is somewhat sluggish. I have arranged for the moving company to work around the clock, and they should complete the move within a day. Rest assured, all expenditures have adhered to regulations. Would you like to review the detailed accounts? The intermediary's voice brimmed with obsequiousness, a testament to the generosity of Chu Xiu, which had compelled him to express such servility. The ease with which he had earned this money was astounding. Have the residential buildings been acquired as well? I am quite curious how you managed that, Chu Xiu inquired. Intrigued by the intermediary's swift negotiations, it was well known that such dealings could often face stubborn resistance during relocations. Mr. Chu, you need not worry. We did not resort to any violent means of demolition. We simply leased all the ground floor units in the complex under the pretext of establishing a gym, informing the residents that we would be removing the load-bearing walls, thus declaring the building unsafe. Subsequently, we employed construction errors as a rationale and offered triple the market price to secure the properties. We even ensured that their accommodation and moving arrangements during this period would be fully covered by us, which led to the residents' unanimous agreement, as no one would want to inhabit an unsafe building. Upon hearing the intermediary's elaborate methodology, Chu Xiu felt a sense of admiration. It was indeed a masterstroke, executed with remarkable efficiency. He could surmise that upon learning their homes were deemed unsafe and being offered thrice the market value, any homeowner would likely acquiesce to such terms. Excellent. Those unsafe buildings won't collapse anytime soon, will they? Chu Xiu queried, his concern evident. Rest assured, we have not truly breached any load-bearing walls. It was merely for show. We have maintained the buildings as closely as possible to their original state, ensuring no danger ensues, the intermediary assured swiftly, eager to placate Chu Xiu. In his eyes, Chu Xiu was akin to a benefactor. He was determined to serve him well. Indeed, if Chu Xiu commanded him to partake in the most degrading tasks, he would do so with a smile. Bolstered by the prospect of rapid riches, earning billions in mere days was an exhilarating prospect. Very well, as per my previous instructions, no one is to enter those locations. Aside from the sole designated entrance, the rest must be enclosed with iron walls. Certainly, I understand your requirements. I have already dispatched personnel to attend to this matter. Upon receiving Chu Xiu's command, the intermediary could hardly contain his delight. He found no inconvenience in Chu Xiu's requests. In fact, he eagerly anticipated further demands. For each request represented a golden opportunity in his eyes. Were it not for his lack of insight into Chu Xiu's precise needs, he would have already devised strategies. Very well, I shall inspect the situation shortly. Should everything be in order, the funds will be transferred immediately. Chu Xiu was equally pleased with the swiftness of the response, a level of efficiency that few could match. After ending the call, he noticed Black Bean, his companion, gazing at him with curiosity. Ah, come, my dear companion. Let us indulge in a grand feast, for soon it shall be a rare luxury. Chu Xiu drove directly to a high-end restaurant. In the impending apocalypse, delectable meals would become exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Initially, Chu Xiu contemplated stockpiling provisions, but he soon dismissed the idea, realizing that as long as he seized the initiative and executed his plans, he would command the entire city. In that scenario, he would reign supreme, wielding the power to fulfill his every desire. With just a word, throngs would rush to curry his favor, offering him everything. The thought of the splendid days that awaited him in the aftermath of the apocalypse ignited a resolute glimmer in Chu Xiu's eyes. On the very day the calamity struck, he vowed to seize every opportunity without hesitation. He would never again find himself, as in his previous life, fleeing like a stray dog. Only 2 days remained until the apocalypse. On a fresh morning, after completing his run with Black Bean, Chu Xiu emerged from the bath. He turned on a large television, which was broadcasting the latest news. Following the delivery of the shelter, he had relocated his home there and thoroughly familiarized himself with its amenities. The shelter was quite expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds. However, at present, aside from Chu Xiu and Black Bean, the only inhabitants were livestock such as cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. The facilities were equipped with specialized automated systems, requiring minimal supervision. Furthermore, many of the mechanisms were simple machines, ensuring their functionality would remain unhindered when the apocalypse commenced. The day prior, after dining with Black Bean, he had explored the buildings and park acquired by the intermediary. The park was modest, costing little, and spanned merely the size of a football field. He refrained from altering anything within to preserve its integrity. The locations of the Lingyuan pearls could not be precisely predicted, and among the information he received from his previous life, only 5 had identifiable coordinates. The remaining 4 lacked exact addresses, necessitating thorough searches later. Among these, the garden and the building were devoid of clear locations, with the only known sites being a hotel and a residential building. Thus, Chu Xiu had meticulously devised a plan. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he intended to venture to the location where the spirit source orbs could be most readily found. Once he absorbed the orbs, his ability to safeguard himself would be significantly enhanced. At that juncture, by acquiring the spirit source orbs, he could swiftly burgeon his strength in a snowballing manner. Chapter 15. All is ready, awaiting the apocalypse ding-ding. The familiar ringtone of his mobile phone echoed once more, capturing the attention of the nearby Heido. Observing Chu Xiu answer the call, it promptly shifted from a lounging position to standing alert. In recent days, it had grown accustomed to Chu Xiu's movements. Recognizing that his answering a call signified the emergence of an important matter. "Hello?" Chu Xiu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, for he noticed the number was unlisted. "Mr. Chu, it is I. Your previously ordered items have arrived. Please let me know when you would like to accept delivery. Rest assured, I have changed my number due to standard business requirements. Moreover, the item you purchased is quite special, and given the substantial quantity, I have needed to change my number multiple times." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Chu Xiu quickly grasped the situation. "Excellent. Simply deliver everything to the address I provided you. Once I receive the items, I shall transfer the remaining payment to your account." After ending the call, Chu Xiu sent a delivery address to the individual. "It seems we are about to become quite busy. Your assistance will be required," he remarked, affectionately patting the head of Heido, who responded with a gentle bark, feeling the warmth of Chu Xiu's hand. The efficiency of the other party was impressive, given the immense financial stakes involved. Had it not been for the fact that the transaction involved Chu Xiu, a prominent figure in Shihong City, the arms dealer would not have risked procuring such a substantial quantity of goods all at once. It was crucial to note that the shipment ordered by Chu Xiu was under strict surveillance. Merely executing the exchange posed significant challenges and risks. It was only due to the earnest deposit he provided that the dealer dared to proceed with the transaction. Driving an armored vehicle, Chu Xiu soon arrived at the residential complex. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the intermediary who had been waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Chu, you have arrived. As you can see, this entire residential area has been cleared. Our team has erected iron walls around the perimeter and set up surveillance cameras to ensure that no one remains inside, fully meeting your requirements. By the way, Mr. Chu, someone presented the proof you provided, claiming to be the delivery personnel. The goods are currently parked within the complex, and the delivery personnel have already departed." The intermediary reported in great detail, almost as if speaking directly into Chu Xiu's ear. After surveying the area, Chu Xiu expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. I have already transferred the remaining payment and your commission to your account. Now, please ensure that everyone in the vicinity is cleared out. You need not concern yourself further." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the intermediary's face blossomed into a smile akin to a flower. "Very well, we shall leave immediately. You carry on with your affairs." Upon concluding his words, the intermediary swiftly beckoned to his subordinates, and after a brief flurry of activity, hastily departed. Soon, only Chu Xiu and Heidu remained in the vicinity. "Woof." Heidu sniffed the ground, then barked twice at Chu Xiu. "No one here, huh? I didn't expect you possessed such abilities." Chu Xiu affectionately patted the dog's head and led Heidu toward a nearby box truck. There, parked quietly by the road on the inner side of the entrance, was a white box truck. Chu Xiu approached, opened the door, and retrieved a key. Moving to the rear, he aligned the key with an indentation on the cargo area. With a beep, the rear door of the truck swung open, revealing its contents. This was no ordinary box truck. The cargo area had been specially treated. If one were to attempt a forcible entry without knowledge, it would trigger an explosion. Should such an explosion occur, it could spell disaster for the entire community. Upon opening the cargo hold, Chu Xiu's eyes fell upon the items he sought, an array of white, high-end timed explosives, elegantly arranged inside. Their smooth, white exteriors exuded an air of sophistication akin to works of art. However, understanding their potential power would certainly instill a sense of trepidation. In a secluded position, a mobile phone lay quietly. Chu Xiu picked it up, unlocking it to find only a single marked number. After sending a message to the noted contact, he tossed the phone aside. The explosives present were not the entirety of his stock. He had instructed the other party to distribute different vehicles containing such timed devices across various locations. Chu Xiu's forthcoming task was to systematically position these explosives, each set to a predetermined time, albeit not activated immediately. These timed devices could be triggered by a unique signal, allowing Chu Xiu to establish a schedule and activate them when necessary. Meanwhile, Haidu assisted diligently, placing the explosives in designated spots, even maneuvering into narrow spaces that would have been impossible without his help. With this section completed, several more locations awaited attention. Today was indeed going to be a busy one, but soon it would all be in preparation for the future. Chu Xiu spoke to Haidu. Yet it was also a reminder to himself. Frankly, he found himself questioning whether his previous experiences were merely a dream. Yet, upon gazing at the crimson clouds in the sky, his resolve was fortified. If this were a dream, he would gladly accept it, after all. Who dreams so vividly for 5 years and remembers every detail clearly. Having secured the residential area, Chu Xiu drove Haidu to arrange the commercial building and park as well. Drawing from prior experiences, his subsequent actions became markedly swifter. Before long, he had effectively positioned the purchased explosives in various locations. What remained was a period of quiet anticipation. The storm was on the horizon. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Chu Xiu gazed silently at the sky, contemplating. He had accomplished everything he needed to and made all necessary preparations. What remained was merely to await the opportune moment, after which he would act. Should this plan falter, then he could only attribute it to the whims of fate. However, now that he had the chance to live again, no one could hinder him. Those who dare impede me shall face death. A cold glint flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes, and sensing his emotions, the nearby Haidu emitted a low growl, as if to express its solidarity. Observing Haidu's demeanor, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he had been utterly alone, unable to trust anyone. This time, with you by my side, a man and his dog, this apocalyptic world would be more than bearable. Filled with newfound ambition, Chu Xiu returned indoors to review his plans. If he was to act, he would strive for excellence, ensuring the execution of his strategy was as comprehensive as possible. He understood that perfection was unattainable, yet he aimed for a 90% success rate. Chapter 16. Laying bait for the adorable one. On July 14th, just a day before the onset of the apocalypse, Chu Xiu arrived at the company, having received a notification from the board of directors. He was also there to finalize some last-minute handovers, although their significance was negligible. Out of sheer morbid curiosity, he wished to witness the comical spectacle of his colleagues, their faces flushed from competing over profits. Upon entering the meeting room on the top floor, he found it in disarray. As soon as he stepped in, an irate shareholder confronted him, demanding, "Chu Xiu, what do you mean by this? Why did you sell off your shares? Do you have any idea how much damage you've inflicted on the company?" Chu Xiu glanced at the man, recalling how he had once fawned over him when he still held shares, always eager to agree with whatever he said. Now, learning of Chu Xiu's divestment, the man had adopted an entirely different demeanor, questioning him with a tone of indignation laced with satisfaction. Chu Xiu dismissed him entirely, directing his gaze forward. There sat Chu Xingyang and Chu Xinghe, seemingly unfazed by his presence, as though they were oblivious to him. Chu Xiu had anticipated their behavior, and it was precisely why he had come, to witness their final moment of triumph. "Chu Xiu, you must provide us with an explanation. Why did you sell your shares?" Another shareholder inquired, rising with an air of confusion. He had learned of the share transactions the day before and had promptly dispatched someone to investigate, discovering that Chu Xiu had recently spent lavishly on residential and commercial properties. This revelation compelled him to question whether Chu Xiu had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. "What do you think?" In response to the inquiries posed by others, Chu Xiu could hardly be bothered to reply. His purpose for being here extended beyond merely observing these individuals. He also sought to revisit the place where he had once toiled. After surveying the surroundings, he turned on his heel and departed, completely disregarding any further conversation. This action left Chu Xingyang and Chu Xinghe both astonished and perplexed. It is worth noting that they had summoned Chu Xiu with the expectation that he would announce the equity transaction. However, his decision to merely glance around before leaving disrupted their plans, leaving the two of them exchanging silent glances filled with exasperation. "Never mind, father," Since the shares are in our possession, it matters little whether he makes an announcement or not. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Xiu ultimately rose to assert his authority. Amidst the clamor within the conference room, upon exiting, Chu Xiu encountered Yi Zixuan, who awaited him by the elevator. "Boss," Yi Zixuan exclaimed, hastily approaching with a pitiful tone. "I am no longer your boss. There is no need to address me as such," Chu Xiu replied, his expression remaining unchanged. "Boss, even if you are not the company's owner, you are still my boss," Yi Zixuan retorted, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, which aroused a flicker of surprise and caution within Chu Xiu. Had it not been for the trials of the apocalypse, he might have been swayed by her demeanor, perhaps even moved, much as he had been in his previous life. "Boss, why did you purchase shares in the company? Those shares are bound to appreciate in value." Yi Zixuan lamented over Chu Xiu's actions while subtly probing for his motives. Noticing her fishing for information, Chu Xiu felt a stir of realization. He knew he had hooked her. "You see, I have received confidential information suggesting that something unfortunate may transpire tomorrow." I knew it. "A person like you would never relinquish your wealth," Yi Zixuan replied, a glimmer of triumph flickering in her heart, though her face displayed an expression of surprise as she questioned, "What calamity? Surely, you haven't been deceived by someone, have you?" Seeing Yi Zixuan persist in extracting information, Chu Xiu decided to play along. "Not at all. The intelligence I have is quite reliable. Tomorrow will indeed bring peril. However, I have already made preparations. Do you recall the villa I purchased near the hotel?" Feigning cuteness, Yi Zixuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Boss, you mean the villa you acquired last month? I remember. It's right next to the hotel." "Precisely, that villa. I've already invested in renovations to enhance its security, effectively transforming it into a safe haven. If danger does arise tomorrow, we shall take refuge in that villa." Yi Zixuan's face revealed genuine confusion, devoid of pretense, as she contemplated the implications of Chu Xiu's alarming revelations. Upon observing the look of confusion on the other person's face, Chu Xiu reiterated with greater emphasis, "Rest assured. If danger truly arises, simply run in that direction." She nodded hesitantly, her mind swirling in a tumult of uncertainty regarding how to perceive this situation. Noting her ambivalence, Chu Xiu realized his objective had been accomplished. He had come here to implant a seed of thought within her. When the apocalypse eventually struck, she would recall his words and inevitably make her way to the fortified villa he had prepared. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to delve into the underlying reasons for her rebellion. After scrutinizing her once more, Chu Xiu felt no further attachment to the company. Having completed his performance in full, he bid farewell to Yi Zixuan and promptly departed from the premises. As he exited, Yi Zixuan's gaze was immediately filled with envy upon witnessing his retreating figure. Stepping outside, Chu Xiu looked up, the sky still draped in ominous crimson clouds. "Woof." Black Bean, waiting by the car, barked twice upon seeing Chu Xiu emerge. A gentle smile graced Chu Xiu's face as he saw Black Bean patiently awaiting his return. After all, dogs are uncomplicated creatures. Treat them well, and they will reward you with unwavering loyalty. How could I forget about that one person? I imagine he must be cursing my name right now. Chu Xiu thought of the individual responsible for his true rebirth. According to his plans, that person should be mired in dire straits at this very moment. Meanwhile, Chun Li, the man whom Chu Xiu was concerned about, was angrily crawling out of a cesspit. Damn it, what went wrong? Chun Li's face was a mask of fury, utterly baffled by the state of the world. Why had he been beset by such a streak of misfortune over the past few days, as if cursed by bad luck? Now, he found himself in the most unfortunate of circumstances, wallowing in filth. Chapter 17. The dispersal of red clouds is a good omen. Chun Li's eyes brimmed with resentment towards the world, his indignation unable to find a proper outlet. "What are you staring at? Get back to work." A burly man urged from beside the sewer where Chun Li was laboring. The coarse reprimand from the rough man filled Chun Li with immense humiliation. Just a short while ago, he had been a store manager, accustomed to giving orders, not receiving them. This stark reversal left him feeling deeply unsettled. He could not fathom why the business he had managed 2 years ago had suddenly faltered, placing an inescapable burden upon him that decimated his assets. To compound his woes, a cascade of unfortunate events had further plunged his family into despair. Now, he was buried under an avalanche of debt, forced to resort to high-interest loans, which he could only repay gradually. It was through such loans that he had secured this job repairing the sewer. He surveyed his filthy state, reeking of repulsive odors, a testament to his dire circumstances. Chun Li felt utterly overwhelmed, his anguish evident as he lamented, "No, my brother, are you not a loan shark? Why then do you introduce me to such work? Surely, you possess other methods to collect debts. Why must you offer me a job?" He was acutely aware of the myriad tales online depicting individuals who, having borrowed from loan sharks and defaulted, faced horrific fates, amputation, or even the sale of body parts. The consequences of engaging with such predatory lending were dire, and despair enveloped Qinli as he perceived no glimmer of hope, unless he experienced a miraculous windfall or a radical transformation of the world. Repaying his debt seemed utterly unattainable in his lifetime. Bah! Remember, you are not borrowing from loan sharks. The interest rates align with national regulations, merely straddling the borderline. The burly man bellowed, his eyes wide and fierce. We are here to collect money, not to engage in underworld activities. You simply need to work. Every minute you waste delays the speed at which you can earn, understand? Qinli internally scoffed at the man's assertions, acknowledging that while it may not be termed loan sharking, the pressure to repay was no less onerous. As the man raised his stick once more, Qinli fell silent and resumed his labor. Damn it, once I find an opportunity, I will make you pay. He cursed inwardly, submitting to the toil and the muck. Observing Qinli's diligent efforts, the brutish man contemplated, this lad works swiftly. If necessary, I might appeal to the boss for leniency, allowing him to earn and repay. The resemblance of Qinli's face to that of his deceased son stirred a flicker of compassion within him, prompting thoughts of interceding on the young man's behalf. Unbeknownst to the man's musings, Qinli continued to toil, cursing silently as he worked. On July 15th, in the early morning, Chu Xiu completed his morning routine, dressed, and exited the shelter. The newly acquired refuge, primarily subterranean, boasted a villa above ground. Stepping into the villa's courtyard, Chu Xiu gazed skyward, noting that the previously omnipresent red clouds had vanished completely. He understood that a significant change was imminent. Heido, keep a vigilant watch, allow no one to enter. Chu Xiu instructed the loyal dog at his side. This time, he resolved not to take Heido with him to the hotel. In his previous life, Heido had only undergone transformation after enduring a torrential storm. Chu Xiu could not guarantee Heido's success in this life, but he had done all that he could. Should Heido fail to transform, Chu Xiu would not hesitate to make difficult decisions. Sensing Chu Xiu's emotions, Heido nudged his master's pant leg affectionately. Ha ha ha. Do your best. I believe in you. After ruffling the dog's head affectionately, Chu Xiu drove the armored vehicle toward the hotel, leaving Heido behind with a heavy heart. However, once Chu Xiu's armored vehicle completely vanished from sight, Heido found a spot to crouch down, preparing to diligently oversee the task entrusted to him by Chu Xiu. Inside the armored vehicle, Chu Xiu leisurely drove while playing the morning news on the screen. At that moment, several anchors and experts were discussing the phenomenon of the red clouds dissipating. Expert Gao, what are your thoughts on the disappearance of the red clouds in the sky? A beautifully dressed female anchor, with a grave expression, inquired of the middle-aged man beside her. The man, referred to as Expert Gao, covertly assessed the anchor's figure before adopting a serious demeanor and replied, "This red cloud phenomenon has been a subject of research between myself and my colleagues. We have discovered that the red clouds are not a result of air currents or light refraction. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere. We believe these red clouds are not clouds at all, but rather a unique substance. However, there is no need for alarm regarding any mysterious material. We speculate that it is a specific chemical phenomenon caused by environmental degradation, resulting in a chemical reaction that produced this red cloud formation. Its sudden disappearance is likely related to a reaction with the ground. We cannot guarantee that they have vanished completely. It is more probable that they have merged with the ground and become colorless. We cannot assure that this reaction will have any impact on human beings. But there is no cause for concern. Our research institute has made groundbreaking advancements regarding the red clouds. And I would suggest that you consider purchasing the preventive health potion developed by our institute. By acquiring our potion, you can effectively gain immunity to this reaction." As Chu Xiu observed the screen, he noted Expert Gao's fervent promotion of the yellow bottle in his hand. Chu Xiu could only marvel at the man's ingenuity in utilizing such a method to market a product. Regrettably, it appeared that the expert was planning to launch this soon. The abrupt dissipation of the red clouds had caught them off guard, leaving them no choice but to press on. Chu Xiu quickly discerned a hint of anxiety on the expert's face and began to speculate about some underlying truths. However, he merely regarded this as a source of amusement. If his predictions were correct, today's grand banquet might render him the subject of others' ridicule. For individuals in their positions, secrets were scarce. Especially since he had sold all his company shares and held no other rights, he would appear to some as a mere infant clutching a gold brick. Yet, this only added to the intrigue. He could hardly contain his excitement, as he had awaited this day with great anticipation. Chapter 18, Arrival at the Hotel. Thank you. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at his destination. Even before reaching the location, he could see the grand and impressive hotel. The Jin Shilong Luxury Hotel is the only platinum 5-star hotel in Shihong City, majestically situated in the commercial and leisure center, overlooking the entire city with an air of undeniable grandeur. Today, he is to attend a banquet, which also happens to be the birthday celebration of the hotel's proprietor. Yi Zhenglong, the current head of the Yi family, stands as the pillar of strength for the entire clan. Originally, the Yi family was merely a second-tier local family in Shihong City. However, 4 decades ago, Yi Zhenglong emerged with formidable prowess, propelling the Yi family to rapid growth and ultimately establishing a formidable empire that garnered widespread acclaim. In Shihong City, his word is law, and the Yi family has ascended to become the undisputed ruler of the city. As he arrived at the hotel entrance, the welcoming staff had long been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Chu Xiu alight from his vehicle, they promptly approached him. "Mr. Chu, please," they said with beaming smiles, noticing the invitation in his hand. "You may park my car over there," Chu Xiu instructed, surveying his surroundings. "Of course, Mr. Chu," the staff responded, quickly signaling the security personnel to position Chu Xiu's armored vehicle in the designated spot, an area he had identified as an easy escape route should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Once the vehicle was parked, Chu Xiu followed the usher into the hotel. The moment he stepped into the grand lobby, he was enveloped by the opulent atmosphere. The lavish decor of gold and precious stones dazzled the eye, with the dome ceiling crafted from rare materials and adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes that were truly breathtaking. However, Chu Xiu paid little heed to the embellishments. His attention was focused on the layout within. He had previously acquired the hotel's blueprints at great expense and was acutely aware of any alterations made, particularly the location of the spiritual essence orb. "Mr. Chu, welcome. Here is your room key. You will be staying in room 806. The receptionist said warmly as she handed him the key. "I would like to change my room, please," Chu Xiu replied, smiling as he glanced at the key without taking it. "I am unsure which room you prefer, but I can arrange an alternative," the receptionist responded, instinctively captivated by Chu Xiu's charming demeanor. The striking man before her was renowned in Shihong City as a high-flying gentleman, and she was eager to gain his favor. "Could you check if room 201 is available? If so, I would like to switch to that one," he stated directly. The receptionist, taken aback by his request, hesitated slightly. "Mr. Chu, room 201 is indeed vacant, but it is a standard room," she explained, aware that while the hotel was the only platinum 5-star establishment in the city, the rooms varied in class. The room assigned to him, 806, was among the most luxurious, whereas 201 was decidedly more modest. "That is perfectly fine. I'll take that room. Thank you," Chu Xiu replied with a smile, his gentle tone infused with an undeniable authority that brooked no contradiction. "Ah, how striking. This tone is utterly captivating, as if it invites him to thoroughly ravage me." The receptionist felt a surge of excitement within, yet her professionalism compelled her to suppress such thoughts. Adorned with a polished smile, she handed Chu Xiu a new room card. "Thank you. By the way, if anything unforeseen occurs, it would be best to remain in your room." Chu Xiu accepted the card, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, and replied with a smile, "Understood, Mr. Chu." The receptionist, taken aback by his abrupt and somewhat impertinent remark, dismissed it from her mind. Nonetheless, her impression of him diminished significantly. Ignoring her thoughts, Chu Xiu carefully tucked the room card into his pocket. While the card itself held little significance, the location it represented was paramount. He was acutely aware that one of the 3 spiritual source orbs birthed after the apocalyptic event had manifested in this very room, 201. Now that he possessed the card to room 201, it signified a guaranteed opportunity. Upon reaching his room, Chu Xiu surveyed his surroundings, choosing not to disturb the decor. He was concerned that any alteration might inadvertently prevent the spiritual orb from appearing, resulting in the loss of critical information and potential complications. Given his considerable advantages at this stage, he felt no urgency. After spending some time in the room, the clock slowly approached 10 in the morning. A gentle knock echoed twice at the door, prompting Chu Xiu to turn and open it. He found a staff member waiting outside, there to remind him that the banquet was about to commence. "I understand. There's no need to clean the room. Please keep it as is and allow no one to enter." After giving the staff member these instructions, Chu Xiu followed the attendant to the elevator. Ascending to the top floor, Chu Xiu had previously encountered Yi Zhenglong, a man known for his unconventional ways and unique style in both life and business. Unlike typical birthday celebrations held in the afternoon or evening, he insisted on hosting his gathering in the morning, coinciding with the very day of his birth. As he put it, the birthday banquet was intrinsically linked to the moment of his birth. Thus, the notable figures of Shihong City, upon receiving their invitations, prepared early, and by 10 in the morning, the hotel's top floor was already bustling with guests. Upon arriving at the top floor, Chu Xiu did not immediately enter the banquet hall. Instead, He made his way to the restroom, entering the last stall. Lifting the toilet seat, he discreetly placed his firearm inside. Entry to the banquet would involve security checks, and although at his level, no one would dare search him. It was prudent to set his belongings aside for the time being. Once prepared, Chu Xiu approached the main area, where elegant music filled the grand hall. He observed numerous young men and women congregating on the hotel balcony. The hall was filled with middle-aged men engaged in conversation. How curious it was, I mused, that there were so many aberrant individuals above prior to the apocalypse. Chu Xiu could already foresee that by noon, the rain of blood would descend, drenching those on the balcony, leading to their transformation. Contemplating this, he resolved to lean against the doorway, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. Simultaneously, he mentally mapped out his escape route, determining the most advantageous path. His gaze also fell upon the center of the hall. In the central area, several round tables were arranged. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he had diligently inquired about the locations of the spirit source pearls. One was in his reserved room. Another had appeared in the restroom on the 4th floor, and a third was located beneath one of the tables in the hall. However, he was uncertain which specific table concealed the latter, as so much time had elapsed, making conjecture impossible. Yet now, Reborn, Chu Xiu could leverage the existing information to form a hypothesis. It was rumored that the pearl had initially been discovered by the eldest son of the Yi family. At present, that individual was conversing with others, positioned beside a window. Nevertheless, Chu Xiu doubted that it was at this table that the discovery had been made. He speculated that it was likely found beneath a table closer to the center. If the information he had received prior to his rebirth was accurate, the potential locations were limited. Seizing the opportunity to acquire it directly would be within his reach. With a swift decision forming in his mind, Chu Xiu patiently awaited the right moment. Oh, isn't that Chu Xiu? I didn't expect you to attend this gathering as well. A familiar voice with a peculiar tone rang out. Upon hearing it, Chu Xiu turned to see Chu Xinghe approaching, dressed in a suit. It was evident he had made a considerable effort for the occasion, even styling his hair into a slicked-back do. Accompanying him were several sycophantic individuals, clearly his lackeys. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, a mocking glint flashed in Chu Xinghe's eyes. This period had undeniably been one of triumph for him. Ever since he and his father acquired shares from Chu Xiu, their standing had soared dramatically. Their influence had grown significantly, allowing them to maneuver with ease within the company. In recent days, countless individuals had sought his favor, indulging his every whim. Even this banquet invitation, which typically would not extend to them, had arrived 3 days prior to the event, indicating their newfound status among the elite of Shihong City. Observing Chu Xinghe's arrogant demeanor, Chu Xiu felt no disquiet. He understood this man thoroughly, a mere petty individual. Engaging with him would only serve to inflate his pride further. Upon noticing that Chu Xiu had chosen to ignore him, Chu Xinghe felt a sense of affront. It is worth noting that the other party possessed nothing but wealth at this moment. What audacity allowed him to disregard Chu Xinghe so brazenly? Did he not realize that their standings had fundamentally altered? Ah, is that not Director Chu? Why do you not engage in conversation with your old friends? At that moment, a stout, middle-aged man approached with brisk strides. He addressed Chu Xiu in a loud voice, inciting immediate anger in Chu Xinghe. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Xiu did not even flinch. He was acutely aware of the ill intentions behind this man's approach. His company had not thrived through ease but had clawed its way to success, stepping over countless individuals along the way. This had rendered him somewhat of an anomaly within the upper echelons of Shihong City. The stout man who greeted him was not a friend, but rather a rival driven by self-interest. Chu Xiu quickly discerned the true motive behind the man's greeting. He was clearly aiming to undermine Chu Xinghe, feigning cordiality only to belittle him later. As expected, upon drawing near, the stout man suddenly appeared to recollect something, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget? The current director of Longding Group is indeed this gentleman." With that, the stout man hurried to Chu Xinghe's side, wearing a face full of contrition, and said, "I apologize, Director Chu. I mistook you for someone else. It is entirely my fault." Hearing this, Chu Xinghe's expression softened slightly, yet he remained unsatisfied. Observing the scene, the stout man's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery before he sincerely introduced himself. "Greetings, Director Chu. I am Zhang Lijing, a director at Dingmao Group. I extend my apologies for any previous indiscretions." Upon hearing the stout man's introduction, Chu Xinghe's expression shifted dramatically, for he recognized the name. This individual held a status akin to that of the former Chu Xiu, being a prominent figure within a reputable local group, entirely distinct from the Chu family. "Not at all. It is understandable that Director Zhang mistook me, for I was indeed the chairman previously. However, the situation has changed. My father and I now jointly lead the company," Chu Xinghe proclaimed with an air of pride. "Oh, Director Chu, At such a young age, you occupy such a lofty position. You are truly a prodigy. Zhang Lijing exclaimed with exaggerated admiration, simultaneously using his words to deride Chu Xiu, creating a rather jovial atmosphere. Observing this, Chu Xiu noted that, aside from Zhang Lijing and Chu Xinghe, several others surrounded them. Some among the onlookers chuckled at the spectacle, while others regarded the scene with indifference laced with scorn, with not a single soul coming forth to defend Chu Xiu. It seems I have indeed fallen from grace in recent years. With no allies left, I am now isolated, Chu Xiu mused, lamenting his dwindling social connections. For he had not always been a stranger to such gatherings. At that time, his every appearance drew a crowd. Each face radiated friendly smiles, and every word spoken was melodious and captivating. They all yearned to forge a lifelong bond with Chu Xiu. However, now that they have learned of Chu Xiu's loss of shares in the Longding Group, those who once surrounded him are now retreating one by one. Even a few who had previously been the most fervent in their admiration have turned their attention to Chu Xinghe, eager to leave a favorable impression on him. They are now fervently belittling Chu Xiu, despite his presence nearby. In fact, it seems that their disparagement grows more fervent with Chu Xiu in sight. Chu Xiu remains unfazed by these people's mercurial behavior. He understands that their motivations are purely financial, and a mere shift in circumstances can incite their frenzy. His sole objective for being here is to seize the Ling Yuan Pearl. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe and the others observe Chu Xiu's impassive expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of futility. As if their efforts were striking cotton, Chu Xinghe, noticing Chu Xiu's indifference, feels devoid of any sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Lijing, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, leaned closer to Chu Xinghe and whispered a few words, instantly illuminating Chu Xinghe's countenance with realization. It was evident that he had conceived a new plan. Chapter 20. Greed, Pride, and Recklessness. Zhang Lijing, wearing a malicious grin, whispered a few words into Chu Xinghe's ear, prompting an expression of sudden enlightenment on Chu Xinghe's face. Observing their reactions, Chu Xiu quickly discerned that these two had ulterior motives. Zhang Lijing then deliberately raised his voice, exclaiming, "What? Chairman Chu, are you saying that you purchased those shares for 80 billion? In the banquet hall, the previously bustling noise fell into an abrupt silence following Zhang Lijing's proclamation. All eyes turned towards Zhang Lijing and Chu Xinghe. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chu Xinghe's face broke into a triumphant smile. He perceived Zhang Lijing as a genuine ally, as his actions aligned perfectly with Chu Xinghe's desires. He also caught the glimmer in Zhang Lijing's eyes, indicating that he was to proceed as planned. In agreement with the silent cue, Chu Xinghe announced loudly, "Indeed. You heard correctly. My father and I borrowed over 80 billion to purchase those shares. Moreover, it was a cash transaction. The other party refused to accept asset collateral." At this moment, Zhang Lijing, playing the role of a supportive companion, swiftly interjected, "Oh, really? So, Chu Xiu, are you saying you currently possess over 80 billion in cash?" He feigned surprise as he turned to Chu Xiu, and although his words were framed as a question, his tone was imbued with certainty. "Of course. How could I possibly forget the money I personally handed over? We are all bound by an agreement. If you do not believe me, I shall present the relevant documents upon my return." Beside them, Chu Xinghe, reveling in the spectacle, boldly interjected. Their words were deliberately projected at a high volume, intended for all within the hall to overhear. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Chu Xiu, remained unfazed, casually enjoying his fruit. He consumed the delicacies with a dispassionate demeanor, paying little heed to the antics of Chu Xinghe and his companion. After all, he was a person of considerable patience. He could afford to wait for the opportune moment before taking action. He understood their ulterior motives clearly. Their intentional revelation of his substantial cash reserves, exceeding 8 billion, was merely a tactic to draw the attention of those present. For individuals of their caliber, at times, money does not hold as much significance, particularly in his current situation, where he possessed ample cash but lacked any tangible products. This hall was not solely populated by merchants. It also harbored individuals with dubious backgrounds. To such people, Chu Xiu, with his cash in hand, resembled a veritable harbinger of fortune. The matter of the corporate acquisition was inherently opaque unless explicitly articulated by the parties involved, rendering speculation on the details rather futile. However, with Chu Xinghe publicly disclosing the transaction between them, he inadvertently sowed seeds of ill intent among certain opportunistic individuals. At this moment, Chu Xiu could distinctly perceive the myriad of malevolent gazes directed at him, greed, jealousy, desire, and possessiveness all swirling in their eyes. To them, he was no longer merely a handsome, vibrant young man. He had transformed into a lamb, exuding an aura of wealth. All of this was a consequence of the machinations of Chu Xinghe and Zhang Lijing. Having finished the last piece of fruit, Chu Xiu cast a glance at Chu Xinghe and Zhang Lijing. Upon meeting his gaze, the two immediately wore expressions of triumph. They believed him to be utterly flustered. However, to their astonishment, Chu Xiu, rather than displaying anger, seized a glass of wine from a nearby server, raised it in a toast, and downed it in one gulp. This action puzzled Chu Xinghe, who found it inscrutable. Meanwhile, Zhang Lijing's demeanor grew serious, his eyes flickering with apprehension. As a seasoned rival in the business realm, he was acutely aware of this young man's capabilities and cunning, far surpassing those of the fool beside him. It was precisely this individual who had abruptly opted to exchange a significant sum of cash, setting aside the implications of that decision. Now that they had exposed Chu Xiu's liquidity, unless he sought immediate protection from the surrounding individuals post-event, any lapse in vigilance could result in him being thoroughly exploited by some local predators. Do not be misled into believing that wealth can resolve all matters, particularly when one possesses a considerable sum of money without the means to protect it. Currently, Chu Xiu finds himself in such a predicament, where information may have already begun to leak. It is possible that as soon as Chu Xiu steps outside, he may encounter difficulties, or perhaps he might manage to distance himself for a while. After all, engaging in such activities under the watchful eyes of the Yi family can be quite troublesome. Yet, at this moment, Chu Xiu remains unfazed by the avaricious gazes of those around him, exuding an air of calm and composure. This has caused Zhang Lijing to hesitate, pondering whether Chu Xiu possesses some hidden card up his sleeve, just as various thoughts of mischief flit through the minds of the onlookers. The grand door of the hall swings open. A sprightly elder, impeccably dressed, strides in with purpose. Despite his head of silver hair and a warm smile that evokes the image of a kindly neighbor, the atmosphere shifts, leaving those present feeling as though they are in a unique and significant space, too intimidated to breathe freely. The newcomer is none other than the host of this gathering, the local magnate Yi Zhenglong. With confident strides, he approaches the podium, prompting the crowd to instinctively lean forward. Chu Xiu's eyes brighten as he notices Yu Zhenglong's eldest son also drawing near, leaning against a nearby table. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenglong begins to regale the audience with tales of his rise to prominence, a passion of his. He delights in elaborating on his journey to success, pausing after each segment to relish the applause from the audience. It is said that in his youth, Yu Zhenglong entertained aspirations of becoming a storyteller. Though now a patriarch of considerable power, this penchant for storytelling remains unabated, indeed growing stronger, as he speaks without pause, with the audience too respectful to interrupt. Thus, after a lengthy discourse of half an hour, Yu Zhenglong concludes his narrative, and the audience erupts in enthusiastic cheers. Simultaneously, the clock approaches midnight. Satisfied with the applause that is, in essence, a performance for his benefit, Yi Zhenglong offers a few parting words before ceding the festivities to those below. At this juncture, the banquet commences in earnest, with some younger members of families unable to contain their excitement. Some gather in groups to converse on the balcony, while others begin to depart the banquet, making their way toward hotel accommodations. Chu Xiu, meanwhile, silently approaches the vicinity of Yi's eldest son, mentally commencing a countdown. Chapter 21. The rising black sun and the coming blood rain. At this moment, only 2 minutes remain until midnight. After glancing at the time, Chu Xiu silently positions himself behind Yi's eldest son, who has now sensed his presence. He cast a subtle smile towards Chu Xiu, and those surrounding him greeted him in kind. However, their salutations were merely perfunctory, lacking any intention for further conversation. This suited Chu Xiu perfectly, for he preferred to remain undistracted. He retrieved his mobile phone and quietly awaited the passage of time. Soon, the clock struck 12. Suddenly, a stirring sensation coursed through Chu Xiu as he directed his gaze outside the window. To his astonishment, beside the sun in the sky, a black sun was rising. Simultaneously, the original sun's rays visibly waned, casting a muted glow over the world, as if a gray filter had enveloped everything. This striking transformation swiftly captured the attention of the onlookers. Look, there's a black sun in the sky. Several wealthy youths on the balcony quickly noticed the celestial anomaly. Their astonishment was palpable, with some exclaiming in disbelief. What? Goodness, it truly is a black sun. Could this be a meteor? Is there danger? Fear not. This must be a rare natural phenomenon, perhaps akin to a total solar eclipse, someone reassured them. A portion of the crowd in the hall, driven by curiosity, flocked to the balcony to marvel at the peculiar black sun. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu focused his attention on the heir of the Yi family, as the emergence of the spirit source pearl coincided with the onset of the blood rain. At this moment, the Yi family's young master joined the throng gathered by the window to witness the extraordinary sight. This is troubling, Chu Xiu thought, with their movement. The parameters of the table have expanded. I must seize the opportunity when it arises. He chastised himself for neglecting to factor this scenario into his calculations. Fortunately, there were not many tables in their path, allowing him some time to search later. On the streets below, many had also become aware of the sky's transformation. Some hastily pulled out their phones to document the phenomenon for their social media. An astronomy blogger began contemplating how to capitalize on the trending spectacle. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A university student, poised to capture the scene with his phone, suddenly felt something drop onto him. Confused, he glanced up, only to be astounded to find that the droplets landing on him were vivid crimson. With a sudden clamor, the sky opened up, unleashing a rain of bright red droplets. Oh no, it's raining. Why is the rain red? This is bad. I left my clothes out to dry. Panic ensued among the people outside as they scrambled to seek shelter from the rain. Yet, some remained unfazed, reveling in the bizarre blood rain. Inside the hotel, those on the balcony, upon witnessing the downpour, hurriedly retreated indoors. Chu Xiu silently maintained his distance from those drenched in the blood rain. Heavens, look! The sun in the sky is dimming. Some individuals watching a play in the room were taken aback to witness the sun in the sky eerily dimming. Before long, it had faded into a dismal glow, and the surrounding light began to wane accordingly. In no time, the sun's brilliance settled into an exceptionally low state, akin to the twilight hours, casting the outside world into a somber gloom. What's wrong with your face? Something seems amiss. Your eyes are bleeding. A man exclaimed in astonishment, addressing a woman nearby. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their attention to the pair. The woman appeared equally bewildered, uncertain of what was transpiring. After processing the man's remarks, she hastily retrieved a mirror from her bag. From his vantage point, Chu Xiu observed that her eyes were already tinged with red, while her skin took on a purplish hue. Wait, you seem unwell too. Your eyes are red as well. Alarm spread through the crowd as they began to grasp the unusual circumstances. Quickly, isolate these individuals. They have been drenched in blood rain. Call for an ambulance. This could be caused by a chemical agent. At this moment, others recognized the peculiar situation and promptly alerted the group. Those who were caught in the blood rain, gather together but do not approach anyone else. Some began directing the unaffected individuals to isolate those who had been exposed. No, it must be the blood rain that got into my eyes, protested one individual. Isn't it just rain? Why the fuss? Call for an ambulance. I feel off. Everything seems blurry. The hall was engulfed in chaos, with several security personnel rushing to restore order. However, given the distinguished status of the attendees, the guards hesitated to assert their authority too forcefully. Let them return to their respective rooms until the ambulance arrives for treatment. At that moment, Yu Zhenglong, witnessing the disorder, felt compelled to intervene. Upon hearing his directive, the crowd agreed that this course of action was reasonable. We are out of time for isolation, but my objective has been achieved. Chu Xiu crawled out from beneath a table, his expression inscrutable, yet his heart brimmed with elation. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he tightly clutched a small orb, the size of a thumb, emanating a faint white glow, his coveted spirit source pearl. In the midst of the ensuing confusion, he had meticulously searched beneath the marked tables and ultimately discovered it beneath one near the entrance. With his goal accomplished, Chu Xiu resolved to depart. This place was on the brink of becoming a hellish nightmare. Without the spirit source pearl, he remained merely a relatively robust ordinary person. He strode purposefully toward the exit. As changes unfolded within the hall. Madam, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? At that moment, a security guard on duty observed a woman kneeling on the ground and hurriedly approached her. The woman, clad in a striking red strapless dress, revealed her slender figure as she knelt, accentuating her form. Particularly, with her head bowed and arms dangling at her sides, the view from above presented an enticing sight. Upon witnessing this scene, the security guard felt a rush of blood surge within him, simultaneously marveling at his unexpected fortune. However, as the guard spoke to her, the woman suddenly twitched, an action that instilled a sense of unease within him. Chapter 22. The struggle begins. Gunfire, a strange, rasping sound emanated from the woman. As she slowly lifted her head, to his horror, the guard was taken aback by the grotesque visage that met his gaze. What an utterly repulsive face it was. His complexion turned pale as he beheld her countenance, marred by yellowish, pus-filled sores and gaping wounds revealing underlying muscle fibers. Her eyes glowed a sinister red, with what appeared to be writhing creatures moving within her eyeballs. As she raised her head, the woman gradually stood upright, and it became evident to the guard that her upper body had undergone a terrifying transformation. Various grotesque fluids oozed from her form, and disfigured scars covered her body like a twisted centipede. Miss? The guard stammered, instinctively forcing a stiff smile as he inquired. Alas, the woman responded not with words, but with a ghastly shriek as she lunged toward him. Ahe. Caught off guard, the security guard was swiftly tackled to the ground. The chilling sounds of tearing flesh filled the air as he writhed in agony. their bodies entwined, blood splattered in all directions. It was as if a switch had been flipped, triggering a terrifying transformation among the previously drenched individuals nearby, one by one. Their eyes glowed red as they viciously charged toward the people in the hall. Help? No. Stop. Are you insane? Security. Security. Quickly, open the door. Don't block the entrance. No, please don't bite my newly enhanced chest. I just had it done. Ahe. My brother is gone. My brother. The hall transformed into a nightmarish hellscape, replete with bloodshed and carnage. Run. Quickly, flee. Those who had yet to be bitten surged frantically toward the exit. In that moment, Chu Xiu, filled with terror, sprinted toward the door, closely pursued by a transformed stout man. The stout man before him was none other than Zhang Lijing, who had previously engaged in jovial conversation with Chu Xiu. After the ominous black sun appeared in the sky, Zhang Lijing, driven by curiosity, had approached the balcony, unwittingly exposing himself to the blood rain, which soon led to his transformation. As Chu Xiu fled, pursued by Zhang Lijing, he stumbled and fell halfway through his escape. In a moment of panic, he turned to see Zhang Lijing bearing down upon him. Spotting a table nearby, an idea struck him, and he hastily crawled beneath it. To his astonishment, he discovered that someone was already hiding there. The man under the table, upon seeing Chu Xiu, forcefully shoved him out. Reacting swiftly, Chu Xiu scrambled back inside, engaging in a desperate struggle with the individual beneath the table. Ultimately, leveraging his youth and vigor, he managed to push the other person out, inadvertently sending them into Zhang Lijing's awaiting embrace. The transformed Zhang Lijing wasted no time, sinking his teeth into the unfortunate victim. Oblivious to the ensuing chaos and cries of despair, Chu Xiu's face was etched with terror. Cautiously, he crawled out from the opposite side of the table, anxiously surveying his surroundings. Upon realizing he was momentarily safe, he hastily made his way towards the door. His heart raced as he grasped the doorknob, excitement flooding his features. However, the sound of the knob clicking echoed ominously, draining color from his face. In disbelief, he turned the knob with force, only to find it would rotate but not open, as if something were barricading the door from the outside. Meanwhile, across the room, Chu Xiu discarded the key he had used to operate the specialized door barricade. This device, procured from a security company, was specifically designed for the doors of hotel banquet halls, making it exceedingly difficult for those inside to escape. Of course, with sufficient strength, one could still force their way through. However, given the current circumstances, Chu Xiu surmised that the individuals within the hall would struggle to break free. Yet, the banquet hall was not without additional exits. There was also a designated fire escape. However, Chu Xiu was aware that this fire exit had long been modified. According to the latest blueprints he held, the safety passage had been completely sealed off, with the opposite side transformed into a concealed room, specifically designed for the eldest son of the Yi family to indulge in extramarital affairs. Thus, by locking the hall's door, he effectively hindered anyone inside from escaping. It was not out of malice, though he would accept such a label if necessary. It was crucial to recognize that the hall was teeming with transformed monstrosities. Unlike the sluggish zombies depicted in films, these creatures moved with frenzied agility, each exhibiting a violent and swift demeanor. They showed no fear of pain, relentless in their pursuit, proving to be exceedingly formidable adversaries. Once bitten, the individual swiftly succumbs to infection, with no remedy in sight. It can be likened to the ferocity of a rabid zombie. Only through becoming a warrior can one harness their own spiritual energy to eradicate the virus within. However, Chu Xiu is acutely aware that this door lock will not hold for long. Within the Grand Hall, numerous influential figures are present, and it won't be long before they summon external aid. At that moment, there will undoubtedly be those eager for advancement willing to risk everything to rescue them. Therefore, Chu Xiu must hasten to acquire the second spirit source orb. First, he must secure a firearm. With a gun in hand, he would possess a means of self-defense. Chu Xiu hurriedly dashed to the restroom, locating the last handgun stored in the final stall. After stashing 2 spare magazines in his pocket, he grasped the weapon and charged out. Upon reaching the elevator, he pressed the button. The hotel's staircases are specially designed, offering exceptional safety. And it is not yet the time when electronic devices have failed en masse. The elevator remains operational. Thus, Chu Xiu swiftly entered, pressed the button for the 4th floor, and concealed the gun within his clothing, patiently awaiting the elevator's ascent. The hotel boasts 60 floors, with a total of 62 including the basement. As he descended from the top, the elevator soon halted at the 30th floor. Chu Xiu observed a bald man in his 30s, wearing glasses, standing at the elevator entrance while engaged in a phone call, oblivious to his surroundings. Noticing Chu Xiu inside, he continued his conversation, showing no intention of entering the elevator. Frowning slightly, Chu Xiu chose not to speak and pressed the button to close the doors. However, just as the doors were halfway shut, they were forced open again by the bespectacled bald man, who had pressed the button to prevent the elevator from closing. "Are you coming or not?" Chu Xiu inquired with a hint of impatience. "I've told you, don't concern yourself with the program. I've hosted for years and know what I'm doing. Just listen to me when the time comes," the man replied, utterly disregarding Chu Xiu's question, continuing his conversation on the phone. At that moment, Chu Xiu recognized the man, recalling that he was a well-known local host named Zhang Xiaoli. Renowned for his sharp tongue and cutting remarks, he specialized in provoking interviewees, harboring a narrow-mindedness and a petty spirit that could not tolerate the success of others. Previously, he had hosted a program featuring the owners of third-rate companies as guests, inviting highly educated individuals to interview, only to belittle and insult them mid-interview, creating a peculiar spectacle often at the expense of those seeking employment. He had once invited Chu Xiu's company to participate in his show, but Chu Xiu had declined. Subsequently, he learned that Zhang Xiaoli had privately mocked him, suggesting he was overly ambitious yet lacking in capability. Certainly, to Chu Xiu, these matters were of little consequence. What mattered most at present was that the other party obstructed his path. Upon noticing the disregard for his inquiry, Chu Xiu pressed the elevator button once more. Simultaneously, his hand, which lay within his embrace, made a slight movement. This time, as the elevator doors neared closure, they suddenly swung open again at the very last moment. "Zombies, you say? What zombies? I have never encountered any." Outside the elevator, Zhang Xiaoli wore a mocking expression as he pressed the button again. Observing the indifference in Chu Xiu's eyes, he felt no concern. Having just emerged from his hotel room after a sleepless night planning a program, he had only recently awakened from his slumber. The phone call he made while exiting was solely to discuss matters related to the program, and he chose to do so at the elevator entrance out of fear that entering the elevator might disrupt the call. As for the urgency of the person within the elevator, it was of no consequence to him. In fact, seeing the other's anxious demeanor only filled him with a sense of satisfaction. However, just as he intended to continue discussing the program, the voice on the other end abruptly mentioned zombies. Following this, a cacophony erupted, and the voice vanished, accompanied by a series of growls. A sense of unease washed over him, causing his brow to furrow. "Hello? Hello?" While Zhang Xiaoli called into the phone, he suddenly noticed the young man in the elevator drawing a handgun from his coat. At that instant, Zhang Xiaoli felt momentarily bewildered. Ha, brother. That's a toy gun, right? You truly have a sense of humor." He forced a laugh, attempting to maintain his composure, still believing the weapon to be a mere replica. Chu Xiu, observing the other's feigned calmness, remained silent and aimed his gun, firing 2 shots directly into the man's knees. Bang, bang. Help me. The bullets violently pierced through Zhang Xiaoli's knees, causing him to collapse onto the floor, clutching his legs in agony, his complexion paling from the pain. Chu Xiu pressed the elevator button once again. This time, the man would no longer hinder him. He had no desire to kill him. With his legs incapacitated, Zhang Xiaoli would be unable to move. Chu Xiu was certain it would not be long before the aberrant creatures from the upper floor descended. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoli would truly experience a fate worse than death. As for his provocation, Chu Xiu could only wonder why he would invite such trouble upon himself. Chapter 23, Shooting. Troublesome having dealt with Zhang Xiaoli, Chu Xiu proceeded smoothly to the 4th floor. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving echoed as the doors slowly opened. Upon stepping out, Chu Xiu furrowed his brow at the sight that greeted him. The floor of the elevator entrance was smeared with large patches of blood, and several crimson drag marks were visible, causing a sense of foreboding to rise within him. It appeared that the 4th floor had also fallen victim to the assault of the aberrant humans. However, upon reflection, Chu Xiu deemed this normal, given that the 4th floor was closer to the ground. Those on the ground must have been drenched in the blood rain, leading to a high likelihood of mutations. If they are subsequently drawn in by the individuals within the hotel, this scenario would inevitably unfold. Time is of the essence. Absorbing the Spirit Source Pearl requires a considerable duration. After locating the Spirit Source Pearl in the 4th floor restroom, I must swiftly proceed to the 2nd floor room for absorption. Chu Xiu rapidly formulated his plan, gripping his pistol tightly as he raced toward his destination. The sound of footsteps echoed, tap, 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 as he jogged through the corridor. The exceptional soundproofing of the hotel left him in a state of eerie silence. Throughout his journey, he encountered no disturbances. The stillness was unnaturally profound. Chu Xiu remained vigilant, convinced that this situation was decidedly abnormal. First, he headed to the restroom, recalling the gathered information indicating that the hotel housed 6 restrooms, 3 for men and 3 for women, with the Spirit Source Pearl located in the men's facility. Reflecting on the intelligence he had gathered, Chu Xiu resolved to search the nearest restroom. Upon rounding a corner, he spotted the closest restroom and immediately slowed his pace. Cautiously approaching it, gently lifting the curtain, he peered inside, only to find the restroom devoid of life. Yet, he dared not let his guard down, meticulously inspecting each stall. He scrutinized every nook and cranny but found nothing of interest. It appeared fruitless. He hoped the next restroom would yield better fortune. Despite a sense of urgency, Chu Xiu maintained his composure. Initially, he intended to absorb the first spirit source pearl he acquired, enhancing his strength before seeking the next. However, given the apparent danger on the fourth floor, he could not guarantee that the pearl would remain undiscovered by others. It is crucial to remember that this spirit source pearl is not solely for human consumption. Infected creatures are also capable of absorbing it. While there are limitations to this absorption, Chu Xiu could not ensure absolute safety. Soon, following the wall map, he located the second restroom. As he neared, he abruptly halted. Lowering his breathing rate, he had detected movement within the restroom. To be cautious, he decided to probe the situation first. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a vase nearby and was struck with an idea. He scooped up some soil and approached the restroom door, swiftly tossing it inside. The sound of dirt scattering across the floor resonated. Howl, howl. It was as if a switch had been flipped. The restroom erupted with cries. Subsequently, he heard multiple footsteps approaching from within. Chu Xiu quickly sidestepped, raising his pistol, warily aiming at the restroom entrance. Howl. In an instant, a figure lunged out from the restroom. A mutated human emerged, its crimson eyes wide with madness, its contorted face smeared with blood. Upon exiting, it first sniffed the air vigorously before turning its gaze toward Chu Xiu. Bang, bang. Prepared in advance, Chu Xiu swiftly aimed at his adversary's head and fired 2 shots. Striking true. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The headshot victim did not fall. Instead, it continued to lunge at Chu Xiu as if impervious to pain. To make matters worse, 2 additional mutated humans emerged from the restroom, shrieking as they charged towards him. Faced with this predicament, Chu Xiu remained remarkably composed, continuing to fire with precision. Bang, bang, bang. He spared no ammunition, emptying his magazine without hesitation. However, this time, his aim shifted from the head to the knees of his foes. After depleting the magazine, he successfully shattered the knees of 3 mutated beings, rendering them only capable of crawling. Yet, their crawling speed was not to be underestimated. The 3 mutated humans hastily advanced toward him. In light of this scenario, Chu Xiu methodically reloaded his weapon, carefully aligning his aim once more at their heads, this time targeting the region of their cervical spine. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 successive shots, the mutated beings finally ceased their movements. Phew. Even after having dispatched so many before his rebirth, this encounter proved to be quite challenging. At this moment, Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, quickly making his way into the restroom to search for any clues. Inside, he discovered a grotesquely mangled female corpse, evidently having sought refuge here only to be devoured by the pursuing mutated humans. She had been consumed to the point where only half her body remained, without ever succumbing to infection. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xiu noticed that the woman was tightly clutching something in her hand. Carefully prying it open, he found it to be a button. Beyond that, there was nothing else of value. He confirmed that there were no spirit source beads on her person. Raising his head and standing up, Chu Xiu cautiously explored the restroom stalls. One by one, he opened the toilet doors, but found nothing amiss. When he reached the last door, he heard the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking shut. Instantly, he became alert and knocked on the door, inquiring, "Is anyone in there? Please make a sound." After his call went unanswered, he discerned heavy, labored breathing from within the stall. "I know you're in there. Hurry up and come out. I'm counting to 5, and if you don't emerge, you'll face the consequences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just as he finished counting to 5, he forcefully kicked the restroom door open, surprising the occupant inside, who had not anticipated such a sudden intrusion. Upon entering, Chu Xiu beheld a young man clad in a service uniform, standing terrified atop the toilet, gazing at him in shock. Upon seeing the young man's face, a flicker of recognition crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. Maintaining his composure, he asked, "Why didn't you speak earlier?" Sensing that Chu Xiu was open to communication, the young man sighed in relief and replied, "I apologize, brother. I didn't mean to stay silent. I was just so terrified. You cannot fathom the chaos that reigns outside. Monstrous creatures that devour the living are rampant everywhere," the young man exclaimed, his face contorted in despair as he edged closer to Chu Xiu. "Halt! Do you recognize this individual?" Chu Xiu commanded, raising his firearm to deter the advancing figure, gesturing towards the lifeless body on the ground. Chapter 24. The second acquisition. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's inquiry, The young man looked down, seemingly lost in thought, before stating, "I do not know her. When I took refuge in the stall, no one was present. After a while, I heard a woman calling out, intending to investigate. But then I was immediately met with the terrifying cries of a monster, and I remained hidden ever since." He lamented further. "I never imagined she would fall prey to such a beast. If only she had arrived sooner to hide with me, we could have awaited rescue together." With that, he inched closer to Chu Xiu. "Brother, you are with the military, are you not? Only those from the military possess firearms. Thank heavens you are here. You have no idea. I have a 70-year-old mother at home and a younger sister. They cannot afford to lose me. Oh, how terrifying. What has become of this world?" The young man wept as he approached Chu Xiu, wiping his face with one hand. In mere moments, he was within 2 meters of Chu Xiu. Unmoved by the man's actions, Chu Xiu raised his hand and fired without hesitation. Bang! "Ah, brother, what are you doing?" The young man screamed in agony. Clutching his thigh, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Chu Xiu, bewildered by the sudden gunshot. "Silence! If you utter another word, I shall end you." Chu Xiu barked, silencing the man's cries. "Brother, please spare me. I did not mean to offend. I beg you, let me go. My mother cannot survive without me." The young man grimaced, gritting his teeth as he endured the pain, pleading desperately. Chu Xiu offered no response, instead retrieving a small, white orb that radiated a soft glow from his pocket. Upon sighting the orb, the young man's expression shifted momentarily before reverting to one of desperate pleading. "Have you ever seen this orb?" Chu Xiu inquired, observing the man intently. The young man, bewildered, glanced at the orb and replied, "Brother, I have never seen such a precious item. It cannot possibly be found in a restroom." "Unfamiliar, you say? Then you are of no use to me." Chu Xiu raised his firearm again. "Wait, I have seen it. I have seen it. Do not kill me." The young man exclaimed in terror at the sight of the gun being raised, his mind racing as he labeled Chu Xiu a cold-blooded madman, a pervert, a fool. "Oh, where?" Chu Xiu inquired, suddenly intrigued by the man's response. "Unless you promise not to kill me, I shall not divulge the information." The young man realized that he had grasped a glimmer of hope. "Madness. Once I find the opportunity, I shall ensure you suffer as much as that woman." Cursing Chu Xiu in my heart, I maintained a facade of pitiful pleading. "Very well, I refuse. I am aware that you recognize this orb, and it must be on your person. So farewell." After Chu Xiu spoke, he fired a shot at the young attendant's head. Instantly, a hollow mark appeared at the center of the young man's forehead, his face frozen in an expression of eternal despair. "I forgot to mention one thing. The Lingyuan orb emits a glow as it approaches. Alas, you can no longer hear it. What a pity." Chu Xiu stepped forward, placing his foot on the young man's head to prevent any sudden transformation. He meticulously searched the young man's body and soon discovered what he sought in the pocket of his clothing. A white orb identical to the Lingyuan orb he had acquired previously flashed a fleeting joy across Chu Xiu's face. The second orb was finally in his grasp, leaving only one remaining. The weight in Chu Xiu's heart lightened, yet he remained vigilant. At that moment, he noticed the name on the attendant's badge, Zhuo. Upon seeing this name, Chu Xiu instantly understood that this young man was the first to discover and possess the second Lingyuan orb. Before Chu Xiu's rebirth, he was one of the top powers in Shihong City. "It seems I have rid the world of a menace," Chu Xiu thought with a smile. Previously, when he saw the young man in the booth, he noticed the disheveled collar, clearly a result of a struggle. Moreover, he had observed the same button in the hand of the woman on the ground. Thus, when he inquired if the young man recognized it and received a negative answer, he knew the young man was lying. Aware of the deceit, Chu Xiu dismissed everything the young man said thereafter. He chose not to kill him immediately, hoping to extract information about the Lingyuan orb. As for the possibility of mistakenly killing him, Chu Xiu was utterly unconcerned. In this apocalyptic world, who cares about such things? In this new life, Chu Xiu's purpose was crystal clear, to seize every opportunity available and become the strongest. Then, he would eliminate anyone who dared to provoke him, regardless of whether they had done so this time. After securing the 2 Lingyuan orbs, Chu Xiu planned to leave the restroom swiftly. Having fired so many shots, he might attract the attention of other mutated humans. If the number of mutants increased, even he would be unable to survive. "Ah, I must keep this phone. It may prove useful later." Chu Xiu searched again and took possession of the young attendant's phone. Exiting the restroom, he passed the elevator and noticed it was ascending. He immediately understood that someone must be heading to the rooftop for a rescue. Time was of the essence. He needed to take the stairs. The journey from the 4th to the 2nd floor would be quick. Chu Xiu swiftly turned and dashed towards the nearby stairwell, pushing open the door and entering. He glanced around. The stairwell was eerily quiet. Having assessed the temporary safety of his surroundings, Chu Xiu swiftly descended the staircase, making haste towards the 2nd floor. The distance from the fourth to the second floor was negligible, and he soon arrived at the stairwell entrance. However, upon reaching the threshold, he abruptly halted, retreating to the wall beside the stairwell door. The upper half of the hotel's stairwell door was transparent, allowing him to glimpse the figures moving about on the opposite side. These movements were decidedly not human. It was highly probable that these were mutated humans, and their numbers seemed overwhelming. Such mutated beings were notoriously difficult to contend with. Their critical vulnerability lay at the base of their skulls, rather than in a frontal headshot, which proved ineffective. Inflicting damage to their limbs was often more advantageous than aiming for a headshot. At that moment, there were at least 4 or 5 mutated beings at the stairwell entrance, and Chu Xiu could not guarantee a swift resolution to the impending confrontation, should he sustain injuries. Retreating to his room to absorb the spiritual source pearl was a possible course of action, but he could not be certain that only a few mutated beings lurked within the stairwell. Calmly contemplating his next steps, Chu Xiu realized that the multitude of mutated beings posed a significant threat to his unscathed return to his room. As long as his injuries remained within a manageable extent, far from life-threatening, he could remedy the infection issue by absorbing the spiritual source pearl once he was safely back. Yet, the presence of so many figures outside the stairwell door rendered his plan precarious. Furthermore, it was ill-advised to risk absorbing the spiritual source pearl at this moment, as the absorption process necessitated a secure environment. The duration of absorption was also considerable, making rapid consumption impractical. Engaging in absorption would leave him in a state of sensory deprivation, exposing him to potential danger. In this moment of contemplation, an idea struck Chu Xiu. He retrieved the mobile phone he had previously discovered. Setting an alarm on the device, he hurried to the corner on the first floor. After placing the phone securely, he dashed back to the stairwell entrance on the second floor. The stairwell door was quite large, forming a triangular space with the walls of the corridor. By opening the door, he could conceal himself within this triangular structure. Time was of the essence. The mutated beings relied primarily on sound and sight. Having lost much of their intelligence post-transformation, they acted solely on instinct. If he could swiftly open the door, the ringtone of the phone would undoubtedly draw their attention. With his plan firmly established, Chu Xiu checked the time. Less than 2 minutes remained until the alarm would sound. As the countdown approached 10 seconds, he crouched low, grasping the doorknob firmly, and then forcefully swung the door wide, allowing it to collide with the wall with a resounding bang. The noise reverberated through the stairwell, instantly attracting the mutated beings outside. They howled in response, surging towards the stairwell with alarming urgency. Due to his semi-crouched position, Chu Xiu remained unseen by the mutated humans. The few that entered the vicinity failed to detect any living beings, instead wandering aimlessly while emitting strange cries. Suddenly, the alarm on the mobile phone that Chu Xiu had previously set began to ring, producing a cacophony of sounds. Instantly, the mutated humans who had surged into the stairwell reacted as if they had discovered a target, racing downwards with frenzied urgency. Chu Xiu quietly counted the shadows reflected on the glass until no more figures appeared. To his astonishment, he realized there were 11 mutated individuals. Having drawn enough attention, he surmised that there were likely few left and seized the moment to rush inside. Aware that this was a significant opportunity, he cautiously emerged from behind the door and swiftly entered the hotel corridor, gun raised in a state of vigilance. Upon confirming the absence of monsters in the hallway, he exhaled in relief. He carefully shut the stairwell door and hastened towards his room. This time, he faced no obstacles and quickly reached his door. Using his room card, he unlocked the door and dashed inside. Gasping for breath, the exertion from his recent sprint had left him fatigued. However, he felt a surge of joy as he realized his objectives had been achieved. He retrieved 2 luminous spirit orbs from his pocket, admiring the radiant glow they emitted. Oh, he must locate the orb in his room as well. Chu Xiu recalled that another spirit orb was present in his accommodations. Scanning the area, he found nothing and hurried towards the bathroom. Upon opening the bathroom door, he spotted a white orb suspended in midair. Indeed, once a spirit orb appears, it remains floating, a characteristic that alerts those who see it, prompting them to claim it. Beholding the 3 spirit orbs in his hands, excitement illuminated Chu Xiu's face. His rebirth and all his plans had been centered around these small, radiant orbs. The spirit orbs, roughly the size of an adult's thumb, glowed with a pearly whiteness, and upon closer inspection, one could observe a swirling silver mist within, appearing remarkably mystical. These orbs were the crucial support one needed to attain unparalleled strength. Casting a glance at the door, feeling somewhat uneasy, Chu Xiu exerted effort to move the sofa to barricade it. He then returned to the bed in his bedroom. Through the window, he could see the streets in utter chaos. Countless mutated humans roamed indiscriminately, devoid of any rationality. violently destroying everything in their path and preying upon all living creatures. Drawing the curtains, Chu Xiu realized time was of the essence. He needed to absorb the spirit orbs to enhance his power. The process of utilizing the spirit orbs was straightforward. One simply needed to consume them. Chu Xiu took one spirit orb and promptly tossed it into his mouth. As the orb dissolved instantly, he felt an exhilarating chill enveloping his entire being. Continuing, Chu Xiu felt as if he had entered a realm of pure white. Within this ethereal space, he discerned numerous spiraling black entities, resembling chains, drifting in the whiteness. Chu Xiu understood that these represented his genetic locks. Each unlocked genetic lock would induce a profound transformation within his body, and those who unlocked them were known as warriors. The human body possesses 9 genetic locks, corresponding to 9 distinct stages, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level. Beyond the 9th level lies an entirely different realm. To unlock these genetic locks, one requires the essence of spiritual energy. However, this vital energy had yet to manifest. It was contained within the spirit source pearl, which harbored the purest form of this essence. A month after the onset of the apocalypse, this world would begin to generate spiritual energy, albeit in scarce quantities that were challenging to absorb and fraught with impurities. Absorbing excessive impurities could lead to mutation into monstrous beings, losing one's rationality. If the individual possessed strength, they could transform into formidable monsters. Conversely, warriors who absorbed the spirit source pearl could freely absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth while automatically filtering out impurities, allowing for a training speed unmatched by those who had not absorbed it. The more spirit source pearls one possessed, the swifter the enhancement of their strength, sometimes even granting unique abilities. Before his reincarnation, Chu Xiu had heard tales of powerful beings in other cities who had absorbed 2 spirit source pearls, boasting not only exceptional combat prowess but also extraordinary abilities. Thus, Chu Xiu fervently prepared himself to absorb more spirit source pearls following the apocalypse. In the current white space, after absorbing a spirit source pearl, Chu Xiu witnessed one of the genetic locks emitting a series of cracking sounds, before it shattered instantaneously and merged into the white expanse. Simultaneously, a surge of power erupted from within him, swiftly permeating Chu Xiu's body. On the bed, with his eyes closed, Chu Xiu abruptly opened them. A first-level warrior. Chapter 26, Battling Minions. A first-level warrior. Chu Xiu felt the newfound strength within him, exhilarated. It is noteworthy that prior to his reincarnation, he had taken 3 months to reach the first level, yet now he had achieved it in less than half a day. He could sense the immense power behind his fist. He glanced at the closed bedroom door, rose, and struck it with a punch, producing a resounding crack as a dent appeared in the door. The hotel bedroom door. You are remarkable. You are so lofty. Gazing at the dent he had created, and feeling little pain in his hand, Chu Xiu was immensely satisfied. It was worth noting that this door was crafted from high-density compressed wood, a material that would take a hammer considerable effort to dent. Yet now, with merely a standard charged punch, he had left a mark on the door. The magnitude of his power had transformed entirely, and it was not solely an enhancement of strength. The resilience against impact, restorative capability, awareness, and sensory perception have all undergone comprehensive enhancement. Notably, the most crucial aspect is his ability to wield spiritual energy to resist the sanguine virus. Moreover, his body naturally generates this spiritual energy, and as long as his stamina holds, he faces no restrictions whatsoever. Eventually, as his strength amplifies, he may even distribute this spiritual energy for others to utilize. This phenomenon is akin to how every top-tier powerhouse often has a formidable faction backing them. Many individuals are drawn to follow, seeking the acquisition of spiritual energy. Furthermore, prior to the apocalypse, there were attempts made. Those who absorbed the spiritual orbs found it impossible to transfer them to others. This implies that eliminating the possessor of a spiritual orb does not guarantee its acquisition. However, this realization dawned only a year after the onset of the apocalypse. Chu Xiu calmed his exhilaration and gazed at the 2 remaining spiritual orbs in his possession. Without delay, he promptly consumed both. At this juncture, augmenting his power was paramount. All else was but a fleeting illusion, and only strength was of true substance. The 2 spiritual orbs dissolved upon entry, and soon Chu Xiu found himself once again in the ethereal white space. This time, the orbs transformed into white spiritual energy, harmoniously surging towards the genetic lock. However, after the impact, only 2/3 of the second black genetic lock dissipated, leaving 1/3 intact and preventing a breakthrough to the second tier. Nevertheless, despite only 2/3 being shattered, Chu Xiu sensed a substantial amplification in his prowess. He raised his gaze towards the door, approaching it with determination. At the hotel bedroom door, he aimed a punch at a solid section. With a resounding crash, the door disintegrated into numerous fragments, scattering into the air. In this instance, Chu Xiu noted that his fist bore no pain. A mere faint white mark adorned his knuckles. Excellent. His strength had significantly increased, and now, due to achieving the 4th tier previously, he could expertly harness his newfound power. Clenching his fists, he recognized that he now stood at the pinnacle of humanity, albeit temporarily. A slow step can lead to a sluggish pace. This was a lesson learned from his previous life. However, his current starting point was substantially elevated, and reaching the summit this time would pose no challenge. With exhilaration coursing through him, Chu Xiu contemplated his present strength. Yet, this was insufficient, given his rebirth. He must seize this opportunity. He was well aware of the location of the spiritual orbs in the residential area and could acquire them swiftly. Resolutely, Chu Xiu decided to head to the residential district to retrieve the orbs. The 3 locations he had purchased, the park and residential area, were adjacent, while the commercial building lay in another direction. The most efficient route was a linear connection between the residential area, park, and commercial building, minimizing the time spent. At that moment, Chu Xiu's ears perked up as he turned to the door, detecting movement outside. He quickly realized that the previously altered humans had returned to the corridor. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole and observed several mutated humans gathered outside. They wandered aimlessly outside, and Chu Xiu surmised that they had been drawn by the commotion he had caused while smashing the door. These mutated humans, having been drenched in the blood rain that triggered their transformation, experienced a significant enhancement in their auditory and olfactory senses, though their vision became increasingly blurred. In a sense, they could be regarded as the failed products of an upgrade process for warriors, with a failure rate of 100%. Any exposure would result in their transformation into mindless monsters. Chu Xiu paid no heed to the commotion outside and instead approached the bedside to take a glance. The streets were teeming with mutated humans, as the hotel was situated in the heart of the city. From his vantage point, he could still see some individuals in the distance, while others fled in a frenzy. There were only a few mutated humans congregating below the hotel, suggesting that a portion had been drawn away. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xiu stepped to the floor-to-ceiling window and kicked it with force. The might of a 1st-tier warrior shattered the glass, sending shards cascading to the ground. The sound of the glass crashing immediately attracted the attention of the mutated humans below, who began to howl in his direction, attempting to scramble up the walls in a frenzied bid to reach him. However, their physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary human, and lacking any skill, they relied solely on brute force to ascend. They were unable to climb the vertical surface of the building, and Chu Xiu glanced at them before averting his gaze. The sound of vigorous banging on the door erupted as Chu Xiu turned to face it. He recognized that the mutated humans outside had heard the noise of the shattering glass. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole and saw several mutated beings gathered at the entrance. However, the hotel door was remarkably sturdy, and no matter how they pounded, they were unable to breach it. Ignoring them, he returned to the window and observed over a dozen mutated humans amassed below. Chu Xiu drew his handgun and began firing wildly downward. The gunfire echoed, bang bang, until he quickly emptied a magazine. As a 1st-tier warrior, he could wield firearms with great precision, yet even from above, it was challenging to strike their vulnerable spots. Nevertheless, he managed to eliminate 2 of the mutated beings. Without hesitation, he reloaded and continued shooting, emptying all of his magazines. By this point, many more mutated humans had been attracted, their numbers swelling to over 20. Effectively gathering all the nearby mutated beings around the hotel. Assessing the situation, Chu Xiu felt it was time to act. He retrieved a white time bomb, one of 2 he had previously ordered and stowed in his backpack. Now was the opportune moment to deploy it. Setting the timer, he hurled it out of the window and quickly took cover inside. After counting down a few seconds, a deafening explosion resonated below. The area fell silent, and Chu Xiu cautiously leaned out to see that the mutated humans had been obliterated. Chapter 27. The elderly fear nothing after clearing the area of the mutated humans below. Chu Xiu leapt from the window. He was on the 2nd floor, a mere 10 meters from the ground. Had this been before he became a warrior? He might have hesitated. However, now that he had attained the 1st tier of warrior status, the height no longer concerned him. Upon landing, Chu Xiu absorbed the impact and swiftly made his way towards his vehicle. Thanks to his prior request, the car was conveniently parked near the entrance. He retrieved the keys, settled into the car, and ignited the engine, driving out of the hotel. This time, he did not restrain his speed. He accelerated to the maximum, careening through the streets in pursuit of sheer velocity. The cacophony of his driving attracted the attention of the mutated humans on the road, who roared and charged towards him. Yet, they could not keep up. Even when some stood in his path, Chu Xiu did not flinch and collided forcefully with them. Bang! After sending another mutated human flying, Chu Xiu frowned slightly. He had already knocked over more than 10 of them along the way. The front of his car was somewhat deformed, yet the glass remained intact. However, after driving a short distance further, he found himself unable to proceed. A multitude of abandoned vehicles lined the road ahead, their drivers evidently having fled for their lives amidst the chaos. Chu Xiu grabbed the backpack resting in the car and slung it over his shoulders. He then pressed a button within the vehicle. Cautiously, he exited the car, wielding a specially crafted machete, an exceptionally durable and sharp weapon. In dealing with mutated humans, a blade proved far more effective than a gun. Checking his phone, he discovered that the signal had vanished. He looked up at the sky, where the black sun loomed ominously, resembling a bottomless abyss. Opening the map on his phone, he quickly compared it with his surroundings. Beyond this congested area lay another location where he had stored additional vehicles. He had strategically placed backups at various crucial points to prepare for such scenarios, allowing him to bypass this traffic jam. At the next intersection, he spotted his armored vehicle. After retrieving the keys, he began to sprint towards his destination. The commotion he caused immediately drew the attention of the nearby mutated humans, who frantically lunged at him, mouths agape, emitting terrifying cries. Yet, Chu Xiu remained unfazed. Had he still been an ordinary person, he might have felt anxious. But now, as a mutated human approached him, he gripped the machete tightly and charged forward in a flash, the blade gleaming coldly. As he brushed past the mutated human, a thin line of crimson appeared on its neck. As the sound of bubbling echoed, the head of a mutated human fell to the ground. With a single stroke, Chu Xiu had severed his opponent's head. He did not look back. He was confident in his abilities. The mutated humans posed little threat, their strength merely a shade above that of an ordinary person. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers and the fact that their only vulnerabilities lay in shattering their occiputs or decapitating them, a formidable array of firepower could have resolved the matter with ease. Unfortunately, this mutation had emerged abruptly, with even a single drop of the blood rain capable of causing transformation. Consequently, nearly 70% of the global population had succumbed to infection. With a cold demeanor, Chu Xiu continued his advance. Midway through his sprint, a shrill melody erupted from behind. He did not turn. It was the armored vehicle he had left behind, equipped with numerous devices and functionalities designed to attract attention. As the music blared, the majority of the mutated humans clumsily charged toward the armored vehicle, while only a few persistently trailed behind Chu Xiu. He did not linger, hastening toward his destination. Soon, he had shaken off the few mutated humans behind him and arrived at an intersection. Just as he dashed past, he swiftly ducked behind a nearby wall. Panting, he took a moment to steady his breath before cautiously peering around the corner. To his dismay, he discovered a throng of mutated humans assaulting a large bus. The bus, being tall with relatively small windows, had yet to be breached. However, the surrounding mutated humans were keenly aware that there were occupants inside, relentlessly battering the vehicle. Chu Xiu noted that the bus was ensnared among other vehicles, effectively trapped. Given the relentless onslaught from the mutated humans, the driver had little hope of escaping. This presented a prime opportunity. He could dash past swiftly while the chaos ensued. Spotting a narrow alleyway with some obstacles for cover, Chu Xiu crouched low and nimbly made his way toward it. "Help! Someone, please save us!" A voice cried from within the bus. "Young man, hurry, come rescue us." As he crept along, Chu Xiu heard the commotion inside the bus. A group of elderly passengers, their faces etched with terror, gazed out the windows in confusion. They could not comprehend the unfolding horror. They had set out joyfully for an outing, only to encounter such calamity. The people outside had transformed into monsters, their eyes ablaze with hunger for flesh. The driver had attempted to maneuver the bus out, but the surrounding vehicles had completely obstructed the path, and the gathering horde of monsters only continued to swell. At that moment, an observant elderly woman spotted Chu Xiu advancing cautiously nearby. She promptly relayed her discovery to those around her. Upon seeing him, the surrounding elderly women became agitated. "Quick, urge that young man to lead these monsters away. Can this work? Can they hear us? Why not? If they don't divert their attention, we will release a video to expose them." "Yes, that's the plan. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. That young man must show respect for his elders." In this critical moment, the elderly in the vehicle quickly reached a consensus. They rolled down the window just enough to shout frantically at Chu Xiu. However, Chu Xiu did not respond to the elderly people yelling at him from inside the car. He was well aware that there were 50 or 60 monsters gathering over there. If they charged at him all at once, even with a bomb in hand, he would struggle to eliminate them swiftly. Moreover, once a battle commenced, it might attract even more mutated humans. Ultimately, he could very well be overwhelmed here, leading to a far worse fate. Currently, he was merely a first-tier warrior. He could manage a dozen, but facing dozens was exceedingly difficult for him. Chapter 28. A self-destructive year. This boy truly dares to ignore us. What a wretch without parental guidance. An elderly man, seeing Chu Xiu's lack of response, angrily exclaimed, "Record it, let us record it, and expose him online. Yes, expose him so that he can never survive in this society again." The elderly women in the vehicle, filled with righteous indignation, hastily took out their phones to capture the moment. Yet, perhaps dissatisfied with the small window, one elderly woman furiously rolled down the window and reached out with her phone to record. However, before she could begin recording, a bloody hand suddenly reached up from below. With a scream from the elderly woman, a mutated human viciously lunged at her. In an instant, the other elderly passengers on the bus were left frozen, unsure of what to do. Yet while they were paralyzed with indecision, the mutated humans outside knew precisely what to do. Several hands quickly ascended through the window that the elderly woman had opened. As the mutated humans outside jostled for position, they inadvertently stacked up against one another. With their mouths agape, they gazed greedily at the interior of the vehicle. Then, using both hands and feet, amidst the elderly woman's screams, the mutated humans frantically climbed inside. In an instant, blood splattered within the vehicle, soon followed by the horrific sounds of chewing. Before long, silence enveloped the bus, yet the mutated humans below did not disperse. Each one clamored to enter, drawn by the scent of blood. Chu Xiu, who had been cautiously advancing from a distance, felt no surprise at the scene before him. He had clearly heard their earlier curses directed at him. Chu Xiu did not feel pity for these people, rather, he recognized that the bloodshed would attract even more mutated humans. The vehicle should be nearby. Ah, there it is, navigating through a narrow path. Chu Xiu quickly located the armored vehicle he sought. Additionally, the roads in this area were free of obstructions, allowing for a hasty departure. He sprinted towards the vehicle, soon arriving at its side. As Chu Xiu approached his vehicle, a frown creased his brow. He discovered that the wheels had been locked. It was the sort of lock specifically designed for securing automobile tires. Damn it, I have purchased this space. How could it have been locked? Chu Xiu felt a twinge of helplessness. Each spot was rightfully his, and such a predicament should not have arisen. Squatting down, he examined the lock and noticed that the clasp was not a solid iron post, but rather composed of thin metal plates. After a careful inspection, Chu Xiu grasped both sides of the lock and, with a sudden burst of strength, yanked forcefully. With a sharp crack, the lock was violently wrenched open by him. Typically, such a lock would be challenging to dismantle without tools. However, as a first-tier warrior, bending a steel bar was child's play for him. Thus, this poorly made lock posed no obstacle. Unencumbered by the lock, Chu Xiu utilized his car key to unlock the door. Surveying the surroundings, he ignited the engine and set off towards the residential area. Having driven barely 40 meters, Chu Xiu spotted a woman despondently standing in the middle of the road ahead. Upon noticing his vehicle, her face lit up with a joyful smile. She eagerly waved her arms, signaling him to halt. Chu Xiu glanced ahead and observed that the intersection behind her was obstructed by several vehicles, at least 4 or 5, suggesting an accident had taken place. As the woman saw his car slow down, her smile broadened. Simultaneously, 4 men lurked in the shadows of a blind spot at the intersection, patiently awaiting their opportunity. Will it work? Will he stop? He certainly will. The intersection is completely blocked, leaving him no option but to halt. I've been watching that kid's car for quite a while, even went so far as to lock it up. I thought it would be out of commission, but to my surprise, he managed to drive it here. Haha, that vehicle is exceptionally secure. It's an armored car. It will undoubtedly facilitate our escape from this place. One of the men, sporting bleached hair, spoke with a self-satisfied expression. His name was Zhao Laosan, and the woman blocking the road was his girlfriend, flanked by several of his companions. They were originally residents of the community, aimlessly passing their days by resorting to petty theft and deceit. A few days prior, one of their associates noticed the parked car, which had remained untouched for several days. This sparked a devious idea. He decided to place a lock as a test to gauge whether anyone would notice. Today, he intended to break into the car that night. But before he could execute his plan, the situation escalated into chaos as the surrounding people transformed into monsters. Witnessing the once amiable neighbors morph into bloodthirsty terrors nearly drove him mad. Fortunately, he still had his companions for solace. After a brief discussion, they resolved to leave the area. They had originally intended to escape by car, but the vehicles in the community were inadequate. Moreover, lacking the keys rendered them incapable of driving away and thwarted their plans. Thus, this group of individuals resolved to block the intersection, hoping to halt a few vehicles. Initially fortunate, they managed to stop several cars, only to discover that either the vehicles were out of fuel or in a state of disrepair, clearly dilapidated. Unwilling to accept this outcome, Zhao Laosan insisted that his girlfriend continue to obstruct the road. After managing to deter a few passers-by, disappointment began to settle upon them. Moreover, they felt an unsettling proximity of monstrous sounds, perhaps due to their prolonged presence at this location. Just as they contemplated departing, they unexpectedly spotted their target vehicle. Zhao Laosan instructed his girlfriend to position herself in the middle of the road to impede its progress. When the vehicle came to a halt, they lay in wait, ready to seize the car from Chu Xiu upon his exit. Should the other party prove uncooperative, a glint of malice flashed in Zhao Laosan's eyes. The current circumstances made him acutely aware that the world had irrevocably changed. It was no longer as it once was. He sensed a burgeoning belief within him that the forthcoming world was destined to be his dominion. The numerous novels he had read often depicted scenarios post-apocalypse where he and his companions evaded the initial wave of calamity, only to grow increasingly formidable, ultimately emerging as rulers. Presently, he felt as if he were the chosen one, observing the transformations of many neighbors while he, his girlfriend, and his comrades remained unaffected. Perhaps this was evidence of their unique fate. Upon noticing the armored vehicle of Chu Xiu momentarily pause, Zhao Laosan felt a swell of pride. However, before he could revel in it, a sudden roar of accelerating engines shattered his thoughts as a dark shadow streaked past. Bewildered, he turned to see it was indeed Chu Xiu's armored vehicle. He swiftly pivoted, only to find his girlfriend pale and crumpled beside him. He almost hit me. Her words clarified the peril they had narrowly escaped. Chu Xiu had surged forward, prompting her to leap aside. Chapter 29. A great calamity approaches. That individual was utterly deranged. How dare he act so recklessly? Zhao Laosan seethed with indignation, just as he was about to assist his girlfriend. His keen eyes caught sight of several figures sprinting toward them from a distance. Oh no, this is bad. What are those monsters? They're charging at us. One of Zhao Laosan's companions turned pale, panic etching his features. Run, quickly. Damn, they're so fast. Get the car, hurry. The others were now in a frenzy, each scrambling to escape. Honey, I've twisted my ankle. What should I do? Zhao Laosan's girlfriend exclaimed, terror in her eyes, seeing her slumped on the ground. Unable to rise, he steeled his resolve and released her hand. Honey, his girlfriend stared at him in disbelief as he let go. You've become a burden. Do not drag us down. Zhao Laosan spoke with an air of indifference as he turned to flee, reuniting with his brothers, while simultaneously feeling an inexplicable transformation within himself. It was as if he had come to comprehend the rules of this world, sensing that he was no longer the person he once was. He had metamorphosed into a decisive future overlord. Upon hearing his words, his girlfriend was instantly engulfed by despair. She could not fathom that the man who had previously showered her with affection could become so cold and unfeeling in the face of danger. At that moment, the crowd rushing towards the obstructing vehicles abruptly halted. Zhao Ge, look, is that the armored vehicle that just sped past? One of his brothers inquired, pointing towards the reversing vehicle. Zhao Laosan glanced over and indeed saw the armored car recklessly reversing. Huh. Could it be that they believe the monsters I attracted are a threat and have come to rescue us? How laughable, in this apocalypse. Being a do-gooder is tantamount to courting death. Zhao Laosan chuckled inwardly, finding their naivety comically reminiscent of elementary school children. After reversing for a short distance, the black armored vehicle came to a stop, and the door swung open. A dashing young man emerged, and to Zhao Laosan's astonishment, he raised his arm, revealing a firearm. Just as he registered this surprise, the stranger unexpectedly opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no, my leg, my leg. Ah, it's broken, it's broken. Please don't kill me. Aya, my leg. Before Zhao Laosan could react, he heard the gunfire, and his brothers around him were collapsing, clutching their legs and wailing in agony. Seeing the tragic state of his comrades caused Zhao Laosan's hair to stand on end. He was about to take action when 2 gunshots rang out. He felt an impact on his legs, akin to being struck by a baseball bat, an indescribable force crashing into him. Then came the excruciating pain, slicing through his legs like a knife, rendering him unable to maintain his balance. With a thud, Zhao Laosan fell to the ground, just like his fallen brothers. Chu Xiu coldly observed the writhing, lamenting figures sprawled on the ground, his heart devoid of any emotion. Initially, after driving out, he had no intention of concerning himself with these individuals. However, in glancing at the rearview mirror, he was astonished to recognize one of them, the yellow-haired man, who was one of the culprits responsible for his demise. This individual had been among those who, before the apocalypse, had followed Chun-Li, and was one of the assailants who had brutally shattered his limbs, leading to his death. In that instant, he halted the accelerator, shifted into reverse, and quickly backed up. Upon seeing them, Chu Xiu parked the vehicle, dismounted, and systematically shattered their legs with gunfire. He also noticed in the distance the mutated humans racing toward him with reckless abandon. This time, Chu Xiu was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he stood there, coldly observing the scene. Meanwhile, Zhao Laosan's girlfriend, struggling to rise, staggered towards one of the obstructing vehicles. This vehicle was still operable, though it lacked sufficient fuel. However, at that moment, she disregarded everything, closed the car door, and started the vehicle, preparing to drive away. Wife, save me. I was wrong, please. Zhao Laosan, lying on the ground, endured the pain in his legs as he crawled towards his girlfriend, pleading for mercy. He wished to live. Yet, in his despair, he saw that his girlfriend merely looked at him with indifference. Then she turned and drove away without mercy, leaving him and his brothers behind, crippled. Roar! Roar! The mutated humans in the distance were swiftly approaching. Zhao Laosan, with eyes full of resentment, glared at Chu Xiu, who was parked nearby, watching the scene unfold. I curse you to an untimely death. An untimely death. Zhao Laosan began to curse Chu Xiu, but before he could utter more than a few words, he was bitten by a mutated human. He immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, struggling to escape, but in his crippled state, he was utterly helpless. Creak, crack. The sounds of flesh being bitten and torn echoed as Zhao Laosan was surrounded by 3 mutated humans. The terrifying sounds of ripping filled the air, if one listened closely. The sound of bones snapping could be heard. Chu Xiu observed coldly, and upon witnessing this scene, his mood brightened. You are merely a fragment of the whole, fear not. I shall ensure that others join you soon, he thought coldly, and simultaneously noticed several mutated humans taking notice of him. Ignoring them, Chu Xiu returned to his vehicle and drove towards his destination, leaving behind the wretched Zhao Laosan and his companions, whose desperate wails echoed hauntingly in the apocalyptic ambience. Following the change of vehicles, the journey proceeded smoothly without any obstructions. Chu Xiu surmised that the sudden downpour of blood rain had caught many off guard, leaving them drenched before they could react. The lower-tier mutated humans had lost their reason and could not drive. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the survivors began to refer to these mutated humans as zombies. Although different from the zombies depicted in certain films, their bloodthirsty and infectious nature aligned with the definition. Thus, the survivors accepted this designation for the mutated humans. As time passed in the apocalypse, some mutated individuals would emerge, their strength rivaling that of top-tier warriors, becoming another disaster in this new world. However, at present, these zombies were still relatively weak, and Chu Xiu could easily dispatch them one-on-one. Yet, if faced with a throng, even he would find it challenging to contend. Therefore, enhancing his strength became of utmost importance, and this time, his goal was the residential area. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the residential complex he had purchased. The area was surrounded by iron plates, but he could still see some zombies lurking about. Though the residents had been driven out, there were still people in the surrounding neighborhoods. Chapter 30, a firm hold with a swift motion. The cold blade severed a zombie's head. Chu Xiu flicked the blood from his blade and surveyed his surroundings warily. Upon arriving at the residential complex he had purchased, he first set about clearing the zombies surrounding the entrance. However, he left the other zombies in place, as, to a certain extent, he required their presence to deter any unwanted visitors. The entrance had already been fitted with a mechanical lock. After retrieving the key and unlocking the door, he swiftly slipped inside, promptly shutting the door behind him. The essence orbs were believed to be located within buildings 13 and 24. One on the first floor and the other on the third. Conveniently, the keys for these residences were already in the locks. Chu Xiu hastened towards the nearest building. Number 13, traversing a remarkably desolate path. After having cleared all residents from the complex post-purchase, there were typically no occupants within. Yet, as he approached building 13, his ears perked up slightly. He cast his gaze to a nearby location, where a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. However, assessing the situation, he chose to disregard it for the moment and proceeded towards the first floor of building 13. Upon entering the building and reaching the first floor, Chu Xiu surveyed the 3 doors and began his search from the leftmost one. To his delight, as soon as he stepped inside, he spotted the essence orb floating in midair. Indeed, fortune favored him, having found one so swiftly. He reached out to grasp it, contemplating for a moment before deciding to consume it on the spot. The 2 previous orbs he had ingested had unlocked 2/3 of his second gene lock. With just one more, he would ascend to the second tier. Moreover, the environment was perfectly conducive for this act, and it wouldn't take long. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu swallowed the newly acquired essence orb, once again entering the familiar white space. He observed the essence surge towards the remaining gene lock, shattering 2/3 of it. With a crack, the second gene lock was completely unlocked. Chu Xiu instantly felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. His eyes flew open, and he perceived his senses sharpening remarkably. He gently leapt, effortlessly touching the ceiling, lightly landing back down without a sound. He realized that attaining the second tier had heightened his control over his body. Remarkable. In his previous life, reaching the second tier had taken considerable time. Yet today he had accomplished it in less than a day. Elated, he recognized that his gains had far surpassed his original plans. Initially, he had merely aimed to acquire one orb, yet he had unexpectedly secured for thus far. If he retrieved the remaining orb, he would possess 5 essence orbs. It was worth noting that he had never heard of anyone obtaining 5 essence orbs in his past life. Excitement coursed through him. But he understood that this was not the time for daydreaming. He pushed open the door and sprinted towards his next target. Just as he exited the corridor, he spotted 5 individuals standing not far away. Among them, one caught his attention with surprise. It was the intermediary who had previously facilitated his purchase of the entire complex. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, the intermediary's eyes sparkled with the same allure one might reserve for a striking beauty. He eagerly turned to the man beside him, exclaiming, "Brother Hao." "That's him." He asked the one who purchased the entire community. All prior arrangements were orchestrated at his behest. That lad undoubtedly knows something. Hearing the intermediary's words, Chu Xiu quickly grasped the situation. It was apparent that they were aware of his acquisition of the complex and the subsequent evacuation of its residents. This had rendered the area deserted, providing a sanctuary amid the ensuing chaos and bloodshed. The intermediary, having caught wind of this, had led his companion here to seek refuge. Upon their arrival, their presence sparked a series of thoughts. Indeed, after the intermediary finished speaking, the man referred to as Brother Hao scrutinized Chu Xiu. A confident smile gracing his features as he said, "You must be Chu Xiu. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, this place is not suitable for conversation. Shall we retire indoors to discuss further?" As he spoke, the individuals surrounding Brother Hao gradually formed a semicircle around Chu Xiu, clearly intent on preventing his departure. Chu Xiu remained still, adopting a tone laced with irony. "If we are to be pleased with one another, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Yet, I have matters to attend to. Might you allow me to leave?" With that, he casually placed his hands in his pockets, gazing expectantly at them for a response. "How dare you speak to Brother Hao like that? Do you think you're someone of importance? Just look at the chaos outside. Are you even aware of the current situation?" Brother Hao's companion erupted, launching into a tirade akin to a machine gun's rapid fire. When Brother Hao inquires, "It is your honor. You should obediently comply with his wishes." Before Brother Hao could interject, the intermediary continued to vent his frustrations. "Is this your intent?" Chu Xiu asked, directing his gaze towards Brother Hao instead of the intermediary. "Ha ha ha. My associate can be a bit reckless. However, he is not entirely mistaken. Young man, you find yourself encircled by my man, and I would advise you to cooperate," Brother Hao asserted, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he held all the cards. He had begun to suspect that Chu Xiu possessed some vital information regarding the apocalypse. It was highly plausible that he had sold his shares for a substantial sum upon receiving a tip-off. When Brother Hao learned of the share sale, he too had contemplated his next moves, but before any plans could materialize, the world had plunged into chaos. Many of his men had succumbed to the infection, leaving him with only a handful of loyal followers. Following reports from the intermediary, they had come here to seek safety. Though he remained uncertain as to why Chu Xiu had purchased the residential complex, park, and commercial buildings, he recognized that valuable intelligence could be extracted from him. Should Chu Xiu refuse to cooperate, Brother Hao would be compelled to resort to more forceful measures. Moreover, he speculated that Chu Xiu might possess information akin to tickets for a modern-day Arkansas. Perhaps the considerable funds he had amassed were intended for purchasing tickets to escape impending danger. Beneath this community, there might well be a passage leading to such a sanctuary. As long as they interrogate Chu Xiu, they might seize the boat tickets from him. If Chu Xiu were aware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of Brother Hao, he would undoubtedly commend his imagination. However, at present, he lacked the ability to read minds, yet he possessed the power to pierce through hearts. Bang! A gunshot interrupted Brother Hao's reverie. His expression stiffened as he looked down in bewilderment at his chest. There, he beheld his shirt stained crimson with blood, and an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. Brother Hao attempted to utter something, but as soon as he spoke a word, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 31. Driving to the next destination. Thud. The man known as Brother Hao fell to the ground. "Brother Hao, this is bad. He has a gun. Run." The individuals beside Brother Hao were suddenly struck with panic, each turning to flee. Bang, 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 bang. Alas, their speed was no match for Chu Xiu's gunfire. After Chu Xiu fired 4 shots, the remaining 4 individuals met the same fate as Brother Hao. After dispatching Brother Hao and his associates, Chu Xiu did not linger, but hurriedly proceeded towards his earlier destination. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he opened the door to the left room, his eyes instantly lighting up with joy as he beheld the spirit source pearl floating in the air. Excellent. Now, he had indeed gathered 5 of them. In his past life, he had missed numerous opportunities due to caution. This time, he would not let them slip away. The 5 spirit source pearls he had acquired thus far already positioned him as one of the most fortunate individuals in terms of absorption. A smile of exhilaration graced Chu Xiu's face, for according to the information he had retained from his previous life, the more spirit source pearls one absorbed, the greater their potential would be. Besides aiding in the harmless absorption of the world's spiritual energy, spirit source pearls primarily serve to unlock one's latent capabilities. The more pearls one absorbed, the higher their potential and the faster their growth. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu drew the spirit source pearls into his body. Proficiently, he entered a white space where this time, the spirit source pearls transformed into super refined spiritual energy. This energy surged directly towards the 3rd genetic lock. However, this particular pearl only managed to unlock 1/5 of it. Chu Xiu gently clenched his fist. Each incremental unlocking of a genetic lock would enhance his strength. The effects of this single spirit source pearl had already significantly amplified his power. Excellent. If I maintain this momentum, my strength will continue to grow rapidly. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Chu Xiu's eyes. He glanced upward. It was time to move on to the next location. This place had served its purpose. Although he had spent a considerable amount, the achievement of his goals rendered every expense worthwhile. Chu Xiu descended the stairs and arrived at the entrance, where he spotted a vehicle parked in the residential area. It was evident that the vehicle bore signs of an attempted forced entry. However, the vehicle was of superior quality. An armored car, rendering any such attempts futile. Clearly, it was the handiwork of those who had previously summoned Brother Hao. They might have intended to hide within the car to escape or to rummage through Chu Xiu's secrets. Regrettably, had the adversary remained concealed within the community, they might have evaded demise. Chu Xiu utilized his universal car key to unlock the vehicle and promptly took his seat. With merely 5 more kilometers to traverse, he would arrive at the park. Although a fence had been erected around the park, it inadvertently alerted others to its presence. The existence of a barrier could entice individuals to hide within, and he fervently hoped for no complications to arise. Contemplating the potential issues within the park, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. Should he fail to locate his spirit source pearl, he would not hesitate to eliminate everyone inside. In this second chance at life, he would not permit any exceptions. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiu pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle to its maximum speed toward the park's destination. The armored vehicle careened down the road, and when confronted by obstructing zombies, Chu Xiu paid them no heed, colliding with them forcefully. These zombies, yet to undergo further mutation, were merely stronger than ordinary humans, even if they were not killed outright. The violent impact would surely leave them incapacitated. In no time, with the accelerator fully pressed, he reached his destination in under 3 minutes. Upon arriving at the park, Chu Xiu beheld the zombies that encircled it. However, these zombies merely wandered about aimlessly. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, they charged at him like wild stallions unleashed. With his foot on the accelerator and the steering wheel turned, he executed a deadly spin at the park's entrance, sending the approaching zombies flying beneath his vehicle. His armored vehicle, having undergone substantial modifications for power, swiftly eradicated the zombies at the entrance, seizing the opportunity before more zombies could arrive from other areas. Chu Xiu parked at the entrance. He then disembarked and swiftly made his way into the park. Although the park's entrance was also fenced, an opening had been left for entry. However, upon reaching the entrance, Chu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed that the lock, which should have been secured, was now ajar. Observing the lock lying on the ground alongside a nearby stone, Chu Xiu deduced that it had been forcibly dismantled. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Who are you? You are not welcome here. Get out." Upon entering the park, Chu Xiu encountered 2 young men. Their faces etched with tension as they shouted at him. They clutched long wooden sticks, their grips so tight that their knuckles turned white. Chu Xiu offered no reply, instead casting a quick glance around. The park was relatively modest in size, akin to that of a football field. However, the dense vegetation obscured visibility. If the spirit source pearl were present here, locating it would prove challenging. Fortunately, having previously ingested a spirit source pearl, Chu Xiu possessed an acute sensitivity to its essence. Even now, he faintly sensed that the spirit source pearl within the park had yet to be utilized. However, one particular location exhibited a peculiar fluctuation, as if the spirit source pearl was being moved. It appeared that this specific pearl had been taken, causing a cold light to flicker in Chu Xiu's eyes. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Are you mute? You're not welcome here, so why don't you just leave? If you don't get out now, don't blame us for our sticks." The 2 young men at the entrance said impatiently, brandishing their clubs as a threat. "This park belongs to me. It is my domain. You trespassed without my consent, so it is you who should feel unwelcome, Chu Xiu replied, intending to gauge their reactions. He sensed that the one who had acquired the spirit source pearl was approaching. It seemed they were still uncertain about how to use it, hesitating to bring it to their lips, which meant there was room for negotiation with Chu Xiu. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the two young men exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by his response. However, after a moment of silent communication, they both wore mocking smiles. So what if it was yours? Can't you see the current situation? Even if this place was yours before, it belongs to us now. You think we've held back just because we're being nice? If you refuse to leave, we'll help you out, one of the youths said disdainfully. With that, he swung his club at Chu Xiu's head, clearly aiming for a critical hit. Chapter 32. No nonsense, no acceptance. Seeing the attack, a cold light flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. He slightly shifted his body, easily evading the blow, and then advanced swiftly, closing the distance in an instant. What? The young man was clearly startled by Chu Xiu's rapid movements. Just as he attempted to react, Chu Xiu delivered a powerful knee strike to his vulnerable area. Now a second-tier warrior, Chu Xiu possessed formidable physical prowess. Even a concrete wall would yield a significant dent under his kick. As he thrust his knee upward, it was as if something had shattered. The young man struck by Chu Xiu's knee turned pale, his complexion shifting from red to white and finally to a sickly yellow, before rolling his eyes back and collapsing, completely unconscious. Chu Xiu had moderated his strength, otherwise he might have inflicted far more grievous injury. His restraint stemmed from a desire to avoid soiling his trousers should he inadvertently cause severe damage. Nonetheless, the impact had left the young man in excruciating pain, as the vital area was reduced to a mere shell, its insides thoroughly mangled. You. The remaining youth, witnessing his companion's dire condition, was so frightened that he fumbled his club. He hastily covered his vital area with his hands and took hurried steps back, distancing himself from Chu Xiu. He had never anticipated that Chu Xiu would strike with such ferocity, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche and making him eager to flee from the scene. Now you can speak. Tell us. Who are you, and how did you end up here? At this moment, Chu Xiu inquired, gazing at the other party. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's question, the young man appeared visibly anxious and began to stammer out an explanation. After listening to his account, Chu Xiu grasped the reason for their presence in this place. According to the youth, they were all newly hired employees of the company. He and the young man sprawled on the ground were merely interns, fresh from university. They had initially been interning at the company when an unexpected upheaval occurred at noon. Witnessing the chaos of people consuming one another in the streets, he and his fellow interns fled the area. Since some of them resided in a neighborhood adjacent to the park, they were aware of the park's condition. They presumed that the park might be devoid of inhabitants, prompting them to seek refuge here. They had even assigned the two of them to guard the entrance and chase away anyone who attempted to enter. Before Chu Xiu's arrival, they had already expelled several groups of individuals. While Chu Xiu listened to the youth's words, a series of footsteps echoed nearby. At that moment, the young man reporting to Chu Xiu revealed a look of delight. He abruptly distanced himself from Chu Xiu and, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "You're finished. You dog. Our leader is coming with reinforcements. Prepare to meet your end." Chu Xiu paid no heed to the youth's antics, instead focusing on the distance. He observed a group of 7 or 8 individuals approaching rapidly, brandishing weapons. Chu Xiu sensed the presence of a spirit source pearl among them. "Xiao Lu, what happened? Why is Xiao Zhang lying on the ground?" One of the approaching men asked the young man. "Brother, you finally arrived. There's a martial artist here claiming this park is his." Lu Bo attempted to drive the intruder away, only to find himself incapacitated by a single kick. The youth, seeing his lifeline, began to vent his grievances to the leading man. In his explanation, he and the guarding Xiao Lu were portrayed as two loyal sentinels. Chu Xiu was described as an unexpected intruder who resorted to violence without provocation. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's account, the expressions of the others transformed into indignation. The leader stepped forward, coldly stating, "Friend, do you not find your actions to be excessive? Monsters are rampant outside, yet you persist in such behavior. Do you not perceive the shame in your conduct? I advise you to apologize to these two." Xiao Zhang, standing nearby, fervently concurred, "Indeed, if you think you're impressive, quickly apologize and leave." "That's right, get out. This is our territory, and you're not welcome." They declared. He incapacitated Xiao Zhang. "We should do the same to him. Yes, let him know we are not to be trifled with." At this moment, the others around them displayed an exuberant demeanor. Chu Xiu discerned that the newcomers were in a state of heightened tension, likely due to the sudden upheaval that had subjected their spirits to immense strain. At this juncture, finding an outlet for one's emotions is undoubtedly essential. Have you ever observed the ethereal white orbs suspended in midair? just as they were seething with righteous indignation. The object of their ire, Chu Xiu, unexpectedly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the leader's expression subtly shifted. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket with his left hand. Yet his lips uttered defiantly, "What white orbs? We have seen none. It is you who must provide us with an explanation. This man has harmed our companion, and he cannot be allowed to leave unscathed. Bind him, so we may hand him over to Xiao Lu for further action." The leader abruptly altered his tone, no longer demanding Chu Xiu's departure, but instead instructing his companions to restrain him. "It appears the situation rests in your hands. Fortunately, you have not made use of it." Chu Xiu observed the leader closely, noting every subtle movement. Upon witnessing the adversary's actions, he smiled and, without hesitation, drew his gun, aiming directly at the leader's head. A sharp crack reverberated through the air. The leader's expression stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground, a bleeding void marking his brow. The surrounding companions, already bewildered by Chu Xiu's actions, were rendered even more aghast by the sound of the gunshot and the sight of their leader falling lifelessly. "Run!" someone suddenly shouted, prompting the group to scatter in panic. Bang! 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 Chu Xiu showed no mercy, dispatching each foe with precision shots to the back of their heads. He would not allow those who stood against him to survive. As the gunfire ceased, only Chu Xiu remained standing. All others lay lifeless on the ground. Approaching the fallen leader's corpse, he rummaged through the left pocket and discovered a white luminous orb. At last, he had acquired it. How fortunate! A sense of relief washed over Chu Xiu as he beheld the spiritual source orb in his hand. Thankfully, during this time frame, their ignorance of its usage worked in his favor. Moreover, the individual who obtained the orb was not of the reckless sort. Had it fallen into the hands of a foolhardy individual, they might have inadvertently consumed it, leaving Chu Xiu with no recourse for lamentation. Having secured the sixth spiritual source orb, Chu Xiu refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, to avoid any potential complications, he hastily sought out the seventh orb. Chapter 33. A distinct circumstance, however. Just as Chu Xiu was about to take his leave, he paused. Turning around, he raised his gun and fired a shot at the previously incapacitated Xiao Lu. Bang! After discharging this round, Chu Xiu pivoted once more to continue his quest for the spiritual source orbs. If one is to eradicate the roots of a problem, one must apply the same standard to all. He could not afford to let an adversary off the hook simply because they had fainted. Moreover, in a certain sense, his action served a greater good, sparing the individual from the terrifying onslaught of zombies, allowing them to rest in peace without fear of what lay ahead. Guided by his instincts, Chu Xiu ventured deeper into the park. As he ventured halfway, Chu Xiu's ears perked up, detecting faint sounds emanating from his left. Cautiously, he approached the source of the noise. Pushing aside the obstructing branches, he beheld a clearing where a woman lay, her head bound in cloth. Aside from her head, which was swathed in strips of fabric, her body bore no coverings. Her limbs were tied with hemp ropes to the surrounding trees, leaving her in a spread eagle position. Realization dawned upon Chu Xiu. This was the handiwork of those he had encountered earlier. The chaos of this apocalyptic world had inevitably bred malevolent thoughts within some individuals. Determined to rescue her, he advanced, but midway, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Was this an abomination? How depraved were those individuals? As he drew closer, he noticed that the woman on the grass exhibited unmistakable signs of mutation. Her limbs bore grotesque marks, and her neck showed signs of decay. Moreover, the muffled sounds escaping from the fabric were not cries for help, but rather incoherent, anguished roars, and through the cloth, he could discern the presence of blood. This revelation led Chu Xiu to surmise that the individuals he had previously slain were not mere commoners. They showed no mercy even towards a mutated human. Their brutality was astonishing. Regardless of the woman's physique, his mind struggled to comprehend such an act. The sheer ferocity of it ignited a flicker of doubt within him. Casting uncertainty on her authenticity, could she be a mere ruse crafted by those individuals? After tearing away some of the fabric, he gazed upon her visage. It was unmistakably that of a zombie, her facial flesh decomposed to the point of revealing bone. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu fired a shot into the side of her neck, delivering a fatal blow. At such a close range, even if he failed to kill her outright, he could severely incapacitate her. Just as he resolved to depart, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to whirl around. He observed a crystallization phenomenon manifesting on the body of this mutated human. This occurrence signified that the zombie was exhibiting signs of evolution. What could this mean? Why was this particular zombie showing such indicators? Under normal circumstances, evolved zombies would not appear until a month had passed. Could it be that this location was unique? After all, it was here that the spirit source orbs originated. Chu Xiu's mind raced as he contemplated this. In his past life, He had been ensnared in the lower echelons and was thus ignorant of certain information. Nevertheless, witnessing the current situation, he felt it was a portent. It was possible that the zombies in areas where spirit source orbs were birthed would evolve prematurely. Moreover, prior to his rebirth, an incident involving a horde of zombies attacking strongholds had occurred. At that time, he had been solely focused on survival and had overlooked the details. Now, it seemed plausible that those evolved zombies were behind that chaos. Chu Xiu quickly recalled that in his previous life, a massive horde had launched an assault on numerous strongholds, with only a handful managing to evade the onslaught. It was at that moment that information regarding the spirit source pearls began to emerge, alongside tales of those who had absorbed these pearls to become formidable warriors. It was said that during that time, some human champions had even reached the 4th tier. However, in the face of the overwhelming tide of corpses, their efforts proved futile, and they perished while battling the onslaught. Reflecting on his own desperate escape amidst that horrific horde, Chu Xiu's expression grew solemn. If no changes were to occur, the impending tide of corpses 3 months hence would be utterly terrifying. The sheer magnitude of their numbers would bring an entirely different level of pressure. Strength must be augmented, otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand that wave. Moreover, it appeared that the locations of the attacks during that time were primarily those occupied by warriors who had utilized the spirit source pearls. It was quite possible that, when the tide arrived in 3 months, I could become a primary target. With this thought, Chu Xiu felt a sense of urgency. After all, even if he were to attain the 4th tier, the recollection of that horde filled him with dread. Following that tide, the scenario had been predominantly one of humans fleeing while the zombies pursued relentlessly. This harrowing chase lasted an entire month before it mysteriously dissipated. Remembering that scene, Chu Xiu realized he could not afford to be complacent. He must strengthen his abilities. Soon, undisturbed by any external factors, Chu Xiu found himself in a garden area and spotted yet another spirit source pearl. He approached it eagerly, feeling a surge of confidence as he grasped it in his hand. With 7 spirit source pearls now in his possession, he believed he was among the few in the world to have such a collection. Chu Xiu contemplated the future apocalypse, where certain cities, with the aid of top-tier warriors, began to establish connections. Among these exchanges, information regarding the spirit source pearls was also shared. Most elite warriors had only absorbed a single pearl, and it was rare for someone to absorb 2. Those who had absorbed 2 were generally far stronger than those who had only taken 1. Rumors suggested that in a neighboring city, an individual had absorbed 3 pearls, making them the strongest in that area. As for me, who was on the verge of absorbing 7, my power would undoubtedly surge at an accelerated pace. Looking around, Chu Xiu climbed a tree and promptly consumed the 2 spirit source pearls. In an instant, those pearls transformed into the purest essence of spiritual energy, unlocking a portion of his 3rd genetic lock, leaving approximately 2/5 still secured. Just 2 more pearls were needed. If he could find them, his strength would ascend to the 3rd tier. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Xiu's eyes as he felt the surge of enhanced power, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. He leapt from the tree and sprinted towards the park's entrance. At that moment, invigorated by his newfound strength, he noticed a significant increase in his speed. What previously required 2 minutes to traverse could now be accomplished in just over 1 minute. He was now capable of covering 7 to 8 meters in a single second. This was merely the speed achieved from a standing start. If he maintained his pace, he would only grow faster. Upon reaching the park's entrance, Chu Xiu spotted several zombies that had stealthily entered, their presence unknown until now. They began to gnaw at the corpses on the ground, a few of which had already been assimilated by infection. Upon rising again, they feasted upon the bodies of their companions who had yet to undergo transformation. At that moment, the noise made by Chu Xiu caught their attention. Upon seeing the living man, the zombies immediately let out a series of guttural cries and charged towards him. Chapter 34, The Performance. The human heart faced with the onslaught of zombies, Chu Xiu remained calm as he observed the approaching horde. As the first zombie lunged at him, he deftly maneuvered to its rear. Before it could react, he executed a swift side kick, sending the creature's head flying through the air. As a second-tier warrior on the brink of reaching the 3rd tier, he found himself in a position of overwhelming dominance against these half-first-tier zombies. With agility, Chu Xiu danced among the throng of undead, dispatching them with ease, and soon, heads were soaring in every direction. This method spared him the mess of getting his hands dirty, allowing him to eliminate the threat efficiently. The effectiveness of conventional firearms had diminished significantly against these foes. Even as a second-tier warrior, he knew that a standard handgun would not be lethal to him. A shot to the head would simply be deflected by his reinforced skull, unless struck in a particularly vulnerable area. After effortlessly dispatching the zombies, Chu Xiu exited the park. The sky remained dim, yet upon glancing at his phone, He noted that less than an hour and a half had passed since his escape from the hotel. The atmosphere, however, felt akin to twilight, steeped in an aura of decay and despair. In the distance, he could intermittently hear the sound of explosions, and the chilling echoes of screams and cries for help were discernible from nearby locales. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed more zombies slowly converging upon him. Their expressions twisted with malevolence as they charged forward. Reacting quickly, Chu Xiu dove into his vehicle, revved the engine, and turned the car around, barreling straight towards the approaching zombies. The sound of impact reverberated as he collided with them. The modified armored vehicle boasted substantial power and resilience, proving exceptionally effective against these near first-tier zombies. However, should they evolve into second-tier creatures, the vehicle's effectiveness would be compromised. In this post-apocalyptic landscape, zombies were known to evolve, often at a pace surpassing that of warriors advancing in strength. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, this posed an immense threat. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, survival hinged upon the prowess of elite warriors. Only those at the pinnacle of strength could ensure their safety, while ordinary warriors struggled to survive against the relentless tide. After crushing a swarm of zombies to alleviate his stress, Chu Xiu continued driving. His destination lay at the other end of the city road, in the commercial district, where he aimed to procure the remaining 2 spirit source pearls. As he drove, he was astonished to discover that after absorbing 7 spirit source pearls, his body seemed to be perpetually evolving. Yet this transformation was not one of mere strength. Rather, it was an ineffable sensation, as if something within him yearned to break free. It felt akin to the imminent birth of something profound, a phenomenon beyond the reach of words. Chu Xiu sensed that once he acquired the remaining 2 spirit source pearls, this feeling would crystallize further, and he would undoubtedly undergo a monumental change. With this thought in mind, he pressed his foot down on the accelerator, racing towards his destination. Meanwhile, at the Jinlong Shihua Hotel, the doors to the top floor stood wide open, revealing a scene that would strike terror into the hearts of any onlooker. The grand hall was awash with dismembered limbs and severed arms, the floor resembling a canvas splattered with crimson paint. In the center of the hall, a figure sat upon the ground, seemingly devouring something in an eerie tableau. The sound of gnashing echoed in the air as the figure rapidly consumed whatever it held, and upon noticing it was finished, discarded the remnants with a clatter. A skull, gnawed down to mere scraps of flesh, spun rapidly on the floor like a top. Meat. Meat. The figure murmured as it gradually rose to its feet. When it lifted its head, its visage was revealed. Despite the rotting flesh that marred its face, parts of it gleamed with a crystalline sheen, clearly indicative of an impending evolution. Those zombies generally possessed lesser combat prowess than warriors of the same rank. An overwhelming number of them could alter the outcome significantly. Had Chu Xiu been present, he would have been astounded to recognize that this seemingly evolving zombie was none other than Chu Xinghe. Though transformed into a zombie, it remained uncertain whether any vestiges of memory lingered. At that moment, the zombie incarnation of Chu Xinghe sniffed the air and began to shuffle towards the exit. The remnants strewn throughout the hall predominantly belonged to other zombies, suggesting that Chu Xinghe had consumed his fellow undead. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiu, who was preoccupied with driving, a sudden ringtone broke the silence. He glanced at his phone, and his brow arched upon seeing the caller's name. It was his capable secretary, Yi Zixuan. The day prior to his visit to the hotel, he had granted her a day off, a decision he had mirrored in his previous life, in that past existence. After the onset of the apocalypse, it was a call from her that prompted him to flee the hotel and rush to their rendezvous at his villa. It was during that fateful encounter that he became aware of Yi Zixuan's lingering animosity towards him. Hello? Zixuan, where are you? It is advisable to remain indoors. The outside world is perilous, teeming with zombies. As soon as the call connected, Chu Xiu feigned a tone of urgency. In his previous life, he had expressed the same sentiment, and now he was reenacting the scene. Wah, Mr. Chu, I am somewhat safe here, but there are zombies everywhere. Chu Xiu heard the distressed voice on the other end. Mr. Chu, I feel so frightened right now, wah? Yet, he reassured her, but Mr. Chu, please take care of yourself. I can hold on a little longer, wah. The weeping Yi Zixuan intermittently lamented her plight, alternating between expressing her fear and urging Chu Xiu to be cautious. She portrayed the image of a sorrowful maiden, selflessly concerned for another, with remarkable depth. Anyone with a heart would feel compelled to rescue her upon hearing such despair. Zixuan, stop crying. Where are you now? I will come to get you, he declared. You know I have renovated a villa. It is exceedingly safe, devoid of danger. Chu Xiu spoke with a feigned tone of sympathy, and they quickly reached an agreement. After a brief exchange of comforting words, he hung up, restoring his indifferent facade. In truth, he could have chosen to ignore her plight. Yet he was keen to uncover her reasons for betrayal. He believed he had done nothing to warrant such treachery, having regarded her merely as a sister. Chapter 35, Congestion. Infighting. So beautiful Chu Xiu drove swiftly, navigating the streets with urgency. However, as he approached the commercial district, the number of vehicles increased dramatically. The roads were now filled with people trapped in their cars. Though the deluge of chaos had descended unexpectedly, many had sought refuge indoors, escaping the rain of blood. Panic gripped the populace, who desperately sought to flee the horror. Yet, with so many attempting to drive away, compounded by instances of aggressive lane cutting, the streets became hopelessly congested, and some honked their horns in frustration. Chu Xiu, witnessing this, inwardly cursed the reckless individuals for courting death. It appeared that this location had yet to be overrun by zombies, likely due to the surrounding commercial buildings. During the blood rain, most had taken shelter in the offices, resulting in a relatively low infection rate, and thus, chaos had not yet erupted. However, the throng of people congesting the area, accompanied by their incessant honking, was, in essence, signaling to the distant zombies that life persisted here. As anticipated, a glance in the rearview mirror revealed dark figures emerging on the road behind him. A multitude of shadows surged toward them, unmistakably the zombies drawn by the commotion. The zombies are coming. Run. Clear the way. Smash through the cars in front. Help. You must let us pass. Crash through. Do not hesitate. Survival is paramount. Mother Wah. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of terror and shouts of anger. Chu Xiu observed two men engaged in a fierce altercation, even in this dire moment. He felt no surprise at their behavior, as human thoughts are beyond control, rendering such reactions entirely expected. With a deft motion, Chu Xiu accessed the vehicle's control panel and adjusted the tire height settings. Subsequently, the tires of the vehicle he was piloting extended upwards. After gauging his surroundings, he pressed the accelerator with determination. The modified armored vehicle now towered above ordinary cars, and with the surge of power from the accelerator, it plowed forward, crushing the vehicles in its path. The resounding thuds echoed as the powerful armored vehicle traversed over the rooftops of the surrounding cars. Many onlookers were drawn to Chu Xiu's audacious maneuver, astonished that a vehicle could advance in such a manner. However, this spectacle sparked a desire amongst several individuals to hitch a ride, prompting some to position themselves in front of Chu Xiu's vehicle in an attempt to obstruct his progress. Stop. If you won't let us on, neither shall you pass. It's inhumane to behave this way. There are people here who need your assistance. Unfazed by the obstructive gestures of those ahead, Chu Xiu pressed the accelerator to the floor. In this chaotic world, old paradigms no longer applied. Witnessing Chu Xiu's unwavering intent to proceed, the obstructors were quickly filled with fear and fled. How inhumane! How dare he act so ruthlessly! Call the authorities, apprehend him. Such a person deserves capital punishment. Before they could utter another word, a horde of zombies surged toward them from the distance. The air was soon filled with screams and cries of terror. Those who had attempted to block the road were swiftly engulfed by the advancing undead. Inside the vehicle, Chu Xiu felt a jolt but maintained his speed. After navigating through a series of intersections, he finally spotted his destination. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the vehicle and sprinted forward. Glancing back, he noticed a few zombies trailing behind. Without deliberation, he activated the vehicle's attractor system. The piercing, shrill sound erupted from the armored vehicle, immediately captivating the surrounding zombies, who lunged madly toward the source of the noise. Seizing the opportune moment, Chu Xiu initiated the vehicle's explosives as the throng of zombies thickened. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated the majority of the zombies into a grotesque scatter, simultaneously enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. This sudden haze effectively dispersed the surrounding scents, providing a significant disruption to the zombie's sensory perception. Chu Xiu dashed forward, intent on conserving time, for his primary objective was the remaining 2 spirit source orbs. Upon arriving at the ground floor of the commercial building he had purchased, Chu Xiu observed that steel plates had been installed at the entrances. This was a precaution he had previously instructed, aimed at preventing panicked individuals from seeking refuge here should he fail to arrive in time. If anyone were to breach this place, they might inadvertently seize the Lingyuan pearl. Approaching the entrance, Chu Xiu produced a key and swiftly unlocked the door. He then entered the building with haste, closing his eyes to attune to the environment within. 2 of them were present. One was located on the 2nd floor, while the other resided in the underground parking area. With a sudden intensity, Chu Xiu opened his eyes and dashed toward the 2nd floor. Fortunately, the elevator on this level was operational. With a chime, he ascended to the 2nd floor and, following his instincts, located his objective. The Lingyuan pearl, suspended in midair, exuded an irresistible allure. Chu Xiu reached out with his hand and promptly stowed it in his pocket. He then made his way to the staircase and leaped down the middle, landing swiftly on the ground floor. At that moment, he heard commotion at the entrance, followed by a flurry of footsteps and voices. "Quick, block the door with the table. We must not let those monsters in." After a flurry of frantic activity, the noise at the entrance subsided somewhat. Chu Xiu paid them no heed and directly ascended the staircase, racing toward the underground parking area. "There are people. I see someone running downstairs." As Chu Xiu hurried toward the parking garage, a keen-eyed individual caught sight of him. In the lobby, 7 or 8 people were huddled together. They were employees from the adjacent building, part of the same project team. A bald, middle-aged man, upon hearing the remarks from his companions, paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Quick, let us follow that person. He might have a vehicle. If we have a ride, we can escape this cursed place." Upon hearing the bald man's words, the others quickly grasped the situation. Although vehicles on the road were stuck in traffic, some alternate routes remained unobstructed. If they managed to acquire a vehicle, they could drive onto the sidewalks and make their escape. Remaining here was simply too perilous. "Let us go. Hurry, or we might miss him." The others readily concurred with the bald man, instinctively trusting his leadership as he was the head of their project team. Chapter 36. Moral Coercion. Chu Xiu burst into the underground parking garage, which was exceedingly spacious. After purchasing the building, he had evicted all the employees who previously worked there. Consequently, the garage was devoid of vehicles, save for a single armored vehicle he had arranged beforehand. Chu Xiu was quite satisfied with the armored vehicle crafted by the refuge company. He wondered about He Do and whether the transformation had been successful. In regard to the black beans at the shelter, Chu Xiu felt a flicker of anticipation within. After all, he could not fully trust the loyalty of humans. However, the devotion of pets was beyond question. Soon, guided by his instincts, Chu Xiu discovered the last spirit source pearl. Upon securing it, a semblance of relief washed over his face. A week of meticulous planning had finally come to fruition. Once he absorbed the 2 spirit source pearls within the building, he might become the sole human in this world to have absorbed 9 spirit source pearls. After carefully stowing away the 2 pearls, Chu Xiu retrieved his car keys and opened the door of the armored vehicle parked nearby. Just as he did so, the door at the top of the basement stairs swung open violently. 7 or 8 individuals rushed inside, and upon spotting Chu Xiu, a bald man hurriedly waved his hand and called out, "Friend, wait a moment." A few of them, upon noticing the armored vehicle beside Chu Xiu, instantly displayed expressions of excitement. The vehicle appeared remarkably impressive and exuded a sense of safety. The bald man, upon seeing Chu Xiu's youthful visage, felt a stir in his heart and inquired, "Is this vehicle yours?" To the bald man's inquiry, Chu Xiu replied coolly, "What do you want?" The bald man's eyes flickered with a hint of displeasure at Chu Xiu's aloof demeanor. However, noticing the armored vehicle once more, he suppressed his irritation and continued, "Friend, consider this. The outside is perilous, and you possess such an armored vehicle. I believe we could collaborate. I know a path to escape from here. You take us along, and we will guide you, allowing us all to flee together." After surveying the group, Chu Xiu posed a question. "I could take you, but this vehicle accommodates only 4 people. Even if we squeeze in, it can hold a maximum of 6. What about the others?" Upon hearing his query, the middle-aged man and the others exchanged glances. They soon realized their small team comprised 7 members, including Chu Xiu, that made 8 individuals. But the vehicle could only seat 6, leaving 2 unaccounted for. "Wait, the trunk can hold 1 person. That makes it 7, a young woman from the opposing team exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a new revelation. Upon hearing her words, the bald man's expression darkened momentarily. He discreetly turned his body and exchanged glances with 2 young men in the group, signaling them. Recognizing their leader's cue, the 2 young men recalled the previous conversation. They resolved to assess the vehicle's size. If it could not accommodate everyone, they would determine how many it could hold. Should it fall short by 1 person, they would resort to more drastic measures to seize the vehicle. As they descended the stairs, the bald man spoke with a menacing tone to his team. The others in the group readily agreed, and soon they began to encircle Chu Xiu, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. What is this? Are they planning to seize the vehicle? Upon observing the actions of the other party, Chu Xiu slightly raised an eyebrow and remarked, "My friend, as you are aware, we have an abundance of manpower here. Given the perilous situation outside, I must take responsibility for those around me. These individuals are children from different families, and you are well aware of the difficulties their parents face. Therefore, I propose that you allow us to use your vehicle, and once we find a safe haven, we shall return to retrieve you." The bald man wore a facade of insincere smiles as he spoke. Dismissing the man's words, Chu Xiu drew his gun and aimed it at him, stating, "I am in a good mood today, so I shall refrain from acting. Now, be swift and leave." Chu Xiu had no desire to engage with the bald man's rhetoric, no matter the justification. It was clear he merely wished for Chu Xiu to relinquish the vehicle. If an ordinary person were to surrender their car, they would essentially be inviting death, especially considering the current level of danger outside. The number of infected individuals was bound to surge, inevitably leading to peril. The bald man, witnessing the emergence of Chu Xiu's firearm, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, regretting his decision to advance and placing himself in such a precarious position. Ahem, ha ha ha, my friend, we can discuss this amicably. Your demeanor is rather unseemly, and such actions place you on the path of criminality. You must have faith in our nation. The military will surely eradicate the monsters swiftly. Order will be restored. And should you fire that weapon, you would be condemning yourself to a life devoid of peace. The bald man continued to speak placatingly, raising his hands to signal his lack of threat. Leave. Chu Xiu coldly uttered a single word, waving his gun dismissively. The bald man and his companions were immediately struck with fear, hastily retreating, anxious that Chu Xiu might inadvertently discharge his weapon. Dying by such misfortune would be too unjust. Once the adversaries had distanced themselves, Chu Xiu returned to his vehicle, ignited the engine, and drove directly towards the exit of the underground garage. Captain, are we simply allowing them to leave? One of the youths questioned indignantly as they observed the bald man. What else should we do? Would you prefer to stand in front of bullets? Chu Xiu retorted. However, I have taken note of that man's license plate number. Once order is restored, I shall report him, ensuring he spends a lifetime in prison. The bald man glared resentfully at the departing vehicle, vowing not to let this humiliation go unpunished. Meanwhile, as Chu Xiu approached the entrance of the underground garage, he could hear shouts echoing from outside through the rolled-up door. Lowering his window, he pressed a switch on the wall, causing the garage door to rise slowly. Behind the door lay a throng of zombies, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they fixated on Chu Xiu. With urgency, he rolled up the window and pressed the accelerator, opting not to charge directly through, as insufficient speed might jeopardize his escape. Instead, he swiftly reversed and retraced his path, while the horde of zombies, their eyes ablaze with ferocity, surged forward in pursuit. At that moment, the bald man and his companions, still on the upper floor, were left puzzled by the commotion of the vehicle. However, when they beheld the throng of zombies trailing behind their vehicle, a pallor washed over their faces, and panic ensued as they desperately sought to flee the scene. At that moment, a portion of the zombies became aware of the bald-headed man and his companions nearby. Instantly, a small faction of the undead, with ravenous howls, surged toward the group of people. Chapter 37. Awakening of Abilities. After navigating a circuitous route in the underground parking lot, Chu Xiu observed a significant reduction in the number of zombies following his vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, he noted that a considerable portion of the horde was now rushing in another direction. Regarding the safety of that group, Chu Xiu could only resign himself to fate. Had they not descended, they might have evaded this predicament. Indeed, sometimes a fleeting thought can lead to vastly different outcomes. At this juncture, the entrance to the underground parking garage was no longer obstructed by a multitude of zombies. Chu Xiu pressed down on the accelerator and barreled out of the underground refuge. The roadway was a chaotic tableau, strewn with debris and disorder. Blood was splattered across the ground, and numerous dismembered limbs lay scattered about. The zombies drenched in the sanguine rain harbored a terrifying thirst for flesh. Furthermore, should time elapse without fresh meat, they would resort to cannibalism among themselves. However, by that time, several years would have passed since the onset of the apocalypse. Presently, the zombies still had the means to procure fresh blood and flesh. Now, Chu Xiu was intent on locating a secure haven. Previously, due to the disturbance caused by the bald-headed man, he had been unable to find an opportune moment to utilize the spirit source pearls. Thus, he sought an open area, spotting a less frequented intersection. He maneuvered his vehicle into it and promptly locked the doors, pausing momentarily. His armored car was fortified with bulletproof glass, providing ample protection. From his pocket, Chu Xiu retrieved the last two spirit source pearls, gazing at their luminous white glow. He held a profound affection for these orbs, as they signified an enhancement of his prowess. Without further hesitation, he consumed them, one after the other. Soon, the pure essence of the spirit source surged forth, impacting his genetic locks. Under the relentless onslaught of this energy, the third genetic lock shattered. In an instant, Chu Xiu felt a surge of power coursing through his body. The sounds around him, cries, shouts, curses, and roars, became increasingly distinct, resonating as if they were echoing in his ears. He was able to discern each sound with remarkable clarity. Simultaneously, the sensation of something being birthed intensified. Within his white space, Chu Xiu felt as though the environment was on the verge of manifesting something extraordinary. This white space was his potential domain, and now, a silvery luminescence emerged within it. In that fleeting moment, the brilliance enveloped the space, and Chu Xiu felt himself entering a state of profound transformation. Everything around him seemed to be frozen in time, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. This sensation of stillness was fleeting, and soon, Chu Xiu snapped back to reality. Immediately, he beheld a silver rune manifesting within the pristine white space. However, the rune was incomplete, revealing only a portion of itself, while the majority remained shrouded in a silvery liquid, obscured from view. As time progressed, the formerly unclear sections began to clarify, albeit requiring a certain duration. What an enigma this rune was. Gazing at the white rune in his potential space, Chu Xiu was filled with questions. Nevertheless, he sensed that this rune posed no threat to him. When his subconscious thought made contact with the rune, it instantaneously became clear, merging with his intent. In that moment, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. Yet, the content of this information was fleeting, slipping away from his memory almost as soon as it arrived. However, once that sensation faded, Chu Xiu opened his eyes, his gaze alight with excitement. Time stood still. As he silently contemplated this phenomenon, he suddenly opened his eyes to find that everything outside had transformed. The scene beyond the window remained chaotic, with people fleeing from the relentless bites of zombies. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a striking difference emerged. The individuals were all frozen in place. Chu Xiu swung open the car door and stepped onto the ground. In his sight, everything was ensnared in a state of immobility. Even the leaves that once danced in the breeze hung, suspended in midair. The expressions of fear on people's faces, as well as the grotesque stillness of the zombies, were vivid before him. This is my extraordinary ability, time manipulation. How powerful. Chu Xiu felt a surge of exhilaration as he realized the significance of the rune after his brief contact with it. This rune represented his awakened ability, unique and unparalleled. Upon awakening, no second instance of this rune would manifest. It was a capability he unearthed after absorbing 9 spirit source orbs, enhancing his potential. However, the consumption of this ability was formidable. In less than 10 seconds, his stamina had significantly waned. If he were to maintain it with full effort, he could sustain this state for approximately 30 seconds. Chu Xiu, filled with excitement, sensed the depletion and, with a thought, ceased the use of his power. Suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, everything sprang back to life. The cacophony of sounds erupted, screams for help, the thundering of chaos, but Chu Xiu paid no heed. His heart brimmed with exhilaration, for this power was extraordinary. Time manipulation, though seemingly unimpressive in its immediate effect, held profound implications. Upon activating this ability, all entities, save for himself, would be ensnared in a state of temporal suspension. While he could move freely, the passage of time for him was equally halted. This enables him to utilize the power of time stasis without any impact on his lifespan, regardless of its duration. Moreover, the energy expenditure of this ability appears significant at first glance. As a third-tier warrior, he can only sustain the time stasis for approximately 30 seconds. However, from Chu Xiu's perspective, this consumption is not burdensome at all. It does not imply that he is limited to merely 30 seconds of usage per day. Rather, it indicates that he can maintain this state for 30 seconds while in peak condition. Furthermore, this ability drains his stamina, and as long as he restores his energy, he can continue to employ it. Even if the recovered stamina suffices for just a fleeting second of time stasis, he can still wield it. Additionally, the depletion of stamina will naturally stabilize at a balanced level. If Chu Xiu desires, he can even compel the use of his power when his stamina is entirely exhausted. However, in such circumstances, the toll would be considerably greater, potentially endangering his life. Nevertheless, a mere 30 seconds is ample. With such a time frame, my current prowess is sufficient. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Not far off, a young girl was frantically fleeing from 3 pursuing zombies. The 38th chapter, titled Acting, unfolds as she, clad in shorts that barely covered her, sprinted with her long, slender legs. Behind her, 3 grotesque zombies, their faces in a state of decay, lunged at her with ravenous fervor, their tongues lolling out like starved wolves. In times of peace, these 3 zombies would surely face public condemnation. Alas, in this chaotic moment, no one would intervene to halt their frenzied assault, as all were preoccupied with their own survival, leaving no one to lend a hand. However, in this dire situation, there was one exception. Time suspended. Chu Xiu swiftly activated his ability, and in an instant, the environment around him fell into stillness. Feeling the drain on his stamina, he quickly maneuvered behind the 3 zombies. With a powerful kick, their heads soared into the air. Yet, once detached from Chu Xiu's leg, they hovered in midair. It seemed that only objects he had touched were capable of movement, and this did not disrupt the state of time stasis. Realizing the practicality of his ability, Chu Xiu felt a surge of clarity. At that moment, he glanced at the girl, who was still frozen in her running posture. He approached her. Witnessing her face locked in a moment of terror, gently, he poked her cheek, discovering that the indentation left by his finger would not revert. It remained in that state, as if he had pressed into a piece of non-resilient clay. A crisp sound echoed as he lightly tapped her rear. It was evident that deformation occurred upon contact. Yet once released from his touch, she reverted to her pre-contact state. After stepping back slightly, he restored the flow of time. A soft thud resonated as 3 severed heads flew forth, blood gushing from the necks. A sudden clap echoed, followed by a startled exclamation. "Ah, who just smacked my behind?" At that moment, a girl clad in exceedingly short denim shorts bewilderedly clutched her posterior. She had just felt a sharp smack and instinctively touched her face, realizing she had been struck there as well. However, she swiftly dismissed these concerns, turning her attention back to the pressing matter at hand, evading the relentless pursuit of the zombies. To her astonishment, upon glancing back, she discovered that the 3 zombies trailing her were now headless. Their bodies collapsed on the ground, while their severed heads lay scattered about. What on earth had transpired? The girl was taken aback, but did not dwell on it long. Recognizing the danger surrounding her, she hastily sought a safe haven to continue her escape. Meanwhile, from a distance, Chu Xiu observed the impressive efficacy of his newfound abilities. He couldn't help but marvel at their potency. Be it in offense, defense, evasion, or capture, his capabilities were unparalleled, leaving no room for concern. If only his warrior level were to ascend, the duration of his powers would extend correspondingly. Should his stamina consumption be balanced with recovery time, he could achieve a state of permanent stasis. The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a thrill within him. Patience was key. He had acquired his abilities. Now it was time to enhance his prowess. Regaining his composure, Chu Xiu established a clear objective for his future endeavors. First, to elevate his rank to a 9th-level warrior. With this modest goal set, he returned to his vehicle and restarted the engine, intent on reaching his sanctuary while addressing a few matters along the way. As he drove, Chu Xiu activated his ability to halt time. To his amazement, he discovered that his car continued to move even while time was suspended. This effect rendered his vehicle seemingly capable of instantaneous travel, vanishing in one moment and reappearing at a distance in the next. How splendidly efficient this would be for travel, he mused, realizing the myriad of possibilities his powers afforded him. Were it not for the need to conserve energy, he would relish remaining in this state of temporal stillness indefinitely. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at a residential apartment not far from the hotel he had previously visited. This was the dwelling of Yi Zixuan, and he noticed a few scattered zombies lurking in the vicinity. With ease, he dispatched them, now a 3rd-level warrior. He could effortlessly send a zombie's head flying with a single kick, his attack speed having greatly increased. Upon reaching the entrance to Yi Zixuan's apartment, Chu Xiu sent her a message. Upon receiving his notification, she promptly opened the door and rushed out. Chu Xiu observed that she was clad in office attire, though she had opted for running shoes. "Mr. Chu, I'm so frightened," she cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she dashed towards him like a delicate flower caught in the rain. Did not intervene, for it was not the opportune moment to sever ties. "Are you uninjured?" he inquired with feigned concern. No, I've merely been hiding in my room," Yi Zixuan replied, trembling with palpable fear. "The outside is rife with terrifying monsters. They were pounding on the door earlier, and I dared not approach." At that moment, her body quaked, displaying an extraordinary level of fright. Internally, Chu Xiu sighed, begrudgingly admiring how adeptly beautiful women could act. Embracing her, he could distinctly sense that while her body trembled, this was all a deliberate performance, lacking genuine emotional turmoil. "This is not the place for conversation. Let us hasten to my fortified sanctuary," he urged. "I sold my company's stocks previously, and I utilized that wealth to renovate my villa. It is an utterly secure location, replete with ample supplies." While he accompanied her in this charade, his tone was imbued with concern and reassurance, yet his eyes remained frigid. In truth, facing someone who had betrayed him, he ought to have acted decisively. Nevertheless, he was deeply intrigued by the motive behind her treachery. If he were to interrogate her, she might not divulge the truth. Lacking alternative means of coercion, he resolved to employ his imminent peril to entice her into revealing her reasons. In his previous life, upon encountering Yi Zixuan's betrayal, he had refrained from pressing the issue and had fled for his life without delay. This time, however, he intended to adopt a demeanor of profound despair, leveraging this state to instill in her a sense of assured victory, compelling her to disclose her betrayal's rationale. Thus, the villa had been prepared in anticipation of this very scenario. Yi Zixuan, recognizing that this was not the moment for defiance, obediently followed Chu Xiu as they made their escape. Upon sighting Chu Xiu's armored vehicle, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes, and thoughts regarding the vehicle began to surface in her mind. Chapter 39. A change of countenance. Chu Xiu swiftly ushered Yi Zixuan into the armored vehicle, directing it towards the fortified villa. Throughout the journey, her visage remained etched with fear. Mr. Chu, what has become of these people? Is it truly the dawn of the apocalypse? Upon hearing Yi Zixuan's inquiry, Chu Xiu reflected on the post-apocalyptic landscape, a hint of melancholy gracing his features as he replied. Perhaps, but fret not. My secure abode is equipped with a recirculation system. Even if the apocalypse has indeed arrived, we need only remain sheltered within the villa to be untroubled. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's unequivocal assurance, a notion began to form in Yi Zixuan's mind. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a villa community where the residences were widely separated. However, the relentless downpour of blood spared none, and numerous zombies wandered aimlessly around the vicinity. Chu Xiu accelerated the vehicle, but as they approached the community entrance, it suddenly halted. Mr. Chu, what is the matter? Yi Zixuan questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. At this moment, Chu Xiu, in a state of sheer anxiety, pressed the accelerator while turning the ignition key. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, the vehicle stubbornly refused to start. Damn it, the car must have sustained damage from the earlier collision with the zombies. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. However, in his agitation, he inadvertently broke the horn. Beep, beep, beep. The blaring sound echoed, causing Yi Zixuan's face to pale in alarm. Such a cacophony would undoubtedly attract the undead. We have to get out of here. Zombies are heading our way. With that, Chu Xiu grabbed Yi Zixuan and they frantically exited the vehicle. We must take a detour. This spot will surely draw in a horde of zombies. Leading Yi Zixuan, he dashed towards the direction of the villa, navigating along a side path. However, upon reaching a corner, just as Chu Xiu was about to vault over the wall, he instinctively pulled Yi Zixuan back. What's wrong? She asked, slightly bewildered. She had not fully grasped the situation before being yanked into a run. Now, having come to a halt, she noticed the troubled expression on Chu Xiu's face, which sent a jolt of concern through her. There are numerous zombies guarding the entrance to the villa. We cannot get past them. Chu Xiu's face darkened, his anxiety palpable. Hearing his words, Yi Zixuan cautiously peered around the corner. Indeed, several zombies were loitering at the villa's entrance. Yi Zixuan had previously inquired about this villa and was aware that it had only two entrances, front and back. Currently, the zombies were obstructing both. Zixuan, take this key. It is the key to the villa's door. At that moment, Chu Xiu handed her a square key, as she instinctively accepted it. A flicker of something strange flashed in her eyes. I'll lure the zombies away, and you make a dash for the villa. Rest assured. The door is made of a special alloy, and there's a peephole crafted from bulletproof glass at the center, ensuring our safety. Once I've drawn the zombies away, you must open the door immediately. We will be safe then. Chu Xiu spoke earnestly, laying out his plan with determination. Mr. Chu, you can count on me. I will stand guard at the door. As soon as I see you running towards me, I will open the door for you. Yi Zixuan replied, tears brimming in her eyes, deeply moved. All right, I'm off. Seize the opportunity to get into the villa. After imparting his final instructions, Chu Xiu suddenly bolted to the side. While running, he shouted loudly, come on, come and catch me. The zombies surrounding the villa, upon catching sight of the suddenly appearing Chu Xiu, became agitated and charged towards him with fervor. The eyes glowed a vivid red, and saliva dripped from the corners of mouths. The zombies surrounding the villa were quickly drawn away, leaving the area desolate. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zixuan, who had been hiding nearby, cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon confirming that the zombies had been lured away by Chu Xiu, she hurried toward the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed that the villa's grand door was encased in metal, and its sturdy construction indicated it had been recently renovated. A flicker of joy flashed in her eyes at the sight of the villa. She promptly retrieved her key and deftly unlocked the heavy door. With a loud bang, she entered and swiftly closed the door behind her. Suddenly, recalling something, she moved aside the barrier in the middle of the door. Through the bulletproof glass, she glimpsed the outside world. Just as she intended to observe her surroundings, a shadow suddenly appeared, startling her. However, she quickly regained her composure and recognized the figure. Zixuan, open the door. The zombies are right behind me. Chu Xiu exclaimed anxiously from outside, frequently glancing over his shoulder, as if wary of the undead pursuing him. Hearing his urgent plea, Yi Zixuan reached for the doorknob. With a click, the knob echoed, yet the door remained firmly shut. To her surprise, she had locked it from the inside, securing several chains. Zixuan, what are you doing? Open the door. The zombies are coming. A smile crept onto her face as she observed Chu Xiu's bewildered expression and his evident distress. The bulletproof glass was transparent, allowing sound to travel. And he could hear her laughter. Zixuan, what are you laughing at? Open the door. Seeing her laugh heartily behind the door, anxiety etched itself across Chu Xiu's face. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was clear that his eyes betrayed a calm demeanor, devoid of any panic, emanating an air of strangeness. Inside the room, Zixuan, lost in her own delight, remained oblivious to this detail. Give up on that idea, my dear Chairman Chu. Opening the door is entirely out of the question, she retorted, her expression suddenly morphing into one of malice. This abrupt shift was all too familiar to Chu Xiu, as he had encountered a similar situation in his past life. Shocked by the betrayal of someone he once trusted. Zixuan, what are you saying? Stop joking and open the door. The zombies are closing in. We can resolve our differences inside. He continued to pound on the door, his face a mixture of urgency and disbelief. Chu Xiu, you might as well give up. If you run now, you might just save your own skin. At this moment, the already estranged Zixuan spoke to Chu Xiu as if she were watching a play. Zixuan, why? Chu Xiu, have never wronged you. Why are you doing this? Chu Xiu feigned a hysterical demeanor, questioning Zixuan. Do you not realize that I have nowhere to run? This villa is my only refuge. My car is broken. Outside, there are zombies everywhere. Your actions are tantamount to condemning me to death. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's desperate outburst, a look of exhilaration crossed Zixuan's face. Chu Xiu, do you know? I have waited a long time for this day. Ever since that incident, I promised myself that I would make your life miserable. Zixuan declared with a triumphant expression. Her eyes filled with scorn as she regarded Chu Xiu. Zixuan, I never imagined you could harbor such hatred for me, Chu Xiu said, his face filled with despair. He then gazed at her helplessly and asked, I have nowhere to go, my car is broken, and venturing outside is a dead end. I truly do not understand why you hate me. Can you reveal the reason? Let me die with my eyes closed. Hearing his words, Zixuan replied with a spirited tone, Since you wish to know, I shall tell you clearly. Chu Xiu, do you remember when my father fell ill and was hospitalized? Upon hearing Zixuan's words, Chu Xiu realized he had achieved his objective. However, he felt perplexed as he responded, Of course, I remember. I covered all the medical expenses. With Chu Xiu's acknowledgement, Zixuan seized the opportunity, asserting, Indeed, you paid for the medical expenses, but you did not do so earnestly. Confused by her statement, Chu Xiu asked, What do you mean by not paying earnestly? Zixuan continued, undeterred, That year, when my father fell ill, the medical costs were exorbitant, and your assistance was indeed appreciated. Consequently, I joined your company and worked diligently, yet you, for all the wrong reasons, delayed my father's treatment to keep me by your side. You prolonged his suffering, knowing he could have been cured, but due to your procrastination, he ultimately succumbed to his illness. You are the murderer of my father, and I, foolishly, worked hard to repay you. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiu was taken aback, for he had never committed such an act. Wait, you claim that I deliberately delayed your father's treatment to ensure you remained working for me? He asked, bewildered. Exactly. Now do you dare to admit it? Zixuan held her head high as she stated. Nonsense. I never did such a thing. Your father was already suffering from a terminal illness. Moreover, your work is hardly worth the costs incurred. Do you not realize the chaos you have caused me? At that moment, Chu Xiu felt overwhelmed, as if a torrent of confusion had washed over him. He could hardly fathom how she could concoct such an absurd rationale. Continue your charade. Had it not been for Chairman Zhang revealing the truth to me, I might have remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Zixuan's face bore an expression that suggested she was eager for me to continue my fabrication. However, upon hearing her words, Chu Xiu suddenly experienced an epiphany. The medical expenses for your father hardly seem significant, do they? Are you referring to Chairman Zhang as Zhang Lijing? Your mention of him jogs my memory. You had previously approached me regarding an investment opportunity. It is worth noting that you had not been involved in this matter until now, which has left a lasting impression on me. Was it during that time? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's conjecture, Zixuan readily acknowledged it. Indeed, it was during that time that Chairman Zhang reached out to me. He informed me that if I persuaded you to complete that investment, my father's illness would not only be treated, but I would also receive a portion of the company's original shares. As Zixuan spoke, Chu Xiu began to understand the situation. He let out a rueful smile, realizing that in the end, it was the allure of profit that swayed her heart. The matter concerning your father was merely a pretext. The true source of your anger and resentment towards me stemmed from my obstruction of your path to wealth. Chu Xiu had come to comprehend that the real reason for her animosity was his hindrance to her financial success, which had deprived her of a lucrative opportunity. He had indeed contemplated the project previously, but upon uncovering numerous issues, he had chosen to decline it. Little did he expect that she would harbor such resentment. Although she was the one who betrayed him, Her demeanor suggested that he was in the wrong. The distant cries of the zombies echoed nearer, their sounds indicating their approach. Chu Xiu's expression had returned to neutrality, and he felt a profound disappointment in her. Initially, he had considered nurturing her potential, only to discover that she was nothing more than an ungrateful wretch. Chu Xiu, remember this for the next lifetime. One must not be excessively selfish. At that moment, Yi Zixuan had already concealed her venomous expression. As the zombies drew closer, a sense of exhilaration washed over her. After so long, the individual who had plagued her nights with regret would finally receive their due retribution. On that fateful day, after losing her opportunity, she had watched helplessly as what was rightfully hers slipped away. Turning back, she beheld Chu Xiu's immeasurable wealth, which fueled her jealousy and longing. Why would he not share even half with her? After all, she had contributed to that fortune. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiu, Yi Zixuan's thoughts were consumed by envy. But the look in her eyes made him aware that she would not reflect on her actions. At her core, she was indeed an ungrateful wretch. Alas, it is time to bring this to a close. I truly did not foresee that you were such a person, Chu Xiu remarked coldly as he regarded her. Yi Zixuan, upon witnessing Chu Xiu's sudden calmness, felt a surge of panic. What nonsense are you spouting? I have always conducted myself admirably. She suppressed her inner turmoil and retorted sharply, trying to mask her unease. Observing her behavior, akin to that of a shrew, Chu Xiu remained silent, instead retrieving a switch. In the midst of Yi Zixuan's anxious gaze, he calmly pressed the switch. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the doors and windows of the villa opened automatically, as if responding to an unseen force. Even the entrance gate between the villas creaked and toppled to the ground. This unexpected turn of events startled Yi Zixuan, prompting her to retreat hastily. With a resounding crash, she stood in shock, witnessing the doors and windows of the villa swing open of their own accord, an irreversible state that sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 41. Reduced to ashes, the sudden turmoil in the villa left Yi Zixuan utterly bewildered. She gazed around in disbelief, realizing that the villa bore no resemblance to its former self. The gaping doors and windows seemed to beckon the zombies, announcing that this place had no defenses, inviting them to come and play. Then, an even more shocking event unfolded. A deafening buzz erupted from within the villa, a piercing sound that instinctively made Yi Zixuan cover her ears. The cacophony threatened to shatter her eardrums. As the tremendous noise reverberated, zombies within a 10-mile radius were drawn to the source, racing towards it in a frenzy. Chu Xiu. At this moment, Yi Zixuan could hardly fathom who was behind this chaos. Yet, she couldn't comprehend the motive behind such actions. This is a gift for you. I hope you cherish it. Chu Xiu remarked coldly, observing the disheveled Yi Zixuan with an indifferent gaze. You are merely courting death by doing this. Yi Zixuan seethed, her face twisted in fury as she confronted him. You need not concern yourself with that, Chu Xiu replied coolly before snapping his fingers. In an instant, he vanished before Yi Zixuan's incredulous eyes. No, don't abandon me. I was wrong, Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I don't want to die. She scrambled towards the spot where Chu Xiu had disappeared, desperately seeking any trace of him. Yet, no matter how fervently she searched, there was no sign of his presence. I curse you, may you never find peace in death. Yi Zixuan shouted in despair, her voice rising in fury. Before she could finish her outburst, a horde of zombies surged towards the villa, enclosing it completely. With a piercing scream, the sound of gnashing teeth rose amidst the thunderous chaos. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, having utilized his time-stopping ability, had returned to his vehicle. Observing the horde of zombies converging on the villa, he waited patiently. As the influx of zombies began to dwindle, Chu Xiu pressed the switch without hesitation. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the villa, sending shockwaves that hurled the remaining zombies away. At the epicenter of the blast, a massive crater formed, surrounded by rock that had crystallized into a reddish hue. The zombies in the central area were obliterated by the terrifying explosion, reduced to mere fragments. In the distance, some of the zombies, although not reduced to mere fragments, had been blasted into disarray. The potency of the explosives was quite commendable, though their quantity remained somewhat insufficient. As Chu Xiu observed the devastation wrought by the explosion, he felt a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, having achieved his objective, he harbored no further thoughts on the matter. He turned the vehicle around and drove towards his true refuge. Simultaneously, a new idea began to take shape in his mind regarding the development of his own faction, diverging from his previous notions. It is crucial to understand that each formidable warrior who absorbs a spiritual source pearl can allocate special spiritual energy. This energy, distinct from that generated by the heavens and the earth, bears its unique imprint. Consequently, the effectiveness of any rebellion or attack utilizing the spiritual energy distributed by a top-tier warrior would be significantly diminished. Thus, Warriors who rely on the spiritual energy assigned by these elite beings inherently belong to the same faction. Any attempt at rebellion would result in substantial losses. For continued growth, it is essential to absorb new spiritual energy. However, if one's own spiritual energy is marked, absorbing another's energy could lead to conflict, impeding cultivation and potentially causing injury, unless one resorts to the energy from the natural world. Yet, the spiritual energy from the natural realm is rife with sanguine toxins, making it difficult to expel and ultimately hindering cultivation. Should a determined individual wish to restart their training, they could disperse their spiritual energy, but this process is exceedingly time-consuming. By the time one has dispersed their energy, they must recommence their cultivation, but the shattered genetic locks cannot be restored. While the potential gain from breaking these locks remains intact, the strength accrued will vanish. For instance, a third-tier warrior who has broken 3 genetic locks would revert to a 0-tier status upon dispersing their energy, yet still retain the knowledge of having broken those locks. When they resume their training, they can only shatter additional locks that remain unbroken. To regain first-tier prowess, they must break the 4th genetic lock, the challenge of which is akin to that of advancing to the 4th tier. However, they would possess merely a slightly elevated first-tier strength, rendering such an endeavor futile. Given this characteristic, for Chu Xiu, who has absorbed the spiritual source pearls of an entire city, he naturally wields the power to dominate this urban expanse. However, he recognized that it is not yet the time for ostentation. His strength remains too feeble. Currently, certain factions still command advanced weaponry, and large-scale armaments pose a genuine threat to his life. Only upon reaching the 7th tier would he be able to disregard the assaults of such weaponry. Chu Xiu quickly reassessed his position. He was not yet ready for grand displays. He could gradually recruit subordinates, seeking out those who exhibit both potential and loyalty. At the very least, subordinates acquired through the means of spiritual energy are less likely to betray him. Generally, the greater the strength, the lesser the inclination to defect. Moreover, the awakening of my extraordinary ability serves as my greatest source of confidence. I never anticipated that absorbing 9 spirit source pearls would yield such an effect, allowing me to awaken my powers prematurely and to possess the singular ability of time manipulation. It is essential to understand that such abilities are typically only manifested by top-tier warriors who have transcended to the 9th level. Furthermore, the abilities that one typically awakens are predominantly elemental manipulations. My temporal power grants me an innate and indisputable advantage. As Chu Xiu contemplated the elevation of his rank, he imagined the exhilarating prospect of utilizing time stasis, where only he could act, rendering his foes mere targets. The thought alone was immensely gratifying. With a buoyant spirit, Chu Xiu drove fervently toward his sanctuary. Along the way, the once desolate scenery captivated his attention. However, at that moment, a figure caught his eye, drawing his focus. The individual was cautiously hiding in a corner, evading the relentless pursuit of the surrounding zombies. Upon noticing Chu Xiu's vehicle, the person eagerly waved for attention. As Chu Xiu beheld the individual's face, a smile broke across his own. Ah, what a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 42. Enemies on a narrow path at this juncture. Chen Li was animatedly waving his arms, hoping to catch the attention of those inside the car. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, a surge of joy filled his heart. Excellent. Once this fellow draws near, I shall seize his car. Chen Li's excitement surged. He felt an exhilarating thrill. Originally, he had intended to return to his mundane task of cleaning, but fate had thrust him into a tempest of bloodshed. Fortunately, his position within the public restroom had spared him from the chaos outside. Yet, those beyond the restroom's confines were succumbing to monstrous transformations, relentlessly pursuing any living soul. In a desperate bid for survival, he had betrayed the middle-aged man who had been guarding him. The bewildered expression in the man's eyes before his demise lingered in Chen Li's mind, yet all that mattered was his own survival. Throughout his escape, he had relied on others as mere shields to ensure his own safety. Countless souls had perished due to his deceit and betrayal. Yet Chen Li found a perverse exhilaration in this lifestyle. The freedom to act without restraint was utterly delightful. Now, confronted with the plethora of zombies surrounding the roads, he resolved to procure a vehicle. His gaze fell upon Chu Xiu's armored car, which immediately piqued his interest. He attempted to signal for the vehicle to stop, eager to see if the occupant would comply. Should they halt, he would seize the opportunity to commandeer the car and flee. If they did not stop, he would remember their face, waiting for the chance to exact his revenge. Just as he awaited their response, an abrupt and excruciating pain coursed through his limbs. He realized that his extremities were uncontrollably seizing, causing him to collapse to the ground. Ah, my arms, my legs. Why does it hurt so excruciatingly? Chen Li let out a wretched scream, feeling an excruciating pain radiating through his limbs. As he endured the agony and attempted to move, He was horrified to discover that his limbs were severed. What is happening? My legs, why are they gone? Panic surged within him, accompanied by an icy dread. He realized that his anguished cries had attracted the attention of nearby zombies. A few of them were already charging toward his location. Yet, immobilized as he was, the instinct to survive compelled him to grit his teeth and try to crawl away. Ah, the armored vehicle. I can call for help. Quickly. Chun-Li recalled the vehicle not far from him and shouted desperately, "Help! Save me! I don't want to die! Please!" At that moment, he no longer cared whether his loud cries would draw more zombies, for in his current state, he was utterly helpless. With zombies approaching, it seemed futile to hold back his pleas. However, despair washed over him as he beheld the black armored vehicle, which stood silently before him. Its windows were tinted, obscuring the interior from his view. Yet, he noticed the windshield wipers suddenly springing to life. Their rhythm fluctuated, sometimes quickening and then slowing, resembling a peculiar dance. Could this person be merely watching a spectacle? In an instant, an incredulous thought crossed Chun-Li's mind as he observed the wiper's cadence, which bore a striking resemblance to the rhythm of a revving engine. Roar! A zombie howled, lunging at the sight of Chun-Li on the ground. It began to tear at him with a frenzy. The sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed ominously. Crack! Crack! Adha! Damn it! Nuo! Chun-Li's screams pierced the air, his eyes turning crimson with rage and pain. This was not a transformation, but rather the result of his excruciating suffering and fury. The zombie had latched onto his most vulnerable spot. He watched helplessly as it sank its teeth into his manhood. A wave of indescribable, cataclysmic pain surged through him. In that moment, Chun-Li felt as if he had plunged into an incomprehensible abyss. The intensity of the agony caused him to roll his eyes back, gasping for breath, instinctively seeking to escape the vicious bite. However, his slightest movement only incited the zombie to tear with even greater ferocity. Rip! The sound of tearing flesh resounded, and Chun-Li hazily glimpsed the creature clenching something in its mouth. Yet, before he could discern what it was, the zombie opened its jaw wide, chewing it into a pulp. In that instant, Chun-Li could no longer register any other sensations. Even as other zombies crawled toward him, tearing at his limbs, none could stir a flicker of emotion within him. The most vital part of him had vanished, and he watched in horror as it was ripped from his body. At this moment, he found himself devoid of any thoughts, yearning only for a quiet demise. Yet, before death could embrace him, he was startled by the sound of thudding. He then beheld the zombies surrounding him, their heads soaring into the air like balloons, each ascending to great heights. How tragic! Chun-Li, how do you feel? A voice abruptly resonated beside him, prompting Chun-Li to laboriously open his eyes. At that moment, he noticed the zombies sprawled on the ground, their severed heads rolling about in disarray. Ah, is this all you're doing? Chun-Li gasped for breath, a flicker of clarity returning as he posed the question. Indeed, it is my handiwork. Your current state is also my creation, replied the enigmatic figure before him, turning slightly to reveal his visage. It is you, the young man with the luxury car. Why have you done this? Chun-Li, wide-eyed in disbelief, inquired. As for that, I cannot say. Perhaps it is simply my inclination. Do you like it? Chu Xiu remarked with a playful smile that bore an almost infuriating charm. I like you, sobbed Chun-Li, summoning his last ounce of strength to express his indignation. However, a massive foot was abruptly placed over his mouth, stifling his words and leaving him to whimper in futility. How unfortunate. I am a kind-hearted person, yet I cannot abide such a sight. Since you have nothing more to convey, allow me to send you on your way. Remember, I shall not reveal the identity of your killer. With a playful malice, Chu Xiu crushed Chun-Li's skull beneath his foot. A sickening pop echoed through the air as Chun-Li's head burst open. Chu Xiu swiftly employed his time manipulation ability and darted aside, for he wished to avoid any contamination from the remains. Such things were rather unsightly. Chapter 43, The Mutated Beast. Regarding Chun-Li's appearance, Chu Xiu could only deem it a case of fate's cruel irony. Thus, upon identifying his target, he wasted no time. He halted time, exited the vehicle, and methodically shattered the opponent's limbs. Subsequently, he relished in the slow demise of his adversary, allowing him to experience the agonizing process of death that he himself had endured. Bang! Bang! The sudden sound of pounding on the door broke the silence, and Chu Xiu calmly turned to observe. Several zombies were fervently battering his armored vehicle, the relentless thuds echoing their fervor. However, no matter how they struck, their efforts proved futile. After a while, sensing no further movement within, the zombies redirected their attention towards the fleeing humans. At that very moment, a rustling sound emerged. A shadow plummeted from the sky. One of the zombies on the ground was swiftly overwhelmed by the shadow, which soon became clear. It was a large bird, its body riddled with putrid sores, viciously pecking at the fallen zombie beneath it. Indeed, it appears that these avian creatures have undergone mutations, which poses a significant dilemma. Upon witnessing the pecking birds, the other zombies lunged ferociously towards them. Alas, the mutated birds, equipped with wings, took flight in a state of alertness. The zombies on the ground could only helplessly raise their heads and roar in frustration. After the blood rain descended, it was not solely humanity that experienced transformation. Any organism exposed to the blood rain would undergo irreversible changes, unless obstructed by a source of spiritual energy or if the mutation followed a normal trajectory. Inescapably, they would succumb to a state of madness and violence. Curiously, mutated humans exhibit hostility toward other mutated beings. As observed by Chu Xiu, the mutated zombie bird chose not to prey upon ordinary humans, but targeted other mutated individuals instead. Of course, this does not imply that they are harmless to regular humans. Rather, in the presence of both, the mutated zombie birds will prioritize attacking their mutated counterparts. This behavior extends beyond humanity. Anything that is not of their own kind becomes a target of their frenzied aggression. The peculiar nature of this phenomenon has afforded the human enclaves within the cities a brief respite. Without this oddity, even the mightiest of warriors would find it impossible to provide salvation, as they too require time for cultivation and rest. This hostility between mutated animals and mutated humans perpetuates their mutual slaughter. Meanwhile, normal humans struggle to survive, supported by the elite warriors, without their protection. Ordinary individuals would find it exceedingly arduous to navigate through this world rife with mutations. Moreover, the blood rain contaminates any living being it touches, including flora. Consequently, plants that succumb to the rain undergo various mutations. Some merely grow larger without posing any threat, while others transform into terrifying entities. Within the domains of these mutated plants, both mutated humans and animals become mere fodder for one another. Thus, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, entire cities are delineated into several zones, some of which are designated as forbidden areas, where entry guarantees death. However, there is no immediate cause for concern, as mutated beings also require time to grow. The true manifestation of the mutated plant's power will emerge a month later. Presently, the most formidable threats are the mutated animals, though Chu Xiu has yet to encounter them, likely due to the absence of such creatures in his path. Should he venture into residential districts or zoos, he would undoubtedly confront these formidable adversaries, particularly the mutated zombie birds, whose numbers are vast and ability to fly renders them especially perilous, one of the most challenging threats to anticipate in this post-apocalyptic world. He pondered the fate of Heido, left at home to guard. He hoped that it too had successfully undergone its mutation. Essentially, whether it be mutated humans or mutated animals, their current forms and conditions are indicative of failed mutations. Conversely, those who have successfully mutated not only evade decay, but also possess extraordinary strength. In the previous life before his rebirth in this apocalyptic world, there were only 2 successful examples of such beings in the entirety of Shihong City. One of these examples was a creature named Heidu, while the other was a mutated bird. Chu Xiu initially sought to find this bird. However, in the apocalypse, no information regarding its whereabouts had ever surfaced. Furthermore, birds are notoriously difficult to tame, leading Chu Xiu to abandon this pursuit. Driving swiftly in an armored vehicle, Chu Xiu advanced rapidly toward his destination. Several hours had elapsed since the onset of the blood rain. The streets had undergone a complete transformation, now imbued with a sense of desolation. The landscape was teeming with wandering zombies. Upon spotting the armored vehicle driven by Chu Xiu, they surged forward en masse. Faced with this onslaught, Chu Xiu found himself devoid of options. Any hint of movement would incite these zombies into a frenzy of aggression, unless one were to become one of their kind. There existed no feasible solution. Bang! After colliding with yet another zombie, Chu Xiu was nearing his goal. However, he did not head directly to his refuge. Should he do so, the zombies would inevitably swarm his sanctuary. Thus, upon reaching a safe distance from the shelter, he resolved to abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. Time stood still. With a thought, Chu Xiu effortlessly activated his unique ability. In this state of temporal suspension, all life forms were rendered completely motionless. No creature could escape this condition. In a sense, it was as though Chu Xiu had transcended time, entering a rift within it. Exiting the vehicle and closing the door behind him, Chu Xiu swiftly made his way to a nearby corner. Then, he allowed time to resume its flow. Bang! The armored vehicle, now devoid of Chu Xiu's control, crashed directly into a nearby wall. It was not long before the vehicle emitted a cacophony of sounds. This was a deliberate setup by Chu Xiu, intended to draw the zombies' attention. Roar! Roar! The zombies lunged at the armored vehicle, akin to moths drawn to a flame. their eyes glinting with a frenzied hunger. As the horde grew in number, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the surrounding zombies with immense heat and shockwaves. The site of the explosion yielded a deep crater, while thick smoke and a pungent odor permeated the air. Even Chu Xiu, hiding nearby, could feel the surrounding temperature rise. Fragments of dismembered limbs were propelled into the vicinity by the force of the blast. Chu Xiu adopted a pragmatic attitude toward the zombies, believing that any elimination of them was advantageous. It is crucial to recognize that the zombies' rate of evolution was not slow, and the blood rain would not be a singular occurrence. A month hence, a second deluge of blood will descend upon the world, accompanied by the emergence of tainted spiritual essence that will permeate the entire realm. Chapter 44. The desire to seize and deceive, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the explosion that captivated the majority of the zombies. Chu Xiu stealthily navigated a side path towards his sanctuary. As he rounded a bend, he spotted a makeshift shelter constructed from a pile of refuse bins, with a gap left in the center where several individuals were cautiously hiding. The sound of Chu Xiu's approach immediately drew the attention of those concealed within. Now at the third tier of his abilities, Chu Xiu possessed keen auditory perception, allowing him to overhear their hushed conversation with remarkable clarity. "Brother Xiao, there's someone coming. Ignore him. If he approaches, we'll drive him away." "Wait, Brother Xiao, I recognize him. He's the one who purchased the sanctuary." "What? Skinny, are you certain?" "I am sure. Brother Xiao, I saw him drive up that day, and a crowd was waiting for him at the sanctuary. That is definitely him. Who would have thought we'd land such a big fish?" "Brother Xiao, what should we do?" "Naturally, we lure him in and then seize his sanctuary." "Brother Xiao, are we really going to kill him?" "Yes, if we take his sanctuary, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment and will seek to reclaim it. Therefore, we must act decisively." "Skinny, let me ask you this. If I were to take your wife, would you confront me?" "Well, if it were Brother Xiao's, I suppose that wouldn't be out of the question." "Damn, I never realized you had it in you." "All right, Brother Xiao will take care of you from now on." "Brother Xiao, that fellow is approaching. Shall we strike?" "Strike. First, we numb him, then wait for my signal." With an impassive expression, Chu Xiu advanced towards the conversing individuals. He had absorbed every word of their plot, and thus had already sentenced them to their demise in his mind. Nevertheless, Chu Xiu had no intention of acting just yet. His formidable strength rendered him impervious to their schemes. Furthermore, from their dialogue, it was evident they had set their sights on his sanctuary, which puzzled him, as it was quite secluded and generally unknown to the public. However, it appeared that a member of their group, named Skinny, had fortuitously witnessed the scene of the sanctuary's overseer welcoming Chu Xiu, thus revealing its ownership. Following the onset of this calamity, they had evidently turned their intentions towards his sanctuary. Just as Chu Xiu took a few steps forward, the individuals hiding nearby stood up. "Big brother, come quickly. It's dangerous here. We are safe." The individuals who had risen appeared disheveled, their countenances gaunt, reminiscent of those who had spent an entire night at an internet CAF. With a single glance, Chu Xiu counted 5 individuals, all in their 20s, among whom one appeared somewhat more mature. This individual was the one who greeted Chu Xiu, and from the previous context, he was identified as Brother Xiao. In response to the greeting, Chu Xiu feigned a look of surprise. He harbored his own calculations, knowing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his black bean should have undergone a transformation. Chu Xiu held certain expectations for the black bean, eager to observe its altered state and ascertain whether it now possessed a sufficient degree of ferocity. These individuals, harboring ill intentions, presented an ideal opportunity to test the black bean's viciousness. He had a profound trust and affection for it. After moving to their hiding spot, Chu Xiu deliberately expressed a hint of disdain, voicing his discontent towards the garbage bin. "Brothers, why are you hiding here? This place is easily exposed." He pretended to be a wealthy second-generation youth, addressing the 5 men. "Hey, having a place to hide is already a blessing. You must have seen how terrifying those zombies are. We too wish to find a safe haven, but there seems to be none. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Zhao Wan. My friends call me Brother Zhao due to my age," remarked the mature-looking man. "Greetings, Brother Zhao. I am Chu Xiu, and these are..." Chu Xiu quickly interjected, gesturing towards the other 4. "This is Slim Monkey, this is Glasses, this is Yellow Hair, and this is Green Hair. No need to delve into names. This isn't the time for introductions. We're currently discussing the search for a safe place." Under Zhao Huan's introduction, the other individuals wore smiles, albeit somewhat perfunctory and anxious. Yet, due to Zhao Huan's demeanor, they felt compelled to remain silent, resigned to listening to the dialogue between the two. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's words, Chu Xiu chose not to waste time and directly stated, "I have a safe place. To be candid, I came here specifically for refuge. I have a sanctuary nearby. Once we enter, we will be safe." The revelation of the sanctuary elicited immediate excitement from Zhao Wan and his companions. Astonished that Chu Xiu had divulged such information so readily, they had anticipated he would be more reticent, but the process unfolded smoothly. The others cast glances at Zhao Wan, awaiting his direction as he had been the leader of their team. Sensing the eager gazes of his companions, Zhao Wan felt a surge of enthusiasm. All right, Chu Xiu. I accept you as my brother. Where is this place? We must not delay, let us set off at once. Zhao Huan inquired with palpable excitement. It's just a short distance away. I will scout the route first. If all is well, we shall proceed. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xiu gestured towards the direction of the shelter and then rose to investigate an intersection. The other 5 individuals, witnessing Chu Xiu's departure, were approached by a man referred to as Glasses, who inquired of Zhao Ge, this Chu Xiu fellow seems rather amicable. Should we still take action? The remaining 3, upon hearing Glasses' words, looked at Zhao Wan with expressions of confusion. After all, Chu Xiu had treated them quite well moments prior, causing them to waver in their resolve. They were merely ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to violence, with their most aggressive encounters limited to teaming up for shooting games. Hearing Glasses' question, Zhao Huan felt a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. Yet, upon observing the attitudes of the other 3, he sensed an urgent need to act. It was evident that, despite uttering only a few words, these individuals were already advocating for Chu Xiu. Should they let him go? It was likely that this small group would rally around him as their leader. This thought stirred dissatisfaction within Zhao Huan, igniting a fervor to refute their sentiments. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he spoke with a resigned expression. Do you think I wish to engage in violence? After all, this is a matter of life and death. However, did you notice the disdainful glance that Chu Xiu cast upon us when he entered? You might have missed it. But I certainly did not. Furthermore, when I suggested that introductions were unnecessary, he agreed, which was a deliberate test on my part. If he truly cared, he would have shown some remorse after my statement. Yet, he exhibited no such signs. Instead, he appeared quite approving. This indicates that, in his heart, he holds us in contempt. Moreover, Skinny, you mentioned that Chu Xiu is wealthy, correct? Indeed, Zhao Ge, he is undoubtedly affluent. That luxury vehicle must be worth at least 10 million. Skinny responded promptly upon being addressed. Zhao Ge continued, listen closely, he spent that much on a car. Can we trust the words of a wealthy individual? Those who possess wealth are often ruthless, calculating to the core. In my view, this lad is deliberately lulling us into complacency, treating us as mere cannon fodder. Once we reach the shelter, he will surely abandon us. It's quite possible that he is already plotting against us. The other 4 pondered Zhao Ji's assertions and began to find merit in his reasoning. At that moment, seeing that he had swayed the others, Zhao Ge seized the opportunity to unleash his compelling argument. Consider this. We are in an apocalyptic world now. What is of utmost importance in such times? Safety. If we secure the shelter, we will ensure our safety. Furthermore, should any women seek refuge with us, we could dictate the terms of our interactions. If we assist that wealthy lad, we might end up with nothing. As their leader and a member of their group, Zhao Ge understood his companions' motivations all too well. In their minds, the only things that mattered were wealth and beauty. As long as there were women, everything else would fall into place. Indeed, upon hearing Brother Zhao's enticing descriptions, the other 4 individuals were instantly filled with fervor. The mere thought of vanquishing Chu Xiu and seizing his sanctuary ignited their imaginations, envisioning a multitude of beautiful women flocking to them. They envisioned the allure of countless fair legs and the bright headlights of their vehicles, contrasting sharply with the desperate struggle for survival faced by those outside, who fought tooth and nail for mere sustenance while they reveled in comfort within the sanctuary. An overwhelming desire surged within them to expedite the demise of Chu Xiu and claim his refuge. Brother Zhao, you are our leader. We will follow your commands. They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Brother Zhao, whenever you say the word, we shall strike. One added, yes, without a doubt, for the allure of those fair legs. If anyone dares to obstruct us, I, the monkey, will vehemently oppose. Their spirits soared as they collectively yearned to enact justice upon Chu Xiu. Hush, everyone. Keep your voices down. We mustn't let them hear us. One cautioned, once we arrive at the sanctuary, we shall seize our opportunity, but for now, we must remain discreet. If we frighten them away, all our plans will be in vain. Brother Zhao's expression darkened. The thoughtless chatter of his companions nearly betrayed them. They could not afford to scare off their targets, nor attract the attention of the undead, which would spell disaster. Yes, Brother Zhao is right. We must maintain secrecy and discretion. The lean monkey quickly affirmed, now fervently loyal, reveling in thoughts of a future he had never dared to imagine. Having never even touched a woman's hand. What secrecy? What need for discretion? Chu Xiu interjected, feigning confusion. His sudden presence startled Zhao and the others. And nothing. Just that the lean monkey suggested we be cautious of the zombies, lest we draw them in, Brother Xiao stammered, forcing a laugh, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly been terrified, fearing that Chu Xiu had overheard their conversation. If they alarmed him now, the repercussions could be catastrophic. After all, they had finally discovered a promising location that could not allow it to slip away. I just assessed the road conditions and noted that there are no zombies in that alleyway. If we move swiftly, we can certainly reach my sanctuary, Chu Xiu remarked, sharing his recent observations, which sparked glimmers of hope in the eyes of the others. Excellent, excellent. No zombies is splendid news, Brother Xiao exclaimed, rising to his feet. We must not delay. Let us set out promptly for our safety. With Brother Xiao leading, the other four stood up cautiously, embodying the careful demeanor that had allowed them to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. They had successfully evaded numerous waves of zombies, priding themselves on their escapology skills. Together, they sprinted towards the path Chu Xiu had indicated. Upon turning the corner, they discovered, just as Chu Xiu had said, that the road was devoid of zombies. A remarkably secure passage. How peculiar. I distinctly recall seeing some zombies here before. Why have they vanished? Although Xiao was somewhat perplexed, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he felt a sense of delight, thinking, the absence of zombies is fortuitous. Perhaps they have been lured away by others. Truly, it feels as though fate is smiling upon me. Leading the way, Xiao followed Chu Xiu's instructions, and the group hastily made their way toward their destination. The journey proved to be uneventful. They encountered zombies several times, yet, fortunately, they went unnoticed. Soon, they approached the designated location, which served as Xiao's refuge. The entire courtyard was fortified with iron walls. Once they entered the courtyard, they would be temporarily safe. From there, they could access Xiao's sanctuary within the villa. Chu Xiu addressed the others, igniting a spark of determination within them. They were acutely aware that their goal was within reach, and with just one more step, they could achieve success. Xiao subtly exchanged glances with the others, and upon noticing his expression, the four companions understood that the moment to act was imminent. At that point, their previous reluctance had vanished. They regarded Chu Xiu with a look akin to that reserved for a fool, all the while anticipating the opportune moment to strike. Before long, after careful observation of the surroundings, Xiao noted the absence of zombies in their vicinity. The group swiftly rushed to the gate of Chu Xiu's courtyard, while he, in a state of mild panic, fumbled for the key. With a click and a clang, the gate creaked open. As it closed behind them, Xiao and the others collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Their earlier tension while awaiting Chu Xiu's opening of the door had been overwhelming. They feared not only that he might falter and fail to unlock it, but also that they might be discovered by zombies. Fortunately, Chu Xiu had managed everything smoothly, without any mishaps, and even the zombies had remained oblivious. That was utterly terrifying. I swear, once we reach the refuge, I shall not emerge again, exclaimed the leanest of the five, breathless. Well, now we are temporarily safe, and I must say, I did not anticipate such smooth sailing, Xiao panted, though his weary demeanor was feigned. As he caught his breath, he slowly approached Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, now that we are within the courtyard, shouldn't we head into the refuge? This courtyard feels rather too exposed. Lingering here makes me uneasy. Upon hearing this, the other four gradually rose to their feet, subtly encircling Chu Xiu. To their actions, Chu Xiu appeared oblivious, stating, indeed, it is not entirely safe here. Any noise could attract zombies. I will now open the door to the refuge, which is located within the villa. With that, Chu Xiu made his way toward the villa in the courtyard. Observing his movements, the others exchanged glances filled with unspoken excitement, surprised by the unexpected ease of their situation. Xiao signaled to the others, who instantly comprehended his intent. They had previously established a covert signal, and once Brother Xiao executed this signal, it would indicate that they could act immediately. The other four swiftly drew daggers or short knives from their pockets. These were their defensive weapons, now poised to become instruments of murder. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I have a dog in my yard. Just as Chu Xiu arrived at the villa's entrance and was about to open the door, he suddenly turned back and spoke. His unexpected voice and movement startled the five of them, causing a surge of tension in their hearts as they feared their actions had been discovered. Damn it. Did he turn around because he realized something? Should we confront him directly? Brother Xiao's mind raced with thoughts of whether to take action, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. However, Chu Xiu appeared oblivious, continuing to speak to himself. Truth be told, I have been somewhat curious about the absence of zombies on my way here. Don't you think it's too quiet? Surely there should be some zombie growls. Seeing Chu Xiu seemingly unaware of their covert actions and inquiring about their thoughts caused Brother Xiao and the others to feel a mix of confusion and relief. Wondering if they had been overly anxious, their grip on the knives relaxed slightly as they pondered Chu Xiu's words. Indeed, why were there so few zombies here? They had previously witnessed many. Even if some had been lured away, there should still be some noise. One among them, the green-haired youth, voiced his astonishment, and the others nodded in agreement. Their journey had been remarkably smooth, almost too incredible to believe. They had evaded the pursuit of numerous zombies, sacrificing several individuals to hold the rear. Initially, there had been several people running alongside them, but they had ultimately pushed them back to fend off the undead, allowing their escape to this point. Now, they had encountered no dangers along the way, and everything had proceeded with astonishing ease. Was it possible that someone had cleared the surrounding area of zombies? Just as Brother Xiao and the others were eager to hear the rest of the green-haired youth's words, a sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting everyone to instinctively squint. What were they clearing the zombies for? Finish your thought. Can this wind really silence you? Brother Xiao, growing impatient, inquired when the green-haired youth abruptly fell silent. However, they received no response. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to discover that the green-haired youth had vanished. What the hell? Where's the green-haired guy? He was right next to you, wasn't he? Brother Xiao stared blankly at the spot where the green-haired youth had stood, perplexed as he directed his question to the bespectacled youth beside him. I don't know, Brother Xiao. I was squinting from the wind and didn't see clearly. The bespectacled youth appeared equally bewildered. He had merely rubbed his eyes, only to find that his companion had inexplicably disappeared. Damn it. Was that guy intentionally hiding to play tricks on us? Xiao, in a fit of exasperation, glanced around in search of the elusive figure of green hair. Upon turning his head, he was taken aback to see Chu Xiu at the villa's entrance, wearing a broad smile as he observed them. A chill ran down Dao's spine, sensing that something was amiss. Ahem, Brother Chu, have you seen where our companion has wandered off to? Xiao forced a smile, suppressing his unease. Indeed, I have, replied Chu Xiu cheerfully. Really? That's splendid. Would you be so kind as to enlighten us? This fellow is truly outrageous. Does he not realize how frightening it is to suddenly vanish? Xiao scolded green hair while inquiring. I believe I mentioned that I have a dog in my yard, Chu Xiu remarked, diverting the conversation with an unrelated statement. A dog? Oh, yes, it is indeed necessary to have a dog in such a vast yard. However, that does not pertain to the whereabouts of my brother, does it? Xiao responded, somewhat perplexed. The doghouse is located over there. I suggest you take a look. Chu Xiu indicated a small room to the right. Following his gesture, Xiao and his companions turned their gaze in that direction, spotting a sizable, doorless structure adjacent to the villa. Though devoid of a door, the interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their view. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Xiao and the others approached the small building. Greenhair, are you hiding in there? Come out this instant. They shouted, their voices tinged with indignation. Indeed, this is hardly the time for games of hide and seek. Emerge at once. They were furious, feeling betrayed by the traitor among them, convinced that green hair was concealed within. They were incensed, blaming him for thwarting their plans. However, to their astonishment, no response echoed from within the structure, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. Brother Chu, are you sure green hair is hiding in there? Xiao called out, uncertainty creeping into his voice as he turned to address Chu Xiu. Chapter 46. Clearing the area upon hearing their inquiry, Chu Xiu merely raised his chin, a gesture that sent a ripple of unease through Xiao and his companions. The shift in Chu Xiu's demeanor was starkly different from before, igniting a sense of regret in Xiao for having encountered him. Yet, having invested so much already, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, fearing he might be spooking himself. Xiao, there's movement. Could it be that green hair realizes he has overstepped? Exclaimed the thin man, his gaze fixated on the entrance. Suddenly, an oval object rolled out from within. Due to the confines of the small room, its form remained unclear as it tumbled forth. However, once that thing rolled out the door, Xiao Gu and the others were finally able to see clearly. Yet, upon realizing what the so-called thing was, they were instantly filled with terror. For what had emerged was none other than a severed green-haired head. The head, stained with blood, bore a look of sheer fright, indicative of the unspeakable horror it had witnessed before its demise. It was evident that the individual had encountered something beyond comprehension prior to their death. Otherwise, such a look of terror would not have manifested in their final moments. Chu Xiu, what on earth is happening? Xiao Gu suddenly turned with a furious expression, questioning Chu Xiu, who had brought them to this place. The appearance of this grotesque sight raised profound concerns, and the demeanor of the other party felt distinctly unsettling, as if they were merely spectators in a macabre play, showing no regard for their distress. Did you not see? It's merely a head. Did I not mention that I have a dog? I am merely introducing it to you. Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly. Haidu, stop playing around, come out. As soon as Chu Xiu's words fell, a chilling aura surged forth from the small room. Xiao Gu and the others widened their eyes in terror, glancing towards the darkened doorway. They beheld a shadowy figure materializing at the entrance. Gradually, a massive, pitch-black dog emerged, its coat gleaming ominously, revealing hints of crimson scales interspersed among the dark fur. The creature's height nearly reached their shoulders, exuding an oppressive presence. Its crimson eyes instilled a sense of dread, and it occasionally opened its mouth, revealing a set of menacing fangs. It became clear that this was a mutated black dog, a creature that evoked fear at first glance. This terrifying beast was none other than Chu Xiu's pet, Haidu. Roar! Haidu bellowed at Xiaogu and the others, who were trembling in fear. Oh my goodness! The ferocious bark sent several of the more timid individuals collapsing to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. Did you eat the green-haired one? At this moment, Xiaogu was the only one still standing, bracing himself against the tremors in his legs, brandishing a dagger with a fierce expression as he confronted Chu Xiu. However, Haidu did not respond, merely fixing its red eyes on him. Chu Xiu, you have lost your mind. That dog is mutated. It will kill you. Xiaogu shouted angrily at Chu Xiu. Just as he turned to unleash his fury, he felt a gust of wind swirl around him, followed by a chilling sensation at his neck. The world around him began to spin, as if the very heavens were in turmoil. Why is the sky spinning? Xiaogu pondered, before his consciousness succumbed to darkness. Meanwhile, the three individuals standing beside him turned pale, their faces drained of color. As they beheld the scene, the enormous black dog lunged forward, and with a gaping maw, it severed Zhao's head, leaving behind a headless corpse. The onlookers, witnessing the beast clutching Zhao's severed head, trembled in fear. Run, run, cried the slender man closest to Xiao, who, without a glance back, bolted toward the exit. The remaining two, upon hearing his cry, hastily scrambled to their feet and followed suit. The black dog, with its prize in mouth, observed the fleeing trio in the distance. With a tilt of its head, it discarded the head and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the courtyard. The three fugitives felt as though they had been struck by a freight truck, propelled uncontrollably before crashing to the ground in a pitiful heap. With great effort, the slender man and his companions attempted to rise and continue their escape, only to find themselves suddenly spitting blood. Slender, why are your eyes bleeding? And your nose too? Inquired the bespectacled man, who had just managed to stand. Don't mention me. You're in the same predicament, retorted the slender man, but midway through his response, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to oblivion. One by one, the three collapsed to the ground, bloodied faces creating a grotesque sight that would surely evoke tears from any child who witnessed it. This technique is quite effective. It can indeed kill with a roar, remarked Chu Xiu, observing the spectacle at the villa's entrance, slightly astonished. He could clearly discern that the fallen individuals had perished, speculating that the black dog's recent roar had emitted an infrasonic resonance, inflicting irreversible harm within their bodies, leading to their demise with minimal suffering. At that moment, the black dog approached the lifeless trio, sniffed them curiously, and then, losing interest, meandered away as if merely gauging its own prowess. Woof! Chu Xiu watched as the black dog trotted over to him, wagging its tail and gently barking. The sight of the dog's antics brought a smile to Chu Xiu's face, for he recognized that the creature had succeeded. Very well, good boy. I see you have diligently guarded the premises. Splendid work. After affectionately patting the dog's head, excitement illuminated Chu Xiu's expression. The successful transformation of the black dog signified the emergence of a most loyal ally. With its newfound abilities, the black dog would not only grow in strength, but also in intellect. Should anyone mistakenly regard it as merely an ordinary mutated canine, they would undoubtedly face grave consequences. As he observed the affectionate black dog before him, Chu Xiu pondered the matters that lay ahead. This day could be deemed a resounding success, as he had achieved all his objectives. Most importantly, he had utilized the spirit source pearls, awakening his temporal abilities in the process. Simultaneously, the black bean has successfully undergone mutation, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of its abilities. Moreover, due to its successful transformation into a black-headed variant, its power initially reached the second tier. This left Chu Xiu astounded, as his own gains seemed to pale in comparison, almost akin to that of a mere dog. However, he understood that this was merely an exceptional case, with only 2 such instances within the entire city of Shihong. Furthermore, while the initial tier was notably high, subsequent cultivation would progress at a more languid pace. For instance, prior to his rebirth, the black bean ultimately revealed a strength that barely surpassed the 9th tier. Of course, this was also due to the constraints imposed by its original master. The black bean's method of power enhancement, aside from the spirit source pearl, involved a remarkably swift approach, the predation of other mutated creatures. Those unfortunate humans and animals that failed to mutate could significantly foster the growth of the black bean. During his previous life, the black-headed variant's slow advancement was attributed to his inquiries, revealing that its former master had continuously required protection, thereby preventing it from venturing out to hunt, which hindered its rate of evolution. It is noteworthy that, in contrast, the other example, a bird, had far surpassed the black bean in strength within the same time frame, becoming one of the most formidable entities in the city. One that even the top-tier powers dared not provoke. Had the black bean been afforded the freedom to develop, its power would undoubtedly have escalated significantly. A month hence would herald the arrival of blood rain, at which point humanity could begin their cultivation. Without this, self-cultivation proved exceedingly arduous. Even with the absorption of the spirit source pearl, the enhancement of power remained sluggish. Nevertheless, this posed no hindrance to the black bean. As long as it consumed the essence of mutated beings, it would continuously unravel its genetic locks, leading to a rapid increase in strength. Moreover, in the early stages, zombies lacked significant power, making the consumption of their essence relatively easy. However, by the time a month had passed, both the zombies and mutated beasts would exhibit a notable increase in strength. At that juncture, while the essence acquired would remain the same, the rate of power enhancement would diminish. Chu Xiu gently stroked the black bean's head, and a multitude of thoughts rapidly surfaced in his mind. Although he had absorbed 9 spirit source pearls and could cultivate without relying on external spiritual energy, the rate of enhancement was slow. After a month, he might only reach the 4th tier. In contrast, the black bean devoured those zombies and mutated beasts not by absorbing spiritual energy, but by consuming the essence produced through the fusion of blood rain and biological flesh. This essence could rectify the black bean's inherent flaws, unlocking its genetic locks and augmenting its power. Provided it consumed sufficiently, its growth would not lag. Currently, amidst the prevailing chaos, there was no need for haste. The area was now devoid of zombies, and once it became replenished, the black bean would be allowed to feast. He gently patted the black bean's forehead and then led it towards the shelter. There would be no interruptions this time. Before entering the refuge, Chu Xiu opened the gate to the courtyard. The corpses within the yard would inevitably attract a few zombies. When the time comes, Black Bean will be allowed to venture out for hunting, a task that is both convenient and swift. Upon entering the sanctuary, Chu Xiu controlled the device to play soothing music. The relentless series of actions had kept his nerves taut, but fortunately, he felt significantly more relaxed now, no longer burdened by tension. On one wall of a spacious hall, a massive screen was prominently displayed. This screen was specially designed, divided into several distinct sections, each showcasing scenes from the vicinity captured by the cameras he had installed around the sanctuary. At this stage, the cameras were still operational. The screen revealed a horde of zombies frantically pursuing a large group of individuals who had narrowly escaped the rain of blood, all desperately fleeing from the relentless chase. Sadly, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Often, a group of survivors would find themselves encircled by zombies from multiple directions. Fortunately, these zombies had yet to evolve. Their strength, not overly formidable. They were particularly difficult to eliminate. If one could manage to break a zombie's leg, there was a chance for escape. However, with numbers swarming, the task became exceedingly challenging. The zombies, transformed by the blood rain, were not particularly adept at seeing, primarily relying on sound to guide their attacks. Chu Xiu observed through the large screen as several small teams hurled bricks and glass bottles, using the noise to divert the zombies away from their path. In the first month, aside from some military factions, most individuals struggled to survive. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xiu reclined comfortably on a nearby sofa. His apparent lack of empathy was not due to cold-bloodedness. Rather, 5 years of experience in this apocalypse had granted him profound insights. He knew that solitude was not a sustainable solution, and he contemplated the idea of gathering a few subordinates. Relying solely on himself proved to be somewhat arduous, and having companions in the early stages would facilitate matters. As he gazed at the large screen, he sought potential candidates to recruit. If someone managed to survive through sheer luck, he would not consider them worthy of becoming a subordinate. Nonetheless, the pressing matter at hand was to have a meal. After a long day of busyness, he finally had the opportunity to rest and eat. Chu Xiu approached the enormous refrigerator and retrieved a sizable frozen steak. Woof! Black Bean, observing the scene, began to wag its tail and whimper. "Ah, I nearly forgot about you, my insatiable companion. It seems the stored food may not suffice." He pulled out another large steak, reflecting on the situation. Although he had accumulated a significant stockpile of food since establishing the sanctuary, most of it consisted of long-lasting emergency supplies. He also had a fair amount of meat and vegetables, but their shelf life was limited. During the post-apocalyptic period, many had resorted to consuming contaminated food, leading a considerable portion of the population to endure a life of hardship. Individuals of lesser strength, particularly those of the first and second tiers, lead exceedingly arduous lives. The powers they cultivate are predominantly devoted to expelling toxins from their sustenance. However, for Chu Xiu, this is of little concern. Having absorbed 9 spirit source pearls, he no longer fears that the procurement of food will hinder his cultivation pace. Yet, the tainted food he consumes possesses a rather unpleasant texture and a taste tinged with a metallic, sanguine flavor. He pondered the creatures inhabiting the shelter, uncertain if they would successfully undergo transformation in a month's time. Although they had evaded the initial onslaught of the blood rain, the impending eruption of spirit source chi posed another dilemma, for this energy also harbors toxins, albeit less potent than those of the blood rain. Chapter 47. Commencing leveling up. A day has elapsed since the blood rain descended. The streets of Shihong City now lay in a state of desolation and ruin. Countless vehicles are haphazardly parked, their shattered windows and bloody doors stark reminders of the peril faced by their former owners. Some storefronts boast large, intact windows, yet shards of glass scatter across the ground in disarray. Inside, remnants of limbs and unremovable bloodstains bear witness to the chaos. With a crunch, a dog's paw steps upon a flyer strewn on the ground. A massive black dog, nearly 3 meters in length, surveys its surroundings with crimson eyes while ambling leisurely down the street. Suddenly, the sound of its footsteps catches the attention of a nearby zombie, which emits a guttural growl and lunges toward the canine. In an instant, the black dog springs into action. With a swish, it darts in front of the zombie, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage in its wake. Without a moment's hesitation, the dog seizes the zombie's head in its jaws, swiftly severing it from its body. As if reigning supreme in the area, the dog crushes the head and consumes it whole. Excellent, Black Bean, Chu Xiu praises, observing the effortless dispatch of the zombie. Upon hearing his master's commendation, the once fearsome Black Bean displays a gleeful demeanor, wagging its tail and swiftly padding over to nuzzle against Chu Xiu. As he strokes Black Bean's head, Chu Xiu surveys the surrounding environment. After a night of rest, he had set out early that morning with Black Bean to hunt. With Black Bean's enhanced strength, it was imperative to venture forth and hunt other zombies. Given that the zombies from the previous month were not particularly formidable, they served as ideal targets for leveling up. Thus, Chu Xiu instructed Black Bean to utilize its keen sense of smell to locate the zombies' lairs along the streets. For the infected zombies exhibit a distinct characteristic. They are predominantly gregarious, often congregating in large groups. Due to the impaired vision of these zombies, they rely predominantly on sound and scent. Once they detect a potential prey, the others in their vicinity are alerted as well. Thus, in the apocalyptic landscape, one might often witness a scene where an individual, having merely attracted a solitary zombie, inadvertently draws a horde of them. This results in a few individuals sprinting ahead, pursued by countless zombies in their wake. For Chu Xiu, however, this phenomenon proved to be fortuitous. His companion, Black Bean, required a substantial number of zombies to hunt in order to evolve. A mere handful would not suffice. The area was in close proximity to his refuge, nearly about a kilometer away. Having previously hunted the zombies surrounding his shelter, Chu Xiu found that there were virtually none within that kilometer radius. Consequently, he was compelled to venture out with Black Bean to hunt and expedite his companion's evolution, while also scavenging for useful supplies. Postponing his return to the refuge for the time being, Chu Xiu contemplated his actions for the upcoming month. The refuge he had purchased was not primarily intended for shelter, but rather as a sanctuary for his diligent cultivation. Practicing outside was fraught with interruptions, particularly during critical breakthroughs, which necessitated a safe environment. During the initial stages, a secure location was essential for such moments of advancement. Currently, he estimated that it would take at least a month of dedicated practice to achieve a level up, and this duration would not diminish with the length of his training. Upon absorbing the Spirit Source Pearl, his strength would gradually enhance, akin to a passive improvement. However, to engage in active cultivation, the Spirit Source Chi was requisite, which would only manifest after a month. Therefore, the significance of practicing at this moment was rather limited. Suddenly, Black Bean, who had been scouting ahead, emitted a gentle growl towards Chu Xiu. Responding to the call, Chu Xiu interrupted his thoughts and followed. Cautiously trailing Black Bean to a corner, he encountered several zombies standing before them. However, as soon as they approached the turn, the zombies began to shriek in their direction. Chu Xiu was unperturbed, for he had not concealed his intentions. Although he could not engage in rapid cultivation at present, he had already attained the 3rd tier of strength and possessed the extraordinary ability to halt time, ensuring his self-defense was more than adequate. Black Bean, while only at the 2nd tier, exhibited agility that far surpassed these zombies. Thus, witnessing the zombies foolishly charging towards them, Chu Xiu commanded Black Bean to charge forth without hesitation. In an instant, Black Bean leapt forward, toppling one of the zombies and, before it could react, swiftly severed its head with a powerful bite. For Black Bean, the heads of these zombies were the most delectable sustenance. After rapidly chewing and swallowing, Blackbean evaded another zombie's attack with a deft sidestep. At the corner, there were no more than 10 zombies, which posed no challenge for Haidu. In a swift manner, these few zombies were consumed by him. Astonishingly, despite witnessing this several times, one cannot help but marvel at how much Haidu can devour. Curiously, Chu Xiu reached out to touch Haidu's belly, astounded by his digestive prowess. The recent heads devoured were quite numerous, yet there was no sign of expansion in his belly. Just yesterday, Haidu had consumed all the surrounding zombies, yet when Chu Xiu returned, he was still able to devour a substantial amount of food. However, it is only natural for one who has successfully mutated to possess such unique traits. Let us continue our search for zombies. I wonder how many you must consume to ascend to the 3rd tier. After rubbing Haidu's head affectionately, Chu Xiu pressed onward. As they advanced along this route, the density of zombies gradually increased. Haidu welcomed every approaching zombie, consuming them in abundance, while his aura began to shift. However, after the 4th wave of zombies, both Chu Xiu and Haidu had to exercise greater caution. The number of zombies had escalated dramatically, from a mere 10 to over 100. Indeed, what began as a small cluster had transformed into a vast horde. From morning until now, Haidu had consumed less than 70 zombies. But the current appearance of zombies had multiplied several times over. Even Chu Xiu found himself needing to be more vigilant. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Should they be surrounded, it would be dire for both him and Haidu. Haidu, shortly I will attract the zombies' attention at that shop. You will ambush them from behind. Chu Xiu explained his strategy to Haidu. Now, Haidu's intelligence was on par with that of a child. He could comprehend the commands given and execute them flawlessly. Upon realizing Haidu understood his intent, Chu Xiu sprang into action. Hey, come here all of you, he shouted towards the nearby zombies, instantly capturing their attention. Hundreds of zombies turned their gaze toward Chu Xiu, and the frontmost ones lunged at him, mouths agape, emitting guttural sounds. These zombies bore grotesque, decaying visages, with exposed bones visible, their eyes glowing a menacing red, creating a terrifying sight. As the horde of zombies surged towards him, even Chu Xiu, endowed with supernatural abilities, felt a wave of trepidation. Individually, he might not have feared them, but a massive onslaught would compel him to use his powers to flee. Fortunately, his intention was merely to divert their attention. With the zombies rushing towards him, Chu Xiu swiftly adhered to his plan, darting towards a nearby clothing store. Though the store was not particularly spacious, its shattered display windows indicated that it would not effectively impede the influx of zombies. However, due to the confined space, the influx of zombies quickly filled the shop. After Chu Xiu took refuge inside, he noticed numerous zombies beginning to invade the premises. Yet, as a portion of these undead breached the threshold, Chu Xiu harnessed his extraordinary ability. Time, frozen. With a resounding click, every zombie within the shop became utterly motionless. Shattered glass fragments, on the verge of falling, and the blood splattered from the zombies' mouths, all ceased in midair, betraying no signs of movement. Navigating around the immobilized horde, Chu Xiu exited the shop and beheld the relentless stream of zombies continuing to pour in. These creatures exhibited a tendency to follow, moving unconsciously in sync with the larger throng. Even if the zombies at the forefront failed to locate prey and contemplated retreat, they would be incessantly pushed forward by those behind them. In that moment, the zombies would gaze ahead, presenting a prime opportunity for a stealthy ambush. Not far away, Chu Xiu also spotted Haidu, who had similarly succumbed to the stillness. His power over time was remarkably potent, rendering all beings, save for himself, completely inactive. It seemed that as his strength grew, the toll on his stamina diminished slightly. Although this reduction in fatigue was minimal, it was nonetheless a welcome development. With increasing power, his abilities would continually evolve. In time, the prospect of maintaining a time freeze for 24 hours would no longer be a mere fantasy. The thought of such a future brought a spark of excitement to Chu Xiu's visage. However, this was not a moment for daydreaming. Having maintained the freeze for less than 10 seconds, he already felt a considerable drain on his energy. Approaching Haidu, Chu Xiu released his temporal hold. Woof woof. The instant time resumed. The observant Haidu, startled by the sudden appearance of his master, nearly lunged at him in surprise. Had he not recognized Chu Xiu immediately, he might have attacked. Although he refrained from doing so, the astonished dog circled Chu Xiu curiously, marveling at his sudden presence. After all, he had witnessed Chu Xiu dash into the shop, and in the blink of an eye, his master was now beside him, truly a fright for the canine. All right. Enough of this. We must hasten to hunt. These zombies should remain oblivious to any noise you make now, Chu Xiu encouraged, giving Haidu a gentle pat on the head to spur him on. Obediently, Haidu nudged Chu Xiu's hand affectionately before reverting to a fierce demeanor, swiftly pouncing upon the zombies. Utilizing his innate agility, Haidu swiftly eradicated the last layer of zombies. the remaining undead, unaware of the turmoil behind them, provided Heido with newfound confidence as he systematically dismantled them, akin to peeling an onion. Before long, under the guise of a surprise assault, a significant portion of the horde was vanquished, leaving only the throng trapped within the shop and those obstructing the entrance. However, at this juncture, Chu Xiu noted a change in Heido. As the other party began to emanate a luminous red glow, it flickered in a manner reminiscent of a particular pattern. Simultaneously, the aura of Heido began to transform, its form subtly altered. At this moment, Chu Xiu comprehended that Heido was on the verge of a breakthrough. He promptly called for Heido to return, urging it to seize the moment and advance. Responding to Chu Xiu's summons, Heido hurried back, disregarding the surrounding zombies. Upon reaching Chu Xiu's side, Heido anxiously swayed from side to side. Quickly, advance now. I will keep watch here, Chu Xiu reassured, sensing Heido's urgency. Upon hearing its master's words, Heido promptly lay down, closing its eyes. Concurrently, the red glow emanating from its body intensified, and its power surged. Soon, within 5 minutes of Heido lying down, its aura dramatically escalated. Abruptly, Heido opened its eyes, revealing fierce crimson orbs filled with ferocity. Although its size had not changed significantly, it exuded an air of formidable strength, creating a palpable sense of intimidation that made one's heart race. However, Chu Xiu remained unperturbed by Heido's demeanor. He merely extended his hand, and the once menacing Heido underwent a transformation. The bloodthirsty gleam in its crimson eyes shifted to one of eagerness. It even attempted to extend its tongue to lick Chu Xiu's outstretched hand. Observing Heido's behavior, Chu Xiu gently patted its head. Don't stick out your tongue. You do realize how filthy your mouth is. It's covered in the brains and blood of zombies. Hearing Chu Xiu's disdainful remarks, Heido whimpered in a mix of grievance and dissatisfaction. Enough with the whining. Now that your strength has increased, go hunt. Chu Xiu, indifferent to Heido's feelings, insisted on maximizing this opportunity for it to prey, wishing for an accelerated enhancement of its power. Complying with Chu Xiu's command without hesitation, Heido let out a howl and lunged toward the nearby horde of zombies. With its newfound strength, it was eager to showcase its abilities to its master. Chapter 48. The Black Flame having reached the 3rd tier, Heido faced a horde of zombies that were of insufficient strength to even reach the 1st tier. It was, in essence, a one-sided confrontation, executing its attacks with remarkable ease. Most of the zombies scarcely had time to react before Heido swiftly severed their heads with a single bite. However, due to the sheer number of zombies remaining, those that sensed Heido's movement immediately charged toward it. Zombies and the undead beasts did not coexist peacefully. Rather, they were in a state of mutual hostility. Thus, to the zombies, Heido appeared no different from an ordinary human. Awu. Heido bared its teeth in an intimidating display toward the approaching zombies, yet they remained unfazed. Instead, they relentlessly hurled themselves at Heido. Even when Heido claimed their heads one by one, the zombies exhibited no trace of fear. In the lower tiers below the 3rd rank, these zombies exhibit no semblance of rationality. Their gaze is solely fixated on their prey. Upon spotting it, they charge forward recklessly, heedless of their own demise. Undeterred even by the prospect of traps ahead, this impulsive desire to showcase prowess left Heido somewhat remorseful. Although its fur could withstand the claws and bites of these zombies, the incessant attacks began to take their toll, prompting a strategic retreat rather than a futile confrontation. After dispatching several zombies, Heido swiftly relocated to continue the assault. Utilizing its agility and mobility, the remaining horde of dozens was soon eradicated. Awu. Standing atop a mound of headless zombie corpses, Heido held skyward. At this moment, Chu Xiu stepped forth, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment at Heido's display. Prior to his reincarnation, he possessed only a partial understanding of Heido's abilities. However, he perceived that the essence of Heido's strength lay in its remarkable capacity for rapid advancement. Yet, witnessing Heido's combat prowess now, Chu Xiu had to concede that, without resorting to his supernatural abilities, his own baseline capabilities might only match Heido's strength evenly. Of course, should he employ his powers, he could effortlessly vanquish Heido. Indeed, impressive strength. Upon our return this evening, I shall reward you with an extra meal, Chu Xiu remarked. At his words, Heido instantly returned to its former demeanor, joyfully nuzzling Chu Xiu's arm. Come, let us continue our hunt for zombies. As long as we do not exceed 200, you may engage them head-on. Chu Xiu affectionately patted the dog's head, praising Heido with great delight. Woof woof. In response to Chu Xiu's commendation, Heido emitted a couple of light yips in agreement. Having reached the 3rd rank, it felt a significant enhancement in its intellect. The duo, one man and one dog, proceeded toward the city center, as Chu Xiu's refuge was situated near the outskirts. Thus, the closer they ventured to the city center, the more zombies they would encounter. However, The fast-mutating second-rank zombies seen in the park hinted that the areas housing spiritual source orbs might harbor even stronger foes. While seeking out more formidable zombies to hasten Haidu's ascendance, the potential for overwhelming numbers posed a danger. It was prudent to bolster their own strength first. Chu Xiu quickly devised a plan, deciding against venturing into the locations where spiritual source orbs were birthed at this time. Soon, they arrived at a shopping mall. And the scene was indeed grim. Chu Xiu and Haidu found themselves near a supermarket, where bloodstains marred many surfaces and dismembered limbs littered the ground, evidencing a brutal struggle. Strangely, however, Chu Xiu observed no zombies around the supermarket. There should be zombies present, perhaps they had been drawn away. It was plausible that the interior of the supermarket harbored a significant number of zombies, lurking within its confines. Chu Xiu speculated that the zombies must be lurking within the shopping mall, thus he resolved to venture inside with Haidu to explore. Possessing the ability to manipulate time, he felt a modicum of confidence in his self-defense. Although his stamina depleted rapidly and the duration of his power was limited, it was sufficient for his current needs. Moreover, with the assistance of the third-tier Haidu, he had a formidable ally by his side. Haidu, being a third-tier creature, could contend with 100 zombies and sustain only minor injuries. Furthermore, since Haidu was a successfully mutated being, the toxins within the zombies posed no threat to it, leaving it unharmed. However, these toxins did affect Chu Xiu, impeding his passive upgrade speed. Therefore, he endeavored to avoid injury, as sustaining wounds would be an unworthy burden. With a creak, Chu Xiu pushed open the glass door of the shopping mall, surprised to find it still securely closed, perhaps due to the zombies' earlier assaults. The sound of the door opening was quite jarring in the otherwise silent first floor. Soon, he heard the unmistakable growls of zombies, evidently drawn by the noise of the opening door. Looking up, he observed numerous zombies peering over the railing from the second floor. They swayed awkwardly, like marionettes, as they fixated on the first floor. Then, as if sensing the presence of Chu Xiu and Haidu, the zombies erupted into a frenzy. Bang, roar, bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of their howls reverberated throughout the mall, as countless zombies leapt from the second floor. Lacking any concept of stairs or elevators, they opted for the quickest route. One by one, they plunged downwards, akin to students rushing for a meal, resulting in several of them meeting their demise upon impact. Ironically, the bodies of those that fell created a gruesome cushion for the subsequent zombies, shielding them from harm. Haidu, it's your turn now. I shall take my leave, Chu Xiu declared, glancing at the snarling zombies charging towards him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beside Haidu, leaving the latter momentarily astonished, its eyes widening in surprise. Woof, woof, Haidu barked frantically, alarmed by the sudden disappearance of its master. Yet, it quickly caught a whiff of Chu Xiu's scent. Although some of the scent was obstructed, it detected the familiar aroma emanating from a nearby small shop. Realizing that Chu Xiu was not far away, reassured by the knowledge that its master was still nearby, Haidu regained its fierce demeanor. As the horde of zombies continued to surge towards it, Haidu unleashed a ferocious roar. Without hesitation, it charged at the approaching zombies. Crunch, crunch, growl. The black bean, resembling a shadow, swiftly dispatched several nearby zombies. After sinking its teeth into the skulls of these undead creatures, it gleefully chewed and swallowed them whole. Soon, an invigorating surge of energy resonated from its abdomen, igniting a sense of exhilaration within it. For the black bean, these grotesque zombies were nothing short of delectable sustenance. The first floor rapidly transformed into a colossal battleground, with the black bean engaging in fierce combat against the horde of zombies, while more of them continued to descend from above. At this moment, Chu Xiu found himself in a snack shop, casually unwrapping a packet of treats and indulging in them while admiring the black bean's violent elegance. Indeed, the black bean, now measuring 3 meters in length, could be deemed a colossal beast, especially in comparison to humans. In the later stages of the apocalypse, true giants had emerged, and the black bean merely represented an ordinary size. Nevertheless, Chu Xiu was unconcerned by this detail, for he believed the full extent of the black bean's capabilities had yet to be revealed. As one of the 2 successfully mutated beings in the current city, Chu Xiu was confident that the black bean possessed numerous unique traits. He firmly believed it would ultimately awaken its own powers. Chu Xiu was somewhat knowledgeable about these abilities. He understood that top-tier warriors, upon reaching the 9th tier, would typically awaken special powers. However, based on his observations, the majority of these elite warriors manifested elemental abilities, with only a select few possessing distinct powers. Most 9th-tier warriors awakened abilities akin to ice or fire. Before his rebirth, he had encountered a warrior whose awakened ability doubled their strength. Indeed, not merely doubled, but tripled, making it exceedingly difficult for others to withstand a single blow. He had heard tales from other cities about a warrior who absorbed 3 powers and awakened a defensive ability akin to a retaliatory armor. This power allowed them to rebound a portion of any close-range damage taken, and it was passive. Warriors of lower tiers who attacked this individual would find themselves severely injured in return. The exact extent of this reflective damage remained uncertain. Yet such unique abilities illustrated that others too could awaken extraordinary powers. Fortunately, this particular ability was singular, unique to its bearer. The ice-wielding abilities awakened by 2 top-tier warriors prior to his rebirth resulted in a stalemate when they clashed, rendering them unable to overcome each other, ultimately leading to a test of raw strength. If all 9th-tier warriors could awaken powers, he pondered whether he might awaken another ability after reaching that tier. The notion of possessing additional powers was enticing. Even one more awakening would be advantageous. While Chu Xiu reveled in these thoughts, the battlefield on the first floor underwent a transformation. The black being, now somewhat out of breath, extended its tongue to dissipate heat. It was drenched in the blood of the zombies, surrounded by a grotesque array of decapitated corpses sprawled across the floor. At this moment, it had been engaged in battle for over 20 minutes, having already dispatched more than 150 zombies. Yet, it felt as though the horde surrounding it was still overwhelming. From above, a relentless rain of zombies continued to pour down, undeterred in their advance. However, for Haidu, after slaying so many, fatigue began to set in. Each time it eliminated one of the undead, it had to consume the head immediately. Neglecting to do so would result in the vital essence contained within dissipating, rendering it useless over time. Thus, Haidu was compelled to kill and consume simultaneously, rather than clearing the area before feasting. With a fierce howl, the zombies continued to surge towards Haidu from all directions, while it skillfully evaded their lunges, leaping atop their heads and darting about. Though this strategy allowed for a gradual recovery of its stamina, it was far from satisfying for Haidu. To it, the creatures before it, aside from Chu Xiu, were all loathsome bipeds. It harbored a deep disdain for humanity. Were it not for Chu Xiu's presence, which revealed the uniqueness of humans, Haidu would have become entirely different from its former self. To Haidu, Chu Xiu was its world, its sole reliance. The other zombies were viewed merely as refuse. In its contempt for these despicable beings, Haidu yearned to emulate the attitude humans displayed towards waste in the videos it had seen before. With a sudden surge of fury, Haidu let out a ferocious roar, its body igniting with faint black flames. What was this? Chu Xiu, who had been observing from the shop, momentarily contemplated whether to intervene when Haidu's behavior astonished him, compelling him to rise. The black flames enveloping Haidu intensified from feeble flickers to a roaring blaze. As some embers fell to the ground, they did not extinguish but rather continued to burn, growing larger. Soon, a blackened inferno materialized around Haidu, the flames twisting and extending as if imbued with life. One reckless zombie charged into the fiery vortex. The moment its foot made contact with the black flames, they eagerly spread up its leg, engulfing its lower body, then swiftly consuming its upper half until the entire zombie was shrouded in fire. Other intruding zombies met a similar fate, quickly succumbing to the consuming flames. These flames seemed to possess an infectious quality, rapidly spreading from zombie to zombie, and before long, the entire first floor was enveloped in a cloak of black fire. Curiously, the flames were not at all hot. Chu Xiu, previously within the shop, now stepped into the hall, approaching one of the fiery patches. He discovered that although the black flames engulfed the entire first floor, they did not impart a sense of searing heat. Rather, they evoked a chilling sensation that pierced to the bone. Chu Xiu had no intention of touching these flames, sensing their extraordinary nature. He raised his gaze and meticulously observed the zombies shrouded in the black fire, noting that they struggled to move, each one gradually freezing in its last action after a brief bout of resistance. These black flames were not merely burning, they were consuming. Chu Xiu quickly recognized the anomaly of the black flames. Chapter 49, The Extraordinary Pendant. The black flames surged as if imbued with life, swiftly flowing towards the zombies. They crept along the surrounding walls, extending upward to the floors above. Before long, the black flames enveloped all the zombies across the various levels. Though the air was thick with the presence of these flames, Chu Xiu felt no warmth. On the contrary, even with his third-tier physique, he found himself shivering slightly. However, this did not astonish him. What truly captivated his attention was the sight of the zombies, seemingly transformed by the black flames, becoming somewhat translucent. The putrid flesh and blood that had once clung to their bodies were incinerated, leaving behind nothing but skeletal remains, ablaze like torches. The aura of the black bean surged rapidly, perhaps indicating that the black flames did not simply incinerate flesh but mirrored the effect of consumption he had previously experienced. Using fire to replace digestion. As he observed the black being at the center of the scene, feeling its rapidly intensifying aura, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. At that moment, it seemed the black being sensed Chu Xiu's presence and let out a howl. Suddenly, the flames blazed more fiercely, and those zombies that had yet to be fully consumed erupted in a moment of explosive combustion, incinerating their decayed flesh. To his astonishment, he then witnessed the black flames retracting towards the black being, bringing along the remnants of the consumed zombies. Those skeletal remains, having been reduced to mere bones, followed the black flames back to the black being's side. In the blink of an eye, the flames vanished entirely, leaving no trace in the grand hall of the shopping center, save for some signs of destruction and burning. If not for these remnants, Chu Xiu might have doubted the reality of what had just transpired. Woof! The black being swiftly approached Chu Xiu, barking joyfully and nuzzling his shoulder. As he reached out to stroke the black being's head, Chu Xiu sensed that its strength had surpassed his own. Remarkable, it had reached the 4th tier, surpassing even him. Indeed, this path of hunting was not misguided. It had even awakened your extraordinary abilities. Yet, I wonder what effects your newfound powers entail. Chu Xiu gently stroked the head of Black Bean, contemplating aloud. At present, Black Bean's prowess, as reflected on the surface, surpassed his own. And there was a notable enhancement in intelligence as well. Black Bean could comprehend his inquiries. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Black Bean lowered its head and assumed a posture inviting Chu Xiu to pet it, albeit with a subtle difference from before. Observing this, Chu Xiu felt a twinge of confusion, yet he extended his hand to rest upon Black Bean's head. As soon as his hand made contact, Chu Xiu sensed an inexplicable, profound connection between himself and Black Bean. Could this be akin to a telepathic ability? Chu Xiu quickly formulated a hypothesis, discovering that this bond grew increasingly intimate with the passage of time. Soon, he felt an inseparable tie forming with Black Bean. Through this connection, he could clearly discern the thoughts within Black Bean's mind, along with an awakening of its latent abilities. Master. The moment the connection was established, Chu Xiu heard the voice of Black Bean in his mind. The bright and lively call of Master instantly revealed to Chu Xiu that it was indeed Black Bean's voice. However, upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise. He sensed that the voice conveyed to him was not only bright but also carried a somewhat delicate tone. It was unmistakably the clear voice of a young girl, making Chu Xiu realize he may have overlooked a significant detail. Black Bean. Chu Xiu attempted to convey his thoughts, silently musing. I am here, Master. Black Bean promptly responded to Chu Xiu's call. Are you a male dog or a female dog? Chu Xiu voiced the question that had been nagging at him. Master, what is a male dog or a female dog? Came Black Bean's puzzled reply. Upon hearing Black Bean's confusion, Chu Xiu quickly recognized that while Black Bean's intelligence had markedly increased, it was still unfamiliar with certain human concepts. He promptly took out his phone and elaborated on the concepts of male and female. Master, Black Bean is not a male dog. Black Bean is female. Black Bean joyfully responded, perhaps exhilarated by the seamless communication with Chu Xiu, bouncing around with uncontainable delight. Hearing Black Bean's answer, Chu Xiu looked up at it. Now at the 4th tier, Black Bean had undergone a striking transformation. Its size had increased significantly. Previously, it had only reached his shoulder, but now it stood a bit taller than him. Its length had also greatly extended, nearing 4 meters, a stature that could indeed be categorized as a giant beast. The imposing figure, coupled with a ferocity emanating from within, and those blood-red eyes that resembled those of a malevolent spirit, made it a creature that could easily frighten small children. The fact that such a fierce creature was a female dog left Chu Xiu in awe. Black Bean, your current size is quite formidable. I worry about whether you will be able to fit inside the shelter. Gently touching the head of the little Black Bean, Chu Xiu conveyed his thoughts with a hint of helplessness. Master, worry not for me. I can shrink, came the excited voice of the Black Bean, followed by a subtle red glow enveloping its body. As the crimson light flickered, the Black Bean's form visibly diminished, shrinking to the size of an adult's fist within mere breaths. Remarkably, its shape did not simply scale down proportionately. Instead, it transformed into a form reminiscent of a young black puppy. If there were those who adored cute puppies present, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with delight. The Black Bean, now adorably small, sported a coat of short, soft fur, and its endearing expression would surely capture the hearts of many young men and women. The striking contrast left even Chu Xiu wide-eyed with astonishment. In an instant, what was once a fierce, nearly 4-meter-tall beast had morphed into an adorable puppy, easily held in the palm of his hand. Such a transformation would surely create a sensational viral video online. However, It seemed that the Black Bean's original form was equally impressive, though perhaps not as captivating as its current appearance. As Chu Xiu cradled the shrunken Black Bean, he noticed that despite its diminutive size, its body remained quite solid. A firm squeeze would reveal that it was impervious to pressure. The silky short fur, however, gave an impression of softness. Master, in this state, my strength has not diminished, and I can still unleash flames. Moreover, the potency of the flames remains intact. The Black Bean joyfully shared its newfound abilities while comfortably resting in Chu Xiu's palm. Those zombies you saw me incinerate earlier vanished along with the flames. Could it be that the skeletons engulfed in black flames can also be summoned? Upon hearing the Black Bean's feedback, Chu Xiu immediately inquired about the situation he had just witnessed. Indeed, Master, I can summon them now, and these flames will not harm you. Strangely, I feel that this flame can also be controlled by you. The Black Bean eagerly divulged its powers to Chu Xiu. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was astonished to realize that, in addition to his time-stopping ability, he could wield another power. Black Inferno, he mused, pondering the remarkable nature of this ability. As the realization dawned on him, he understood its effects and recognized that he could invoke it at will. Black Inferno, as the name echoed in his mind. A vast expanse of black flames suddenly erupted around him, extending 10 meters in every direction. Within this inferno, the upper halves of skeletons cloaked in black fire emerged, swirling amidst the seething flames. The formidable skeletons were unmistakably imbued with second-tier strength. It is noteworthy that these skeletons originated from first-tier zombie corpses. While the first-tier zombies possessed a rank, their potency was akin to that of a mere half-tier. However, now, after being engulfed in black flames, their overall might had undeniably ascended to the second tier. Furthermore, akin to the nature of these flames, these skeletons possessed an indomitable quality, despite suffering damage. They would gradually recover after a period of rest. In Chu Xiu's estimation, the effectiveness of these skeletons was merely a byproduct of the infernal flame. The infernal flame itself harbored formidable capabilities, exhibiting a terrifying, indestructible trait. As long as its master did not grant permission for it to be extinguished, the black flames would continue to burn relentlessly. Moreover, the power of the infernal flame was indeed fearsome, for it consumed everything of its target. This notion of burning everything may seem perplexing. However, based on Chu Xiu's understanding, it could incinerate not only one's life and soul, but also time itself. Upon hearing the prospect of burning time, Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He first exerted control over the infernal flame to incinerate the time it touched while simultaneously employing the ability to halt time. Once time was suspended, he observed that the flames on the ground continued to burn. Astonishingly, they could not be halted. In fact, it was as if the flames had commenced burning even in a state of stasis. In amazement, Chu Xiu extended his hand into the black flames. Yet, upon contact with his palm, the flames did not scorch him. Instead, they behaved like an illusion, inflicting no harm whatsoever. This unique ability belonged solely to the Black Beans. Yet for reasons unknown, he too could wield it, expending energy akin to that of his own abilities. Chu Xiu soon sensed his stamina dwindling rapidly. Initially, based on prior calculations, he believed he could sustain this for a considerable duration. However, the reality was different. He felt he could only maintain it for about 10 seconds. This was untenable. The consumption was far too great, and he was not yet capable of utilizing it for extended periods. Realizing this, Chu Xiu promptly released the time suspension and acknowledged the toll on his energy. If he were to rely solely on the infernal flame, he could sustain it for hours, at least several hours without issue. Furthermore, everything consumed by the infernal flame would distill pure energy to replenish his body. Merely sustaining the current burn would not pose a problem for a lifetime. Chu Xiu quickly recognized the terror of the infernal flame. In many respects, this ability seemed invincible. However, he also discerned a slight flaw: the rate of combustion. He realized that while the infernal flame could ignite and expand rapidly, it required the expenditure of his own stamina to do so. Should he desire the infernal flame to expand gradually on its own, the pace would be frustratingly slow. Chu Xiu calculated that, given the rate at which the black prison flame consumed itself, it could expand a mere millimeter in just 1 minute. This flame did not merely incinerate matter, it also engulfed the very fabric of space and time within its reach. How extraordinary it would be if this power relied solely on its own expansion. Traversing a distance of 10 meters would undoubtedly require an enormous amount of time. However, it is fortunate that this ability can be activated solely by physical strength. Moreover, this ability is unique, shared only between myself and Black Bean. Yet, I must not be overly optimistic, for the black prison flame seems to counteract my time-stopping ability. Should another peculiar power emerge, it might also negate my own. Upon recognizing the formidable nature of Black Bean's ability, Chu Xiu's previously inflated ego was swiftly tempered. He had once believed that possessing the power of time-stopping rendered him invincible. Yet, some abilities are irrational. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, it was Black Bean who awakened this power, which eased Chu Xiu's concerns somewhat. At that moment, Chu Xiu seemed to have an epiphany and placed the small black bean gently on the ground. He then attempted to use the black prison flame once more, only to discover that the ability had become inaccessible. It appeared that substantial contact was necessary for its activation. Indeed, this power truly belonged to Black Bean, and I had merely been borrowing it. Chu Xiu quickly formed some hypotheses, feeling a surge of curiosity. According to the information previously provided by Black Bean, its connection with Chu Xiu was not initiated by itself. Rather, it sensed that Chu Xiu possessed a feeling akin to accepting a link. Only upon Chu Xiu's consent could it establish a connection, simultaneously sharing its powers unconditionally. Which explained why Chu Xiu had been able to wield this ability. Cradling Black Bean once more in his palm, Chu Xiu realized he may have underestimated his own uniqueness. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also awakened the power of time and could borrow the abilities of other beings. Such a combination was undeniably potent. Chapter 50. A new stir gently stroking the diminutive Black Bean. Chu Xiu felt a sense of novelty. What woof? At this moment, Black Bean did not continue their mental communication. For it, expressing itself vocally was far more enjoyable. Cuddled in the warmth of Chu Xiu's hand, it radiated happiness. Looking around, Chu Xiu noted that the entire supermarket had become remarkably pristine. Aside from the remnants of fire, no other zombies lingered within the premises. After all, the might of the black prison flame was not to be underestimated. Only such a uniquely powerful ability could yield such a formidable effect. However, at that moment, Chu Xiu suddenly lifted his gaze towards the uppermost level, having heard unusual sounds emanating from above. It appeared highly likely that there were individuals hiding in that location. Chu Xiu felt no surprise at this. After all, this supermarket was a large establishment, and it was only natural that many people would seek refuge within its confines. Previously, when Black Bean wielded his extraordinary powers, he merely eradicated the visible zombies, showing no concern for other forms of life. Thus, the survival of a few individuals was hardly a remarkable occurrence. However, just as Chu Xiu intended to depart, a voice suddenly echoed from above. "Young man below, do not leave." An urgent voice called out. Chu Xiu glanced up and immediately saw a middle-aged woman frantically waving her hands. Yet, in response to her gestures, Chu Xiu did not pause for a moment, dismissing her call with indifference. He did not recognize her and felt no inclination to display kindness in this apocalyptic world. "Young man, can't you hear me? I told you not to go." The woman, witnessing Chu Xiu's disregard, felt a twinge of humiliation. She raised her voice, looking around for something. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a shard of glass near the railing. She quickly picked it up and hurled it forcefully towards Chu Xiu's direction. Lu Tsuehua, now 65, spent her days dancing and tending to her garden. Today marked the return of her eldest grandson, filling her with immense joy. In her exuberance, she had ventured to the market to purchase delightful treats for her beloved grandson. However, to her dismay, during her haggling with the female shopkeeper, a horrific scene of cannibalism unfolded before her eyes, sending her into a state of panic. She hurriedly ascended the stairs, but her age hindered her speed, making her slower than the younger crowd. Consequently, she had to shove several young women aside to seize her chance at survival. Upon reaching the top floor, she took refuge in a shop's restroom, resolutely refusing to open the door, fearing the monsters would discover her presence. After hiding for what felt like half a day, she suddenly heard a dog barking, followed by an eerie silence as the zombies outside seemed to vanish, leading her to wonder if circumstances had shifted. Cautiously, she peered through a gap to assess the situation outside, only to find that not a single zombie remained. Relieved, she opened the restroom door and cautiously ventured out, confirming the absence of danger. A sense of calm washed over her, alongside a longing for her grandson. Gathering her courage, she approached the railing end. Upon spotting Chu Xiu on the first floor, perceived an opportunity. Young people were often easier to manipulate, and she hoped he might escort her home. Thus, she urgently called out to him to halt, but when he ignored her, her irritation flared. She believed this young man was lacking in respect. Frustrated, she picked up a piece of glass and threw it at Chu Xiu, hoping to catch his attention. Whether or not she hit him was of little concern to Lu Dama. If it struck him on the head, would he dare retaliate? If he did, she would simply accuse him of disrespecting the elderly, showing no understanding of age and courtesy. Lu Tsuehua muttered angrily to herself, wishing fervently for the glass to strike Chu Xiu. Sensing the commotion above, Chu Xiu halted his steps, showing no inclination to evade the impending danger. As a third-tier individual, he harbored no fear of the disturbance overhead. The aim of his assailant was woefully inaccurate, rendering any threat ineffective against him. With a loud crash, shards of glass fell at his feet, shattering into several pieces. As he looked up, he met Lu Tsuehua's gaze from the upper floor, her expression one of disdainful indifference. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me calling you? Keep walking, go on." Lu Tsuehua bellowed at Chu Xiu, her voice brimming with bravado. "Do you not see an elderly person like me up here? Have you no respect for your elders?" Just as Lu Tsuehua sought to impose her moral superiority upon him, Chu Xiu calmly withdrew a black bean from his pocket and placed it within. Simultaneously, he activated his extraordinary ability, Black Health Flame, Bone Devour. As he harnessed the Black Health Flame through the black bean, he bestowed a name upon his new technique, the Bone Devour, which summoned skeletons engulfed in black flames. These fiery skeletons could detach from Chu Xiu's vicinity and soar into the air. However, venturing beyond a certain range would significantly deplete his stamina. Nonetheless, the current expenditure was manageable for Chu Xiu. To Lu Tsuehua's astonishment, the young man below was suddenly enveloped in black flames, and a skeleton, ablaze with fire, emerged, circling around him before veering towards her position. Oh my goodness! Lu Tsuehua had never witnessed such a sight, nearly collapsing in terror. Drawing upon her experience from dancing in the square and competing for basketball courts with younger men, she steadied herself and attempted to flee to the restroom. Yet, after only a few steps, the flaming skeleton had already reached the top floor. Upon seeing Lu Tsuehua's face, stricken with fear, the dark skeleton opened and closed its jaw rapidly before circling her once and then dissipating. Thud. A distinct sound of something hitting the ground echoed, followed by a scream of utter fright. Oh my god! Lu Tsuehua's complexion turned ashen, tears and snot streaming down her face. Yet, she could not wipe them away, for her arms and legs had vanished. The remnants of her limbs were ablaze with black flames. The fire did not inflict intense pain, yet it bore an indescribable, icy, prickling sensation that was utterly intolerable, causing her to writhe on the ground in agony. Instinctively, she attempted to extinguish the flames, but despair washed over her as her lack of hands and feet rendered her powerless to quench the fire. In that moment, she was utterly paralyzed by fear, left to await her grim fate. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Chu Xiu paid no mind to Lu Tsuehua's distress, turning instead to leave. As far as he was concerned, one who invites danger upon themselves shall inevitably face the consequences. The other party merely shouted at him, showing no inclination to respond or take action. However, when they audaciously hurled shards of glass at him, despite missing, such recklessness posed a significant danger. If it were an ordinary person, a fall from such a height could indeed be fatal. Consequently, Chu Xiu refrained from indulging them, invoking the black prison flame to consume and incinerate their limbs. He deliberately allowed residual flames to linger, imparting the sensation of a slow demise. Regarding the brutality of his methods, Chu Xiu merely offered a cold smile. In this apocalyptic era, societal constraints held little importance for him. Upon exiting the supermarket, Chu Xiu noted an eerie quietude enveloping the surroundings. How peculiar that the zombies had seemingly vanished. Were they congregating in the city center? A sense of confusion washed over him, for there should be a multitude of these creatures. However, he observed that the zombies in this particular district were rather ordinary and quite sparse. Given the bloodshed and the infection rates, it was baffling how tranquil it was here. Bang, bang, bang. Quickly, we must flee. The zombies have been temporarily diverted. We are nearing our destination. The sound of gunfire abruptly captured Chu Xiu's attention. Being at the third tier, his hearing was exceptionally acute. He discerned numerous footsteps approaching, accompanied by the voice of a middle-aged man. After contemplating the commotion, an idea struck him. Immediately, the flames enveloping Lu Tsuehua intensified, swiftly reducing her to ash. Chu Xiu had no intention of allowing Lu Tsuehua to disrupt him, for her wailing was quite bothersome. Before long, he observed a group hastily approaching. Upon rough estimation, there were at least 30 individuals. The leader, clad in military attire and wielding a firearm, remained vigilant as he scanned the vicinity. While running, he gestured for those behind him to keep pace. Upon rounding a corner and spotting Chu Xiu, he instinctively raised his weapon. However, upon realizing Chu Xiu was human, he promptly lowered his firearm, visibly relieved. "Young man, run. There are zombies behind us." The middle-aged man urgently warned Chu Xiu, simultaneously beckoning those trailing behind to hasten their pace to avoid lagging. Occasionally, he fired several shots at the advancing zombies. Chu Xiu, observing from the sidelines, was somewhat astonished by the man's marksmanship. Each shot struck the zombies at the knee. This particular aim effectively incapacitated the creature's ability to pursue, though it required considerable shooting skill. After all, disrupting a moving zombie's knee was no easy feat, something even Chu Xiu had only managed at the second tier. Yet, This seemingly ordinary man was capable of such precision. Chu Xiu could not help but acknowledge the man's commendable prowess, at least in the initial phase. The other party possessed a considerable degree of self-preservation ability. Remarkably, the middle-aged man had already sprinted to Chu Xiu's side. Upon noticing that Chu Xiu remained standing still, he urgently urged, "Young brother, run. Quickly leave this place. There are zombies behind us." In response to the middle-aged man's words, Chu Xiu pointed to the area behind him and replied, "There are no zombies within this supermarket. We can take refuge here." The middle-aged man was taken aback by Chu Xiu's assertion. He had not anticipated that a safe haven would exist in such dire circumstances. He hastily scanned the interior of the supermarket and confirmed that, indeed, as Chu Xiu had stated, there were no zombies in sight. Although the place appeared disheveled, the absence of zombies rendered it a trivial concern. Without delay, he called out to the group trailing behind him, urging them to hasten into the supermarket. He then swiftly made his way to the back of the line, intending to buy time to delay the advance of the zombies. Of course, he was not the only one holding the rear. 2 men at the end of the line were also firing their guns at the pursuing zombies. However, their marksmanship was not particularly refined, yet together, they managed to impede the zombies' progress. Chu Xiu observed that the number of zombies following them was relatively sparse, totaling only a scattered dozen. However, eliminating these zombies proved challenging, as aside from decapitating them, one had to strike the back of their necks. These zombies were exceptionally agile and fearlessly aggressive. It posed considerable difficulty for an ordinary person to confront them. Only by suppressing their innate fear could one maintain composure to fight and eradicate them. As Chu Xiu surveyed the group, he noted that most of the individuals were women and youths. Thus, despite their numerical superiority over the zombies, their actual combat effectiveness was gravely lacking. Should this horde of zombies breach their ranks, the group would soon be overwhelmed. Observing the few individuals running alongside him, Chu Xiu's mind began to churn with thoughts. He felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding the middle-aged man's earlier remarks. According to him, many zombies had been drawn away, allowing them to escape. Chu Xiu needed to ascertain what had attracted them, as such knowledge might present an opportunity to locate a larger gathering of zombies. In that case, he could offer them all as sacrifices to the flames of the black bean, thereby swiftly augmenting its power. It is worth noting that during this month, these zombies were not particularly formidable. They were akin to a beginner's gift pack, especially after awakening the powers of the hellfire. These zombies had become experience points in Chu Xiu's eyes. With enough absorption, it was conceivable that the black bean could ascend to a higher level within a month. Thus, strength will be sufficiently guaranteed, and in the ensuing months, he will have ample time for cultivation. Consequently, Chu Xiu joined this group and hurried into the supermarket, assisting the young men in securely closing the entrance. Fortunately, the doors of the supermarket were constructed of remarkably sturdy materials, capable of effectively resisting the relentless battering of the zombies. Chapter 51. Contemplation of Candidates. Thank you, young brother. We are indebted to your timely warning. Otherwise, we surely would have been unable to escape the pursuit of these undead. Leaning against the glass door of the supermarket, a middle-aged man gasped for breath. After resting for a moment, he rose and glanced outside the glass door. Bang, bang. The zombies outside remained undeterred, furiously slamming against the door. Each impact was so forceful that any observer would feel a pang of pain, as if they were fervently striving. Yet, these were zombies, utterly devoid of any sensation of pain. We cannot allow them to continue this assault. Persisting in this manner poses a danger. The middle-aged man quickly addressed the others. Brother Liu, what should we do? At that moment, another man, one of the two armed individuals, stood up to inquire. First, let us find some paper to cover the glass. This should obscure their view, the middle-aged man proposed after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing his words, the others promptly rose to search for paper. However, Chu Xiu noted that while most had gone to seek paper, a dozen or so individuals remained motionless. Among those remaining were approximately 11 or 12 people, predominantly young women. These women had heard the middle-aged man's suggestion but remained entirely unresponsive. Noticing their inaction, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and approached them. Ladies, as you can see, the others are looking for paper. You too could assist in the search. Many hands make light work, and the sooner we cover the glass, the better. To his surprise, one of the women retorted, Sir, we are all girls. We just ran in here and are completely exhausted. You expect us to search for paper now? Once we've rested, we will help. Besides, you are all strong men. It is only fair that you take on more of the burden, allowing us weaker females to rest. The middle-aged man was taken aback by her response, momentarily stunned. However, after absorbing her words, he chose not to argue further. He simply cast a deep glance in their direction before turning away without attempting to persuade them again. Chu Xiu, observing from the side, could not help but chuckle softly. He clearly perceived that while these women claimed fatigue, they exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Moreover, there were several young men nearby, attentively doting on them. They had disregarded the middle-aged man's remarks entirely, paying him no heed whatsoever. "Thank you, my young friend. I did not expect to find a safe haven here." The middle-aged man approached Chu Xiu and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Zhengxing, and I serve as a police officer. I initially thought it was just a routine call, but unexpectedly encountered this situation." As he spoke, Lu discreetly scrutinized Chu Xiu. As a seasoned officer, he sensed that there was more to this individual than met the eye. During the earlier escape, he had been too preoccupied to observe Chu Xiu closely. However, now that he had a moment of leisure, he discerned numerous intriguing aspects about him. When they first crossed paths, although Chu Xiu had followed them in flight, Lu recalled that it seemed he had no intention of doing so at the outset. Moreover, upon entering the commercial complex, faced with the zombies outside, even Lu had felt a twinge of fear. Yet, observing Chu Xiu now, he noted that the latter exhibited no signs of fear whatsoever, treating the zombies outside with utter disregard. This anomalous behavior piqued Lu's curiosity, prompting him to seek further information. "Chu Xiu, an ordinary person, from where did you flee?" Lu inquired. Chu Xiu sensed the officer's probing nature but paid it little mind. At this moment, he could be considered the strongest individual in the city, undeterred even by the firearm in Lu's possession. Since the officer wished to converse, Chu Xiu found it fortuitous, as he too had his own agenda. "We fled from the eastern Jindong Avenue, where the number of zombies has become uncountable. There was a concert taking place there, but after the blood rain at noon, it transformed into a veritable hell on earth. I was stationed at the entrance, or I might not have escaped," Lu recounted, his eyes flickering with a hint of lingering fear. The scene he had witnessed had been a devastating blow to his worldview. Had it not been for his years of hardened experience, he might have almost resigned himself to despair. Yet, upon thinking of his wife and children at home, he steeled himself, refusing to falter. "Are you saying that a concert was taking place at the stadium on Jindong Street? Did the zombies escape from there?" Upon hearing Lu's words, Chu Xiu suddenly detected a new lead. A thought crossed his mind, suggesting he might have the opportunity to harvest a significant number of zombies. Indeed, there are multiple entrances, but due to their narrowness, a bottleneck has formed, causing a crush of bodies. Some entrances have been completely blocked off. I suspect most of the zombies are still inside the stadium. Although Lu was unsure of Chu Xiu's intent behind these inquiries, he relayed the information sincerely. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that many zombies were attracted elsewhere. What was that about?" Chu Xiu recalled Lu's earlier statement and promptly asked. "Well, when we first ventured out, there were indeed a multitude of zombies outside. However, under mysterious circumstances, the stadium suddenly erupted with a cacophony, drawing many nearby zombies towards it. We were fortunate to have taken refuge after most of the zombies rushed towards the stadium, allowing us to escape. Unfortunately, our luck faltered midway when we encountered a horde of zombies on the path, compelling us to flee here. Had we not found shelter, our chances of survival would have been severely diminished." Lu Zhengxing retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it, as if savoring its scent. "Do not mind me. Rest assured, I shall not smoke. The olfactory senses of those zombies are quite acute. If I were to light a cigarette with the glass covered, that would render our concealment ineffective. While these zombies may struggle with vision, their hearing and sense of smell are rather keen." As he spoke, Lu Zhengxing cast his gaze towards the zombies outside the door. The sounds of their incessant banging had subsided somewhat, though a few continued their relentless assault. Indeed, despite their heightened senses, these zombies primarily rely on sight. Should they fail to see us, their banging would eventually cease. Chu Xiu concurred, acknowledging that these zombies possess certain vulnerabilities. "Lu Gu, we have located the paper. Shall we proceed to cover the glass?" At that moment, the individuals dispatched to find paper returned, each holding various scraps scavenged from different locations, with several carrying some paint. "Lu Gu, we found this paint in a shop on the second floor. It can also be used to adhere the paper." One of the men spoke up, catching Lu Zhengxing's attention. "Thank you, everyone. Let us first cover the glass. If those zombies continue to bang, they may attract others. Should they gather in large numbers, our safety could be compromised." Lu Zhengxing's expression grew serious as he spoke, leading the group into action. They first applied a layer of paint, swiftly covering it with the paper. Fortunately, with ample manpower, they quickly managed to seal the glass doors after locating a few tables. Once the doors were sufficiently covered, the group waited in silence. The sounds of banging from the outside soon transformed from a relentless din to a sparse rhythm. After more than 10 minutes, the noise ceased entirely. The gathered individuals on the first floor collectively sighed in relief, their earlier tension dissipating. "You scared me. I nearly thought the zombies would devour us. Ha 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 ha." At that moment, a young man lightheartedly exclaimed. However, his voice was somewhat loud, causing Lu Zhongxing to furrow his brow. "Shook, keep your voice down. Do not draw the zombies here." A nearby man hastily interjected upon hearing the youth's boisterousness. Bang, bang. Just as the words left his mouth, the previously silenced sounds from outside resumed, albeit fewer in number. As the zombies' banging soon halted once more, the young man who had just spoken turned pale with fright, only relaxing his breath once he realized there was no further commotion outside the door. I was merely trying to lighten the mood," he stammered, feeling the weight of the glares directed at him by the others. "Let us set this matter aside for now. This is not the time for discussion." At that moment, Lu Zhongxing stepped forward to quell the escalating tension. "I just checked. The entrance on the first floor is temporarily secure, but several passageways still pose risks. I need to gather a few individuals to ensure the other entrances are adequately secured." Upon hearing Lu Zhongxing's words, some members of the group expressed reluctance, as it implied they would need to survey the surrounding area. "Lu, I will go," one of them offered. "Lu, I shall accompany you," another chimed in. It was evident to Chu Xiu that these three were allied, with Lu Zhongxing holding a position of considerable influence among them, likely due to his seniority. The two younger men showed no hesitation in following Lu's lead. With a leader emerging, more individuals began to step forward. Soon, a third of the group had gathered around Lu Zhongxing, predominantly composed of men, with only 2 women in their ranks. Grateful for their willingness to assist, Lu promptly began assigning tasks. "Though the glass in the hall has been boarded up, other areas have not. I urge you to cover the remaining windows. This is crucial for our safety." His reasoning resonated with those who had been hesitant to move. Consequently, they picked up barrels and paper, setting to work on boarding up all the glass on the first floor. However, at that moment, the previously outspoken young woman rose and declared, "We discussed it. And since we are all women, we cannot perform heavy labor. We intend to search upstairs to see if we can gather anything useful." Lu Zhongxing glanced at her, noting the 6 girls standing beside her and the 3 young men nearby, appearing as their protectors. Despite a hint of reluctance, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may search the area and look for useful items. Come on, sisters, let us hurry and explore," the young woman exclaimed joyfully, leading the other girls upstairs with an air of excitement. Observing their demeanor, most present furrowed their brows in disapproval. However, this was not the time for discord. It was best to thoroughly search the premises. Chu Xiu followed Lu Zhongxing's group, eager to observe further. He perceived Lu Zhongxing as a person of considerable ability and cunning, harboring a desire to potentially recruit him. However, he remained patient, willing to observe a bit longer. Lu Zhongxing and his companions commenced a thorough search of the first floor of the supermarket. Aside from the main entrance, there were 3 additional access points, one at the rear and another on the side. Lu Zhongxing felt a wave of relief upon discovering that the side entrance was securely locked. When they approached the back door, although it was ajar, a plastic curtain obscured the view, and the absence of any signs of zombies outside rendered the area quite secure. Swiftly, he instructed the group to close the back door. A young man retrieved a chain lock from a nearby shop and secured the door, prompting relief among the group. Had a zombie managed to enter through the back, they would have been in grave danger. It seemed that the zombies had been lured away, contributing to their current safety. The supermarket also featured an underground parking lot, which they could seal off at the stairway entrance. The elevator appeared functional, yet they decided to refrain from using it to prevent any potential intrusion by zombies. Lu Zhongxing communicated his strategy to the others, who unanimously agreed with his plan. With a clear objective in mind, they worked diligently to inspect every potentially hazardous area. After securing some of the more vulnerable points, Lu Zhongxing led the group towards the underground parking lot. The elevator remained open for the time being, but Lu Zhongxing chose not to risk it. The noise it made posed a threat, and should they encounter a zombie upon opening the door, there would be no refuge. Chapter 52. Exploration of the underground parking lot. Be cautious, for there may be zombies lurking in the underground parking lot, Lu Zhongxing said with a serious expression as they approached the entrance. "Once we reach the exit, I will first assess the surroundings and check for any zombies near the stairway. If the coast is clear, I will secure the parking lot door." "Uncle Lu, perhaps I should go instead. I'm swift on my feet," offered a young man nearby in a hushed tone. Unlike Lu Zhongxing, who was a police officer, this individual was merely an ordinary university student. Earlier, during their mobilization, Lu Zhongxing had encouraged everyone to introduce themselves, fostering a sense of camaraderie within the team. The young man who spoke was someone with whom Lu Zhongxing had established a rapport. "I'm an athlete, quick to react, and if any danger arises, I can escape swiftly," he added. After considering the youth's words, Lu Zhongxing agreed. "That sounds reasonable. I will provide cover for you, with someone to shield you. We can address any issues promptly." The group concurred with Lu Zhongxing's arrangement. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the underground parking lot staircase. Lu Zhongxing, along with another team member, cautiously opened the stairway door, striving to do so without making a sound, in order to avoid attracting any zombies' attention. A faint crackling sound emerged, thankfully not loud, and well within the expectations of Lu Zhongxing and his companions. The two, displaying remarkable composure, cautiously peeked out for a brief glance before retracting their heads. Each had a designated area to scout, ensuring a thorough examination of their respective surroundings. "I haven't spotted any zombies on my side. How about yours?" Lu Zhongxing inquired of his teammate. The other member, frowning, replied, "Not good. I believe I saw a few shadows. They might be zombies." The mention of the undead sent a wave of tension through the group. Their fear of zombies was palpable. Few possess a disregard for death, and the ferocity of these creatures, known for their brutal bites, was a fate no one wished to endure. The revelation of potential zombies nearby instilled a sense of dread among them. "I noticed numerous vehicles parked in the lot, likely left by shoppers not long ago. We could use those cars as cover to conceal our movements," Lu Zhongxing proposed, addressing the group. "At the right moment, we can lure the zombies away and then secure the garage door." "Lu, what do we use to attract them?" interjected a man in his 30s, sporting a braid and an artistic demeanor. In response to the query, Lu Zhongxing retrieved an electronic watch from his pocket. "I thought we might need something like this during my reconnaissance. I found a few in a shop and took them. We can set alarms on these watches to draw the zombies away, preventing them from lingering inside the garage." The group considered Lu Zhongxing's suggestion, recognizing its merit. One of the two women in the team then asked, "Why don't we abandon this parking garage and lock the stairwell instead?" After pondering the woman's suggestion, Lu Zhongxing shook his head, stating, "That approach is too perilous. As you can see, the stairwell door remains ajar." He gestured toward the thin door, which lacked a locking mechanism. "If there are noises from above, it could quickly attract the zombies' attention. Moreover, if we manage to clear the garage, it could serve as a refuge. You all have seen the hordes of zombies outside. Their numbers are staggering. If we secure a safe haven, we might stand a chance of awaiting national rescue." Upon hearing Lu Zhongxing's words, the group began to understand the gravity of their situation. Additionally, if they did not close the garage door, more zombies could infiltrate the space, complicating any future attempts to secure it. Lu Zhongxing reiterated the urgency of their current predicament, and the group nodded in agreement. Soon, with a clear objective in mind, the group sprang into action. Chu Xiu observed from the sidelines. Previously, in the underground garage, Heido had indeed refrained from employing the black prison flame to cleanse the area, leaving a few stragglers below. However, he was keen to witness the methods of Lu Zhongxing. Chu Xiu held a deep appreciation for the other party's handling and judgment capabilities. Coincidentally, he was in need of establishing a refuge, requiring individuals to manage it. The creation of this sanctuary was intended to facilitate future resource gathering. Currently, his quest for zombies proved to be rather cumbersome. In earlier stages, the zombies were densely clustered, allowing for easy encounters. Yet, as time progressed, those zombies began to turn upon each other, developing independent consciousness and learning to seek out human strongholds for prey. Venturing out alone to search would waste considerable effort and time. By establishing a stronghold, he could attract a multitude of zombies to assault it. He could then assign Heido to hunt, making the task significantly easier. At present, Lu Zhongxing appeared to be a fitting candidate for his requirements. As for whether the latter would agree or rebel, Chu Xiu had no concerns. He had already devised a plan, and having single-handedly acquired 9 spirit source orbs, he was, in effect, the king of the city amidst the current lack of communication. Retrieving his thoughts, Chu Xiu followed the team to the underground garage. Guided by the previous scout's directions, he soon spotted zombies not far ahead. Upon counting, he noted 8 zombies stationed at the entrance of the garage. These creatures were currently in a state of stillness, akin to a slumber. As long as they were not disturbed, they would remain in this position, only awakening when the time for hunting arrived. Lu Zhongxing also recognized the state of the zombies and felt a surge of joy. During their previous escape, he had noticed some zombies in a similar condition. Those in such a state were relatively sluggish. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their plan was likely to succeed. Lu Zhongxing cautiously crawled on the ground, careful not to make a sound. Although the zombies had relatively keen hearing, it was only slightly superior to that of an average person. He and a teammate took advantage of the vehicle's cover to approach the garage entrance. However, upon reaching the threshold, the group faced a dilemma. They discovered that several zombies were positioned directly at the entrance, making it exceedingly difficult to bypass them or to use a watch to lure them away. At that moment, the earlier young man suddenly began gesturing with his hands. Yet, the others were perplexed by his actions. After a moment of gesturing, the youth quickly took out his phone to type. During their prior search, they had muted their phones as per Lu Zhongxing's instructions. After the youth hastily typed a few words, he displayed them for all to see. First, I will swiftly dash past the horde of zombies to draw their attention. You will then quickly close the garage door, and I will return just before it shuts. Upon reading his words, the crowd exchanged astonished glances. It was evident that, according to his plan, he was risking his life. If they did not coordinate effectively, the volunteer bait would find himself in peril. At that moment, Lu Zhongxing pondered for a moment, then took out his phone to type as well. The group turned their attention to him, eager to discover his strategy. After composing his message, he displayed the screen to his teammates. We can first use the watch to lure the zombies to a corner of the parking lot. Then, let Xiaozheng draw the zombies outward, granting him time to escape. Afterward, we will swiftly close the garage door, halting it halfway until Xiaozheng returns. At that point, we can fully shut it and trap the zombies outside. Upon reading Lu Jingxing's words, the group grasped his intention. In essence, it was to provide Xiaozheng with sufficient time to both escape and return, given that the alarm from the electronic watch was not particularly loud. Once the zombies were lured to one corner, placing it near the garage door may not attract them again. Moreover, the action of moving the electronic watch outward would also capture their attention. Xiaozheng, the brave volunteer, quickly expressed his agreement upon reading Lu Jingxing's message, affirming his commitment to the plan. Once everyone consented, Lu Zhongxing moved to a nearby corner, retrieved the electronic watch, adjusted the time, and set it down. He then returned to his previous position, casting a glance at Xiaozheng to signal him. They awaited the watch's alarm in silence. Seconds ticked by, and just as the 2 minutes elapsed, the soft ringing of the alarm echoed through the space. Although faint, in the confines of the underground garage, it served its purpose effectively. The alarm soon roused the dormant zombies, who emerged from their slumber with guttural growls, their heads swiveling to survey their surroundings. The sound of the electronic watch's alarm acted as a beacon, gradually drawing the zombies toward the designated corner. Concealed nearby, Lu Zhongxing attentively monitored the zombies' movements. As they began to converge around the electronic watch, he could hardly contain his excitement. Xiaozheng, it's almost your turn. Remember to navigate around obstacles once outside. This will make it harder for the zombies to pursue you. We will await your return. Lu Zhongxing glanced at the somewhat anxious Xiaozheng beside him and quickly patted his shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Uncle Lu, don't worry. If there's no time, you can just leave me outside. Xiaozheng feigned calmness, though it was evident to everyone that he was somewhat frightened. We will wait for you at the door. You must come back. Uncle has a gun. After saying this, Lu Zhongxing brandished his handgun for emphasis. The sight of the firearm instilled a measure of confidence in the group. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu observed that Lu Zhongxing was also feeling the tension. It appeared that the ammunition was running low. Chu Xiu quickly formed some conjectures, recalling that he had noticed the absence of spare magazines earlier. Initially, when they encountered the adversary, many rounds had been fired to delay the lagging individuals, and it seemed there had been no opportunity to replenish the ammunition. Thus, their supply was concerning. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the moment to bolster morale. Lu Zhongxing's actions had lightened the atmosphere among the team. I'm off. Xiaozheng took a moment to steady his nerves before quietly announcing his departure. At that instant, the alarm on the electronic watch ceased. The zombies in the corner instantly began to scatter chaotically, akin to headless flies. Xiaozheng, it's up to you. Realizing the moment had come, Lu Zhongxing patted Xiaozheng's shoulder. Without responding, Xiaozheng sprinted toward the garage door. Upon reaching the entrance, he raised his voice. You filthy creatures, look over here. I'm making a run for it. Xiaozheng's sudden shout captured the attention of the zombies. Their previously blank expressions twisted into grotesque snarls upon spotting him. They surged toward Xiaozheng en masse, heedless of anything else. Sensing that his plan was working, Xiaozheng dashed outside without a backward glance. His effective distraction prompted the zombies to follow him closely. Observing the horde rushing out, Lu Zhongxing and the others behind the vehicle realized the opportunity had arisen. Quickly, close the garage door, but leave it ajar. Lu Zhongxing hurried toward the garage's main entrance, directing the others. Upon reaching the switch, he promptly pressed it to lower the door. With a clatter, the garage door began to descend. As it lowered partway, Lu Zhongxing halted, anxiously watching the exterior. What the hell? Soon after, Xiaozheng's panicked cries echoed, and his figure appeared in the distance. The sight caused everyone's hearts to tighten, for a great throng of zombies was hot on his heels. Chapter 53. The Zombie in the Pink Strapless Dress. Grrrr. Xiaozheng was racing ahead, pursued frantically by the horde of zombies. At this moment, Xiaozheng felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, for he had never before experienced the sensation of being pursued by so many fervent admirers. The individuals chasing him seemed as if they were ravenous for his very essence. Yet, as Xiaozheng sprinted ahead, he occasionally glanced back, continuing his frantic dash. His frequent turns of the head puzzled those waiting at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Why did Xiao Zheng keep looking back? While it did not hinder his speed, it certainly posed the risk of a fall. A nearby youth questioned, unable to comprehend Xiao Zheng's peculiar behavior. Ah, the youth. Look at the zombie in the pink attire behind him, Lu Zhongxing remarked, equally perplexed. However, upon following Xiao Zheng's line of sight, he couldn't help but chuckle. The mention of a pink-clad zombie sparked curiosity among the group, and they turned to search behind Xiao Zheng. Goodness, how shameless. A lecherous fiend. How brazen. One woman in the group quickly identified the target, her face flushing as she exclaimed. The others were left bewildered, uncertain as to the reason behind her outburst. By heavens. I see it. Look at the 4 o'clock position behind Xiao Zheng, a keen-eyed young man pointed out, thumping his thigh in excitement. Following his direction, the others soon spotted the source of the commotion. How outrageous. This is positively thrilling. No way Xiao Zheng would pursue such a thing, would he? Surely. He doesn't have such depraved tastes. Fool. Look closely. Although the figure is a zombie, its face is merely decayed. However, observe further down. Indeed, one must concede. This is quite striking. No wonder Xiao Zheng kept glancing back. Despite the partial decay of the face, the rest of the body remained remarkably intact. Even in its zombie state, this did not detract from its allure. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, captivated by the spectacle behind Xiao Zheng. Chu Xiu also noted the focal point of their attention. Among the horde of zombies trailing Xiao Zheng, one slender figure stood out, keeping pace with him. This particular zombie donned a pink strapless gown, sprinting energetically. Its visage bore the familiar signs of decay, with portions of the face exposed, yet the damage was minimal, allowing glimpses of its former beauty. However, the significance lay not in the face, but in the attire. The pink gown, likely a victim of a zombie's attack before the transformation, had been torn to reveal the abdomen. Above that point, the dress offered no coverage, leaving the contents beneath fully exposed for all to see. As this figure ran fervently behind Xiao Zheng, the movement was so pronounced that it irresistibly drew the gaze of onlookers. Even though they recognized the figure as a zombie, its physique was enviable, with limited decay. If one were to obscure the face, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary person. This realization clarified for everyone why young Zheng had turned back so quickly. For him, watching the video and witnessing the real thing were indeed worlds apart. The allure of the pink-clad female zombie was simply irresistible, overwhelming Zheng's senses. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the zombies, he would have gladly circled back for another look. Stop gawking and run back, shouted Lu Zhongsheng, urging those nearby to activate the switch. The zombies were closing in at an alarming speed, nearly catching up to Zheng. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Zhang gritted his teeth and sprinted forward, catching sight of the descending roll-up door. In no time, the door had dropped to knee height. Lu Zhongsheng crouched on the ground, shouted fervently, "Hurry, slide in." Upon hearing his words, Zheng quickly realized he was less than 5 meters from the garage entrance, while the zombies were merely 3 or 4 meters behind him. Following Lu's instructions, he dashed to the doorway and executed a slide, managing to get his lower body inside the roll-up door. "Quick, pull him in," Lu Zhongsheng urged, gripping Zheng's legs and forcefully tugging him inside. The others, in a flurry of activity, joined in to pull Zheng swiftly through the opening. Before long, with a concerted effort, they managed to pull Zheng entirely inside just as the roll-up door was reduced to a height barely above their calves. This height, they believed, would prevent the zombies from breaching their sanctuary. However, just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly lunged through the opening. A loud crash resounded as the door slammed down, but the group remained silent, not celebrating just yet. The sound of bubbles echoed ominously as air clashed with liquid in the atmosphere. Lu Zhongsheng and the others wore serious expressions as they regarded the last figure to enter. Zheng, now upright, gazed at the new arrival, his face contorted in a rueful smile. "Seriously? I just glanced a few times, and it's come to this?" Beside him, Chu Xiu bore a faint, knowing smile. The last figure to burst in was none other than the pink-clad zombie. The female zombie swayed her body, and due to her proximity to the group, everyone could clearly discern her features. It was evident that, despite her current state, the woman had once been exceptionally beautiful. The uncorrupted portions of her face revealed skin as smooth and pale as jade. Had she not transformed into a zombie, she would have undoubtedly been considered a goddess. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, she was the embodiment of allure. Moreover, it appeared she had only recently undergone her transformation, with only a third of her face showing signs of decay. In other areas, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. However, the smooth upper body of the undead bore no signs of decay, save for a few stains of blood upon its skin. Although the sight offered a feast for the eyes of the men in the group, none wore a smile of delight. For the figure before them was a gruesome zombie, and it loomed perilously close. Just then, a white bag emerged from behind the creature. A brave man, mustering his courage, produced a cloth sack from seemingly nowhere. He swiftly placed the bag over the zombie's head and forcefully pushed it, toppling the creature to the ground. Lu Zhongsheng, witnessing his comrade's bold action, broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Well done. Come, help me restrain it." After uttering these words, he noticed the zombie attempting to rise and promptly delivered a kick to send it sprawling. He then advanced, pinning the creature down with all his might to prevent its resurgence. The others, seeing this, rushed to assist in holding the zombie, ensuring it could not struggle. "Target the nape of its neck, that's the zombie's weak point," Chu Xiu shouted from the side, drawing forth a dagger and offering it forth. Lu Zhongxing, though initially skeptical of Chu Xiu's assertion, felt the violent thrashing beneath him and hastily accepted the dagger, plunging it fiercely into the indicated spot. With a squelch, the metallic blade penetrated the pale skin with ease. Lu Zhongxing twisted the dagger, feeling as though he had severed something vital. The zombie beneath him stilled instantly, ceasing its struggles. Sighing in relief upon realizing the creature had become inert, Lu Zhongxing cast a look of astonishment at Chu Xiu, his mind racing with surprise. He had been entirely unaware that the nape of a zombie's neck was its Achilles heel. His own encounters with the undead had relied on gunfire aimed at the knees to incapacitate them. Chu Xiu's method indicated a familiarity with close-quarters combat against zombies, suggesting a depth of experience that Lu Zhongsheng had not anticipated. The youth before him, though shrouded in an air of mystery, was clearly formidable. Chu Xiu, noticing the surprise etched on Lu Zhongsheng's face, paid it little mind. A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes as he regarded the prostrate zombie. In truth, this creature had not stumbled in on its own. It had been dragged in by him. After Xiao Zheng had slid into the underground garage, the zombies were unable to follow. Chu Xiu had utilized his ability to halt time, bringing the creature along, cleverly making it appear as though it had entered on its own accord. His motivation for this ruse was rooted in a certain mischievousness. "Thank you. I had no idea these zombies possessed such a weakness," Lu Zhongxing remarked as he returned the dagger to Chu Xiu, his voice tinged with admiration. "I discovered it by chance, never realizing that this was their vulnerability," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu smiled as he accepted the dagger, wiping away the bloodstains before sheathing it. "Uncle Lu, what shall we do about this zombie?" At that moment, Xiao Zheng struggled to flip over the zombie in a pink dress. He simultaneously removed its white cloth bag, revealing its grotesque visage. "Yikes, that's rather frightening. Let us cover it back up." Upon seeing the creature's crimson eyes, Xiao Zheng shuddered and hastily replaced the bag. However, the upper body remained uncovered. The others understood Xiao Zheng's reservations, and most of the male team members shared a knowing glance, while 2 female members merely rolled their eyes without voicing their thoughts. After all, it was already a zombie and could no longer be regarded as human. Just then, a series of loud bangs erupted, startling everyone. They realized the noise emanated from the roll-up door. Earlier, their attention had been captivated by the invading zombies, but now that the immediate threat was dealt with, they noticed the door was being incessantly pounded. "Let us exit from here. If there is no further commotion, the zombies will retreat," Lu Zhongsheng suggested, preparing to lead the group away. The others readily agreed, feeling utterly exhausted after a day filled with relentless running and evasion. "Lu Gu, are you all right?" At that moment, a group emerged from the stairwell of the underground parking garage. It was the individuals from upstairs who, after finishing the glass repairs, had come down to investigate the prolonged silence below. Upon seeing Lu Zhongxing and his team safe, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, as Lu's presence was a significant source of reassurance. "What on earth is happening? Why is there a woman lying on the ground?" exclaimed a young man with dyed yellow hair, his eyes widening in shock. The others, unaware of the situation, turned to look and saw the zombie sprawled on the ground. However, due to the white cloth covering its head and the absence of any visible signs of a zombie elsewhere, it appeared to be a gracefully proportioned woman discarded on the floor. "Ahem, that's a zombie. It nearly wiped us out just moments ago," Xiao Zheng quickly interjected. Noticing the strange looks from the others, he tore the white bag away, revealing the true appearance of the zombie in the pink dress. As the group recognized the creature beneath the bag, a few audacious youths approached to examine it more closely. One of them gave it a gentle kick, and upon confirming its immobility, their curiosity was piqued. "All right, this place isn't safe. We should head back," Lu Zhongxing said, furrowing his brow and speaking with a grave tone. Upon hearing his words, the others concurred. The few youths lingering around the zombie stood up and departed as well. However, one of the young men appeared somewhat reluctant, gazing at the lifeless corpse on the ground with a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes. The group swiftly returned to the ground floor of the shopping center. Upon their arrival, Lu Zhongxing furrowed his brow, for he noticed that the girls who had previously mentioned checking the upper floors were now sprawled on the sofas, surrounded by scattered snacks. Some empty snack wrappers lay carelessly discarded nearby. The girls offered no greetings as Lu Zhongxing and his companions ascended, while several young men stepped forward from the group to approach the girls. One girl, observing their presence, voiced her discontent, complaining, "What are you all doing here? Do you have any idea how nerve-wracking it is to leave us weak women up here? If a zombie were to suddenly appear, who would protect us? Just imagine how terrifying that would be." Upon hearing her grievance, one of the young men immediately began to apologize, displaying an almost sycophantic demeanor, devoid of any semblance of dignity. The group that had narrowly escaped danger in the underground garage exchanged glances of disapproval, their brows furrowing in annoyance at the girl's behavior. Chapter 54, Night Falls. How can you be so spineless? You are nothing but a sycophant, one of the women who had ventured down to explore remarked, visibly irritated by the young man's subservient attitude. In response to her reproach, the sycophantic youth met her gaze with disdain, sweeping his eyes over her before retorting, "What does it matter to you? I have every right to fawn over them. Just look at yourself. If you were more attractive, I might consider it." The girl, taken aback by his audacity, could scarcely believe someone could be so shameless as to utter such astonishing words. Not only was she shocked, but even some of the girls who had remained above were left in disbelief. "All right, let us not escalate this further. If we continue arguing, we might attract the zombies." A young man interjected, acting as a mediator to quell the rising tensions. Yet, the earlier dispute had already begun to fracture the makeshift team, subtly dividing it into two factions, one comprising those who had explored below, and the other consisting of the sycophant and the girls. Observing this division, Lu Zhongxing felt a sense of trepidation. He had not anticipated such discord. As a professional, he understood all too well the peril posed by individuals like these to a nascent group. He had been contemplating their next course of action, recognizing that while the appearance of a zombie instilled fear, he could not afford to retreat. His wife and children were anxiously awaiting his return at home. After the onset of the apocalypse, he had contacted them by phone, insisting they remain indoors and refrain from opening the door for anyone. He harbored no doubts that his wife would heed his instructions. Given the nature of his profession, his spouse was not one to panic in times of crisis, especially with their child by her side, ensuring she would avoid unnecessary risks. However, he remained uneasy about their prolonged stay at home. He felt an overwhelming urge to return to them. Presently, the group of individuals around him was whom he intended to rally for the purpose of rescuing his family. His aspirations extended beyond merely saving his own. He sought to assist those in the vicinity as well. As he observed the idle individuals lounging on the couch, he began to formulate a strategy. After a moment's contemplation, he clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the others. "Lu Ge, do you have something to share?" inquired a teammate, one who had previously shared duty with him before the calamity struck. Chu Xiu glanced at the young man who had spoken, recognizing him as Chen Wan. He had witnessed Chen's marksmanship, which was mediocre at best, only slightly better than another's. Without a firearm, Chen's combat prowess would likely resemble that of an ordinary young man. In contrast, another youth who had also worked alongside Lu Zhongxing possessed skills that caught Chu Xiu's interest. He turned to regard a crew-cut individual named Sun Lu, whose shooting was similarly unremarkable. Yet, during the chaos that ensued, Sun demonstrated commendable hand-to-hand combat abilities. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, a warrior's primary strength relied heavily on close-quarters combat skills, as conventional weaponry was ineffective against the undead, barring the use of explosives. As for nuclear weapons, they offered little utility against zombies and would ultimately lose their effectiveness with the impending blood rain set to arrive in a month, rendering them inert. This reality was a significant factor in why people had retreated into seclusion, lacking formidable strength. Nonetheless, Chu Xiu did not dwell excessively on these matters, as they felt distant from his current reality. His focus was on the small team led by Lu Zhongxing. As the eyes of the gathered individuals turned toward him, Lu Zhongxing spoke up. "Everyone, you have all witnessed the horrors outside. The streets are teeming with those monsters, and we have sought refuge here. However, hiding indefinitely is not a viable solution, nor can we rely on the supplies within this supermarket for a lifetime." Upon hearing Lu Zhongxing's words, several individuals felt a surge of emotion, their eyes reddening as they recalled the apocalyptic sight outside, an overwhelming shock to their senses. "Lu Ge, what do you propose? How shall we proceed?" Chen Wan interjected, eager to keep the momentum of the conversation alive. "In this entire supermarket, if these individuals cannot unite, they will ultimately bring about their own demise. Only by first organizing and coming together can they devise a plan." Lu Zhongxing slightly nodded and continued, "Everyone has loved ones. With the current situation outside, I am certain you are worried about your families. Therefore, I propose that we unite in our efforts to locate our families and bring them to this supermarket. transforming it into a sanctuary of safety. It is only in this manner that we can endure until military rescue arrives. Upon hearing Lu Jingxing's words, those around him began to stir with contemplation. They were all residents of this city, each with their own families. Given the perilous circumstances outside, having found a safe place to rest, it is only natural that they would be concerned for their loved ones. Lu Zhengxin's sentiments resonated with them deeply. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted the gathering. The crowd turned to see a somewhat attractive young woman lounging on the sofa, speaking dismissively, while a besotted youth beside her was eagerly massaging her legs. The young woman's words elicited nods of agreement from her companions. Lu Zhengxing frowned slightly, feeling a pang of discontent. Did they not comprehend the gravity of the situation? What is wrong with what I have said? Sir, did you not mention the need to rescue your family? My family is not here. What need do I have for rescue? Whom shall I save? Your family is not mine, the attractive young woman scoffed, dismissing the concern of the crowd. At this moment, the youth massaging her legs muttered softly, My family is here too. Though his voice was barely audible, the assembly caught his words. The attractive young woman turned, her expression souring at his interruption. If you wish to save your family, do not expect to speak to me again. Remove your hand. If you still wish to massage my legs, begone. The besotted youth, taken aback by her anger, panicked and immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Please, no. I won't save anyone. Ran, grant me another chance. After bowing fervently several times, the young woman, referred to as Ran, rolled her eyes and finally spoke. I shall forgive you this time, but should there be a next, I shall not utter a word to you. Upon hearing Ran's words, the besotted youth's countenance brightened, disregarding the bruises on his forehead as he beamed with joy and eagerly resumed his leg massage beside her. A group of girls accompanying Ran couldn't help but mock the young man, known as a simpering fool. Those who had initially stood by him now furrowed their brows, contemplating a separation from him, as they deemed his actions excessively servile. Well, if you choose not to venture out, that's acceptable. You may assist in exploring the supermarket and organizing some of the items within, suggested Lu Zhengxing, observing the young man's behavior with a sense of resignation. He felt a pang of sadness and pity for the young man. Recognizing the misfortune of his parents who had raised him with care only to see him abandon his dignity and even his family in pursuit of a woman's affection. If this were his own child, he mused, he might have resorted to drastic measures. Fortunately, he was blessed with a daughter. Shaking his head in disbelief, Lu Zhengxing turned away and headed towards a shop, intent on finding useful items to fortify himself against the impending threat of zombies. Those who had previously agreed with Lu Zhengxing exchanged glances and followed him. The young man, bewildered by the departure of others, questioned the correctness of his actions. Yet, recalling his mother's advice to heed Ran's wishes in his quest to win her heart, he reassured himself that he was merely following her counsel. After all, Ran was indeed beautiful, and he believed his efforts were justified. With renewed resolve, he continued his relentless pursuit. Nearby, 2 other young men lingered, also vying for the attention of the same girls, yet they lacked the fervor exhibited by the simpering fool and were instead enveloped in a sense of melancholy. One of them glanced around, noting that most people had vacated the area. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. After ensuring no one was paying attention, he stealthily darted in a particular direction, inadvertently drawing the attention of Chu Xiu. Upon observing the young man's chosen path, Chu Xiu felt a mix of confusion and intrigue. How fascinating. If things unfold as I suspect, it will indeed be entertaining, he thought, sensing that soon there would be a spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengxing was busy with Chen Wan, gathering supplies in plastic bags. Lu, should we let those individuals remain? Might they become a liability later on? Chen Wan inquired, his apprehension evident. He found the group surrounding Ran quite distasteful. Despite appearing to be university students, they exhibited none of the maturity one would expect. Having spent years as a police officer, he had encountered a myriad of people and could easily discern that these students might pose a threat to their safety. If they lingered, it was only a matter of time before their stronghold descended into chaos. Hearing his companion's concerns, Lu Zhengxing too felt a sense of unease. Although those individuals exhibit a most ungracious demeanor and display a tendency towards laziness, he remains, after all, a servant of the people. He is acutely aware that they may hinder progress, yet he cannot simply cast them aside. Such an act would bear no distinction from murder, which contradicts his principles. Lu Gu, the world has changed. Just look outside. It is no longer the era of peace we once knew. I understand you are placing your hopes in the military, but observe the silence that has persisted for so long. It is imperative to remember that those who are stained by the bloodshed have transformed into monsters. Chen Wan, recognizing Lu Zhengxin's concerns, gently urged him to reconsider. To forcibly expel them now would indeed be excessive, Lu Zhengxing sighed, contemplating whether to delay further. What if those children were to suddenly have a change of heart? There is still a chance for that. After all, compelling him to drive those children away would render him no different from a murderer. Upon seeing the hesitation in Lu Zhengxin's expression, Qinhuan realized he wished to prolong the situation. He turned to Sun Lu beside him, who, upon perceiving Qinhuan's expression, shook his head. Witnessing his companion's gesture, Qinhuan felt powerless and bowed his head in sorrow. Thus, as the crowd busied themselves, evening swiftly approached. "Look, the sky is darkened. Is nightfall upon us?" One of the searchers exclaimed in astonishment after glancing out the window. "What? It's dark? So soon?" "No, it has been in a state of twilight." "How did it suddenly become night? What are the zombies? What has become of them? Look at the moon. A red moon has appeared. My goodness, it truly is red. This must be the apocalypse. I do not wish for a red moon. I yearn for a normal moon. I want to go home." The abnormality in the sky captured the attention of all, drawing them to the second floor. Witnessing the celestial transformation and the rise of the crimson moon, various thoughts emerged among the people. Chu Xiu joined the throng on the second floor, unfazed by the astonishment of those around him. Having witnessed such atmospheric changes throughout the 5 years of the apocalypse, he remained indifferent. Nightfall brings danger, he mused, observing the suddenly darkened sky and the ascent of the red moon. In this apocalyptic world, the degree of peril could become even more pronounced. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Change. No resolution. The abrupt onset of night left the crowd within the supermarket somewhat bewildered. Such a celestial anomaly stirred unease, reminiscent of the previous blood rain and the emergence of the black sun, which had transformed countless individuals into monsters. Now, merely a day had passed, and it was still only around 6 o'clock, yet the sky had darkened, accompanied by the rise of the blood-red moon, imparting an eerie desolation. They feared that the arrival of night might herald new developments and dangers. "Look, why are the zombies hiding one by one?" At that moment, Sun Lu keenly observed that the zombies surrounding the supermarket began to wander off in different directions. "Wait, look. It seems they are searching for a place to hide, as if they are evading something. But there is nothing here for them to hide from. What could they possibly be avoiding?" A young woman suddenly exclaimed, as if she had made a significant discovery. "What? Hiding? These creatures can hide too? Could it be that even more terrifying monsters are about to emerge, as depicted in those apocalyptic films?" She spat dismissively. "Don't jinx it. Quickly, turn off the lights to avoid attracting the monster's attention." The crowd began to murmur, and someone hurriedly urged others to extinguish the lights in the supermarket. As night had suddenly fallen, someone had turned on the lights on the second floor. "Indeed. We should turn off the lights. If those zombies see the illumination and rush over, it would be disastrous." Qinhuan, who was nearby, concurred with the earlier suggestion and swiftly made his way to turn off the lights. With a click, the lights went out, plunging the entire second floor into darkness. Fortunately, the crimson moon in the sky provided some illumination, casting light on certain areas. However, the people enveloped in darkness felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Although the day had been shrouded under a dark sun, resembling twilight, it had still allowed them to discern many things, offering a semblance of safety. Now, encased in darkness, albeit not entirely blinding, they found the scant light from the red moon insufficient. Most had adapted to the dimness and could make out their surroundings. The fact that the zombies were hiding could be seen as a silver lining. It presented an opportunity to venture out and explore, especially since their families were still awaiting their return. Lu Zhengxin proposed, believing that now was an opportune moment. With the zombies having retreated from the supermarket, the once besieged area suddenly felt secure. Exiting now would mitigate the risk of being ensnared by the zombies. Many shared Lu Zhengxin's sentiments and felt a stirring of resolve. Having witnessed the departure of the zombies, it indeed seemed a fitting time to search for their loved ones. Aware of the growing eagerness among the group, Lu Zhengxin continued, "Let us venture out in small groups. I can lead the way." He recognized that this was not a moment for hesitation. They needed to swiftly assess their surroundings. If they waited until daybreak, the zombies might return, complicating their escape. Seizing this favorable opportunity to explore and ascertain the environment would grant them clarity, enabling them to make informed decisions later on. "Brother Lu, I will accompany you. It will be more convenient for us to act together," Qinhuan quickly interjected. His family resided in the same community as Lu's, and when Lu had gone to rescue people, he had passed by Chen's home. Although he did not outwardly express his concern, he was deeply anxious about the well-being of his family. At this moment, with the zombies no longer present, it was an opportune time to venture outside, and naturally, he would not remain here. "All right, let us hasten our preparations and head out immediately." Lu Zhengxin concurred with Qinhuan's proposal, recognizing that it was indeed wiser to venture forth with companions. Observing this, Sun Lu, without hesitation, decided to join Lu Zhengxin and the others. The few others who had been contemplating also resolved to act together, for strength lies in numbers alone. They would certainly lack the courage to step outside. However, with a larger group, their bravery naturally flourished. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group led by Ranran frowned as they glanced at Lu Jingxing's direction. How reckless, she scoffed. It is undeniably safer to remain here at this time. Yet they insist on courting danger by going out. She instructed her companions, keep a close watch. Be wary of them inadvertently allowing zombies to enter. Ranran's tone was laced with disdain, for she held Lu Zhongxing and his companions in low regard, particularly as she too lacked family in this vicinity. The other girls nearby nodded in agreement with Ranran's sentiments. After all, they found it difficult to empathize with the others, especially since it was the latter's families that faced peril. Their primary concern was their own safety. They would rather see others perish than risk their own lives. The sycophantic youth, upon hearing Ranran's remarks, quickly joined in her approval. Indeed, where has that scoundrel Wang Zheng vanished to? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. At that moment, a slightly plump girl furrowed her brow and inquired, glancing around. The darkness, caused by the power outage, obscured her view of the distance. Frustrated upon realizing her inability to see far, she withdrew her gaze. Hey, I just saw him a moment ago. How is it that he has vanished so swiftly? Perhaps he has gone to the restroom. I noticed him heading that way when I turned on the light. Another youth, who had been frowning, chimed in, recalling. I believe he mentioned he was going to the restroom before he left. Just then, a sharp-featured girl seemed to recall something. Then he must have gone to the restroom. Has he been in there for so long that he has perished? The previously speaking plump girl, upon hearing her friend's comment, expressed her discontent. She had noticed the sycophantic youth eagerly massaging Ranran's leg and felt a twinge of envy. She too desired a sycophant to give her a leg massage, as her legs felt sore from exertion during their earlier escape. When he returns, I shall insist he gives my legs a good rub-down, with a hint of grievance. The plump girl took out her phone, hoping to watch some videos. Curse it, there's no connection. I haven't finished downloading my series. Upon opening her phone, she discovered that the lack of internet prevented her from continuing the new drama she had been watching, leaving her feeling irritable and stifled. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards Wang Zheng, contemplating how she would make him serve her once she encountered him again. Conversely, the other party was also interested in pursuing one of her close friends, and it was unlikely that they would refuse, with nothing else to occupy her time. The slightly plump girl began to engage in lively discussions with her companions. They were all conversing about how perilous their current environment seemed, expressing concern for their beloved idols. As they chattered away, a dark silhouette slowly approached from a distance. Wang Zheng, you finally returned. Where have you been for so long? Do you know how worried we were? The slightly plump girl, seated by the window, was the first to spot the shadow. As it drew near, she recognized that it was indeed Wang Zheng, the one who had departed earlier. However, he appeared oblivious to her words. His head bowed in silence as he continued to walk towards the girls. Sensing something was amiss, the girl felt a chill creep over her. Hey, speak up. Why are you acting mute? You think you can just treat my friend like this? What kind of attitude is that? She exclaimed loudly. Her outburst caught the attention of Lu Zhongxing and others nearby. Lu Zhongxing had already noticed the approaching figure, but upon recognizing it as the one who had left, he dismissed it. However, the commotion that followed piqued his concern. Given his position by the window, he could see the silhouette's profile. Squinting slightly, he suddenly felt alarmed, noticing something dripping from the figure's mouth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhongxing urgently shouted, "You all need to get away from there. Keep your distance from that guy." After speaking, he pulled out his gun, intending to rush over, but after a moment's consideration, he holstered it and instead grabbed a steel rod, dashing forward. Xinwan and Sun Lu exchanged worried glances, sensing the danger, and swiftly picked up their own steel rods to follow Lu Zhongxing. At the same time, upon hearing Lu Zhongxing's warning, Ran and her companions sensed something was off. Why don't you test the waters? What if he's just trying to scare us? If he's just playing around, you can give him a beating, and I'll reward you later. Ran's expression darkened as she directed a nearby sycophant to probe Wang Zheng. Hearing her words, the initially fearful sycophant suddenly felt emboldened. Convinced that Wang Zheng was merely attempting to frighten them, he became indignant. Striding towards Wang Zheng, he cursed, "Wang Zheng, are you trying to scare us for fun? Cut it out." As he spoke, the sycophant reached out to shove Wang Zheng. However, the moment he made contact, he froze, sensing something was wrong. Why did Wang Zheng's body feel sticky and unnaturally rigid? At that moment, Wang Zheng, who had been keeping his head down, finally lifted it. His face was crimson. Even in the dim light, illuminated solely by the eerie red glow of the moon outside, the intensity was unmistakable. The young man, often referred to as a term denoting unrequited affection, could distinctly observe the fiery redness of Wang Zheng's eyes. Simultaneously, He heard the bubbling sounds emanating from the other's throat. "Brother, your colored contact lenses are quite terrifying. You are perhaps too dedicated." He managed to force a smile, harboring a flicker of hope. However, the response he received was a powerful lunge. With a peculiar shriek, Wang Zheng lunged at the young man, who found himself under a frenzied assault as the other began to gnash at his face. The sounds of tearing and biting reverberated, and blood splattered profusely. "Adu! Help!" In an instant, the girls nearby erupted into screams, mingled with the young man's cries for salvation. "Damn it!" Lu Zhengsheng, hurrying towards the source of the commotion, cursed aloud upon hearing the shrieks. He raced to the scene, witnessing the horrific sight of Wang Zheng relentlessly tearing into the young man's visage. Several chunks of flesh already bitten away, painting a gruesome tableau. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Zhengxing swiftly raised the steel rod in his hand and began to strike the back of Wang Zheng's head with fervor. Recalling a similar incident in the underground parking lot, he aimed precisely at his target. The strikes were effective. Wang Zheng ceased his gnawing, his body swaying slightly as Lu Zhengxing's attacks took their toll. "This is working," he thought, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. At that moment, Chun Wan and Sun Lu arrived, having witnessed Lu Zhengxing's earlier actions, and joined in the assault. After a flurry of blows, Sun Lu aimed carefully and delivered a crushing blow to Wang Zheng's skull, causing him to fall still. It worked. Indeed, the back of these creatures' heads is their weakness. Sun Lu gasped, then prodded Wang Zheng's lifeless form with his rod, releasing a sigh of relief at the sight of the now stiff countenance. "Not yet." Lu Zhengxing sighed, his tone tinged with despondency. Chun Wan and Sun Lu quickly grasped his implication as they observed the previously wailing young man rising once again, his eyes now as bloodshot as Wang Zheng's, emitting a low, mournful sound while fixating hungrily on Lu Zhengxing and the others. "Indeed, he's infected. Damn it. Let us take him down." A flicker of fear crossed Chun Wan's eyes as he steeled himself, raising the iron rod to strike. Lu Zhengxing and the others rushed forward to assist, intent on repeating their prior strategy of targeting the back of the head. Yet, to their astonishment, upon engaging, they found the young man to be exceedingly ferocious. Lu Zhengxing initially aimed to strike the opponent's knee, intending to bring them to the ground for further handling. However, upon contact with the knee, he was taken aback by its remarkable hardness. The impact caused his hand to throb painfully, leaving him astonished. How intriguing. It seems there is a peculiar transformation occurring. Could this be the effect of the blood moon? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also surprised. Unlike Lu Zhengxing and the others, he, with his 5 years of experience in the apocalypse, discerned that the infatuated young man had begun to evolve towards a second-tier zombie. Chapter 56. The Annihilation of the Infatuated Team. Damn, how can this guy be so resilient? Shen Wan furiously struck the back of the infatuated youth's head with a steel rod. To his astonishment, he realized that his blows were ineffectual, although blood spurted forth. There was not a single dent on the skull of his opponent. Instead, the repeated impacts left his hands sore, making it difficult for him to maintain his grip on the rod. Bang! Bang! Sun Lu and Lu Zhengsheng did not pause in their assault, continuing to strike relentlessly. "Aim for his knee. It's not as tough." Lu Zhengxing quickly noted Shen Wan's futile efforts and spoke up. He had just discovered that striking the opponent's knee had some effect. Upon hearing Lu Zhengxing's advice, Sun Lu and Chun Wan redirected their attacks accordingly. The three of them united in their assault on the infatuated young man's knee. "We'll assist you." The other team members, witnessing Lu Zhengxing's actions, rushed to help. Armed with steel pipes scavenged from a construction supply store, they joined the fray to subdue the infatuated zombie. Damn it. How is this guy so formidable after turning into a zombie? Keep him restrained. Don't let him escape our range. After Chun Wan's exclamation, Lu Zhengxing quickly directed his companions into action. With the support of his allies, the infatuated young zombie was momentarily brought down to the ground. Others, seeing this, instinctively grabbed nearby objects to aid in the assault. At that moment, the previously downed corpse of Wang Zheng began to rise slowly. However, as everyone's attention was focused on the infatuated youth, they failed to notice Wang Zheng stirring. Although Lu Zhengxing and the others were oblivious, several girls, including Ranran, did catch sight of the movement. The zombie is up again. The zombie is up again. The slightly plump girl screamed in terror upon seeing Wang Zheng's transformation. Roar. The girl's shriek caught the attention of the newly risen Wang Zheng zombie. Upon spotting the plump girl, it let out a furious roar and lunged towards her. Thud. The plump girl, paralyzed by fear, was unable to evade in time and was swiftly knocked down by the Wang Zheng zombie. The two individuals suddenly collapsed to the ground. And in an instant, the zombie, Wang Zheng, lunged fiercely at the plump girl's face, aiming to bite down. Help! The plump girl screamed in terror, desperately attempting to escape. However, everything transpired far too swiftly for Lu Zhengsheng and the others to react. The Wangjing zombie had already begun to gnaw at the girl's face, tearing away chunks of flesh. The scene transformed into a grotesque tableau, drenched in splattering blood. With a sickening thud, a piece of flesh was flung away by the Wangjing zombie, landing squarely on Ranran's face. Instinctively, she reached up to remove the bloody mass from her visage. This. Upon gazing at the gruesome morsel in her hands, Ranran's complexion drained of color. She felt an overwhelming shock, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated throughout the entire supermarket. The shrill, frantic cries even caused Chu Xiu, who was merely observing the spectacle, to furrow his brow. TSK, this girl's psychological fortitude is lacking, making such a ruckus. Chu Xiu tapped his ears, continuing to watch the unfolding drama with keen interest. He had long since noticed the resurrected zombie, yet upon seeing its target, he had no inclination to intervene. From his perspective, the earlier behavior of the girl had already eliminated her from his mental list of priorities. Thus, he deemed it a waste of energy to save a liability. If she were attractive, he might have reluctantly considered keeping her around for warmth. However, with these ordinary, unattractive faces, he found no motivation to engage. It was evident that matters had spiraled beyond control. After all, they were dealing with two zombies on the cusp of advancing to the second tier, far beyond the capacity of ordinary people to confront. Observing the chaos, Chu Xiu realized that if he did not act, it was likely that only a few would escape unscathed. He also clearly perceived the transformation occurring within the resurrected Wangjing zombie. It was evolving toward the second tier, primarily hampered by a lack of flesh, which deprived it of sufficient energy for its evolution. However, now that it had consumed a person, it might have accumulated some energy. Should this be the case, the zombie's strength would undoubtedly increase, rendering ordinary individuals mere fodder. Fortunately, the zombie had yet to fully evolve into the second tier, allowing Lu Zhengxing and the others to hold on for a while longer. Indeed, the Wangjing zombie, consumed by its frenzied appetite for the plump girl, visibly began to undergo changes. Meanwhile, Ranran and her companions seemed to have only just remembered the necessity of escape, hastily attempting to rise, though their trembling legs hindered their movement. Fortunately, the remaining young man, smitten by infatuation, swiftly grasped Ranran, supporting her as they slowly retreated into the distance. None of them entertained thoughts of arming themselves to confront the threat. Their sole focus was on fleeing. On the ground, the king zombie, after devouring a heart, seemed to have sensed the retreating movements of Ranran and her companions. Suddenly, it lifted its head, fixing its gaze on the fleeing group. It is looking at us. Someone, please come and save us. Ranran, upon noticing the king zombie, felt a shiver run down her spine as its blood-red eyes locked onto her, rendering her legs weak and nearly unable to support her body. Were it not for the young man beside her holding her arm, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. With a roar, the king zombie slowly stood up. Yet it remained hunched over. It tilted its head, scrutinizing Ranran, and then, with a spark of interest in its eyes, lunged forward. The young man, seeing the king zombie suddenly charging towards them, instinctively pushed Ranran away. It was only after he had done so that he realized the gravity of his actions. Ranran, caught off guard by the young man's sudden push, found herself propelled into the arms of the king zombie. The creature, perhaps surprised by this unexpected embrace, momentarily froze, its crimson eyes fixated on her. At that moment, despite her earlier weakness, an inexplicable surge of strength erupted within Ranran. She struggled fiercely, breaking free from the king zombie's grasp, and turned to flee into the distance. With a tearing sound, the king zombie reached out, grasping at Ranran's clothing. At this moment, her attire was rather provocative, as she had been dressed for a concert earlier in the day, clad in a black off-the-shoulder top and form-fitting jeans. Her outfit left her back exposed as she dashed away. The king zombie's grip tightened, and with a sudden tug, Ranran's top was ripped away. Oh no, this is too intense. The young man, who had initially pushed Ranran away, felt a wave of regret wash over him. However, as he saw her turn back to run, he breathed a sigh of relief, intending to help her. What he witnessed next was a striking scene, especially since it unfolded right before him. Ranran's figure was now laid bare to his view, and he found himself captivated, swallowing hard as heat rushed to his face. Unbeknownst to Ranran, who was focused solely on her escape, her clothing had been torn. Spotting the young man who had previously pushed her, she disregarded his earlier mistake and urgently called for help. Please, save me. Help. In that moment, with her beauty accentuated and her pale skin contrasting against the chaos, the young man felt compelled to act. He hastily reached out, pulling Ranran close to him, and with one arm wrapped around her, he sprinted into the distance. As they fled, his hand inexplicably began to ascend uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ran, consumed by her own anxiety, remained oblivious to the fact that she had been caught in an awkward predicament. Continuing to run like this isn't so bad. It would be best if he held her forever. A fleeting, sordid thought crossed the mind of the young man cradling Ran. However, before he could further contemplate the peculiar sensations, he felt someone grasping at his clothing. Instinctively turning back, he was confronted by the sight of Wang Zhong, the zombie, having caught up to him, one hand gripping his attire. At the same time, Ran noticed something amiss with the young man beside her and quickly turned her head, only to witness a scene that sent shivers down her spine. That terrifying zombie had indeed followed them, and it had seized the person next to her. Upon seeing the arrival of Wang Zhong, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ran's eyes. With a sudden burst of strength, she pushed the young man towards the zombie. This time, facing a human offering himself, Wang Zhong showed no hesitation. He opened his gaping maw and lunged for the young man, devouring him with a ferocity reminiscent of gnawing on a pig's trotter. If not for the grotesque imagery, it might have appeared rather appetizing. At that moment, a steel rod swung in from the side, striking Wang Zhong squarely on the head and sending him sprawling. Sun Lu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the fallen zombie, struck down by his own hands. Confusion gripped his mind. The situation was too bizarre. The zombie, which they had just dispatched, had suddenly resurrected and appeared even stronger. The sensation of that recent encounter felt eerily similar to the one he experienced with the infatuated youth. Lu Gu, this feels off. Perhaps we should retreat, Sun Lu cautioned, eyeing Wang Zhong and the young man writhing on the ground. He now perceived these zombies as exceedingly formidable, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. Even when they were knocked down, it seemed to have no effect on them. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong did not charge at Sun Lu but instead, after baring its teeth, turned abruptly to pounce on Ran and her companions in the distance. Damn it! Witnessing this, Sun Lu cursed inwardly and dashed forward to rescue them. Although the group of girls was quite bothersome, this was not the time to let irritation dictate his actions. If he failed to save them and they were turned into zombies, their chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. However, just as he sprinted towards them, a hand suddenly latched onto one of his legs. The abrupt tug caused him to lose his balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly turned to see the young man who had just been bitten now transformed into a zombie. Damn. Sun Lu's heart sank, and a throbbing headache enveloped him. At that moment, a metal rod was swung with force, striking the zombie squarely on the head. Following that, a shovel emerged, delivering a brutal blow to the back of the zombie's skull. Perhaps this particular zombie had only recently transformed, as its head was not particularly sturdy, resulting in a substantial dent from the shovel's impact. The zombie, having endured such a hit, immediately ceased its movements. Sun Lu lifted his head and saw that other team members had arrived. Brother Lu was still engaged in combat with Brother Chen against another zombie, instructing them to assist. A female team member quickly spoke up, pulling Sun Lu to his feet and running towards Ran and the others. However, just as they were about to dash forward, a piercing scream abruptly halted them in their tracks. They witnessed one of the girls from the fleeing group being seized by the zombie known as Wang Zhong. The remaining Ran and another girl sat helplessly on the ground, their eyes filled with despair as they watched their friend being savagely devoured by the zombie. It's over. Another zombie has appeared. Quick, we must eliminate it before it grows stronger, Sun Lu exclaimed in frustration, seizing the metal rod and charging ahead. Ran, what is wrong? Ran. You, At that moment, the girl who had been beside Ran noticed her sudden stillness and was startled, hurriedly shaking her friend. However, when Ran finally lifted her head, her blood-red eyes sent the girl into a panic, causing her to scream. Transformed into a zombie, Ran showed no hesitation, seizing her friend and beginning to feast upon her. The once astonishing Ran had now become a zombie. Wang Zhong, too, seemed to have lost interest in Ran and the others, now a zombie. It no longer felt the urge to feed on them, perceiving them as akin to itself. Observing the grim scene, a cold sweat trickled down Sun Lu's face. After witnessing the girl being consumed by Ran, who soon after transformed into a zombie herself, he felt utterly at a loss. The changes were occurring far too rapidly. Chapter 57. No more pretense. The truth is revealed. Lu Zhongxing was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with the relentless zombie that seemed impervious to their attacks. He had caught a glimpse of the situation on Sun Lu's side, but was unable to lend assistance. The current zombie before him had already drained him of energy. Yet, the creature continued to thrash on the ground, attempting to rise and devour its prey. He recalled the earlier scene where Chu Xiu wielded a dagger and sought someone to procure a knife to strike deep into the zombie's skull. To his astonishment, He discovered that the back of its head had become somewhat impervious to blades. His full-force assault failed to inflict significant damage. He could only sense that his strike had merely grazed the surface, lacking the ability to cause any serious harm. Shatter the windows. Let us drive these zombies out. Lu Zhengsheng gritted his teeth, resolutely abandoning the notion of exterminating the zombies for the moment. He decided to throw them out, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, and would think of a solution afterward. Due to their current methods, they have ceased to serve any other purpose. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Chen Wan also felt that the prevailing decision was the most appropriate. He was somewhat fatigued at this moment and began to alter his attack position, striving to prevent the nearby zombie from rising, keeping it firmly on the ground for easier control. Upon hearing Lu Zhengsheng's remarks, Sun Lu in the distance concurred. The several zombies before them were still advancing, leaving them with no other options. Damn it! How could everything have changed so drastically in such a short span of time? Sun Lu was seething with anger, utterly bewildered by how rapidly the situation had devolved. The three female zombies, along with a particularly formidable Wang Zheng zombie, had left Sun Lu's companions in despair. If this continued, they would undoubtedly perish. However, upon hearing Lu Zhengsheng's words, they too believed it to be a sound plan. You break the glass, and we will work together to drive the zombies out. Sun Lu instructed a young woman to shatter the glass, allowing the team to expel the zombies. The young woman promptly turned and rushed towards the window. Yet, as she turned, her pupils dilated in alarm, and she abruptly halted. What's wrong? Noticing her sudden motion, Sun Lu turned in confusion. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing what lay before her. The two zombies he had previously dispatched had inexplicably revived. They stood up slowly, unsteadily taking a few steps before spotting the young woman. One of the resurrected, a slightly plump female zombie, opened her mouth wide, her face contorted in a grotesque snarl as she lunged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Suddenly, a figure dashed over, swiftly knocking the two zombies back to the ground with two swift strikes. The young woman realized it was Chen Wan, accompanied by several others coming to their aid. Lu Ge mentioned that leaving 5 people behind would suffice. I've brought the remaining 10 with me. We should be able to hold our ground, Chen Wan stated. Hearing his words, Sun Lu and the others felt a temporary relief. Strength in numbers was paramount. The overwhelming horde of zombies made their safety uncertain. With the arrival of reinforcements, at least some semblance of security was restored. At that moment, a crisp sound of applause resonated through the air. Everyone was instantly captivated by the sound, and remarkably, the zombies were drawn to it as well. Lu Zhengsheng observed the previously struggling zombies suddenly freeze, fixating their gaze in one direction. This perplexed Lu Zhengsheng, who also heard the applause. Dividing his attention, he looked towards the source of the sound. It was him. There stood Chu Xiu, clapping his hands and slowly approaching. Noticing that the crowd's attention was on him, Chu Xiu smiled and remarked, "Your abilities are commendable. I truly admire them. With that in mind, I have an idea I wish to share with you all. Before addressing these petty criminals, I must first deal with the rats." As Chu Xiu's words hung in the air, a black flame suddenly surged beside him. This black flame seemed almost sentient, dividing itself into tendrils that flowed forth like serpents of shadow, swiftly enveloping the zombies. Though the flame was black, its presence was unmistakably vivid. It resembled a swirling abyss, and the longer one gazed upon it, the more one felt as if they were being drawn into its depths. What in the world is this? Is this fire? Look, the black flame is rapidly consuming the zombies. My goodness, those zombies are burning so quickly, they've been reduced to mere skeletons in no time. Incredible! This flame possesses immense power. Is this a superpower? It is simply beyond belief. Will I ever have such abilities? Damn, I wish I could wield a superpower too. Lu Zhengsheng and the others watched in utter astonishment. Some team members, envious of this power, longed to possess such abilities themselves. The display from Chu Xiu had utterly shattered their worldview. They had never witnessed anything like this before. While zombies were astonishing, they were still explainable. However, the black flame wielded by Chu Xiu left them utterly awestruck. In every sense, Chu Xiu appeared as a deity emerging from legend, effortlessly commanding the black fire to vanquish the zombies. Soon, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the zombies engulfed in black flames were instantly reduced to skeletons, vanishing as the flames dissipated. Gulp. One individual instinctively swallowed hard upon witnessing the scene. Had it not been for the preceding visuals and the traces of the attack, he might have thought it a mere illusion. But seeing the shock on the faces of others, he realized this was no figment of imagination. Mr. Chu, thank you for saving our lives." At that moment, Lu Zhengsheng quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. A thought crossed his mind. Their previous encounter in the supermarket might not have been coincidental. Those zombies within the supermarket could very well have been eradicated by Mr. Chu. It was well known that zombies roamed freely elsewhere, so how could such a vast supermarket be devoid of them? The earlier experience in the underground parking lot was sufficient evidence that zombies could indeed be present here. The reason they had not encountered any must be because Chu Xiu had eliminated them. With this realization, Lu Zhengxing lowered his voice and adopted a tone of utmost respect, sensing that the individual before him was far from ordinary. Although he possessed a firearm, it was ineffective against the zombies. The methods recently displayed by Chu Xiu suggested that his own weapon would prove futile. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Had it not been for you, we would have perished. Thank you. Thank you. It was truly terrifying. I nearly thought we were doomed. The others, witnessing Lu Zhengxing's actions, hurriedly joined in expressing their gratitude. This crisis, one could say, was a salvation brought about by Chu Xiu. It is worth noting that there were 7 zombies earlier, a number that may seem modest. Their team now comprises nearly 20 individuals, yet when divided, each group is scarcely substantial. Moreover, several of the zombies possess an astonishing strength, requiring 3 individuals to momentarily subdue them. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's intervention, their survival would have been uncertain. And the images that would have ensued are enough to instill profound dread in them. Although those zombies were formidable, they had been evading and fleeing, leading them to believe that zombies were merely reckless beings, lacking self-preservation. Furthermore, the risk of injury transforming one into a zombie prompted their immediate retreat. They had convinced themselves that they could vanquish zombies in one-on-one encounters. However, the current predicament has served as a resounding slap to their faces. Without Chu Xiu's timely assistance, the fate of their team would remain a mystery. Now, having escaped peril, several individuals collapsed onto the ground, particularly Lu Zhengxing and his companions, who had previously felt little concern, now found themselves utterly drained. As they exhaled in relief, fatigue washed over them, leaving their limbs weak and their spirits weary. They had been engaged in an intense struggle for over 10 minutes, fully focused on combating the zombies without a moment's reprieve. Earlier, striking the zombies felt akin to hitting a thick leather punching bag. Observing Lu Zhengxing and the others succumb to exhaustion, Chu Xiu refrained from further conversation. He casually took a seat on a nearby stool, surveying the remaining individuals. Under the weight of his gaze, a palpable shock rippled through the assembly. They perceived Chu Xiu not as the charming figure they had encountered earlier, but rather as a fierce beast, exuding an aura of primal intensity. Mr. Chu, thank you for your timely assistance. Might you have something to convey to us? Lu Zhengxing ventured, his heart racing at this unexpected demeanor. He sensed that Chu Xiu was not one to embody mere benevolence, but rather exuded a commanding presence reminiscent of the elite. Upon hearing Lu Zhengxing's inquiry, Chu Xiu did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question. Brother Lu, there is no need to address me as Mr. Chu. Simply call me Brother Chu. I recall you mentioning your desire to venture out tonight in search of your family. Am I correct? Lu Zhengxing did not dwell on the first remark, recognizing that for those who have encountered the elite, a request for familiarity often signifies goodwill, an indication that there is no malice intended, allowing for a moment of closeness. However, the second statement tugged at Lu Zhengxing's heartstrings. His intention to brave the night was solely to seek out his wife and daughter, for the zombie-infested daylight had rendered any attempt to escape utterly futile. If the zombies were to be attracted, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. However, as he beheld the moonrise, he noticed that, inexplicably, the zombies retreated, restoring the area to a state of openness, which he perceived as a fortuitous moment. After contemplating a myriad of thoughts, Lu Zhengxing replied, unwavering, Indeed, Brother Chu, for I genuinely do not trust my wife and daughter. With the zombies now dispersed, I consider this an opportunity to seek out my daughter and wife, as well as to provide a chance for my teammates to reunite with their families. Upon hearing Lu Zhengxing's response, the other teammates expressed their unanimous agreement. They had never encountered zombies before, but now that they had, they realized that venturing out during the day would be utterly futile. They would surely be besieged and killed by the zombies. There was no other possibility. Just one zombie required 3 to 4 individuals to handle. During the day, the number of zombies outside was certainly considerable. If one were to calculate, they would need to triple their numbers to withstand the onslaught. Yet, in the current environment, there were not nearly enough people. The visible zombies far outnumbered the living by several multiples. The blood-red moon, as everyone could see, was a critical factor. Chu Xiu gestured towards the crimson moon outside the window, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. I shall not elaborate further. The rise of this red moon will enhance the zombie strength, rendering them tougher and more challenging to kill. At that point, their weaknesses will no longer be vulnerabilities, as your attacks will fail to breach their defenses, resulting in no damage inflicted. The weaknesses still exist, but when your attacks cannot penetrate, they ceased to be weaknesses. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Lu Zhengxing and the others felt a surge of urgency and a creeping despair, realizing their predicament. The zombies were terrifyingly formidable, and the prospect of them growing stronger seemed to offer no hope for survival. However, this enhancement was not permanent. Once the moon descended, the mutated zombies would begin to weaken anew, becoming even more frail and difficult to recover. Thus, the reason the zombies had retreated was to seek refuge from the moonlight. As for the zombies within the supermarket, it was merely a coincidence. Chu Xiu patiently explained the situation regarding the red moon to the group. Upon learning that the blood moon would not allow the zombies to grow indefinitely stronger, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling less despondent. Nevertheless, under the influence of the blood moon, other creatures would emerge, monsters born from animals, which would remain unaffected by the disappearance of the red moon. Moreover, it was during the night that these creatures would make their appearance. It is important to recognize that those mutated creatures can be regarded as a distinct breed of zombies. Their combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary zombies of the same tier. A domestic cat, once transformed into a zombie beast and subsequently nurtured under the moonlight, grows to an immense size. At that juncture, their fighting capabilities become exceedingly formidable. Chapter 58. Futile schemes. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's exposition, the assembly was struck by the realization that even more monsters would emerge during the night. Furthermore, these creatures were notably stronger than the mutated zombies. Worry was etched across their faces, for they had already struggled significantly against a single zombie. If this continued, that one zombie could potentially overwhelm them all. The notion that animals could also transform into zombies, each more powerful than the last, left them feeling as though their efforts were in vain. Observing the despondent expressions of the gathered individuals, Chu Xiu recognized that he had achieved his objective. He aimed to instill in them an understanding of the perilous world outside, revealing that they, as survivors, possessed little capacity for resistance. Brother Chu, is there any possibility for us to master that flame technique you demonstrated earlier? At that moment, Lu Zhengxing recalled the method Chu Xiu employed to vanquish the zombies, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. The other team members turned to Chu Xiu, filled with hope, as they recalled the extraordinary power he had exhibited, almost divine in its manifestation. Lu Zhengxing's questions sparked a wave of anticipation among them. This ability is beyond your grasp. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. My purpose in rescuing you is predicated solely on your perceived value in resolving this predicament. Chu Xiu firmly replied, dismissing any notion of possibility. Upon hearing his words, Chen Wan and the others felt a tinge of disappointment, tinged with skepticism. They surmised that Chu Xiu was merely withholding the means to acquire such power. Lu Zhengxing's inquiry was, in fact, motivated by a desire to probe Chu Xiu's ambitions. However, due to the latter's formidable strength, he refrained from overtly opposing him. Instead, he sought to create a rift between them, ensuring that his team did not become mere pawns in Chu Xiu's game. Simultaneously, he harbored a personal ambition to lead a team himself. Chu Xiu discerned the subtle probing and divisive intent in Lu Zhengxing's words. Yet, he remained unfazed. He did not have a desperate need for them. His only requirement was a stronghold to attract the zombies. The others mistakenly believed he sought to form a team and establish a power base. However, they were unaware that Chu Xiu did not require such alliances. They could not comprehend the magnitude of influence wielded by a top-tier powerhouse. Once Chu Xiu's plan succeeded, he would swiftly attain unparalleled strength, rendering any of their schemes utterly futile. At present, the timing is not yet opportune. A few individuals are needed to share the burden. When Lu Zhengxing posed this question, it effectively led Chu Xiu to exclude them from his considerations. They would not receive the spiritual energy that Chu Xiu could provide. Regarding his domineering behavior, Chu Xiu felt no remorse. Currently, his strength is at its peak, as a formidable force. He need not concern himself with the thoughts of the weak. Brother Chu, you just mentioned that we hold value for rescue. I am curious about the nature of your intentions in saving us, Lu Zhengxing inquired with a smile, subtly embedding a barb within his words. The others, upon hearing Lu Zhengxing's remarks, furrowed their brows, their gazes toward Chu Xiu now laced with a hint of resistance. It was evident that Lu Zhengxing was attempting to undermine Chu Xiu, transforming his act of salvation into a transaction, thereby stripping away any sense of gratitude. Contrary to this, Chu Xiu found himself admiring Lu Zhengxing's audacity. Although the latter harbored his own schemes, he posed little threat. The most crucial aspect was that Chu Xiu had complete mastery over the situation. Unbeknownst to them, the secret of the spiritual source pearl remained hidden, and they were oblivious to the fact that the current city could no longer produce other top-tier powerhouses. In this regard, Chu Xiu stood invincible. Furthermore, his inherent strength coupled with his extraordinary abilities placed him beyond conventional limits. To put it plainly, his power was so formidable that it rendered cunning schemes irrelevant. Additionally, once anyone accepted his spiritual energy, the likelihood of betrayal would diminish significantly. However, for the moment, he would not squander his spiritual energy. Thus, the group before him served as a means to attract the gathering of zombies. I shall assist you in rescuing your families. And my sole demand is the establishment of a refuge here. Beyond that, I have no further requests, Chu Xiu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengsheng and the others were taken aback, each struggling to believe the simplicity of his request. Lu Zhengsheng had anticipated that Chu Xiu would impose some form of control, yet he merely asked them to form a base. It was worth noting that even without Chu Xiu's request, they would have spontaneously organized themselves. Recognizing that strength lies in numbers and that unity is essential for survival, Chen Wan and the others exchanged glances, surprised by the modesty of Chu Xiu's requirement. They felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing their previous assumptions had been misguided. Chu Xiu remained unfazed by the shift in their attitudes. As he had stated, this group was merely a pawn in his larger game. His aspirations extended far beyond what they could conceive. By addressing the surrounding threats and informing the remaining survivors of the existence of a refuge, he would create a natural focal point for both people and zombies alike. A far easier task than searching alone. As the numbers grew, he found himself with ample manpower to select from. He could undoubtedly choose the most promising and loyal individuals to serve as his subordinates. After observing the group before him, who were visibly excited, Chu Xiu spoke. Tonight presents an opportune moment. With my presence, the dangers outside can be significantly mitigated. We can also assist you in locating your families. So please prepare swiftly. We must depart without delay. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Lu Zhengxing and the others were reminded of their purpose. Their plans had been disrupted by the emergence of zombies, but now, with Chu Xiu's encouragement, they hastily began to gather their belongings. Leave half of you here to safeguard the house. You can provide information about your relatives to someone you trust. Understand that our expedition may not take us far. We must first explore one direction, Lu Zhengxing stated grimly, fully aware of the concerns weighing on many hearts. You will report your family members' information so that we can quickly determine our route. Chen Wan chimed in, producing paper and pen to document the details. The expressions of the other team members reflected their inner turmoil. They recognized the necessity of this course of action, yet some remained unconvinced. If you disagree, you are free to explore separately. I will not hinder your efforts to rescue your loved ones. Furthermore, I assure you that as long as you return here with your companions, you need not fear the zombies trailing behind. I will handle them, Chu Xiu interjected. Upon hearing this assurance, a portion of the team displayed expressions of delight. They had initially feared that even if they found their families, they would not be allowed back into the supermarket in the event of a zombie encounter. However, Chu Xiu's guarantee provided them with the knowledge that a safe haven awaited them. Noticing the uplifted morale of the team, Lu Zhengxing cast a deep glance at Chu Xiu. He sensed the youth's formidable nature, both strength and cunning were evident. The rift created by his earlier comments had been swiftly bridged. He realized that underestimating Chu Xiu, viewing him merely as an inexperienced youth, had been a grave misjudgment. Yet, he understood that he must refrain from speaking further, lest he inadvertently furnish Chu Xiu with undue credit, and thus chose to remain silent for the moment. Before long, several individuals had donned their gear and instinctively divided into teams. Lu Zhengxing surveyed the scene and noted with relief that the other two teams were not overly populated. Besides his own group of 10, the other two combined only numbered 9. The remaining members would guard the house, allowing any returning companions to re-enter promptly. After offering a brief directive, Lu Zhengxing led the way out of the supermarket, with the others following silently, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Although previously, Chu Xiu had demonstrated his capabilities, their understanding of the limits of his strength remained ambiguous. Moreover, the members of the other two teams, lacking Chu Xiu's oversight, were increasingly apprehensive about encountering those terrifying monsters, which were ferocious and man-eating. The group swiftly reached the first floor. However, due to the obstruction of newspapers, they were unable to view the outside scene. Fortunately, a quick-witted individual found a spot to lift a portion of the newspaper and peered outside, discovering the area was desolate. Lu Ge, there are no signs of zombies outside. It is quite empty. Upon hearing this news from his companion, the others felt a slight sense of relief. Quickly, open the door, but be cautious, Lu Zhengxing urgently instructed, and promptly led the team to the door. With a creaking sound, the metallic friction pierced the silence, causing Lu Zhengxing and the others to wince slightly. Fortunately, it did not attract any attention. As the door swung open, the group stepped outside, while those remaining in the supermarket hastily closed the door behind them, taking up positions near the entrance. The individual alongside another stay-behind member prepared to quickly open the door should any situation arise, allowing for a swift entry. Lu Gu, Chu Gu. We shall take our leave now. The other two teams, heading further afield in search of their families, bid farewell to Chu Xiu and the others before hastily dashing in a particular direction. They aimed to return as early as possible, hoping to find their loved ones before dawn. Previously, Lu Zhengsheng had mentioned that if they located their families but felt short on time, they could hide at their homes until nightfall, when it would be safer to return. Despite Chu Xiu's warnings about the stronger monsters at night, the group remained more fearful of the densely packed zombies during the day. The sheer volume of those zombies made escape exceedingly difficult. Nighttime, while perilous with monsters lurking, at least offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Watching the departing teams, Chu Xiu quickly diverted his gaze. He had no intention of playing the caretaker for the others, as his primary focus was on Lu Zhengsheng and his companions, who possessed enough strength to establish a refuge, a necessity for him. Thus, he would not overly concern himself with others. If they were fortunate enough to return, he might lend a hand, but if not, it could only be deemed unfortunate. Furthermore, retaining Lu Zhengsheng and his group did not equate to acting as their guardian. Should someone more capable than Lu Zhengsheng emerge, he would not hesitate to forsake him. This was not born of cruelty. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that the individual was not worthy of his consideration. Chu Xiu had a clear plan for his objectives, and no one could interfere with that plan. My home is quite close. It takes a mere 10 minutes by car. However, on foot, it would take approximately 2 hours. And if one walks briskly, a mere hour and a half suffices. Lu Zhengsheng was the first to speak, and both Sun Lu and Chun Wan nodded in agreement. Their families reside together, which makes this arrangement feasible. The other 6 individuals, upon hearing this, did not object, as their journey was indeed considerably longer. Nevertheless, it was only an additional half hour, which was quite acceptable. According to their plan, the total time required would be around 5 hours. When they set out, it was just 7 o'clock. Thus, 5 hours later, around midnight, they would return to the shopping center. Time was not pressing. Moreover, with Chu Xiu's presence, their journey should be relatively safe. Let us proceed. You all lead the way, and I will follow behind. Do not mind me, for I shall keep my distance. Chu Xiu instructed the others to go ahead, assuring them he would follow at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhengsheng and the others were somewhat reluctant. After all, it implied they would take the lead while Chu Xiu trailed far behind. If trouble were to arise, would they not be left helpless? Yet, none dared to voice their concerns, for the sight of Chu Xiu's black flames instilled a profound sense of awe in them, no matter how one looked at it. That flame was not something an ordinary person could wield. In their eyes, Chu Xiu, who manipulated the black flames, was a monster, albeit one that could speak. They harbored a conflicting sentiment of both fear and dependence towards him. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu paid no heed to their thoughts. He was instead observing his surroundings. He understood that when the red moon rose, it was the time when mutated creatures became active. These creatures were cunning and ferocious predators. A moment's inattention could lead to severe losses for the group. However, correspondingly, these mutated beings also represented excellent nourishment. If he could absorb them, it would allow Chu Xiu to rapidly evolve his black beans, while simultaneously enhancing his own strength with the black flames. Chapter 59. An unexpected journey home. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, casting a vivid red light upon the ground. Lu Zhengsheng and the others tread cautiously along the street, 10 individuals vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any potential threats. Hurry up, there are no monsters around here. It is safe for now, Chu Xiu remarked, noting their heightened anxiety. Lingering any longer would only squander precious time. Although Lu Zhengsheng and the others quickened their pace upon hearing his words, their vigilance did not wane. In fact, it intensified as they moved faster. Chu Xiu was unconcerned by their disbelief in his reassurances. His reminders were merely to avoid wasting time, and presently, he had no pressing matters at hand. At this moment, the little black bean, which had been nestled in the pocket of its owner's garment, emerged cautiously. With a glimmer of curiosity in its eyes, it surveyed the crowd around it. Though it was uncertain of its master's intentions, it was aware that there were matters at hand requiring attention. The black bean felt exceedingly comfortable curled up in Chu Xiu's pocket, peeking out with half its body while squinting at the events unfolding below. Noticing the black bean's movement, Chu Xiu reached out to pat it gently, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. Suddenly, a commotion arose as the group passed a street corner, heading towards a nearby residential area. Upon reaching the intersection, they were alarmed to hear strange cries emanating from a small shop not far away. Lu Zhengsheng halted abruptly, followed closely by the others, their expressions tinged with unease as they exchanged glances before turning their attention to Chu Xiu. Seeing the group look at him, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, but refrained from speaking. He casually stepped past them, directing his gaze towards the source of the noise. The small shop's door stood wide open, revealing shadowy figures that seemed to cower from the moonlight, unwilling to reveal themselves. Realizing that zombies were hiding there, avoiding the lunar rays, Chu Xiu acted swiftly. In an instant, a plume of black flame materialized at his feet. The emergence of the black fire captured the attention of Lu Zhongxing and the others, who had witnessed its formidable power before. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of greed. They yearned for the black flame, for possessing it signified having the strength to protect oneself. Disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, Chu Xiu commanded the black flame to surge forth from the shop. Harnessing its energy, he amplified its intensity, enveloping the zombies within. Utilizing the devouring capabilities of the Black Inferno, he swiftly consumed those wretched creatures. The little black bean, sensing the energy transmitted by the Black Inferno, emitted a soft chirp. The release of the Black Inferno required Chu Xiu's contact with the black bean. Most of the energy absorbed from the zombies was directed into the black bean, while Chu Xiu could only assimilate a fraction of it, resulting in a slight enhancement of his physical prowess. The recent encounter had resulted in the demise of approximately 30 zombies, contributing a modest boost to his physical capabilities. Brother Chu, how impressive. With you around, we truly feel a sense of security, Lu Zhongsheng exclaimed, admiration gleaming in his eyes, tinged with a hint of envy. Have you ever contemplated when this power of yours first manifested? Lu Zhongsheng gradually approached Chu Xiu, feigning indifference as he inquired. I am uncertain, ever since the blood rain. I have been this way, yet I cannot discern the cause. I believe this is not the time for conversation. We should focus on locating others promptly. Perceiving Lu Zhongsheng's intentions, Chu Xiu cast aside a remark and fell back in the ranks. He paid no heed to the flattery of others and merely responded with casual remarks to their attempts at dialogue. Soon, the group, sensing Chu Xiu's demeanor, felt a sense of imbalance. Some individuals began to exhibit displeasure, their attitudes toward Chu Xiu shifting noticeably. Observing this change, Chu Xiu merely regarded them with detached indifference. He was neither surprised by their behavior nor did he care in the slightest. This was not to say he chose to bury his head in the sand and ignore them. Remaining silent, he continued to linger at the rear of the group, gradually distancing himself. Noticing Chu Xiu's increasing distance from the team, Lu Zhongsheng felt a pang of unease. He hurriedly called for the group to halt and jogged over to Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, are you fatigued? Do you need to rest? Lu Zhongsheng asked. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Chu Xiu, who did not appear tired, leaving him perplexed by his slow pace. I believe I mentioned I would bring up the rear. Did I not? I am indeed fulfilling that role. Please continue with your tasks. Do not concern yourselves with me. Should you encounter danger, I shall assess the situation and offer assistance. For now, you should focus on locating the others, Chu Xiu replied mildly. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Lu Zhongsheng's expression darkened. He wished to say something but, noticing the playful glimmer in Chu Xiu's eyes, feared that further words might lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, he restrained his tongue and returned to the front to guide the group. A few teammates, curious about the exchange, chose not to press Lu Zhongsheng for an explanation, resuming their quiet journey. As they proceeded, they encountered several waves of zombies, all of which were swiftly consumed by Chu Xiu's black prison flame, making their trek relatively uneventful. Lu Ge, we are nearing home, Chen Wan remarked excitedly after surveying their surroundings. Initially, their pace had been cautious due to fears of zombie attacks. But after witnessing Chu Xiu's ease in dealing with the undead, their confidence grew. They quickened their steps and, in less than an hour and a half, arrived at their first destination. Gazing at the nearby residential complex, Lu Zhongsheng's face illuminated with excitement. This was his home. Perhaps his family awaited him there. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Lu Zhongsheng hastened toward his house, prompting his teammates to quicken their own pace in response. They were all aware that at this moment, finding each other's families would facilitate a quicker reunion with their own. One by one, they exhibited no reluctance and swiftly followed suit. Upon arriving at the familiar entrance of the neighborhood, Lu Zhongsheng located his apartment building. He grasped his weapon tightly and hastened up the stairs. Soon, he reached the door of his home. Observing the traces around the door, he noted the bloodstains in the corridor, yet found none at his doorstep, which momentarily assuaged his anxiety. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door, eagerly awaiting a response from within. However, a sense of unease washed over Lu Zhongsheng as silence lingered from behind the door. Hastily, he rummaged through his pockets, but found no keys. Recalling that he had left them at home when he had departed earlier, growing increasingly anxious, he pounded on the door with greater force. Knock, 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 knock. My dear, it's me, Lu Zhongsheng. I've returned. Please open the door. Knock, 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 knock. Meanwhile, Chen and the others stood guard in the corridor. Having heard Lu Zhengsheng's voice, "What is the matter, Lu Go? Is your wife not home?" Chen inquired, perplexed. "I don't know. When the danger struck earlier, I instructed her to stay home. Yet, for some reason, there has been no response." Beside him, Chu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly, having received a warning from Heido. "Master, there is a strong scent of blood inside the room, and several individuals are hiding within." Upon hearing this alert, Chu Xiu stepped forward. Lu Zhengsheng, seeing Chu Xiu advance, felt a surge of hope. "Mr. Chu, is there any way you can open the door? My wife and daughter are inside," he implored. His eyes filled with apprehension. Without uttering a word, Chu Xiu approached and placed his hand against the lock, unleashing the black prison flame to engulf the lock mechanism, subsequently unlocking the door. As the security door swung open, Lu Zhengsheng rushed inside. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find several men hiding within his home. Clearly, they had not anticipated the sudden opening of the door, and they froze momentarily. Upon seeing Lu Zhengsheng, their expressions morphed into menacing grins. Well, who would have thought Officer Lu would return? "We were just contemplating how to find you," one of the young men with yellow hair remarked, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, the others rushed in, and upon recognizing the occupants of the room, Chen and Sun Lu displayed disbelief. "Damn it, Zhao San, Zhang Qian, how did you all get out?" It was evident that Chen and the others were acquainted with these individuals. "Where's my wife? Where is my daughter? Where have you taken my wife and daughter?" A sense of foreboding coursed through Lu Zhengsheng as he instinctively drew his nearly depleted firearm, pointing it at the group of young men. To his surprise, the youth before him showed no sign of fear upon seeing the weapon. "Ah, you wish to know the whereabouts of your beloved wife and child? Why not take a look in the bedroom?" he taunted. "I must say, your wife and daughter are truly exquisite. Oh, but you cannot see them just yet. You must first eliminate us." With a peculiar tone, the youth finished speaking and suddenly stuffed something into his mouth. The two others followed suit, mimicking his actions. "This is intriguing. Is there some deep-seated enmity at play here?" thought Chu Xiu, who had keenly observed what they had consumed. Bang! As the loquacious youth pulled out the object, Lu Zhengsheng instinctively fired his weapon. At such close range, he struck the youth's body. However, even after being shot, the youth managed to struggle and force the item into his mouth. Once all three had done the same, they eerily bowed their heads, their bodies beginning to convulse violently. A wave of unease washed over Lu Zhengsheng as he witnessed the scene unfold. Mere seconds later, the three youths suddenly lifted their heads. Roar! The trio, now transformed, had bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, blood oozing from several parts of their faces. They had just consumed the flesh of a zombie. They had become zombies. Chen exclaimed, his face paling at the sudden realization. Just as the three zombies lunged towards Lu Zhengsheng and his companions, a black flame erupted. Before the creatures could react, they were consumed by the fire, vanishing without a trace. The disappearance of the three zombies did little to ease Lu Zhengsheng's tension. His body trembled as he turned his gaze towards the bedroom. Approaching the door, he gripped the handle but hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Seeing this, Chu Xiu sighed. Blackbean had already informed him of the ominous scent of zombies emanating from the bedroom. Suppressing his rising dread, Lu Zhengsheng gritted his teeth, turned the handle, and opened the door. As the door swung wide, a pale figure suddenly burst forth. Caught off guard, Lu Zhengsheng was knocked to the ground. Whoa, roar, roar. The fierce growls echoed around him, yet Lu Zhengsheng felt no fear. He stared in astonishment at the figure that had toppled him, offering no resistance. Meanwhile, Chen and Sun Lu rushed to pull the white figure away from Lu Zhengsheng. At that moment, the other teammates finally discerned the identity of the figure. Hiss! What an exquisite physique! Upon catching sight of that figure, one team member could not help but utter a soft gasp of admiration. Instantly, the other members shot him angry glares for his unexpected praise. The team member seemed to realize his faux pas and swiftly turned away. Yet fear of impending danger compelled him to glance back, his gaze fixated on the pale entity. Chu Xiu, observing from the sidelines, discerned the source of the sound and comprehended the situation. He noted that Chen and Sun Lu each held one of the figure's arms, the captive struggling futilely against their grasp. Chapter 60. The beginning of transformation. Lu Zhengsheng's wife, Wang Qianyu, bore a name that resonated with gentleness. Prior to her marriage to Lu Zhengsheng, she was a schoolteacher, renowned at her institution as the beautiful teacher. However, at this moment, the decaying portion of her face belied her former beauty. The transformation had not been long in coming, and her body had yet to display signs of decay, as the toxin inducing such changes typically began its assault from the head. Yet, witnessing his wife's desperate struggles filled Lu Zhengsheng with profound sorrow and rage. He could not fathom why the individuals he had once incarcerated had escaped their prison and come to his home to inflict such horrors upon his wife. Suddenly, a thought struck him: his daughter. Lu Zhengxing dashed into the bedroom, frantic to find her. However, upon bursting through the door, the sight that greeted him rendered him utterly speechless. There, by the window, a figure dangled, suspended in a grotesque manner. Much like his wife, she was left exposed, clinging to the wall in a vertical position. Memories flooded back of the family's plans to celebrate after his daughter's recent college entrance examination, only for a single day to separate them forever, marred by unspeakable humiliation. Oh! Lu Zhengxing's anguished wail erupted, a fervent desire to rend the three perpetrators to pieces consuming him. Chu Xiu cast a glance at the now zombified Lu Zhengxing's wife, her naked form swaying and disorienting in the dim light. Without hesitation, he drew his dagger and plunged it into the nape of her neck. Deprived of the moonlight's grace, her death was absolute. After dispatching her, Chu Xiu instructed the two men to release their hold, then entered the bedroom, where the grim sight awaited him. Noting Lu Zhengxing's despondency, he approached without uttering a word. Carefully, he lowered the body of Lu Zhengxing's daughter, then addressed him. How do you wish to handle your wife and daughter? Shall I incinerate them? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's inquiry, Lu Zhengxing regained a flicker of composure. He regarded Chu Xiu with a contemplative expression and inquired, Mr. Chu, is your intention in having us establish a stronghold to attract the zombies? Upon hearing the inquiry from the other party, Chu Xiu was not taken aback, for he had been transparent about his intentions. Indeed, I require zombies, an abundance of them. Constructing a stronghold serves as an effective means to attract these creatures. Upon receiving Chu Xiu's response, Lu Zhengxing appeared to have found clarity, gradually rising to his feet. After casting a glance at his daughter's lifeless body, Lu Zhengxing closed his eyes and solemnly requested, Mr. Chu, please incinerate my wife and daughter. They were both individuals who cherished their beauty and would not wish for their current forms to be seen by others. Chu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, channeling his thoughts to summon forth black flames. In an instant, the body of Wang Qianyu outside was enveloped in fire, which quickly intensified. Within mere moments, nothing remained of the burning remains. Chu Xiu did not allow the infernal flames to consume them entirely. He merely utilized the ferocity of the flames to reduce them to ashes. Surveying the barren room, Lu Zhengxing inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. He exited the bedroom, glanced at his fellow teammates, and spoke in a grave tone, let us proceed to the next location, striving to return to the supermarket as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing Lu Zhengxing's words, an inexplicable tension gripped the hearts of the other teammates. For reasons unknown, the figure of Lu Zhengxing before them exuded an unsettling aura. I will be imposing upon you further, Mr. Chu, Lu Zhengxing added, turning to Chu Xiu with an expression of regret. Not at all. I understand some of your thoughts. Just act as you deem fit. Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly, recognizing that Lu Zhengxing had redirected his anger towards the zombies. In his pursuit of annihilating the undead, Lu Zhengxing seemed genuinely inclined to follow Chu Xiu's lead. This indifference from Chu Xiu was quite significant. However, he appreciated that Lu Zhengxing was earnest and engaged, which promised a greater fervor in his actions compared to others. Soon, the group tidied up, and Lu Zhengxing surveyed the room. He then retrieved some alcohol and cooking oil from the kitchen, liberally scattering them throughout the space. Concurrently, he lit several incense sticks, and after placing them, he departed without a backward glance. Once outside the building, Qianwan and the others turned to Lu Zhengxing. Qianwan, let us proceed to your residence. It is nearby, and should pose no threat, Lu Zhengxing stated with remarkable calmness. The others glanced at Qianwan, who simply replied, all right, follow me, leading the way towards his home. Upon arrival, Qianwan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, after knocking on the door, he was relieved to hear a response from within. His family was unharmed. Time was of the essence, and Qianwan quickly urged his wife and children to gather their belongings. The group worked together to pack swiftly, soon ready to move on. Next, at Sun Lu's residence, his wife was also safe. The group quickly collaborated to gather their possessions before preparing to depart. As they all descended the stairs with their belongings, a flicker of flame suddenly appeared. Lu Zhengxing turned around, and the source of the flames was none other than his own abode, demonstrating the efficacy of his arrangements. Soon, the fire blazed with increasing intensity, billowing thick smoke into the air. Simultaneously, the glow from the flames began to spill out from the windows, radiating in all directions. Enough of the spectacle. This inferno may very well attract the attention of some zombies. We must exercise caution henceforth. Although Mr. Chu is with us, he is not our caretaker. Should anyone become a liability, do not blame me for my lack of compassion, Lu Zhengxing stated coldly, surveying the group. Ever since the incident began, he had maintained a stoic demeanor. A team member who had previously admired Lu Zhongxing's wife's physique felt a twinge of annoyance at his words but refrained from expressing it, merely clicking his tongue in mild displeasure. This sound did not go unnoticed by Lu Zhongxing, who cast a glance in his direction but chose to remain silent, continuing to direct the group onward. The journey ahead was relatively tranquil. As they traveled, they observed the surrounding area was eerily quiet, devoid of any notable activity. The zombies seemed to have vanished, as if they had never existed. Had it not been for Mr. Chu pointing out several hiding spots of the undead, they might have believed the zombies had entirely disappeared. Strange. Is there something peculiar about this moonlight? Why are the zombies avoiding it? Sun Lu remarked, as they rested in a shop by the roadside, a place they had taken refuge after Mr. Chu had dispatched the zombies that once lingered there. This moonlight was not favorable for zombies. It acted like a fatal stimulant, enhancing their strength. However, once the moonlight faded and the sun rose, those zombies would be close to their demise. Mr. Chu interjected, pulling out a sausage to feed the black bean in his pocket. Now capable of speech, the black bean had communicated its preferences to Mr. Chu. Whenever it encountered something it relished, it would prompt him for sustenance. Upon hearing Mr. Chu's explanation, Sun Lu pondered thoughtfully. He observed the act of Mr. Chu feeding the black bean, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. He was inherently intrigued by Mr. Chu, especially given the extraordinary power he wielded. The enigmatic black flames he commanded made dispatching zombies appear effortless, and his skills were nothing short of remarkable. Additionally, he recalled Mr. Chu's background. After all, the affluent individual known as Tomato was quite renowned. Thus, he noted Mr. Chu's actions with keen interest. As someone who despised mediocrity, Sun Lu harbored a deep envy for the power Mr. Chu possessed. If possible, he yearned to inquire how Mr. Chu had acquired such strength. Regrettably, Mr. Chu had only informed them that such power was beyond their grasp, leaving the group with a sense of lingering resentment. Yet, they dared not voice their feelings, intimidated by his evident prowess. In a moment of desperation, one might consider resorting to threats with a firearm. Yet, what if the adversary remains undeterred by such intimidations? Especially given the extraordinary powers at play? If all else fails, perhaps an individual could be sought to gauge the situation. Sun Lu pondered quietly, contemplating the possibility of uncovering some opportunity. It seemed as though fate had overheard his thoughts. Shortly thereafter, a commotion arose from a nearby location. Stay vigilant, Lu Zhongxing whispered urgently, causing the other team members to tense up. Each individual gripped their weapons, casting their gazes toward the source of the disturbance. A group of people was hastening towards their shop. As the two parties drew near, it became evident to the newcomers that the shop was occupied. They appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure, revealing a lean man who approached cautiously. "Gentlemen, are you here to scavenge supplies as well?" he inquired softly. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhongxing and his companions quickly understood the situation. The newcomers seemed to be scavengers, and their establishment was a small supermarket brimming with food and daily necessities, valuable resources. Indeed, it appeared that the group had ventured out, perhaps lured by the absence of zombies under the moonlight. "We are merely resting for a spell, and will be leaving shortly. There are plenty of supplies inside. Feel free to come and take what you need," Lu Zhongxing responded, stepping forward to address the man. Their primary mission was to locate the families of their teammates and escort them back to the supermarket, which housed an abundance of resources. Although the supermarket's supplies were considerable, they were on a journey and could not carry much. Thus, allowing the newcomers to take what they needed was a reasonable gesture. Lu Zhongxing also made a mental note of the location, considering these individuals as potential recruits for future endeavors. Upon hearing Lu Zhongxing's words, the newcomers conferred among themselves before sending a portion of their group forward, each member carrying bags as they entered the supermarket. As they observed from a safe distance, Lu Zhongxing and his team watched the newcomers pack the food into their bags. "Greetings, I am Bao Xiaoqiang, the leader of this group," announced a robust man who emerged from the opposing team, approaching Lu Zhongxing to initiate conversation. For others followed closely behind him, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary band of scavengers. "Hello, I am Lu Zhongxing. Bao, it appears that you are locals. Have you assembled a team to explore for supplies?" Lu Zhongxing queried, appraising the man's appearance before posing the question. "Indeed, we reside in this vicinity. It is quite perplexing that the zombies seem to have concealed themselves, providing us with the opportunity to venture out in search of sustenance." Bao Xiaoqiang, displaying a familiar demeanor, initiated a conversation. "Since I am older than you, I shall address you as Brother Lu," he said. "Brother Lu, from what I gathered earlier, you were out here seeking people. Did you encounter any of those creatures along your path?" After establishing rapport, Bao Xiaoqiang began to inquire about Lu Zhongxing and his companions. Lu Zhongxing, however, was not taken aback by the other's intentions. Instead, he chose to withhold certain crucial information and engaged in dialogue. Soon, Both parties conversed with ease, clarifying each other's circumstances. Bao Ge, we have gathered everything. We can withdraw now. At that moment, a member from the opposing team approached Bao Xiaoqiang. All right, Brother Liu. We must take our leave. Perhaps we shall meet again. Upon hearing his comrade's words, Bao Xiaoqiang began to prepare for departure. Lu Zhengxing acknowledged this and both groups began to part ways in an orderly manner. After a considerable distance, the opposing team turned towards a different direction, observing their retreat. Lu Zhengxing furrowed his brow. With years of professional experience, he sensed that the individual named Bao Xiaoqiang was rather exceptional. Furthermore, all of Bao Xiaoqiang's teammates were male and in their prime, exhibiting a demeanor of obedience towards him. It was evident that he had successfully united this group. However, Lu Zhengxing merely cast a few glances before averting his gaze, as they too had their own matters to attend to. Once he noticed that his teammates were sufficiently rested, he led them onward towards their next destination. At this juncture, their group had grown to 17 individuals, with women comprising a significant portion, primarily consisting of the companions' families. A few children accompanied them, which slightly hindered their progress. Fortunately, with Chu Xiu's presence, they encountered minimal danger along the way. Chapter 61. Ill intentions, let us make haste. We are nearing our resting place. On the dimly lit street, a large group treaded carefully. This team was predominantly composed of young individuals, with a few middle-aged members. They were the very ones who had successfully reunited with all their families and were now making their way back, guided by the remaining companions. However, some had tragically found their family members transformed into zombies and could not retrieve them from the supermarket. Thus, they had to allow Chu Xiu to incinerate them with his hellfire. A portion of the group had never witnessed Chu Xiu wielding such flames, and when he demonstrated the hellfire, it left the newly joined members utterly astounded. Indeed, a few of them sought ways to learn the technique from Chu Xiu. Unperturbed by their intentions, Chu Xiu remained indifferent, while Lu Zhengxing intervened to dissuade them. Nevertheless, Chu Xiu could discern that among these individuals, there lingered a hint of envy and jealousy towards his abilities. Despite the warnings issued by Lu Zhengxing, some individuals, tempted by the extreme rarity of the ability in question, chose to disregard his counsel entirely. They were relentless in their pursuit of extracting the power to wield flames from Chu Xiu, dismissing his claims of ignorance. However, out of respect for Chu Xiu's formidable strength, they merely schemed in secret, contemplating ways to uncover the means by which he had acquired his abilities. Observing their intentions, Lu Zhengxing initially contemplated employing some stringent measures to instill caution in them. Yet, he deemed it premature and resolved to act upon their return to the commercial district. As they passed a residential complex, a faint cry pierced the air. Over here. Over here. Help me. Turning their heads, they noticed a man on the second floor, waving frantically towards Lu Zhengxing and his companions. The man's excitement intensified upon catching their attention. Lu Ge, should we intervene? Chen Wan inquired, seeking Lu Zhengxing's guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhengxing firmly shook his head. No, it is imperative that we return to the commercial district post-haste. We cannot ascertain whether this is a trap. Furthermore, our group primarily consists of women and children. If danger were to arise, their safety would be compromised. Chen Wan recognized the wisdom in Lu Zhengxing's words and agreed to follow his lead. You are so selfish. How can you stand by while someone is in peril? A slightly plump woman exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. She seemed to believe she was championing a noble cause, her tone resonating loudly in the otherwise quiet neighborhood. Drawing attention, others regarded the woman with furrowed brows, and the man beside her appeared visibly embarrassed by her outburst. Realizing the shift in expressions around him, he quickly interjected. I apologize, everyone. My wife has a rather outspoken nature. However, I must admit she has a point. That young man, Chu Xiu, right? The man gestured towards Chu Xiu. Continuing, your sister-in-law is correct. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. With your remarkable abilities, remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Listen to your sister-in-law and swiftly assist the person in need, so we may continue on our journey. The man spoke with an air of familiarity. But when he noticed Chu Xiu's indifference, his demeanor shifted to one of irritation. Hey, Chu Xiu, I'm talking to you. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. One must have a conscience. Listen to me and go save that person so we can proceed. You remain motionless now, wasting the time of others, oblivious to your own shortcomings. As for the words of that individual, Chu Xiu merely gazed silently at him. It seemed that Chu Xiu showed him no respect, which immediately stirred the man's anger. Who gave you the impression that I am a benevolent soul? Chu Xiu remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon the other. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the man was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for a response. Ignoring him, Chu Xiu turned to the young man who had been waving. Hey, how many people do you have over there? The young man, noticing the apparent tension within the group, felt his spirits dampen. He understood that they might follow the pattern of those before them, engaging in a quarrel before departing. However, he was taken aback when the other party directed a question toward him after uttering something. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, the young man exclaimed, two people. I have a sister with me. She is in a wheelchair, but rest assured, it is an electric one," the young man called out urgently, a flicker of hope igniting within him. It was important to note that the apartment complex he resided in did not boast sturdy doors. Earlier that afternoon, the zombies outside had been relentlessly battering the door in a frenzy of rage, leaving numerous cracks. Had he not braced himself against it? Those zombies might have breached the threshold, with dire consequences for him and his sister. After enduring until nightfall, he was surprised to find that the zombies had retreated. If he were not single-handedly caring for his sister and unable to locate a safe haven, he would have long since sought escape. With the emergence of a second group, it indicated that they possessed a secure location. Thus, he could lead his sister to safety, at least evading the threat of the undead. As for whether Lu Zhengxing and his companions were malevolent, he surmised that the presence of numerous women in their ranks suggested a low likelihood of danger. Though this assumption might be hasty, it represented the best opportunity at hand. Should he continue to hesitate, it was evident that his door would not withstand much longer. Therefore, upon hearing the inquiry, he hastily responded. Upon receiving the answer, Chu Xiu nodded and then turned to the two individuals who had just criticized him, stating indifferently, "They may come over. You two should leave." With that, Chu Xiu pressed onward, while Lu Zhengxing appeared to grasp the situation. He gestured to Chen Wan and Sun Lu, who immediately understood. Grasping their weapons, they began to make their way toward the men above, intending to escort them down. Meanwhile, the slightly plump woman and man, upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, were left dumbfounded, struggling to believe their ears. They exchanged incredulous glances, confirming they had not misheard. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why should we leave just because they are coming over? Clarify your words. If you do not, no one is leaving." The plump woman suddenly erupted with rage, her eyes wide as she confronted Chu Xiu. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiu sighed and swiftly approached her side. Before the woman could react, he executed a swift kick, sending her sprawling to the side. He did not apply excessive force. Otherwise, she might have been cleaved in two. Nevertheless, this kick was sufficient to render her incapacitated for the day. The man beside her, witnessing his wife being so abruptly knocked down by Chu Xiu, was immediately filled with fury. "How dare you kick my wife?" he yelled, preparing to charge forward. However, he suddenly felt an immense force strike his body, lifting him off the ground and uncontrollably propelling him toward his wife. With a thud, he landed on the ground, his complexion pale and his brows furrowed. He felt as if his stomach was churning violently, accompanied by excruciating pain. Others looked on in astonishment at Chu Xiu. It was only after witnessing the kick that they realized he had just sent the man flying. One by one, they fell silent, unable to comprehend the brutality displayed by Chu Xiu over mere words exchanged. They were taken aback by his readiness to resort to violence, and the complete lack of restraint he exhibited. They were oblivious to the true extent of Chu Xiu's strength. His two kicks were already tempered with restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, the scene would undoubtedly have been grotesquely bloody. Ignoring the moans of the two, Chu Xiu coldly addressed the crowd. "Remember this, I am not your caretaker. Should there be a next time, their fate will be a reflection of your future. My patience is exceedingly limited." After delivering his chilling statement, he turned and walked away, awaiting Chen Wan and the others. The remaining members of the group, having witnessed both Chu Xiu's actions and heard his words, were left speechless. They exchanged glances, a mix of fear and indignation brewing within them. His words seemed to convey a blatant disregard for their agency, as if they were expected to submit to his authority. This made them, who cherished ideals of freedom and equality, profoundly uncomfortable. A few young individuals glared at Chu Xiu, their eyes glinting with defiance. In their view, he was merely someone who had stumbled upon extraordinary luck, acquiring abilities that set him apart from ordinary people. Stripped of those abilities, he would be nothing. Chu Xiu was acutely aware of their sentiments, but remained indifferent. His intent in rescuing Lu Zhengxing and the others was solely to establish a sanctuary and attract hordes of zombies. In his eyes, they were merely bait, their opinions utterly inconsequential. His singular focus was on enhancing his own strength. All other factions were but ephemeral illusions, offering no real support. Especially in the aftermath of certain circumstances, a faction devoid of top-tier powerhouses is merely akin to a fragile construct, lacking any semblance of deterrence. It can be asserted that as the situation progresses, should one's strength ascend, they would undoubtedly ascend to a position of prominence, even when traversing to other cities. Just as the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances, Chen Wan descended with his entourage. Chu Xiu cast his gaze over, and upon seeing the man who had previously wielded a weapon, Now pushing a wheelchair, his attention was immediately drawn to the occupant of the wheelchair. Ah, a stunning beauty. It was unexpected to encounter such a captivating figure. She was nothing short of a goddess, though regrettably, she was unable to use her legs. The young men within the group also noticed the person emerging from the opposite side. As they fixed their gaze upon the wheelchair, an audible gasp escaped their lips. The reason was simple. The woman seated in the wheelchair was extraordinarily beautiful. She donned a black long dress complemented by a long-sleeved coat, despite her seated position. Her ample figure was evident. As one looked upward, her exquisite features and icy demeanor, accentuated by a teardrop birthmark at the corner of her eye, struck a chord in the hearts of onlookers. They could not help but curse fate for allowing such a delicate creature to endure such cruel circumstances. Had her legs been intact, she would undoubtedly be a mesmerizing goddess. The young man pushing the wheelchair was accompanied closely by Chun Wan and Sun Lu. Once they entered the group, the woman maintained a calm expression, seemingly indifferent to the frequent scrutiny and murmurs of admiration directed her way. Having faced such attention throughout her life, she had grown accustomed to it. Before her legs became an issue, she had often been subjected to unwelcome advances and even jealousy and bullying from other girls. Yet, she never tolerated such behavior, retaliating fiercely in those moments. With her legs intact, she had trained in various self-defense techniques, rendering the bullying she faced inconsequential. In fact, during her school days, it was common for teachers to summon her parents, as she often left those who provoked her in a rather unfortunate state. However, since the tragic accident, she had been confined to her home. The emergence of this zombie crisis, though, sparked a flicker of excitement within her, albeit an excitement that perhaps should not be deemed normal. Thank you all. Had it not been for your refuge, my sister and I would undoubtedly have fallen prey to those zombies, expressed the young man who had previously wielded a weapon, overflowing with gratitude upon joining the group. Lu Zhengsheng, however, chose not to elaborate, but instead glanced at Chu Xiu before stating, "There is no need for such formality. This is not the time for idle chatter or introductions. Now that everyone is gathered, let us hasten our departure." Upon hearing Lu Zhengsheng's words, the others readily concurred. "What about those two over there?" the young man inquired, pointing toward the two individuals lying on the ground, lamenting their fate, not far away. "Disregard them. They brought this upon themselves. We can leave now." Lu Zhengsheng planned to convey his thoughts and directed the group to depart. Chapter 62. Escaping and astonishment. The man who had just waved his hand hesitated, glancing at the two individuals who lay on the ground. Observing the silence among the others, he too fell silent. As he silently pushed his sister's wheelchair, a sense of regret began to wash over him. No matter how one looked at it, abandoning one's comrades did not seem indicative of a noble group. Following the main party, they encountered no further disturbances and returned to the supermarket with great ease. The remaining individuals within the supermarket breathed a collective sigh of relief. After Lu Zhengsheng and his companions had left, they had felt a profound sense of insecurity. It was known that at that moment, fewer than 6 people remained in the supermarket, making it nearly impossible for them to safeguard the premises. Fortunately, with the return of Lu Zhengsheng and the enigmatic Chu Xiu, the safety of the supermarket was momentarily assured. Have the others returned? Lu Zhengsheng inquired of those who had stayed behind, wishing to ascertain whether the other two groups had made it back. "They have not returned, and there has been no word from them. You are the first to arrive," replied a doorman, his gaze involuntarily drifting aside. Upon Lu Zhengsheng's return, they had noticed the woman seated in the wheelchair. Her icy, stunning beauty was undeniably captivating, drawing glances from all present. They had encountered beautiful women before, yet none had been so striking up close. At that moment, they began to understand the allure of beauty. The woman in the wheelchair remained unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes. She had long grown accustomed to such attention and had encountered far more disgusting stares. However, now confined to her wheelchair, she was unable to move freely and could only sit in contemplation of how she and her brother should settle their situation. She felt a sense of unease regarding the group within the supermarket. The emergence of those monsters had made it abundantly clear that the world had descended into chaos. Rules and laws no longer held sway. A woman of her exquisite beauty would inevitably attract much unwanted attention. She was acutely aware of the powerful allure her appearance held in the eyes of others. Thus, even in her current state of immobility, she remained vigilant, contemplating strategies and carefully observing her surroundings. Should any ominous signs arise, she would need to ensure her brother's swift departure. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Chu Xiu. To her astonishment, he showed no interest in her presence, behaving in a manner that was distinctly peculiar. Notably, wherever he went, people made a conscious effort to steer clear of him, as if he were a force of nature that instilled fear. She observed as Chu Xiu casually picked up a nearby sausage, unwrapped it, and began to feed it to the black dog. During this feeding, he sensed a pair of eyes upon him. Turning his head, he discovered that the woman in the wheelchair was watching him intently. When the wheelchair-bound woman noticed that he had caught her gaze, she did not attempt to evade. Instead, she stared straight at him, which elicited a chuckle from Chu Xiu. How intriguing, he mused. But after a fleeting glance, he averted his eyes. He was not the sort to be rendered immobile by the sight of a beautiful woman. The allure of her appearance held no sway over him, particularly given her physical limitations. He preferred those who were more proactive. A person confined to a wheelchair could not embody that trait. Her condition might attract a certain niche of admirers, but he was not among them, thus he remained indifferent. Meanwhile, a group of individuals was sprinting fervently towards the commercial complex. Had Lu Zhengxing been present, he would have noticed that many among this crowd belonged to two other small factions, seemingly having located their families. Chu Xiu, his face etched with anxiety, dashed forward, frequently glancing back. Hurry, hurry, we are almost there. Once we reach our destination, we will be safe and free from worry. He continually encouraged his companions while supporting those lagging behind. The others around him gritted their teeth and pressed on, some, like Chu Xiu, occasionally casting anxious looks over their shoulders. Chu Xiu understood the source of their apprehension. It stemmed from the dangers they had encountered. Initially, they had set out with heightened vigilance, yet they were astonished to find the surroundings were not as perilous as anticipated. Even when they encountered zombies, these creatures merely lurked in the shadows, allowing them to avoid conflict as long as they did not provoke them. This sense of security led Chu Xiu and a few companions to grow somewhat lax. However, they had not anticipated that upon reuniting with their families, they would become targets for a terrifying monster. They were unaware of its arrival until they witnessed it preying upon one of their own, only realizing the danger when they heard their companion's blood-curdling scream. Initially, Chu Xiu thought it was a zombie attack and tried to rally everyone to fight back. But soon he discerned that the predator was not a zombie. The creature moved with such speed that they could hardly discern its appearance. Ah! Just as Chu Xiu was contemplating the situation, another scream pierced the air nearby. His face paled as he turned toward the source of the sound. A shadow darted past, swiftly snatching away a companion before vanishing. Run quickly! Chu Xiu suppressed his rising terror and shouted to the others. In the distance, the commercial complex began to emerge into view. Upon seeing it, a flicker of excitement crossed Chu Xiu's face. He felt that safety was within reach. They just needed to get closer to be rescued. Yet, as he continued to run with fervor, a massive shadow suddenly descended before them. A colossal shadow loomed before him, akin to an impenetrable steel wall, obstructing his path forward. Gasping, Chu Xiu abruptly halted, his gaze fixated in astonishment upon the monstrous barrier that hindered their advance. The creature's immense form resembled a massive, ebony steel construct, its body cloaked in a coat of jet-black fur. However, due to its proximity, Chu Xiu discerned that the creature's fur appeared exceptionally sharp, glinting with a metallic sheen. A pair of crimson eyes bore into Chu Xiu and his companions, their vast orbs radiating a palpable aura of ferocity and malevolence. Rather than continuing its previous playful antics, the beast now confronted them directly. Bathed in moonlight, Chu Xiu observed with mounting horror that the creature bore a striking resemblance to a feline, resembling a gargantuan black cat, though its size was utterly staggering. Its forepaws loomed at least 5 meters above the ground. Roar! The black cat bellowed at Chu Xiu and the others, unleashing a noxious stench that assaulted their senses, causing Chu Xiu's stomach to churn. Disturbingly, he heard the sounds of others retching and collapsing nearby. Clearly, some had succumbed to faintness, while others were overwhelmed by the foul odor. Trembling, Chu Xiu grasped a watermelon knife, unsteadily raising it before him. I'll hold it off. You must flee, he shouted, charging toward the monstrous feline and swinging the knife with all his might. Yet, as he surged forward, the creature deftly evaded his strike, leaping aside rather than engaging him head-on. However, Chu Xiu's relief was short-lived, for he saw the creature leap towards another companion, extending its claws to pin him down. Help me! Help me! Someone save me! His comrade cried, struggling desperately against the beast's grasp. Just as Chu Xiu prepared to rush to his aid, he witnessed the creature's claws lash out violently. Amidst his companion's agonized screams, the monstrous claws brutally tore into his body. Stunned, Chu Xiu watched as the creature violently flung its paw, leaving his companion shattered, chunks of flesh scattering in every direction. A small piece of gore splattered onto Chu Xiu's face. He stiffly wiped it away, revealing a grotesque eyeball, its dark pupil staring blankly ahead. No, no. Chu Xiu wailed in despair, for the fallen companion had been his closest friend, more dear than a brother, and now, he had perished so effortlessly. Yet, the creature paid no heed to Chu Xiu's anguish, its attention drawn instead to a group of women nearby. a cruel expression dawning on its face. Realizing the imminent danger, Chu Xiu hurled the watermelon knife with all his strength, determined to protect them. Perhaps it was the allure of a woman that captivated attention, causing the colossal black feline creature to remain oblivious to Chu Xiu's movements. This allowed the watermelon knife to strike the beast's body with precision. However, in a moment of despair, Chu Xiu realized that his thrown weapon had failed to inflict any damage. Although the knife made contact with the creature, it merely ricocheted off its fur, clattering to the ground with a metallic clink. This sound, too, drew the attention of the dark-haired monster, which then turned its gaze toward Chu Xiu. A howl erupted from the creature, clearly enraged by Chu Xiu's actions. With a fierce roar, it lunged toward him, casting a shadow that enveloped Chu Xiu, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. The immense black cat was stained with the blood of its slain prey, and each movement exuded a palpable aura of carnage. Yet, rather than succumbing to terror, Chu Xiu felt a strange sense of liberation, despite the fear that gripped him. He had exhausted all possible actions. There was no further recourse. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon their ill fate for encountering such a dreadful beast. Had it not been for this monster, their party would surely have returned unscathed. Along their harrowing journey, nearly half of their number had perished at the hands of this creature, most of whom were strong men, thus diminishing their capacity for resistance. In the face of this formidable foe, they had no other means of defense. Curse it, if there were deities, may they ensure this wretched beast suffers a fate worse than death. Chu Xiu's expression twisted with loathing as he beheld the impending charge of the massive feline. Just then, a soft sound pierced the air. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the enormous black creature engulfed in sudden black flames. The emergence of the fire was so abrupt that even the beast seemed taken aback. As the creature registered the sensation, it was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as though the flames penetrated its very marrow, causing it to writhe and howl in agony. Chu Xiu, momentarily stunned by the sight of the burning beast, stood in a daze. Black flames. Wait a moment, this fire is... He quickly scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, a voice approached from the distance, capturing his attention. The figure, clad in refined casual attire, exuded an enigmatic aura as they strolled leisurely toward him. With each step, wisps of black flames flickered beneath their feet, reminiscent of walking upon a carpet of darkness. Chu Xiu gazed at the distant, blazing black feline, astonished by the unexpected delight before him. This ebony creature had ascended to the second tier, influenced by the blood rain and moonlight. It was not merely a novice at this level, rather, it stood at the pinnacle of the second tier. Should the unadvanced Heido engage it, a fierce battle would surely ensue. Even in the second tier, while Heido would ultimately prevail, it would require considerable effort. However, now that Heido had awakened his extraordinary abilities, this formidable black cat would merely serve as sustenance for him. The black flames relentlessly consumed the creature, swiftly singeing its fur until nothing remained, and even its flesh began to dissolve. This was the amplified effect of Heido's powers, as the opponent was nearing the third tier. Even with the full force of the inferno of the abyss, the burning process would take time, unlike the rapid incineration of first-tier zombies. The stronger the being, the slower the burn. Nevertheless, extinguishing this fire was an impossibility. Only severing the burned portions could provide relief. Yet, the black feline was oblivious to this, and with its entire form engulfed in flames, there was no chance of escape. Are you all right? I heard commotion from this direction and rushed over. Chu Xiu approached Chu Xiu, scrutinizing him closely. Ah, I'm fine. It's just that my companions suffered heavy casualties, Chu Xiu replied hurriedly. Finally responding to Chu Xiu's call, his gaze remained fixed on the burning cat, a hint of envy for its power flickering within him. The survivors around them stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sight of the incinerated beast. They had never imagined that such a terrifying creature could be vanquished in such a brief span of time. This revelation left them in disbelief. Chapter 63. Rest and refuge. The black flames, continuously consuming the terrifying entity, left the onlookers utterly astonished. At this moment, Chu Xiu slowly emerged from the shadows. He felt no confusion regarding their reactions. After all, his strength was formidable. At his current level, even facing a somewhat ordinary second-tier apex monster was a trivial endeavor. Particularly, as he possessed even greater power, there was no need for excessive concern in such circumstances. Mr. Chu, Chu Xiu exclaimed in shock upon seeing Chu Xiu. He had not anticipated that the latter would take action, and the might displayed by a single hand was truly fearsome. It was important to remember that the previous black monster had wreaked havoc upon them, leaving no room for resistance. They had been utterly powerless, enduring the torment of those creatures while fleeing in sorrow. At this moment, the monstrous creature that instilled terror in them was effortlessly vanquished. Its burning form lay before them, continuously ablaze, revealing the horrific expression it bore in its final moments. This vividly illustrated the formidable power of the terrifying black flames wielded by Chu Xiu. The sheer might of such flames was enough to elicit an expression of profound fear from a creature known for its brutality and savagery. For them, this was utterly astonishing, and it was no wonder that they all felt a mix of strength and trepidation upon witnessing the event. Many regarded Chu Xiu as if he were a demon, instinctively retreating a few steps as he approached. Yet, a few among them, upon seeing the lifeless black cat, could not help but display expressions of unrestrained satisfaction. It was known that numerous loved ones had met a tragic end at the claws of that dark beast. Now, witnessing its demise, they were overtaken by feelings of rage, with some even contemplating delivering a few kicks to the fallen creature. However, upon observing the relentless black flames still consuming it, they reconsidered and halted their advance. Regardless, the effectiveness of Chu Xiu's intervention had provided them with a sense of catharsis, allowing them to face their situation with newfound comfort. Chu Xiu surveyed the group before him, noting that there were primarily women, with a few young men among them. In light of this, he nodded inwardly. After all, a refuge requires a measure of labor. Without it, gathering a larger populace would be unfeasible. If he continued to exert himself to protect these individuals without any return, it would be an exercise in futility. Only as the sanctuary gradually expanded could he reap continuous benefits. Furthermore, once the population of the refuge grew significantly, he could select individuals of superior aptitude to impart his spiritual essence to them. This would enhance their strength and ensure he had a reliable cadre of followers. Alleviating his concerns about various other matters, an approach Chu Xiu held in high regard. Now that the matter here is resolved, you may all return, Chu Xiu stated coldly. Regarding the group before him, the rescued individuals, taken aback by his indifferent tone, had anticipated a more amiable demeanor following their rescue. Nevertheless, despite the chill of Chu Xiu's indifferent remarks, they exhibited not the slightest trace of discontent. Instead, each individual hastily expressed their gratitude, swiftly gathering their belongings and racing towards the commercial center, now fully aware that it represented a sanctuary. Upon witnessing everyone hastening towards the commercial hub, Chu Xiu diverted his gaze, though he cast a glance into the distance. He discerned that the direction of their flight was rather short-lived. It was likely they had encountered monsters along the way. This led Chu Xiu to ponder the possibility that other creatures might still lurk in that vicinity. For such monsters tend to manifest in groups rather than as solitary beings, appearing one after another. Given the presence of monsters ahead, Chu Xiu felt a compelling urge to investigate further, hoping to exploit the moonlight to eliminate those threats. Yet, he harbored concerns that should he venture forth, other monsters might breach their current stronghold, rendering his exploration counterproductive. After all, once a gathering occurs, it inevitably attracts an unending tide of zombies seeking to attack. Thus, rather than embarking on a perilous exploration, he deemed it more prudent to remain in place and await developments. As long as the zombies were plentiful, Black Bean could swiftly ascend in strength. Achieving a premier level of combat prowess would simplify matters significantly for him. With his gaze withdrawn, Chu Xiu ceased to concern himself with external affairs and returned to the commercial center. Within its confines, a considerable number of people had congregated, despite many having fallen midway. Remarkably, the total count of their group had nearly breached 50, an increase of over 20 individuals. The atmosphere became somewhat raucous. Yet they all understood the gravity of their predicament, maintaining a modicum of decorum as they delineated their respective resting areas. Given the presence of both elderly and young, as well as males and females, they began to establish boundaries for their spaces. In these designated areas, a semblance of security emerged, as they had indeed found a commendable temporary refuge, bolstered by the presence of a notably formidable individual. As this realization dawned upon many, their gazes turned towards the last entrant, Chu Xiu. At that moment, he exhibited no extraordinary behavior. He simply reached into his jacket pocket to caress Black Bean, stifling a yawn as he ambled in another direction. Observing him, some individuals promptly bowed in deference, simultaneously conveying their gratitude. It is precisely due to the presence of Chu Xiu that they have managed to survive, albeit briefly, in such a terrifying locale. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's existence, they would likely have been devoured by the dreadful zombies and monsters long ago. The consequence of such death is one they are utterly unwilling to experience, for no one desires to meet their end. At this moment, the night still envelopes the sky, showing no signs of change. The clock has struck 2 or 3 in the morning, a time when many have begun to feel drowsy, with some seeking a place to rest. Yet, at this very moment, a few men, with expressions of unease, surveyed their surroundings. Upon observing those around them succumbing to sleep, these men cautiously made their way to the first floor of the supermarket. Arriving at the entrance, they exchanged wary glances before grasping their tools. determined to pry open the supermarket's doors. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, momentarily blinding those intent on opening the doors and causing them to squint instinctively. When they finally opened their eyes again, they were startled to find themselves surrounded by more than 10 men, all of whom glared at them with palpable anger. "What are you planning to do? It is rather late to be out and about, isn't it?" spoke Lu Zhengsheng, his tone icy as he regarded the intruders. Under the harsh glare of the lights, the would-be door openers were fully revealed. For individuals, 2 middle-aged men appearing to be in their 40s and 2 younger men, one in his 20s and the other nearing 30. Upon seeing the 10 men encircling them, the expressions of the 4 shifted to one of concern. The middle-aged man, observing the situation, let out a nervous laugh and said, "Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding. We simply realized we left something outside, and were planning to retrieve it. Truly, we were worried about disturbing you given the late hour, so we intended to be discreet in our approach and swiftly return. You see, during the day, many zombies may emerge, making it impossible for us to reclaim our belongings. Thus, we figured that a quick nighttime retrieval would be far more convenient." The middle-aged man's nervous laughter accompanied his explanations, and hearing his words, some of the encircling men began to relent, lowering their weapons gradually. Observing this change in demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a surge of hope and resolved to continue explaining, determined to convince them that he and his companions bore no ill intent. "You all must be aware that we are the ones you have rescued, and thus it is inconceivable for us to flee. Our sole intention is to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Upon the conclusion of the middle-aged man's statement, the other 3 promptly echoed his sentiment, asserting that their only desire was to search for their belongings, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. "So, are we to understand that a misunderstanding has occurred?" Upon hearing their words, Lu Zhengxing inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding. We deeply apologize for disturbing your rest." The middle-aged man, sensing an opportunity, laughed heartily while feigning remorse, his demeanor exuding an air of contrition as if he had genuinely erred, and he instinctively waved his hand to convey that he posed no threat. "However, who are those individuals outside the supermarket? Are you acquainted with them?" Just as the middle-aged man believed he could easily navigate the situation, Sun Lu unexpectedly interjected. Upon hearing Sun Lu's words, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a question and quickly cast a glance in Sun Lu's direction. He chuckled. "Did you think we hadn't noticed? You underestimate us. Our people are watching from the 2nd floor. We can clearly see the more than 10 individuals lying outside." Qinwan chimed in, his tone laced with mockery. "Everyone? What are you talking about? What outside individuals? I fail to comprehend. We genuinely wish to venture out to find our belongings. If there are indeed people outside, then we must not open the door. What if they're zombies?" The middle-aged man hastily gestured, attempting to convey a facade of sincerity. Yet, upon witnessing the persistent mocking expressions on their faces, his composure began to falter. He realized that they had undoubtedly discerned something. Otherwise, they would not be so certain that the individuals outside were connected to them. Simultaneously, the professional man felt a pang of frustration as he pondered where things had gone awry, leading the others to discover their presence. After all, they had not previously communicated anything, and their plans were meticulously orchestrated without any apparent flaws. He could not fathom which aspect had gone astray to yield such consequences, as their prior intentions had been exceedingly well thought out. As if perceiving the middle-aged man's turmoil, Lu Zhengsheng spoke with a hint of sorrow for them. "You needn't ponder any further. We obtained this information solely through inquiries with those from outside. You can no longer rely on them for salvation, for they have utterly vanished. By the way, the resolution of their predicament occurred quite early, precisely when you first arrived at the supermarket." Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, the middle-aged man and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, suspecting that they were being deceived. He found it hard to accept the veracity of the claims being made, as they had stumbled upon this mall by chance and had fortuitously discovered it devoid of occupants. Their intention had been to seize the opportunity to occupy this place, yet Lu's tone suggested that the moment they considered their allocation and ventured here, the external forces had already been vanquished, which was difficult for them to accept. Now, doubt began to creep in, as they observed that despite the lights being on for quite some time, there had been no response from the external forces. Logically, there should have been a forceful attempt to breach the gates by now. It was inconceivable that such silence could persist, an eerie stillness enveloping the surroundings. Sensing the middle-aged man's reluctance to surrender, Lu Zhengsheng calmly remarked, "You need not await the arrival of others to rescue you, if you doubt my words. You may gaze outside, where you should behold the lifeless bodies of your fallen comrades." Chapter 64. Meet my gaze, brothers. We are all merely trying to make a living. We do not wish for this to transpire. Therefore, let us be as inconsequential as a mere afterthought. Grant us mercy. We assure you that once we depart, we shall never return. The middle-aged man, witnessing the situation spiraling into an unforeseen direction, hastily pleaded for mercy, eager to preserve his life. In his heart, he dismissed the notion of adhering to his own words after escaping. He had already begun to harbor resentment towards this group, waiting for the opportunity to rally others and reclaim this place. He had assessed the locale and deemed it a veritable treasure trove. Not only was it shielded by surrounding structures, but as a supermarket, it was also replete with abundant resources. Once he escaped, he was confident he could persuade a cohort to join him. At that moment, he envisioned a triumphant return, vowing not to spare a single soul within. However, Lu Zhengxing and his companions regarded the man's words with skepticism, having dealt with people for many years. They could discern the stark disparity between his thoughts and his spoken words, rendering him utterly untrustworthy. Just then, a voice interrupted the tension. Release them. Upon recognizing the source of the voice, the group turned to find it was indeed Chu Xiu. Observing the puzzled expressions on Lu Zhengxing and the others, he gestured for them to act as he had suggested. Although Chun Wan and Sun Lu wished to offer further counsel, Lu Zhengxing silenced their protests with a wave, signaling for the gates to be opened. Upon witnessing Lu Zhengxing's actions, Sun Lu and the others felt a sense of discontent but had no choice but to let him go. The middle-aged man, observing the unfolding situation, couldn't help but display a hint of satisfaction. Foolish souls, they had no idea they were being robbed. Just wait. Once I gather my forces, I shall ensure they comprehend the consequences. With a facade of gratitude, the man promptly fled as soon as the supermarket doors opened. Fearing that a change of heart from his adversaries would spell disaster for him, he hastily urged the other three to follow closely, prioritizing their escape. Chu Xiu, do you realize you are releasing a tiger back into the mountains? That individual clearly bears ill intentions and will undoubtedly seek to reclaim this place. Jin Wan, feeling that Chu Xiu was losing sight of the bigger picture, voiced his anxiety. To him, Chu Xiu's recent actions seemed benevolent, but such kindness could jeopardize their stronghold. Do not fret. My intention in letting them go is to draw more individuals here. As for the potential of losing the refuge, you need not worry. Chu Xiu reassured Lu Zhengxing and the others. He understood their concerns, yet they did not pertain to him. He could discern that the middle-aged man possessed some degree of capability. Should he indeed rally a multitude, it would ultimately benefit Chu Xiu, increasing the numbers in their sanctuary and drawing the attention of zombies, which aligned perfectly with his fishing strategy. His plan was to attract a swarm and rapidly bolster the strength of his forces. Moreover, Chu Xiu was acutely aware that they were approaching a pivotal moment. The information regarding his refuge would inevitably lure more individuals. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. You all should rest, Chu Xiu declared, then made his way toward his resting quarters. Chen Wan, hearing Chu Xiu's words, deemed him excessively arrogant. Did he truly believe that possessing that flame made him invincible? Was he unaware of the power of firearms? No matter how formidable he was, could he rival the might of a gun? Chen Wan muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling that Chu Xiu was overly presumptuous. Enough of this talk behind his back. Let us heed his words and comply. Lu Zhengxing comforted the others, urging his companions to take their rest. Reluctantly, Chen Wan and the others murmured a few more complaints before obediently returning to the second floor to rest. Upon arriving on the second floor, Chu Xiu noticed a girl seated in a wheelchair not far away. She showed no inclination to rest, remaining fixed in her chair. When she caught sight of Chu Xiu and their eyes met, she displayed no intention of averting her gaze. Noticing her demeanor, Chu Xiu chuckled lightly. Unhurriedly, he approached her, locking eyes with her as he inquired, "What do you gaze upon so intently?" His tone was grave as he regarded her, simultaneously emanating a chilling aura. After he became a warrior, an oppressive aura emanated from him, one that belonged exclusively to a higher echelon of life. This aura was intermingled with his murderous intent and the fierce energy reflected back by the black bean. It was evident that the figure before him was merely an ordinary girl. Confronted by such a terrifying presence as Chu Xiu's, her complexion paled even further. Her already fair face, now startled, appeared even more ghostly white. Curiosity, though not a commendable trait, piqued his interest. To his surprise, she managed to speak calmly despite being enveloped by his overwhelming aura, though it was clear she struggled to maintain her composure. "I am merely intrigued. Given that this is your first offense, I shall refrain from punishing you," Chu Xiu declared with a smile, his words imbued with a commanding authority. This made her feel as though she had stepped into a different era, where one could audaciously witness another's punishment. "What is your name?" Chu Xiu inquired, gazing down at her. "Su Xiao Ming," the girl in the wheelchair pronounced each syllable distinctly. "What?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing her struggle to articulate further, he withdrew his imposing aura. The sudden dissipation of his presence allowed Chu Xiu to breathe more easily, gasping for air as if she had been deprived of oxygen. After a few intense breaths, an idea struck her. She retrieved her phone and typed out her name, then turned the device to show it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiaoming, a name that starkly contrasts with your appearance, he remarked, astonished by the juxtaposition of her seemingly icy demeanor and her adorably innocent name. Many have said as much. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Chu Xiaoming replied coldly, I shall no longer gaze directly at you, and you must refrain from exuding such an aura. It is somewhat damaging to me. As a frail woman, I cannot withstand it, she said, her tone softening. Though she maintained her frosty demeanor, she was far from foolish. She recognized that the man before her was no ordinary individual, and with her brother fast asleep nearby, she knew she could not provoke him. Seemingly amused by her, Chu Xiu left her with a light remark before turning away. As he departed, she was left with an expression of disbelief, watching his retreating figure until it disappeared from sight. Her delicate, pale hands clenched into tight fists, and her pearly teeth clicked together, producing a crisp sound. The words he had left her with had a profound impact. Thus, the night swiftly passed. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock, the black sun rose as usual, while the blood-red moon quickly descended. The sky began to revert to a twilight-like hue. However, some night watchmen were astonished to find that, despite the sun still being black, yet at the edge of the darkened day, a golden hue emanated. This lent a semblance of brightness to the otherwise dim atmosphere, alleviating the pervasive gloom of the previous day, as if a frosted glass had been removed. Zombies! The zombies are out again! A voice of panic rang out, instantly rousing the slumbering individuals, who scrambled up in terror. Many of them had arrived just the previous night, so upon hearing of the zombies' emergence, fear etched across their faces. Instinctively, they flocked to the windows, peering down at the streets below. Indeed, around the commercial complex, zombies staggered forth. Groans escaped their lips, a haunting chorus of mindless sounds. The shambling undead moved slowly along the street, and upon witnessing this eerie sight, the onlookers instinctively recoiled from the windows, lowering their voices to avoid attracting the zombies' attention. In that moment, Lu Zhongxing, who had also just awakened, hurriedly whispered warnings. After all, the glass of their commercial establishment was not particularly durable. Should the zombies charge, the glass door would inevitably shatter. While the door was of decent quality, it could not withstand overwhelming force, as it was tempered glass rather than bulletproof. A severe impact would shatter it into countless shards. Fortunately, the group found themselves on the second floor, making it unlikely that any sounds would draw the zombies' notice. Sister, why do you look so tired? Did you not sleep well? Her brother, Chu Xiu, yawned beside her. The exhausting night of running had left this ordinary worker quite fatigued, and upon entering the safe haven, he had fallen into a deep sleep, oblivious to the fact that his sister had been frightened in the dead of night. I am not tired, brother. I need to find someone, Chu Xiaoming declared with a newfound resolve in her eyes. Find someone? Who do you intend to seek? Our parents are long gone. And do we know anyone else around here? Our neighbors have turned into zombies. Since your accident, you have had no friends, Chu Xiu replied, gazing at his sister with confusion. It was as if, after just one night, she had transformed into a different person. Yet, feeling indebted to her, he felt compelled to heed her wishes. You wish to seek someone? I think it would be best if you reconsider, he advised. But Chu Xiaoming dismissed his words with a wave of cold water. Originally, he intended to showcase his prowess as an elder brother in front of his sister. But to his astonishment, he found himself dismissed by her. This left him momentarily speechless, gazing at his sister, unsure of what to say. Why do you not trust your elder brother? Just tell me who it is, and I assure you I will find them. The fact that his sister doubted him made Chu Xiu feel discriminated against, prompting him to hastily seek to prove his worth. He was determined not to lose face before Chu Xiaoming, and he felt it imperative to demonstrate that, as her brother, he possessed considerable strength. Upon hearing her brother's words, Chu Xiaoming merely rolled her eyes. She was well aware of her brother's character. Compared to her, he was, in truth, an ordinary person. However, it was precisely this understanding that led Chu Xiaoming to harbor no other thoughts about him. She recognized that he was also aware of his own ordinariness and that, as her brother, he bore significant pressure. He cherished her deeply and would undoubtedly fulfill her every request. Thus, she wished to avoid placing him in danger due to her own issues. Enough of this nonsense. I know how to find that person myself, Chu Xiaoming interjected, cutting off her brother's incessant chatter. No, who are you looking for? Is it a man or a woman? Is this person safe? You must let your brother vet them for you. I assure you, even if the king of heaven himself were to come, it would not suffice, Chu Xiu exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation, as he was determined to protect his sister from any harm. The person my sister is looking for should be me. Just as Chu Xiu was engulfed in his indignation, A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The unexpected voice sent a shiver down Chu Xiu's spine. He had not anticipated that someone could approach him so silently. He quickly turned to see that the speaker was Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu felt a twinge of apprehension toward Chu Xiu. It was common knowledge that he appeared to be the leader within this refuge. The people around them seemed to regard this man with trepidation. Although he was strikingly handsome, Chu Xiu found that the more attractive he was, the more he felt he could not be a good person. Despite recognizing the danger that Chu Xiu represented, he stood his ground, maintaining eye contact without flinching. You really are siblings. Both of you seem to enjoy staring directly at others, Chu Xiu remarked with a chuckle, observing them. He noted that their shared intensity in gazing at others was a clear indication of their kinship. Chapter 65, She actually stood up staring? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Chu Xiu echoed in confusion. His implication suggested that this seemingly unsavory character had some connection with his sister. But when could such an interaction have occurred? Could it have been while he was asleep? Chu Xiu suddenly widened his eyes, sensing that he might have stumbled upon something significant. You haven't said anything to my sister, have you? You wouldn't dare threaten her, he exclaimed. I assure you, I will not allow you to succeed. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect my sister, he shouted deliberately, intending for others to hear him. In his mind, he believed that such a loud declaration would instill caution in his adversary. After all, if it became known that he was someone who threatened others, it could deter his opponent from persisting, as such overt dominance might compel them to leave his sister alone. However, to his astonishment, Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged. Is this truly what you wish to convey? Have you considered the repercussions of your words? Chu Xiu regarded the man before him with a sardonic amusement at his foolishness. He stepped forward, seizing the man's collar and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Without strength, one ought to remain quietly in place and refrain from provoking others. Should you continue this way, you will only place yourself and your sister in peril. Remember this. With that, Chu Xiu cast him aside. Coughing violently, Chu Xiu collapsed to the ground, struggling for breath. He had barely comprehended the situation before being hoisted aloft by his collar. The weight of his body combined with the constriction around his neck, rendering him breathless. He nearly believed he was on the brink of death, filled with dread. Simultaneously, he was terrified by Chu Xiu's formidable strength. It was astonishing. After all, he weighed nearly 120 pounds, yet his opponent had lifted him with such ease, single-handedly, no less. After a few coughs, Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with wide-eyed terror. He was now too afraid to provoke him further, recognizing the true extent of his opponent's fearsome nature. Moreover, he observed that no one in the vicinity stepped forward to assist him. They had heard the commotion but remained silent, understanding that their safety was intertwined with Chu Xiu's presence. If they were to drive him away, who would ensure their protection? Some even harbored darker thoughts regarding Chu Xiaoming, captivated by her strikingly beautiful visage. Some individuals secretly wished that Chu Xiu were a thoroughly wicked person, as it would provide them with the opportunity to witness a grand performance of profound interaction. Naturally, they would never admit this openly. I just heard your brother mention that you're looking for me? Chu Xiu inquired, casting a glance at Chu Xiaoming before him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Xiaoming turned her gaze to her brother standing nearby. Rest assured, he is fine. I merely tugged at him gently, Chu Xiu replied casually, as if he were not the one who had just carelessly tossed her brother aside. With a sigh, Chu Xiaoming's voice wavered slightly as she said, he is my brother, and he spoke out of concern for my safety. She then apologized on her brother's behalf, promising to keep him in check to prevent any further indiscretions. With a glance, she silenced Chu Xiu, who was eager to speak again, and then looked up at Chu Xiu, saying, Last night, I pondered deeply, and I wish to try the matter you mentioned. Chu Xiu, upon hearing Chu Xiaoming's words, felt no surprise. She lowered her gaze to her legs, continuing, since that incident, I have been recuperating. Due to various reasons, I have had no friends. My brother has been my sole caretaker. Though he is quite ordinary, he has never complained. There was a time when our family faced severe hardships, and my brother even resorted to selling himself for my sake, though he tried to hide it. I could not remain unaware. The girl spoke softly, her words drawing a faint blush to Chu Xiu's cheeks, while the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Chu Xiu cast a surprised glance at Chu Xiu, astonished to discover this aspect of his past. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Chu Xiu was rather handsome, arguably the second most attractive person in the shopping center, with Chu Xiu himself holding the first position. Sister, you needn't divulge such details. Others will judge your brother based on that, Chu Xiu muttered, somewhat discontented. Under normal circumstances, I would not speak of this matter. However, the current situation is different. I believe Mr. Chu would not be concerned about such things. If I wish to obtain what you propose, I must also be willing to relinquish certain aspects, which I presume includes some perspectives on matters. Upon hearing Su Xiaoming's words, Chu Xiu laughed heartily. Indeed. However, do not take it too much to heart. Although you have made your decision, I must remind you that once you agree, there is no turning back. Yet, I trust you will not regret it, for you truly have no other options. With a playful smile, Chu Xiu extended his hand and gently tapped her forehead. His unexpected gesture left Su Xiaoming momentarily stunned, as well as startling the surrounding spectators, who thought he might be about to pierce the pretty girl's head. After lightly touching the forehead of the other person, Chu Xiu withdrew his finger. All right, you can feel it now, but this is not permanent. To continue your enhancement, it must be initiated by me. No one else can do it, Chu Xiu said, observing the other's expression. Just moments ago, he had infused a trace of his spiritual energy into her body. Last night, he sensed the deep-seated reluctance within this strikingly beautiful girl. Given her undeniable allure, he boldly informed her that he could help her rise once more. He also mentioned that beyond merely standing, she would gain additional abilities. However, the condition was unwavering loyalty to him. To his surprise, after just one night, she had swiftly made her decision, even altering her mindset, which pleased Chu Xiu greatly. What happened? That powerful figure merely touched her forehead? I don't know, but that beauty is truly stunning. Too bad she's not mine. Nonsense. Why don't you take a look in the mirror at your own reflection? TCH, what difference does it make? No matter how beautiful she is, she's still a cripple. So what if she's a cripple? Isn't that even better? In the end, she'll still follow your lead. Dude, how are you so twisted? That's just inhuman. Huh. As if you wouldn't want her if she were in front of you. If you have the ability, don't touch her. Pfft, why wouldn't I touch her? I absolutely will. Everyone, stop talking. If that powerful figure hears us, we might be in trouble. Cough. We were just boasting, indulging in idle chatter. We wouldn't dare. Exactly. Wait, look. Is she standing up? No way. She really is standing. What is happening? I knew that powerful figure was impressive. But this is beyond belief. Yes, just a gentle touch and a wheelchair user is on her feet. Do you think it could be an act? Are you stupid? Didn't you see how she arrived? If it were an act, she would be digging her own grave. Use your brain. So, she really is standing? This is incredible. What kind of sorcery is this? At that moment, the onlookers were utterly astonished, gazing at Su Xiaoming. She had actually risen to her feet. Despite having been confined to a wheelchair until now, some among them had previously conversed with Su Xiaoming and were fully aware that she was genuinely unable to stand. Yet now, after just a gentle touch from Chu Xiu, she was upright. Su Xiaoming's legs trembled as she stood, her face reflecting disbelief. Overwhelmed by sensations coursing through her legs, tears filled her eyes. She had long believed she would never stand again, following her accident. The doctors had clearly informed her that she would never be able to stand in her future life. Yet at this moment, she astonishingly managed to stand up. Albeit with a slight unsteadiness, which could merely be attributed to prolonged sitting, resulting in her legs lacking familiarity. Chu Xiu observed Su Xiaoming, now upright, and noted her height, which appeared to be approximately 1.75 meters, and this was without the aid of shoes. Presumably, due to her reliance on a wheelchair, she had been barefoot all along. At that moment, she joyfully stood on the ground, occasionally moving her legs. Even Su Xiao, who stood nearby, felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. After more than 5 minutes of movement, Su Xiaoming seemed to remember that Chu Xiu was still before her, and she quickly turned her gaze towards him. Before she could utter her words of gratitude, a large hand encircled her waist. Indeed, I did not anticipate that you possess such potential. Remember your words. You are henceforth under my protection. Now, let me demonstrate my capabilities. After a brief embrace, Chu Xiu released her and proceeded towards the staircase, descending to the first floor. He then instructed the 2 individuals stationed at the entrance to open the doors of the supermarket before stepping outside. Chu Xiu's actions immediately captured the attention of others. Those who had yet to witness his prowess were astonished, questioning whether he was courting danger. Conversely, those familiar with his abilities felt a spark of excitement in their eyes. Anxiously watching as Chu Xiu stepped outside, their hearts racing with anticipation. Outside the supermarket, a number of zombies aimlessly wandered, emitting unintelligible sounds as they meandered about. At that moment, Chu Xiu emerged, resembling a fragrant sausage tossed into a den of ferocious dogs, irresistibly attracting their attention. In an instant, the surrounding zombies' eyes gleamed with a crimson light, their mouths agape as they lunged desperately towards Chu Xiu. In their perception, he was a delectable morsel. Those on the second floor observed clearly as the zombies frenziedly rushed towards Chu Xiu, akin to tossing an enticing bait into a pond teeming with fish, inciting a spectacular chaos. Some among them could hardly bear to witness the impending scene, believing Chu Xiu was inviting his own demise, and they averted their eyes from the anticipated gruesome outcome. They were well aware that they had narrowly escaped from the clutches of the undead. Having witnessed the horrific fates of others caught by zombies, the visceral imagery of disembowelment making some feel nauseated at mere recollection. However, a portion of the onlookers remained fixated on Chu Xiu, as if seeking to unravel some deeper truth. Particularly, Lu Zhengsheng and his companions widened their eyes in anticipation. They had all witnessed the spectacle of Chu Xiu's prowess and were filled with envy for his extraordinary abilities. Thus, upon seeing him prepare for action, each of them was eager to glean some insights, yearning to possess such power themselves. Were Chu Xiu to hear their innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly advise them to abandon their hopes, for he alone had monopolized all avenues to acquire such abilities. Even the extraordinary powers were reserved for those of unique standing. At that moment, confronted by the approaching hordes of zombies, a fervent smile illuminated Chu Xiu's face. Previously, within the confines of the supermarket, he had to temper his demeanor, for he bore the mantle of a leader. Although unspoken, it was a consensus among the people that Chu Xiu was indeed their captain. As such, he felt compelled to maintain a certain composure in front of them. However, now, faced with these mindless creatures, he felt no obligation to uphold his decorum. Boom! The black flames erupted fiercely, as if imbued with life, rapidly extending outward. Standing amidst the inferno, Chu Xiu resembled a king emerging from the depths of hell. Exuding an overwhelming presence and a ferocious aura, he unleashed his energy in all directions. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoming, who had slowly approached the window on the second floor, beheld Chu Xiu enveloped in black flames below, captivated by his commanding charisma. Even she, typically aloof, found herself entranced. Chapter 66. A magnetic presence. The black flames continued to blaze, swiftly engulfing the surrounding zombies. The terrifying might incinerated them entirely, reducing them to scattered fragments of bone. The onlookers on the second floor were left in awe, and those who had not previously witnessed Chu Xiu in action could hardly believe their eyes upon this display. Initially puzzled by Chu Xiu's role as the leader of the group, they now comprehended the truth as they observed his prowess. Each gaze directed at him was imbued with admiration, some even perceiving him as a divine entity. The power he exhibited transcended human capabilities. It was a force reserved for deities. Soon, the individuals on the second floor witnessed the zombies surrounding the supermarket being eradicated by Chu Xiu. Each creature turned into a flaming black skeleton before gradually dissipating into the air, as if they had never existed. After vanquishing the surrounding undead, Chu Xiu chose not to venture further outside but instead made his way directly into the supermarket. At that moment, Lu Zhengxing and others had taken their positions at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Xiu approach, they lowered their heads and offered him their utmost respect. Logically, their actions were not typical of a normal situation. Regardless of the circumstances, this should undoubtedly be a society rooted in equality, where such occurrences ought not to manifest. However, for individuals like Lu Zhengxing and his companions, their actions seem entirely justified. It is crucial to acknowledge that our current society is in disarray, rendering all laws ineffective. Faced with the onslaught of the undead, they find themselves utterly powerless. In contrast, Chu Xiu possesses the capability to eradicate these zombies, which serves as a compelling testament to his strength in their eyes. Given this predicament, they harbor no grievances. The surrounding zombies have been cleared away by me. The onus now lies upon you to continue the task at hand. Chu Xiu addressed Lu Zhengxing and the others, indicating that it was their turn to take action. Mr. Chu, what shall we do? Lu Zhengxing inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he was uncertain of their role in the unfolding events. Given that one person, Chu Xiu, was sufficient to deal with the zombies, their involvement seemed unnecessary. Yet, recalling the matters discussed previously, Lu Zhengxing suddenly grasped the underlying intentions. Noting the shift in Lu Zhengxing's expression, Chu Xiu surmised that he had comprehended his thoughts. However, to avoid any potential misunderstandings, Chu Xiu elaborated on his plans and intentions. He harbored no desire to conceal his strategy, as it was an overt approach. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a course of action that they would inevitably pursue, with no alternative options available. In light of this situation, Chu Xiu calmly instructed them, I care not for the means you employ. Your task is to establish this location as a stronghold. I need you to gather more individuals. Anyone who is human will suffice. As for the issue of safety, I trust you need not concern yourselves with that. Your focus should be on rallying people to my side. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's directives, Lu Zhengxing and the others quickly acknowledged their understanding and hurriedly ascended to the second floor. They intended to brainstorm collectively, seeking ways to attract others to their cause. They had begun to comprehend the essence of Chu Xiu's instructions, and thus, it became evident that collaborative effort was essential. In the midst of chaos, With zombies wandering the streets, many people were too fearful to venture outside. If a stronghold were established that could be recognized, these individuals would undoubtedly seek ways to arrive there. The challenge lay in informing them of how to access the sanctuary. Soon, someone suggested the use of loudspeakers. But this idea was swiftly dismissed, as the current electrical supply was insufficient to support their operation, and the stores lacked such devices to project sound. However, some individuals proposed an alternative, utilizing tools available in the stores to create flyers for distribution. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lu Zhongsheng felt it was an excellent plan. If they could disperse the flyers widely, aided by the winds aloft, they might travel far and wide. Those who received the flyers would then be informed of a safe haven. With continuous distribution each day, they could attract people to their location. Realizing the potential of this idea, Mr. Lu promptly urged everyone to take action. With a clear objective in mind, the group sprang into swift action. They quickly assembled a well-crafted flyer, which featured various maps and the timing of announcements. It also contained information on several precautions, notably the crucial detail that zombies do not venture out at night. They soon began to deliberate on the best method to disseminate these flyers. Someone suggested the use of drones, yet their limited battery life would not suffice for extensive flights. This led others to consider an alternative method: balloons. Balloons could soar to great heights, and upon reaching a certain altitude, they would burst, releasing the flyers into the air. As they ascended, the stronger winds at higher elevations would carry the flyers even further afield, allowing distant individuals to spot them and come forth. Having grasped this concept, Lu Zhongsheng hurried to report back to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu did not hinder or interfere with their plans. He simply delegated the task to them, stating that he was only concerned with the outcome, not the process. He understood that if he were to undertake the task himself, it would require meticulous effort. However, they were not his subordinates, and for Chu Xiu, the purpose of gathering these individuals was to lure the zombies towards them. With Chu Xiu's approval, the others promptly set to work. Soon, flyers detailing the dangers posed by zombies and the fact that they remained inactive at night began to take shape. Each flyer was placed inside specially designed balloons, which were then filled with gas that would allow them to ascend. One by one, the balloons were released into the sky. Simultaneously, they did not release the balloons one by one. Instead, they gathered a multitude of them together and affixed a small motor at the rear, equipped with a spiral tail. This arrangement enabled the balloons to soar into the distance. With the assistance of wind, what could initially travel 1 kilometer could, with the aid of the small motor, potentially reach an impressive 34 kilometers. This estimation, albeit broad, suggested that in reality, the balloons might venture even farther. Once ascended into the sky, these balloons could swiftly reach distances of 7 or 8 kilometers. As they watched the balloons ascend, Lu Zhongsheng and his companions felt a slight sense of relief. The efficacy of their balloon venture would only be revealed in the coming days. The production of the balloons must not cease. It was imperative to continue crafting them, ideally at a fixed time each day. Concurrently, it was essential to assemble a team for exploration to gather necessary resources. Solely relying on the supplies from supermarkets would not suffice for an extended period. Lu recalled a large warehouse nearby, which contained food supplies they desperately needed. He intended to request Mr. Chu's assistance in this endeavor. Lu Zhongsheng began articulating his plans, and the others readily agreed upon hearing his insights. Indeed, while the supermarket provisions were ample, an increase in their numbers would deplete those resources quickly. Acquiring additional food would bolster their confidence, and an abundance of supplies would reassure those who arrived, potentially facilitating the reintegration of the surrounding community. After thoroughly conveying his thoughts to Chu Xiu, Lu was met with a moment of contemplation before receiving agreement. However, Chu Xiu remarked that they would need to prepare vehicles, as transporting the supplies individually would be an arduous task. Upon hearing Lu Zhongsheng's words, Mr. Chu offered some suggestions. Rest assured, I am aware of a location with large trucks, though driving them will generate considerable noise. At this point, Lu looked up at Chu Xiu, and upon observing no sign of concern on his face, he boldly added, this noise may attract more zombies, at which point we will require your assistance. Chu Xiu wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. For him, attracting zombies with noise was advantageous. He welcomed the influx. Although utilizing flames would deplete stamina, any energy expended could gradually be replenished through the elimination of numerous foes, thus sustaining their efforts over an extended duration. The only considerable expenditure of stamina would occur during the expansion phase, as long as the flames completely envelop the surroundings in advance. Any zombie that dares to step inside will be met with the fiery onslaught. This approach would render the task considerably less laborious for him. Upon receiving Chu Xiu's consent, Lu Zhongsheng promptly began to rally the personnel. At that moment, having witnessed Chu Xiu's prowess earlier in the morning, the individuals within the supermarket were filled with newfound confidence. Therefore, when they heard Lu Zhongsheng's plan, there was no resistance. Rather, many felt an eager anticipation. They were all keen to observe, up close, the spectacle of Chu Xiu vanquishing the undead. After organizing the manpower, Lu Zhongxing stationed more than half of them to guard the supermarket, while the remaining group commenced preparations for departure. Most of those setting out were young and vigorous men, as transporting supplies would undoubtedly be a labor-intensive endeavor. Soon, a team of 20 was assembled, swiftly donning their gear. Lu Zhongxing, possessing excellent organizational skills, ensured that under his command, the group began to take shape with remarkable efficiency. After enjoying a hearty meal from the supermarket's provisions, the team was ready to embark. Noticing that Chu Xiu had also prepared and was trailing behind, Lu Zhongxing felt a surge of confidence. As the doors of the supermarket swung open, a throng of people hastily exited, with Chu Xiu leisurely following at the rear. For him, nothing posed a challenge. Even in the face of sudden danger, he could rely on his ability to halt time to evade threats. At that moment, the area surrounding the supermarket was eerily quiet, having just been cleared by Chu Xiu. With this in mind, Lu Zhongxing glanced at the map he had discovered earlier within the supermarket. Utilizing the information provided, he began to ascertain their direction. While he was aware of the location of the large warehouse, he also needed to acquire several trucks. Otherwise, relying solely on manpower would be excessively laborious and time-consuming. Before long, he pinpointed the direction and began leading the group toward their destination. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they spotted a line of large trucks parked in an open area. Having previously inquired about those capable of driving, he quickly directed the few who could board the trucks. After all, large trucks were relatively easy to operate, and given the current chaos, traffic laws were a negligible concern. Beep beep. Soon, one truck after another rolled out of the parking lot, moving in tandem forward. Lu Zhongxing pointed the way, instructing the drivers to steer toward their objective. The sound of the vehicle starting was far from subtle, and after advancing a short distance, they soon noticed some small dark figures in the distance. Those figures were the zombies, drawn by the noise of the trucks. Upon seeing the approaching vehicles, the zombies surged forward recklessly. Observing this, Lu Zhongxing wasted no time, commanding the drivers to charge ahead. The number of zombies was not substantial, thus for Lu Zhongxing, there was no need to call upon Chu Xiu for assistance. The sheer force of the large truck was formidable, with its elevated chassis and the momentum it generated. As the zombies attempted to ascend the truck, they were violently flung aside by the immense impact. Some who had not managed to climb aboard were tossed far away, while others were crushed beneath the truck's wheels. Chapter 67. Exploration of the large warehouse. The rumbling sound of 5 large trucks made their way toward their destination. Along the route, any encountered zombies were either struck down or crushed underfoot. Soon, under Lu Zhongxing's guidance, they arrived at the expansive warehouse. The vast structure lay to the north of a large supermarket, in a sparsely populated area, making it an ideal location for such a facility. Upon arriving at the warehouse, the group beheld its imposing white walls, towering above the ground, marred by shattered surfaces. "Ah, this place is excellent. There are no zombies in sight," one individual exclaimed joyfully upon disembarking from the truck. Indeed, as he noted, the vicinity of the warehouse appeared devoid of zombies. Perhaps they were inside, lured away by the noise of our trucks. "Enough chatter, let us remain vigilant. We shall be entering shortly," interjected Sun Lu, observing the group's murmurs. The others nodded in agreement at Sun Lu's remark. Lu San and the others stayed with the vehicles, while the rest accompanied Lu Zhongxing. Having disembarked, Lu Zhongxing issued instructions to the group. He had now become the most authoritative figure aside from Chu Xiu, not only due to Chu Xiu's prior designation, but also owing to his own capabilities. Even before Chu Xiu took action, he had subtly assumed the role of leader. However, with Chu Xiu's presence, the position of primary leader had shifted, leaving him to stabilize his position as second in command by fulfilling his responsibilities. Quickly, Lu Zhongxing led the group toward the warehouse. Upon arriving, he noticed that the warehouse doors stood ajar. "Everyone, be cautious. The open doors may indicate potential dangers within," Lu Zhongxing warned. To him, a closed door would have been a comforting sign, suggesting the presence of someone inside. Even if zombies were present, a closed door would imply that they were not many, thus reducing the danger. However, with the doors wide open, the situation was uncertain. "Stay back. I shall lead the way," Chu Xiu suddenly declared. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhongxing and the others felt a sense of reassurance, as if they had found their anchor. For them, it would be less perilous if Chu Xiu were to explore first. Chu Xiu strode forward, and Lu Zhongxing and the others quickly made way. The priority was given to the chief. With an air of nonchalance, Chu Xiu entered the warehouse, and as he did, he immediately sensed the dimming of the light. Within the vast expanse of the warehouse, it was evident that numerous distinct areas were delineated. However, amidst these sections, the surrounding walls were adorned with many windows, all of which appeared shattered, as if they had been violently attacked. Aside from the shards of glass strewn across the floor, there were also numerous bloodstains. What happened to these windows? They look as if they have been smashed by stones, exclaimed several individuals who followed him inside, visibly startled by the scene. No. Look at the glass. Some areas have round holes. If stones were thrown, this wouldn't occur. One keen observer quickly noted as he pointed out the peculiarities of the broken windows. I work in renovation, and this is just ordinary glass. A middle-aged man approached the window and, after examining the glass closely, remarked, to create these openings, it must have been struck by something traveling at a high velocity. Otherwise, it would merely shatter the glass. Upon hearing the words of the renovation expert, the others were left puzzled. Then how were these holes formed? It's strange. Many of them are irregular. Indeed, I initially thought it was caused by artillery, yet there are no shell casings here. The group murmured, each intrigued by the peculiar circumstances surrounding them. All right, let us not get distracted. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit today. Lu Zhongxing interjected as he noticed the rising excitement among the group, eager to curtail their chatter. If they continued in this manner, they would accomplish nothing. Lu Gu is right. Let us proceed with our exploration, Chen Wan chimed in, lending his support, and the others finally ceased their discussions. Thus, they traversed the corridor littered with shattered windows and arrived at a large iron door. Wait, was this place attacked by something? One team member remarked in astonishment as he observed the state of the iron door, and his companions readily concurred. For before them, the imposing iron door was marred by numerous impact dents, each indicating sharp indentations that appeared as though something pointed had forcefully penetrated it. Look. Do these marks not resemble the attacks of a bird's beak? One individual scrutinizing the iron door suddenly uncovered a clue. Upon hearing this, the group turned their attention to where a few feathers were scattered near one of the indentations, accompanied by bloodstains. It cannot be a bird, can it? Just look at this iron door. How could a bird's beak inflict such damage? That defies all reason. Soon, someone voiced a counterargument, asserting that given the severe damage to the iron gate, it was inconceivable that such destruction could have been wrought by a mere frail bird. Then enlighten us. How were these marks created? Retorted the one who had been challenged, visibly irked. The rebutted individual hesitated, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Let us set aside the matter of the birds for now. Two of you, please, open this iron gate, Lu Zhongxing commanded, assigning 2 individuals to the task, while the others stood guard. Although the chosen pair felt a twinge of fear, they drew courage from the presence of Chu Xiu nearby. Each approached one side of the massive iron door, gripping the handle firmly and pulling with all their might in opposite directions. With a loud screech, the gate slowly creaked open, revealing the area beyond. A foul stench assaulted their senses. Ugh, what is that smell? Is something rotting? I can't take it anymore. This is unbearable. I need fresh air. After the gate swung open, the group found themselves overwhelmed by the sudden wave of putrid odor before they could even discern the scene within. Even Chu Xiu, upon inquiring about the source of the stench, furrowed his brow in disgust. Meanwhile, the black bean nestled in his pocket was struggling against the confines of his clothing. Unable to tolerate the noxious scent, it pressed its tiny front paws against its nose, quickly falling silent. At that moment, some individuals, unable to withstand the putrid odor, leaned their heads out of the windows for relief. We must venture inside to investigate. Everyone, grab a towel and soak it in water to cover your mouth and nose. It will help mitigate the stench, Lu Zhongxing declared as he noticed several contemplating retreat. We have to explore, think of your families. Remember, as long as we can procure food, we need not worry about dwindling supplies. Encouraged by Lu Zhongxing's motivating words, the group felt a renewed sense of determination. They had come here in search of resources, and retreating due to the foul smell was simply not an option. Swiftly, they retrieved towels from their backpacks, soaked them in water, and secured them over their faces, hoping to block the unpleasant odor. Much better. This stench is truly overwhelming. What on earth has gone rotten? All right. If it's working, let us keep quiet. Every word you speak draws in more of that foul air. No more talking. Just holding my breath feels like the stench is creeping into my mouth. Gradually, the group adjusted to the situation, and perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the foul aroma, they found themselves more capable of withstanding it. Only then did Lu Zhongxing and the others have the opportunity to explore the passage behind the door. Chu Xiu remained silent, holding his breath and relying on the flow of energy to endure. Within the pocket of the upper garment, the black beans had also learned this technique under Chu Xiu's guidance. With this skill acquired, one could navigate such an environment without the need for breath, remaining unaffected. Suddenly, as Chu Xiu stepped forward, a rather viscous sound echoed. Pada? Looking down, he discovered the ground was smeared with bloodstains, which showed no signs of drying but were instead alarmingly thick. What on earth is this? The foul stench ahead was now compounded by this sticky mess. It appeared to be blood. How revolting. The individuals trailing closely behind began to voice their complaints, the sight of the slimy bloodstains evoking a strong sense of disgust. Walking became awkward, requiring careful navigation to avoid slipping. A fall in such a place could lead to a disastrous mess. Who knows what harmful substances lurked within the blood on the ground? Silence. Watch your step and avoid slipping. Each person urged one another forward cautiously. Lu Zhongxing surveyed the scene with a sense of helplessness. These individuals were far too talkative. It was evident that this location was abnormal. If it were up to him, he would not utter a word but remain vigilant, guarding against potential dangers. Yet, these young men, filled with youthful exuberance, seemed to take the peril lightly, even finding time to jest in such a clearly hazardous environment. Fortunately, Lu Zhongxing was present to rein in their exuberance. Let us proceed. Do you not see that Mr. Chu has already moved ahead? Without his protection, should we encounter danger, we would be utterly helpless. Mind your demeanor, if peril arises. Do not say I did not warn you. After admonishing a few of the younger ones, he continued to follow closely behind Chu Xiu. Although the ground was slippery, with caution, it was still passable. Thud. Ouch. What the? Why are you pulling me? What could I do? Lu Gu insisted on keeping everyone in check. That is fine. But do not grab onto me when you fall. Is this my fault? My fall was beyond my control. Do you even have a reason for this? Will you not apologize? At this moment, a sense of disorder began to ripple through the rear of the group. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Zhongxing felt overwhelmed. It seemed a grave mistake to have brought this group along. They were far too dismissive of their surroundings. This place was evidently perilous, yet they found time to bicker. Noticing the escalating noise, Lu Zhongxing understood that he could not allow this discord to continue. Cautiously, he made his way towards the rear of the line, approaching the two who were quarreling. Before them stood two young men, both smeared with blood, accusing one another. It appeared that one had slipped, inadvertently pulling the other down in his panic. Now, the two were engaged in a heated exchange, one demanding an apology, while the other insisted that the fall was unintentional, adamantly refusing to admit fault. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of violence. Wait, what is wrong with your face? Just as their argument escalated, the first to fall pointed in horror at the face of the one he had pulled down. What? My face is fine. What are you talking about? The other, perplexed, touched his own face, unsure of what the other found so frightening. However, before he could finish speaking, the man who had been pulled down also pointed in shock. What happened to your face? Don't you feel it? Upon hearing this, the first to fall was immediately struck with panic. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the commotion, now wore expressions of dread. Backing away from the two men, fearful of drawing closer, Lu Zhongxing, who had intended to mediate, sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried over to the pair. Having overheard their conversation, he understood that something had indeed gone awry with their faces, explaining the bizarre scene unfolding before him. As he approached, a chill coursed through him upon seeing their visages. Everyone stay back. Do not come into contact with the blood on the ground. Be cautious, don't fall, and avoid letting the blood touch your skin. Lu Zhongxing shouted urgently. Chapter 68. Internal conflict and ignorance. Your face. Your face. Both young men, terror-stricken, pointed at each other's faces. Upon hearing the other's words, their dread intensified. One of them quickly pulled out his phone, still functioning, and adjusted the camera mode to focus on his face. As the lens turned, the young man stared in disbelief at the screen. His face was riddled with numerous holes, each about the size of a centimeter. Stunned, he reached out to touch his face, realizing the holes were very real. Yet, astonishingly, he felt no pain as he touched them. The sensation of his fingers confirmed their authenticity, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling movement from within the holes on his face. With a sickening squelch, white maggots began to crawl out of the openings. In disbelief, the young man grasped one, confirming its existence. In an instant, the young man succumbed to despair, crushing the enormous insect in his hand, only to erupt into a lamentation. Shortly after his cries, another young man nearby joined in the cacophony. No. Help. Help. What has happened to my face? Why are there so many insects? Lu Gu, save me. Lu Gu, help me. The frantic youth hurled his phone aside and called out to Lu Zhongxing, who had intended to assess the situation. Suddenly, Lu Zhongxing beheld the other youth lunging toward him. In his line of sight, the shouting young man's face was marred by numerous holes the size of peanuts, from which a swarm of white maggots incessantly emerged. As these maggots tumbled from the gaping wounds, they writhed upon the blood-soaked ground. Witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, even Lu Zhongxing, who had endured many trials, found himself frozen in place, his skin quivering, desperate to flee. It was not that he wished to abandon the others, the sight was simply too ghastly. But the horror did not cease there. Lu Xingxing's peripheral vision caught another young man, who had ceased his wailing, rising silently, his head still bowed. A low, guttural sound emanated from his throat. Then, an even more chilling event transpired. The youth rushing toward Lu Zhongsheng experienced a violent tearing of his facial skin. With a sickening splatter, an abundance of white maggots erupted from his body. Even the distant young man exhibited the same grotesque phenomenon, as his drooping face expelled a torrent of white worms. What is this? How could they harbor so many insects within their bodies? Quick, we must leave this place. The blood is tainted. Do not approach it. Ugh, I cannot bear it. It is too revolting. They urge one another, we must depart. This place is cursed. At that moment, the terror-stricken faces of Lu Xingxing's companions reflected their shared horror. They all witnessed the horrifying scene before them, each yearning to escape this nightmare. If confronted by mere zombies, they could perhaps muster some acceptance, for despite their terror, zombies relied solely on biting and tearing. However, the two fallen youths before them were an entirely different matter. The mere sight of the holes in their faces sent shivers down their spines, let alone the writhing insects. The realization that their companions had transformed into a mass of maggots within mere minutes sent their sanity spiraling into chaos. Were it not for Chu Xiu standing beside them, they would have fled long ago. Just as the thought of Chu Xiu crossed their minds, he sprang into action. In an instant, black flames erupted, enveloping the ground. The flames swiftly ignited the bloodstains, consuming them. Even the wriggling white maggots were incinerated by the fire. Ah, it's not burning. These flames do not harm us. Fool, did you not see who was using it? These flames are evading us. The sudden emergence of the black flames startled the surrounding team members. Upon witnessing the fiery aura enveloping them, they were initially filled with dread, fearing that Chu Xiu intended to incinerate them all, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, it was soon discovered that the black flames posed no threat to them. Instead, they purposefully consumed the bloodstains on the ground, incinerating large patches of the crimson evidence. Simultaneously, the white maggots were eradicated as well. As the terrifying insects and bloodstains vanished, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group. These bloodstains were rife with parasitic eggs, and contact with the skin would lead to swift infestation. At that moment, feeling the peculiar sensation emanating from the black flames, Chu Xiu remarked with an unusual expression. Upon hearing his words, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the bloodstains on the ground were entirely composed of parasitic eggs. Fortunately, with Mr. Chu's assistance, we might have avoided a dire fate. But what exactly are these eggs? Where did they come from? Is there something amiss in this warehouse? Perhaps we should leave. We cannot depart now. We have come this far. Leaving would mean our companions' sacrifices were in vain. But what if there are further dangers? What if more lives are lost? Is going back truly safe? Danger lurks everywhere. We must press on with our exploration. Following this upheaval, Lu Zhongxing's epiphany divided the group into three factions. One faction, led by Lu Zhongxing, was determined to continue exploring the warehouse. The second faction, terrified by the blood-stained parasitic eggs, advocated for a hasty retreat to ensure their safety. The remaining faction comprised those who were torn between the two options, uncertain whether to withdraw or to heed Lu Zhongxing's reasoning. At this moment, the three factions exchanged glances, each unable to sway the others. Notably, the faction eager to flee consisted predominantly of the youth. Their compliance with Lu Zhongxing's leadership was marked by a rebellious spirit, unpredictable in nature. Those who had previously addressed him as Brother Lu now merely referred to him as Lu Zhongxing. Witnessing this discord, Lu Zhongxing's expression soured. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let Chu Xiu speak. If he had done a better job protecting us, we would not be in this predicament." Instantly, this statement sent shockwaves through Lu Zhongxing and the others. Who said that? Step forward. Lu Zhongxing demanded, fury evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the faction advocating for departure, many turned their gazes toward a young man, the one who had just made the bold proclamation, startling those nearby with his outburst. The young man had not anticipated that his companions would so swiftly betray him. His expression darkened at once, and upon sensing the gaze of the crowd, he reluctantly stepped out from the ranks and turned to Lu Zhongxing. "It was you who spoke those words, was it not?" Lu Zhongxing coldly remarked, his heart brimming with indignation. To him, the words uttered by the young man were tantamount to expelling Chu Xiu from their midst. One must understand that the world they inhabited was fraught with peril, where every environment harbored the potential for loss of life. Just like the bloodstains they had encountered earlier, who could have anticipated the presence of numerous insect eggs within that blood, had they not been vigilant? Any contact with their skin could have led to their utter annihilation. Were it not for Chu Xiu's timely intervention to address the situation, they might have already met their demise. In light of this, It was utterly bewildering that there were still fools among them who would dare to drive away the one indispensable ally they had. This action left him questioning the very nature of their intellect. However, upon realizing the youth's tender age, it became clear to him that such behavior stemmed from jealousy, envy, and a sense of exclusion. Yet, precisely because of this, he could not afford to overlook the matter entirely. He observed the young man's face, which was etched with defiance. The emotions on his visage were unmistakable, as he was merely voicing the thoughts that resided within him. In the face of such a situation, he could not afford to disregard it, nor could he let it slip by unaddressed. For if he were to dismiss this entirely, he would inevitably sow the seeds of discord for the future. Should conflict arise later on, they would undoubtedly magnify the current circumstances to an unbearable extent. If such a scenario were to unfold, even he would find it difficult to navigate the ensuing turmoil. Thus, after summoning the youth, he wore an expression that was resolutely serious. Meanwhile, the young man on the left, though steeling himself, felt the supportive gazes behind him, bolstering his confidence. It made him feel less alone, for he too had allies. The thought that he might someday hold a position akin to Lu Zhengxin's filled him with newfound resolve. Indeed, it is I who spoke the truth. Am I mistaken? He boldly shouted at Lu Zhengxin. He possesses the strength to save us, yet he only acts in the shadows, hoping to earn our gratitude. Such antiquated tactics of persuasion are no longer effective. We have long since seen through them. As a capable individual, he should understand that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Instead, he chooses to watch from the sidelines. Is it not justifiable for me to voice my concerns? Tell me. Brothers, do you not agree with my assessment? The young man exhibited a triumphant expression, deliberately amplifying his voice as he uttered his final words, casting a provocative glance towards Chu Xiu. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Despite possessing the strength to save us, you remain indifferent on the sidelines. My two friends met a tragic fate. It is truly a pity. You ought to compensate us. Individuals like you should be held accountable. Under the young man's intentional provocation, his companions, who had chosen to evade confrontation, began to vocally echo his sentiments. At that moment, they believed strength in numbers would compel Chu Xiu to acknowledge his faults and apologize. Some even harbored thoughts of demanding that Chu Xiu reveal his methods for acquiring abilities, asserting that without such disclosure, they would never grant him forgiveness. As the clamor for surrender escalated within their ranks, the other two groups began to exhibit a shift in demeanor. They exchanged glances between Chu Xiu and Lu Zhengxin, their minds subtly ignited with new ideas. Although they had previously aligned with one another, and some remained passive, it did not imply a lack of alternative thoughts. Lu Zhengxin's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that the young man before him would be so audacious. The young man's blatant disregard felt utterly unacceptable to Lu Zhengxin. While the young man spoke with confidence, Lu Zhengxin perceived it as sheer recklessness. Chu Xiu, cease your pretense of deafness and silence. You cannot evade this. With renewed courage from his comrades' encouragement, he shouted towards Chu Xiu, hurry and apologize to us, and disclose your method of acquiring abilities. If you refuse, we shall never forgive you. The young man, brimming with provocation, addressed Chu Xiu, feeling that his opponent was merely a triviality. In response to the young man's aggressive demeanor, Chu Xiu seemed to finally grasp the situation. He yawned lazily and ambled forward. Have you finished speaking? He remarked coldly as he approached the young man. The young man, taken aback by Chu Xiu's nonchalance, felt belittled, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. What is your attitude? Do you realize how many mistakes you have made? The young man shouted furiously at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's demeanor suggested he regarded them as mere children. In a bid to assert his presence, the young man stepped closer to Chu Xiu, locking eyes with him to convey his fury. Your defiance is futile. Apologize immediately, he commanded, each word punctuated with urgency. At that moment, he had firmly categorized Chu Xiu as a cunning villain, entirely unworthy of his admiration. Simultaneously, he recognized the true nature of his opponent, who was nothing more than a jester granted powers by chance, now oblivious to his own identity. At this moment, they were engaged in a struggle to make each other realize that the other was merely a hollow fool endowed with strength. Chapter 69. The flock and the infection of excrement. The young man glared at Chu Xiu with indignation. He fixed his gaze upon him, determined to intimidate him into retreat. However, he was taken aback to find that Chu Xiu regarded him with an icy indifference. His righteous fury did not seem to affect Chu Xiu in the slightest. Do you not possess even a shred of shame, daring to look at me so brazenly? The young man shouted, attempting to assert his dominance. Look behind you. Chu Xiu suddenly interjected, remaining unfazed. Behind me? What are you trying to divert my attention with? The young man replied, perplexed as he turned his head. As he turned, the scene that unfolded behind him rendered him speechless. Black flames raged violently, consuming all of his comrades. The flames exuded no heat, and despite their ferocity, he felt an inexplicable chill. Whether it was from his body or his heart he could not discern. Yet, one truth became starkly clear. His companions were gone. The black flames continued to rise, reaching out and expanding. To the young man's horror, the flames appeared to form a mocking visage, as if they were laughing at his hubris. "What have you done? What have you done?" he screamed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he turned to confront Chu Xiu. He yearned to demand answers for his comrade's demise. Before he could reach him, the world began to spin around him. Suddenly, he beheld a headless corpse standing before him. Thud. He heard a crisp sound, and the scene before him began to whirl uncontrollably. Am I losing my mind? With that final thought, darkness enveloped his vision. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu turned away from the lifeless body on the ground, his expression unchanged. He found Lu Zhongxing and the others staring at him in sheer terror. They had never anticipated that Chu Xiu would take such ruthless action against their foes. Fear washed over them as they regarded him with apprehension. Now, shall we resume our previous task? Do any of you have objections? Chu Xiu asked the group with a tone of detachment. No, none at all. We have no issues. They hastily replied. Indeed, they deserve to die. You have accomplished what we all wish to do. Cowards do not deserve to stand beside me. The once hesitant crowd now obediently expressed their compliance, suppressing their earlier thoughts with great effort. They had transformed entirely, exhibiting a docility that starkly contrasted with their previous demeanor. Fearful of displaying even a hint of resistance, they were anxious to avoid displeasing Chu Xiu, lest they be perceived as siding with the youth and ultimately suffer the same fate as their fiery companions not far away. The very image of that scene, along with the flames consuming their young ally, silenced the remaining individuals, rendering them exceedingly compliant. At this moment, even if Chu Xiu commanded them to partake in something unpalatable, they would do so with a smile, driven by the primal instinct to survive. Very well, let us take the lead from Mr. Chu. At this juncture, Lu Zhongxing endeavored to lighten the mood. He had been startled by Chu Xiu's unexpected and ruthless display of authority, never anticipating such a merciless approach that disregarded the value of human life. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Xiu's decisive action, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps due to a latent desire to vent his frustration on the rebellious youths. Unlike others who trembled in fear of Chu Xiu, Lu Zhongxing found himself in silent agreement with his methods. What has come over me to embrace such extremity? He mused, yet upon introspection, he found no fault in his sentiments. Enough daydreaming. Let us press onward. He called to Chun Wan's son and the others, who appeared momentarily dazed, urging them to regain their focus and move forward. You all proceed to explore. I shall investigate another direction. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted toward an area that seemed to beckon him. Lu Zhongxing felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Chu Xiu might abandon them. However, upon realizing that Chu Xiu was merely dividing their efforts for a brief time, he resigned himself to lead the group toward the warehouse. This exploration was approached with utmost caution, devoid of the earlier careless and restless attitudes. They were acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could jeopardize their lives, rendering them vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Continuing with trepidation, they traversed a corridor and arrived within the warehouse. Wow, look at all this food. Everything here is perfectly preserved. One man exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the bounty laid out before them. If we manage to transport all this back, it could sustain us for an extended period. An extended period, indeed. This could last us over a decade. Several men engaged in animated discussions as they surveyed the supplies, their excitement escalating. Sensing the noise escalating to a cacophony, Lu Zhongxing swiftly rapped on the adjacent iron door. The clanging sound captured everyone's attention, redirecting their focus toward him. Have you all forgotten the purpose of being here? Hurry and start moving. Do you see that trailer over there? We must first load the supplies onto that trailer. Subsequently, we shall transport them to the truck, thereby increasing the quantity we can carry away. Upon hearing Lu Zhongxing's words, the group, albeit with some murmurs of discontent, began to work. Excluding the individuals slain by Chu Xiu, there were 14 remaining. Chu Xiu, due to his privileges, was not required to labor. The remaining 14 individuals stood in their designated positions as instructed by Lu Zhongxing. After a brief period of moving, a young man gazed upward in confusion. What are you doing? Slacking off? What is there to see on the ceiling? Get back to work. A teammate, noticing the young man's distraction, interrupted him sharply. No, I'm not slacking. I heard something above. Feeling wronged, the young man retorted, his face flushed with indignation. He pointed at the ceiling, exuding sincerity as he insisted. There is definitely something up there. If you listen closely, you will hear it too. Observing the young man's flushed expression, his teammate, albeit skeptically, leaned in to listen. The young man remained earnest, convinced of his auditory perception. There really is a sound. Can you hear it? The teammate, after listening intently for a moment, indeed perceived something. He quickly urged those around him to listen as well. Indeed, there is a sound. It feels as though something is up there. Is it a bird? It sounds like the flapping of wings, remarked an older individual, drawing on his experience. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the attention of others nearby. Lu Zhengsheng, who was busy moving rice, noticed the disturbance not far away. Wiping his brow, he approached the group idly standing around. What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be working? Lu Zhengsheng said with a hint of frustration, observing them staring at the ceiling rather than laboring diligently. However, as he drew near, his expression shifted dramatically. He too looked up at the ceiling and faintly heard a rustling noise above. Lu Gu, we are not slacking. We are merely listening to a strange sound. Do you hear how it's getting closer? The young man who had first detected the noise quickly explained, eager to dispel any notion of laziness, asserting that they were all working hard. No, this sound is growing louder. It is approaching us. Everyone, quickly find cover and take shelter. Lu Zhongshan shouted with grave urgency. Upon hearing this, some were slow to react, yet Shenwan and others immediately understood. They hurriedly grasped those nearby and ran toward the stacked goods for protection. The areas where the goods are piled can be regarded as barriers for concealment. Taking refuge beside these goods is presently the most convenient and expedient option. Lu Zhongxing is also tugging at a somewhat dazed youth by his side, directing him towards a nearby stack of rice bags for shelter. Brother Lu, must we make such a commotion? We cannot yet ascertain the source of that sound. Just as the youth deems it unnecessary, a series of explosive bangs reverberate. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony suddenly erupts from the warehouse ceiling, followed by a deluge of clamor. In an instant, the entire warehouse is engulfed in a cacophony of chattering noise. This causes those who have just found cover to frown and cover their ears. They feel as if they have entered a bird's nest. One teeming with 100,000 birds, the din is nearly deafening. But that is not all, to their astonishment. They soon see a multitude of dark shadows rushing into the warehouse from the ceiling. These shadows resemble a swirling black mist, gathering ominously above. It is birds. All of them are birds. Soon, those with keen eyes discern the nature of the black mist. It is indeed composed entirely of birds, soaring above the warehouse. The sheer density of their numbers is utterly staggering. Simultaneously, the crowd feels a fierce wind whipping through the warehouse, lifting scattered flour into the air, creating a cloud of flour throughout the space. Fortunately, the birds are merely flying above and do not seem to notice the people hiding below. Brother Lu, what should we do now? Should we retreat? The youth shouts, straining to be heard over the cacophony of the birds. Everyone stay still, prioritize safety. Let us wait until the birds have left. Lu Zhengsheng bellows, also calling out to the others. Thankfully, they are close enough to hear him. Their faces are etched with fear as they await the departure of the flock. However, just as they silently pray, a series of plops resound. Plop, plop, as a torrent of bird droppings rains down from above. Lu Zhengsheng spots the droppings and is suddenly reminded of a previous encounter. He quickly grabs a burlap sack and places it atop his head. Quickly, cover yourselves to shield against the droppings. Upon witnessing Lu Zhengsheng's actions and urgent urging, the others hastily follow suit. Yet, a few individuals are not quick enough, and the droppings land upon them. Ouch! These droppings are toxic. They're burning my skin. One unfortunate soul, struck on the back of his hand, immediately feels a searing pain. He hastily wipes the droppings away with his sleeve, only to discover that the skin beneath has been eroded away. The sight of his suffering prompts those nearby to tremble as they hurriedly don burlap sacks over their heads. Fortunately, the sack had shielded the onlookers from the descending bird droppings, allowing them to breathe a collective sigh of relief. However, the unfortunate few who had been splattered by the excrement wore expressions of distress, their faces turning a ghastly waxen yellow. Simultaneously, it was evident that something was amiss. Some of them even began to cough uncontrollably. Those who had escaped the foul fate quickly distanced themselves from their afflicted companions. Hey, are you all right? Perhaps you should leave. One youth shouted in trepidation, his concern growing over the possibility of their transformation. No, cough cough. I'm fine, just a bit of coughing. One of the afflicted replied, feeling an intense heat coursing through his body. A sensation of burning enveloped him, and his throat itched unbearably, prompting an incessant urge to cough. Terror gripped his heart as he feared he too might metamorphose into a monster. I think I just need to rest for a moment, he attempted to justify. But upon raising his gaze, he was struck with astonishment. Everything before him blurred, and his thoughts began to spiral into chaos. How delicious they must be. Their flesh is surely delectable. No, I am human. I cannot indulge in such desires, yet they smell so appetizing. I crave meat, cannot eat meat, desire meat, meat, meat. Lu Zhang and the others remained on high alert, observing the afflicted individuals who now sported bloodshot eyes, drooling as they fixated hungrily upon them. "Damn it. What is wrong with those birds?" Lu Zheng exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "Everyone, be cautious. If the situation deteriorates, we must scatter." He lamented the absence of Mr. Chu, wishing fervently for his swift return. It was known that after entering the warehouse, Chu Xiu had temporarily separated from the group. Now faced with this predicament, Lu Zheng yearned for Chu Xiu's timely reappearance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xiu traversed a nearby corridor. Upon crossing it, he discovered a storage room resembling a cluttered repository. "Strange, what is it that draws me here?" he pondered, perplexed as he surveyed the room, meticulously examining its contents. The reason for his separation from Lu Zheng and the others was the inexplicable allure he felt, yet he was bewildered to find nothing of substance within. Black abyss flame. The storage room was filled with debris, prompting Chu Xiu to unleash flames upon the clutter. In mere moments, the relentless nature of the black abyss flame consumed all within the chamber. However, as he gazed upon the now barren storage room, Chu Xiu realized he had miscalculated. The source of his attraction was not contained within this space. "Then I shall incinerate the entire room," Chu Xiu resolved, igniting a fire that began to engulf the entire chamber. The walls of the storage room creaked ominously as they were swiftly devoured by the flames. At that moment, Chu Xiu noticed a small hole in the wall, roughly the size of a basketball. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the hole extended quite deep into darkness, obscuring any view within. "Did you think I would be stymied by this?" Chu Xiu mused with a faint smile, intensifying his efforts as he unleashed the inferno of the abyss to enlarge the opening. After several minutes of burning, the hole expanded significantly, revealing an entrance tall enough for him to pass through with ease. At this juncture, the black bean nestled in his pocket let out a curious whimper, sensing an unsettling presence emanating from the abyss. Aware of the bean's unease, Chu Xiu felt a surge of speculation. He stepped into the black hole, discovering that it extended further than anticipated. Though he had sensed its depth during the flames assault, he had not expected it to be so extensive. He had traversed for several minutes already. Finally, after over a minute more, a glimmer of light appeared at the tunnel's end. However, as he approached the light, he paused, invoking his ability to halt time. In an instant, everything around him froze, including the black bean in his pocket. As he stepped into the area, the scene unfolded before him. To his astonishment, he found himself in a cavern resembling a stalactite formation. The space was modest in size, illuminated by light streaming from a hole above. Yet, Chu Xiu's gaze was drawn not to the stalactites, but to the center of the chamber. There, he spotted a stone pillar, about half his height, atop which rested a nest fashioned from bones. Within the nest perched a bird akin to an eagle, its fierce gaze fixed upon the spot where Chu Xiu had previously appeared, clearly alerted by his entrance. Could this be another animal that had successfully awakened? After observing its form, Chu Xiu's mind began to race with conjectures. The eagle was clearly no ordinary bird. Despite its frozen state, he could sense its formidable strength. Reaching the third tier, this creature had undoubtedly honed its prowess through successful awakenings and subsequent predation. For Chu Xiu, this revelation was exhilarating. His ambition to dominate the city now faced a potential threat in the form of this eagle, yet here it was, still in its nascent stage. Opportunity was knocking, and he resolved to eliminate it before it could fully mature. The notion of subjugation flitted through his mind, but it was swiftly overshadowed by his determination to vanquish the creature. However, he was acutely aware that such awakened creatures were unlikely to acquiesce to submission. His loyal black bean was a result of serendipity in the unique nature of its counterpart. Yet, this hawk, captured mid-flight, would not easily consent to being tamed by Chu Xiu. Furthermore, the hawk possessed the ability to soar into the sky, making it a formidable opponent even for Chu Xiu. Should it remain airborne, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Of course, with his ability to halt time, he could address the situation with relative ease. Nevertheless, if an uncomplicated resolution was at hand, it was prudent to act swiftly. Thus, Chu Xiu approached the aberrant hawk, unleashing the infernal flames to engulf it. With a crackle, the infernal flames rapidly enveloped the transformed hawk. At the same moment, Chu Xiu sensed an immense surge of energy emanating from it. He refrained from absorbing this energy himself, choosing instead to pass it on to the black bean. Although he could absorb it, the efficiency would be suboptimal. He gently channeled this energy into the black bean nestled in his pocket. Observing the situation carefully, he waited for the opportune moment before lifting the time halt. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, he recognized the considerable physical toll that his time-stopping ability exacted. Wong, 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 wong. The black bean, startled, found itself in the cave in the blink of an eye. Nearby, a figure engulfed in infernal flames piqued its curiosity. To its astonishment, This creature, now ablaze, had transmitted a remarkable amount of energy to it. Absorbing this energy felt akin to consuming an extraordinary tonic, far more invigorating than devouring hundreds of zombies. It was as if profound changes were occurring within its very core. At that moment, upon Chu Xiu's cessation of the time halt, the aberrant hawk sprang into action. It was bewildered to find a person had entered its space in an instant, and it was alarmed to discover that it was ablaze, enduring the flames for an extended period. Struggling to escape, it was horrified to realize that its wings had been completely burned away. The energy within its body had dwindled to a mere whisper, as if something had devoured it whole. In an instant, the aberrant hawk let out a mournful cry, a sound so piercing it made Chu Xiu's brow furrow in discomfort. The anguished wail reverberated through the air, causing a sense of dizziness to wash over him. Fortunately, it was merely a desperate struggle on the creature's part, and it would not last much longer. However, the hawk's lament echoed far and wide, alerting a nearby flock of crimson-eyed zombie birds, which took to the skies in response. A multitude of birds began to converge, heading towards the warehouse. Soon, they arrived at the imposing concrete structure, launching themselves recklessly against it. Fortunately, Chu Xiu was well hidden, and the birds could not breach his sanctuary. A few, however, managed to precariously perch above the cave's entrance. However, Chu Xiu directly conjured the abyssal flame in that location, allowing the passing birds to be engulfed in flames. Soon, the mutated eagle was completely consumed by Haidu. "Master, I feel so full and comfortable, I just want to sleep." Haidu's soft, sleepy voice echoed, accompanied by frequent yawns. "Go ahead and rest. I will keep watch," Chu Xiu reassured. He understood that this was a precursor to Haidu's evolution. The creature had absorbed the 2 successful mutations of the entire Shihong city, akin to consuming a spirit source pearl, which would significantly enhance Haidu's abilities. This was enough to elevate Haidu's potential further, rendering it even more formidable. Before long, Haidu nestled into the pocket of Chu Xiu's clothing, its internal energy circulating rapidly. Though Haidu remained oblivious to the change, Chu Xiu, however, who remained attentive to Haidu's condition, noticed the transformation occurring. It was unexpected to encounter a mutated eagle here. This was a tremendous boon for Haidu. Consequently, Haidu's growth would accelerate, making stabilization at the 9th tier much more attainable. Chu Xiu felt a surge of excitement. Haidu's strength was beneficial for him. After waiting for about half an hour, the flock of birds outside showed no signs of dispersing. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengsheng and his companions were anxiously taking cover, holding burlap sacks aloft, apprehensive of the droppings raining down from above. Some of their comrades had already been struck by the falling excrement and were now feeling unwell. They feared that these friends might turn into zombies, but fortunately, they were merely feeling ill. The group lay on the ground, using the sacks to shield their skin. Those hit by the droppings felt utterly weak, their minds clouded with the fear of death, each silently praying for survival. Lu Zhengsheng and the others endured a torturous wait, too fearful to flee, lest their movements attract the attention of the zombie birds. If targeted by the undead creatures, survival would be unlikely. Their sole objective was to persevere, awaiting Chu Xiu's arrival. To them, he was their lifeline. "Hold on, Mr. Chu Xiu will surely come to our rescue. We just need to endure. It's only bird droppings falling. We have burlap sacks, so there's no need for concern. Just hold on, and we will surely be saved." Lu Zhengxing noticed the morale of his comrades waning and raised his voice to encourage them. Fortunately, the sounds of the zombie birds flapping their wings were loud enough to mask his words. Hearing him, the others began to rally their spirits. They could only place their hope in Chu Xiu, as no other escape routes remained. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu waited in the cave, quietly anticipating Haidu's response. Although Haidu remained in a state of slumber, its form exhibited significant changes. Currently, the black bean remains enveloped in a coat of dark fur. Yet the texture has grown remarkably smoother to the touch. Furthermore, Chu Xiu perceives that the weight of the black bean has considerably increased, now feeling significantly heavier than before. If the black bean's previous weight could be likened to that of iron, it now bears a heft surpassing that of gold, a fact that leaves him somewhat astonished. After all, the black bean's physique is not particularly large. Thus, achieving such a weight indicates that this evolution has been remarkably effective. However, its continued state of dormancy perplexes Chu Xiu. Ordinarily, one would expect it to have awakened by now. Rather than hastily rousing the black bean, Chu Xiu opts to wait patiently. At this moment, numerous zombie birds are relentlessly flocking toward the cave entrance, charging towards the abyss with reckless abandon. Yet, they are incinerated by the black flames wielded by Chu Xiu. With the presence of the infernal flame, he can firmly secure this position, preventing any birds from intruding and disturbing the black bean's evolution. Could it be that the demise of these zombie birds is infusing the black bean with energy? Chu Xiu is suddenly struck by this hypothesis. In his view, it is indeed plausible that the situation aligns with his speculations. Otherwise, the prolonged dormancy would be inexplicable. Nevertheless, he refrains from immediate action or retracting the flames. For him, the existence of the flames does not pose a problem for the black bean. Rather, it serves a beneficial purpose. Thus, he maintains his composure, allowing the infernal flame to persist. As anticipated, the relentless assault of the zombie birds gradually strengthens the aura of the black bean. Clearly, in this scenario, the continuous influx of energy is profoundly advantageous for its evolution. Observing the unfolding events, a flicker of delight crosses Chu Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated that such a serendipitous occurrence could yield such favorable outcomes, filling him with joy. The stronger the black bean becomes, the more beneficial it is for him. However, Chu Xiu does not intend to let this situation persist indefinitely. He plans to retract the infernal flame at the opportune moment. He realizes that he can maintain a connection with the black bean during this process, allowing him to sense its passive feelings, specifically its energy requirements, and whether they are being met. Currently, his intuition indicates that the black bean remains unsatisfied with the energy it has received and requires more. Thus, he continues to sustain the flames instead of absorbing them back, ensuring the black bean receives the necessary energy for its evolution. Let the flames continue to burn, relentlessly eliminating the incessantly approaching birds. The energy generated from their combustion shall be wholly infused into the body of the black bean, aiding its evolution until it reaches a point of self-sufficiency, a state where it no longer requires energy. Until that moment, it shall not permit any disturbances. Chapter 71. The Might of the Black Bean. At this moment, the black bean emanated an overwhelming aura. The intensity of this aura brought a smile to Chu Xiu's face, as he recognized that the black bean's strength was steadily advancing towards the 5th tier. Indeed, after absorbing energy for over 5 minutes, Chu Xiu discerned that the surge in the black bean's power had peaked. He immediately understood that the black bean had reached its limit. He hastily extinguished the black flames, his gaze alertly fixed on the approaching swarm of zombie birds. At that instant, the black bean, which had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. A brilliant light shot forth from its gaze, and with a fierce howl, it cried out to the heavens. Awu! Following this cry, Chu Xiu sensed a ferocious energy erupting from the black bean. Simultaneously, the black bean leapt from Chu Xiu's embrace, landing directly on the ground. In this moment, the black bean turned its attention to the zombie birds and dramatically transformed its shape. In mere seconds, it reverted to its original colossal form. To Chu Xiu's astonishment, after evolving to the 5th tier, the black bean's size had not diminished but rather appeared more compact. Once towering over him, it now stood nearly at eye level. However, its aura had become more refined, exuding an undeniable strength. Thus, Chu Xiu's understanding deepened. This transformation must signify a significant advancement. At this juncture, the black bean was undeniably powerful, surpassing Chu Xiu in physical prowess alone. Without utilizing his time-stopping ability, he would likely find himself no match for the black bean. This exemplifies the remarkable capabilities of a fully transformed creature. Had that mutated bird also successfully evaded its fate, its power might be equally formidable. A realization dawned on Chu Xiu. For these successfully mutated beings, they were likely the most suited to thrive in this environment. Nevertheless, this did not dishearten him, for he knew that a month from now would herald the beginning of his own development. The timing of the black bean's enhancement was fortuitous, yielding significant benefits for him. Meanwhile, the black bean had already set its gaze upon the incoming zombie birds. Each bird flapped its wings frantically, charging toward Chu Xiu and the black bean, with only the notion of food clouding their perception, devoid of any discernible assessment of strength. Thus, regarding the prowess of Chu Xiu and Heidou, they felt no trepidation. Instead, they lunged forward with reckless abandon. There was not a shred of concern about whether their adversaries might possess greater strength, nor did they exhibit any instinctual inclination to retreat. In fact, even their innate ability to evade danger had vanished entirely. This circumstance led the zombie birds to surge forward relentlessly, flying at full speed towards Chu Xiu and his companions. As they advanced, they screeched wildly, their decayed wings flapping incessantly, exuding a foul odor. Their claws were sharp and menacing, glinting with a lethal sheen. Should one of those talons rake against flesh, it would undoubtedly rend the skin, and if it struck a human skull, it could easily penetrate it entirely. Such terrifying claws represented a dreadfully formidable presence to anyone. However, at that moment, Heidou did not seem intimidated by the approaching zombie birds. To Chu Xiu's astonishment, Heidou leapt into the air, charging towards the avian foes. What left Chu Xiu truly astounded was not merely He Dou's boldness, but the fact that it appeared to be running through the air. If he was not mistaken, He Dou was indeed traversing the sky. It could hardly be deemed running. It was more akin to soaring. Had it absorbed the energy of that mutated bird, awakening the ability to defy gravity? Chu Xiu pondered in confusion, having failed to perceive the presence of such energy. After all, He Dou had jumped down from him upon awakening, thus he could not discern the nature of its newfound abilities. Nevertheless, judging by the current situation, He Dou's displayed powers were remarkably formidable. Even the mere act of running through the air was a significant advantage. The ability to traverse the sky is of utmost importance to many. In fact, in the world Chu Xiu inhabited before his rebirth, there was only one individual with the power of flight. That person, due to their aerial advantage, could single-handedly contend against 3 opponents of equal rank. This advantage in the air allowed for long-range tactics akin to kite flying. Thus, Chu Xiu comprehended the immense significance of the ability He Dou had awakened. If He Dou were to grow into a top-tier powerhouse, it could, with its aerial prowess, effectively contend against 3 other top-tier entities. Contemplating this, Chu Xiu realized that his combat capabilities would undoubtedly skyrocket. Furthermore, his own self-preservation would be substantially enhanced. In the event of an encounter with formidable ground adversaries, he could easily escape by riding He Dou through the skies. Just envisioning the scene of himself running through the air, with foes in pursuit below, brought a smile to his face. Most importantly, He Dou had reached the 5th tier, a strength that was already more than sufficient. As Chu Xiu gazed at He Dou in its current form, he reflected deeply. The current prowess of Black Bean has reached an impressive level. Having ascended to the 5th tier merely days ago, it is noteworthy that the first entity in the past to achieve such a status was not a human, but rather a mutated creature, the very avian monstrosity that Chu Xiu has recently vanquished. The emergence of this aberrant bird was a harbinger of terror for the entire city of Shihong. Possessing not only formidable strength, but also the ability to command flocks of birds, thus unleashing catastrophic assaults on various strongholds. Were it not for the fact that this mutated bird and its undead avian counterparts feasted upon the zombies, humanity would likely have faced an 80 mortality rate. Even as time progressed and human powers increased, they remained at a disadvantage, struggling to contend with the formidable aberration. Even the sole top-tier individual who had awakened the ability to fly turned tail in the face of the mutated bird. At this moment, Black Bean has absorbed the energy of its foe, its potential now surpassing that of the aberrant bird. Following Chu Xiu's strategy to absorb a substantial number of zombies, Black Bean's strength is destined to burgeon. Consequently, Chu Xiu is filled with exhilaration. The greater Black Bean's power, the better his early protection. Now, Black Bean has begun to stir, confronting the zombie birds with a ferocious roar. With a mighty shout, it lunges at the undead avians, striking them as if they had been hit by an unseen force, causing their wings to cease flapping. Instantly, they plummet to the ground, motionless, resembling the lifeless. However, Chu Xiu perceives that they are merely stunned by Black Bean's thunderous call. Given a brief respite, they would likely recover swiftly. Yet for Black Bean, the opportunity for their revival has passed. With a swift, fierce hiss, a multitude of black flames erupts from the ground, consuming the zombie birds like ferocious beasts. Chu Xiu observes that the rate at which the undead avians are devoured is astonishingly rapid. Previously, even when he exerted control, it would take several seconds to eradicate them. Yet now, under Black Bean's command, they are swiftly obliterated in less than 2 to 3 seconds. This efficiency is more than double that of his own control. A truly terrifying acceleration. Such speed effectively precludes any possibility of the engulfed creatures escaping. The emergence of this phenomenon brings great joy to Black Bean, as it gains a clearer understanding of its enhanced abilities. It senses the significant augmentation of its strength, with its command over the flames vastly superior to before. Now capable of effortlessly overpowering these zombie birds. Now, the Black Bean has fully realized that its power has undergone a complete transformation. It deftly controls its black flames, which stretch upward into the sky with relentless fervor. These flames resemble enormous serpents, soaring passionately into the heavens. It is as if these black flames have suddenly been imbued with life, displaying a profound change from their previous state. Such a transformation dazzled Chu Xiu, who recognized it as an enhancement of the Black Bean's mastery over the black flames. Previously, these flames required a combustible material to manifest. Now, they can appear seemingly from thin air. Moreover, these flames are controlled with remarkable finesse, as if they possess a life of their own. Sensing Chu Xiu's admiration, the Black Bean joyfully intensified its control, eager to showcase its newfound strength. Being connected with Chu Xiu on a deeper level, it understood his expectations and was fervently eager to demonstrate its prowess, wishing for him to recognize its formidable capabilities. barking excitedly towards the sky. The black bean communicated its triumph, and although they were not currently in sync, Chu Xiu grasped its intent. He found great joy in the black bean's desire to exhibit its abilities. After all, a companion eager to showcase itself is undoubtedly a wonderful ally. In the impending apocalypse, even among companions, many would conceal their strengths, each one seeking to outwit the other at critical moments. In contrast, loyal partners like the black bean are of utmost significance during such tumultuous times. Having endured countless betrayals and ambushes in his past life, Chu Xiu understood the value of unwavering loyalty. His own resurrection stemmed from a betrayal, thus he was generous with his encouragement upon sensing the black bean's emotions. The black bean, invigorated by Chu Xiu's response, increased its intensity, allowing the black flames to engulf the sky, encircling all the zombie birds. Soon, a vast expanse of black fire clouds formed in the sky, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Even the two youths who had taken refuge in their vehicle, fearing the swarm of zombie birds, were taken aback by the sight above. Wow, look at the sky. Is that fire cloud? How powerful. Indeed, it's incredible. Those zombie birds stand no chance against the black fire cloud. They are incinerated in an instant. Wait, this flame seems so familiar. Could it be Captain Chu's doing? You're right. This must be the power unleashed by Captain Chu. It's simply astonishing, akin to divine strength. The two young men, concealed within the confines of their vehicle, were utterly astonished, never having anticipated the spectacle that unfolded before their eyes. In their line of sight, the ominous black fire cloud emerged, and the dark flames resembled a gaping maw, voraciously consuming flocks of birds. In mere moments, the countless avian creatures in the sky were decimated, leaving only a scant few that seemed to suddenly regain their wits, hastening in all directions. Observing this from below, Chu Xiu halted the relentless pursuit of Black Bean. For the airborne undead birds no longer warranted further chase. He discerned that although Black Bean exhibited exuberance, a significant portion of its energy had been expended. Even though the creature had recently ascended to the 5th tier, its overall strength had not yet reached its zenith due to the novelty of its advancement. The recent annihilation of at least 10,000 zombie birds had indeed demanded considerable stamina, depleting roughly 25% of Black Bean's vigor. While it appeared to possess ample strength, prudence dictated a gradual recuperation. Presently, Black Bean's power was more than sufficient. A reckless display of energy was unnecessary. Upon receiving Chu Xiu's directive, Black Bean promptly diminished its size in midair, returning to the dimensions of a palm and alighting on the collar of Chu Xiu's garment. Now, even in its reduced form, it could traverse the air with ease, a capability that filled Chu Xiu with envy, as he harbored a fondness for the art of flight.